Chapter 1. The Supreme Boast System, starting as a perfect ancient sacred body. In the central celestial domain, within one of the 3,000 Tao states, lies the imperial state, home to the esteemed Su family of the ancient era. This once tranquil land has recently succumbed to an atmosphere of palpable tension, particularly at the heart of the imperial state, where the Su family's divine island resides. The entire state trembles as ethereal dragon and phoenix apparitions manifest, encircling the Su family's sacred isle, resonating with the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries, reverberating through the heavens. The void fractures, unleashing an endless surge of chaotic energy. Ominous thunderclouds roil across the sky, while countless silhouettes of powerful beings materialize from the void, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, all reverently bowing towards the Su family's divine island at the center of the imperial state. Amidst this celestial spectacle, a magnificent imperial palace stands on the Su family's sacred isle, filled with numerous individuals, each radiating brilliance, their auras formidable enough to dominate the cosmos. At this moment, all eyes converge upon an infant swaddled in cloth, whose bewildered expression reflects a profound confusion as he gazes around. Was I not merely critiquing the cliché of female-centric novels? How'd I end up here? It took Su Chen a full 2.5 minutes to reluctantly accept the reality of his transmigration. Just 3 minutes prior, he had been fervently mocking the melodramatic tropes of female novels, consumed by thoughts of romance. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to a fantastical realm, and most absurdly, within the body of an infant. His current identity is that of the son of the illustrious head of the Su family, a status of unparalleled nobility. Marvelous! After years of indulging in these exhilarating tales, it's finally my turn to embody the protagonist. Su Chen's excitement surged. With an extraordinary background, he had launched into an unparalleled beginning. Though he may have been a mere cog in the wheel in his past life, this time, he was born into opulence. What a stroke of fortune! With such an incredible lineage, all he need do is to bask in the glory of his status and revel in the company of countless beauties. As for the hardships of his previous existence, apologies, but those days are but a distant memory. With the world revering him, dragons and phoenixes heralding his arrival, it is clear that this child possesses the physique of an ancient sacred body, just as Su Chen envisioned the life of a prince from an ancient lineage. An ancient voice resonated in his ear, akin to a thunderclap. Beep! The Supreme Boast System is binding. Binding of the Supreme Boast System successful. Whenever others embellish and praise the host, critical hits can be triggered, yielding rewards. Note: the host must not provide any hints for others to embellish or praise him. Beep! Detection of external praise for the host. Critical hit triggered. Reward: perfect ancient sacred body. Su Chen. Stunned by the melodic chime of the notification, Su Chen stood frozen. Wait, there's a system too? Excellent. With this extraordinary background, a perfected ancient sacred body, and the system at my disposal, the tales I once read seem rather mundane in comparison. What truly constitutes a fulfilling life? This is truly the epitome of a gratifying narrative. However, what is this extraordinary boasting system? I have never heard of it before. When others extol your virtues, you receive rewards. That seems quite otherworldly. Boom! In the next moment, an endless roar erupted from within Su Chen, as golden vitality surged skyward, with 10 ethereal chains of fate materializing out of thin air. Crack! Yet, as soon as the 10 chains appeared, they shattered into fragments. Golden sacred blood transforming into divine light that illuminated the myriad realms. Boom! The heavens shifted dramatically, as purple divine thunder, resembling a primal beast, roiled within the clouds. The golden divine light stirred the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens. Deep within the clouds, the phantoms of gods and demons manifested, kneeling towards the Su family's divine island. Azure lotuses blossomed in the void, exuding infinite principles of the Tao, encircling the imperial palace of the Su family. In an instant, the 3,000 states, the great holy lands, and the countless terrifying beings in the forbidden zones of life awakened. They gazed towards the direction of the ancient Su family, their expressions fraught with astonishment. The imperial state, that is the direction of the ancient Su family. The chaotic azure lotus, with all saints paying homage. Has Su Wudi's child been born? The son of Su Wudi, indeed formidable, worthy of being the true dragon born after 9 years of gestation. So many celestial phenomena. One cannot help but wonder what kind of physique Su Wudi's child possesses. The entire myriad realms erupted in fervor, countless ancient beings filled with awe. Such a pinnacle phenomenon has never been witnessed throughout history. Even during the birth of ancient emperors, only a singular phenomenon occurred. Simultaneously, within the imperial palace of the ancient Su family, the elders of the Su family were astonished, rendered speechless. The completion of the ancient saint body, a top-tier existence among the 3,000 physiques. Upon achieving the saint body, one can directly challenge ancient emperors. To be born and already able to contend with ancient emperors? What kind of prodigy is this? How is it possible that after cultivating for tens of thousands of years, they are outshone by a newborn infant? Haha! It is indeed fitting that he is the son of Su Wudi, breaking the shackles of the ancient saint body upon birth. A young man clad in a golden dragon robe laughed heartily. His aura was unfathomable, with every movement resonating with the rhythm of the Tao. This individual was none other than Su Wudi, the head of the ancient Su family. He is also Su Chen's adoptive father. Standing as a pinnacle existence among the 3,000 states, a peak expert at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm, one man pierced through the forbidden zones of life, dominating his contemporaries, invincible for an era. The ancient saint body, born to break shackles, is unprecedented. My ancient Su family is about to witness the emergence of an unrivaled divine king. With this child, our Su family can aspire for an immortal position in this era. Though the ancient saint body has yet to fully awaken, it can still dominate its peers. With this child, my ancient Su family is destined to revive the splendor of the previous epoch. A group of Su family elders surrounded Su Chen, their expressions filled with excitement. By the way, I have yet to name my precious son. My dear, how about we call him Su Chen? A single speck of dust can indeed obscure the sky and fill the sea. Su Wudi cradled Su Chen in his arms, a radiant smile adorning his face. Very well, let's name him Su Chen. Lying on the bed, Jiang Qingru, pale in complexion, nodded affectionately. Ding! The host has successfully boasted for the first time after binding the system. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, Su Chen was taken aback. Huh? What? Surely. There is also a beginner-s gift package, right? The Heavenly Emperor Scripture? The Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger? A supreme cultivation technique and a top-tier divine ability. Are you suggesting that I could effortlessly dominate all under heaven, ruling over eternity? Indeed, this is what one might call an exhilarating narrative. I genuinely cannot fathom how this could possibly be unsatisfying. Suddenly, a rumble resonated within him. Golden holy blood surged forth, emanating a terrifying aura that escalated in intensity. Refining the body, blood mobilization, sea of suffering, divine bridge, Tao Palace, before the astonished gazes of Su Wudi and the elder members of the Su family. Su Chen shattered 5 significant realms in succession, directly forging a Tao Palace. The elders of the Su family stood utterly dumbfounded. It is crucial to note that even the holy progeny of the sacred land, the prodigies of the true dragon clan, would require several years to break through to the Tao Palace realm. Yet, Su Chen had transcended 5 major realms in less than an hour since his birth. If this were to spread, it would surely incite a frenzy throughout the entire central celestial domain. Countless prodigies would find themselves questioning their very existence. By heavens! With a single step into the Tao Palace, my son's future is destined to be one of unparalleled dominance. Su Wudi, holding Su Chen, threw his head back in laughter, his expression brimming with excitement. I have heard that 3 years ago, the Jinwu clan produced a solar divine body, claiming it would dominate the world and suppress eternity. It now appears utterly ridiculous. A solar divine body? What my Su family has received is a naturally liberated, fully matured, ancient sacred body, a truly monstrous being, having shattered its shackles. The members within the imperial palace were engulfed with excitement. Boom! Yet at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Chapter 2. The Immortal Battle. The Forbidden Zones, approaching sovereign. A single strike to end it all. My son embodies the majesty of an emperor. The human race cannot tolerate a second Su Wuti. The forbidden zone of the underworld shall not consent, nor shall it permit. A voice, resounding with authority and commanding presence, suddenly echoed across the heavens and myriad realms. As the words faded, a terrifying aura began to permeate the air. Outside the Su family's divine isle, a pair of eyes, seemingly awakened from an eternal slumber, emerged, their gaze as frigid as the depths of the abyss. The underworld's forbidden zone. The utterance of these 4 words sent shockwaves throughout the cosmos. The life forbidden zone has made its move. What manner of constitution does this ancient Su family's prodigious child possess to provoke such a breach of the ancient covenant? Outside the Su family's divine isle, the sky tore asunder, engulfed by an unfathomable black mist. A formidable and terrifying figure materialized, its crimson eyes resembling twin suns hanging in the firmament. The underworld's forbidden zone? Su Wuti was the first to react, his brow furrowing slightly as he gazed upon the emerging sovereign of the forbidden zone, his murderous intent boiling forth. How dare you, a mere 9th-rank sovereign, lay hands on my son, Su Wuti? Very well. Since you from the underworld's forbidden zone dare to engage in battle, I shall not hesitate to initiate the immortal war, to breach the underworld in celebration of my son's birth. Su Wuti's demeanor was overwhelmingly domineering, his fighting spirit soaring. He was genuinely enraged. This was the imperial prefecture, the territory of the ancient Su family. How dare the underworld's forbidden zone make a move against my son here? This was a blatant disregard for Su Wuti and the ancient Su family. After enduring for so long to birth a prodigious child, anyone who dares to lay a finger on him shall face death. The underworld's forbidden zone? Merely a defeated foe of the ancient Su family. If you wish to strike at my son, let the immortal war commence. We shall sink the imperial prefecture if need be. An irate elder from the Su family could no longer contain himself, his entire being radiating an overwhelming combat spirit as the terrifying pressure of a sovereign surged forth, shattering the ominous black mist outside the Su family's divine isle. In years past, the underworld's forbidden zone was suppressed by our Su family's ancestors, hiding in the shadows for millennia. Today, the ancient Su family can still achieve the same. Kill. Let the heavens and earth be overturned. Let rivers run red with blood. 2 more elders from the Su family unleashed their sovereign might, their resounding voices reverberating through the heavens. In an instant, the entire cosmos surged once more. The Immortal War. This was a grand conflict initiated by the ancient aristocracy, the Supreme Dynasty, and the indomitable forces of the life forbidden zone. Should it arise, the entire central celestial domain would be engulfed in turmoil, countless lives spilling blood. It has been eons since the last immortal war was set in motion. Today, shall we truly ignite the flames of the immortal war? Even if such a war is to be waged, the underworld's forbidden zone shall never permit the son of Su Wuti to survive in this world. Above the imperial prefecture, that authoritative voice resonated once more. Boom! In the next instant, an ancient spear pierced the void, stained with black blood and inscribed with arcane, mystical runes. This was none other than the supreme imperial weapon, the spear of the underworld king. The imperial weapon of the Lord of the River of Hades has once slain a formidable emperor. The black blood staining, it is indeed the imperial blood of that great emperor. The spear of the underworld king erupted with an overwhelming force, carrying the oppressive might of an emperor, tearing through the void as it advanced towards the Su family's imperial palace. Wherever the spear passed, the fabric of reality shattered, releasing boundless chaotic energy, seeking death. As the spear of the underworld king, imbued with imperial might, was about to descend upon the Su family's imperial palace. Su Wudi billowed in fury. In an instant, the void above the Su family's imperial palace shattered. A young man clad in a golden dragon robe appeared, raising his hand to gently point at the void. In that moment, the power of a quasi-emperor at the ninth heaven erupted forth, and the entire imperial province seemed on the verge of total submersion. Time and space stood still. Boom! The spear, tainted with imperial blood, was instantly sent flying, producing a deafening roar. Today, I shall slay the quasi-emperor of the Forbidden Zone in celebration of my son's birth. Su Wudi, his golden dragon robe billowing in the fierce wind, gazed disdainfully at the towering black mist before him. You, Lord of the River of Hades, dare to flaunt your power before my ancient Su family? I shall strike your face. With a thunderous rumble, as soon as his words fell, a colossal golden hand tore through the heavens, bearing the might of an emperor, directly striking towards the eerie black mist. In an instant, the world trembled, and the heavens and earth split apart. Chaotic energy cascaded down, and the surging black mist roiled as the quasi-emperor of the River of Hades was obliterated. The blood of the quasi-emperor rained down from the sky. As tranquility returned to the world, only the spear of the underworld king floated in the air. Su Wudi reached out and grasped the spear, lifting his gaze towards the boundless void. His eyes seemed to pierce through endless time and space, surveying all the great life, forbidden zones, akin to a divine monarch. Lord of the River of Hades, I, Su Wudi, shall remember this day. Within 3 days, I will personally arrive at the land of darkness and sweep through the River of Hades. Should any other factions wish to harm my son today, let them come forth now. I shall hold them accountable. His voice was not loud, yet his words were imbued with unparalleled dominance, echoing throughout the heavens. As his declaration resounded, countless terrifying entities from the 9 great life, forbidden zones, 108 malevolent lands, and the city of immortality ceased their gaze, falling into utter silence. As the world returned to calm, numerous ancient powers withdrew their attention. They understood that from this day forth, the landscape of the entire central celestial realm would undergo a profound transformation. Meanwhile, countless ancient factions and prominent figures of the Eternal Dynasty were filled with curiosity regarding the unparalleled talent of the Su family's prodigy. Within the Su family's imperial palace, the elders gazed at the swaddled Su Chen, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief. Goodness, a life forbidden zone is on the brink of destruction due to the arrival of this little one. Who would dare believe such a tale? Just then, Su Wudi reappeared in the grand hall of the imperial palace, adorned in his golden dragon robe. He had just arrived when he hurriedly took Su Chen from Jiang Qingrou's hands, gently caressing Su Chen's forehead, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes. Chuner, you must be obedient. Your father is going to the forbidden zone of the underworld river to settle some scores. When I return, I shall bring you a gift. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a pang of embarrassment. Goodness, how could this adoptive father seem so protective? Truly, he was worthy of being a biological father, unwilling to endure any loss. Without a moment's hesitation, he set forth, not lingering at all. Master, do you truly intend to confront the forbidden zone of the underworld river now? Might that not be somewhat unwise? A clan elder interjected, concerned. If we recklessly challenge the forbidden zone, we risk provoking disturbances in the dark lands, which would be detrimental to our Su family. Moreover, young Su Chen has just been born. You ought to remain to guide his growth. This matter should be considered carefully, the elder warned. The consequences of forcibly challenging a forbidden zone were incalculable. Although the ancient Su family was not easily intimidated, should they provoke other life-restricting zones and dangerous lands, it would not merely be a simple battle for immortality. Su Chen was now the precious gem of the Su family. Any mistake was unacceptable. Rather than truly confronting the forbidden zone of the underworld river, it would be wiser to provide him with an ideal environment for growth. Unwise? What is unwise? Our ancient Su family shall not be dishonored. Since the forbidden zone of the underworld river disregards the ancient alliance and rashly strikes at our Su family's Qilin child. Why should we not suppress them? At that moment, a cold snort suddenly echoed from the depths of the ancestral grave on the Su family's divine island. Immediately, an overwhelming imperial aura surged forth, shaking the entire Su family. A thin, dirt-covered elder in a black robe hunched his back as he materialized within the imperial palace. Though his form had aged beyond recognition, he radiated a faint yet majestic imperial presence. An emperor. This was a true sovereign. The crowd within the imperial palace was taken aback and respectfully saluted upon seeing the elder. This was the genuine foundation of the ancient Su family, a true powerhouse of the emperor realm. He had long slumbered within the ancestral grave, awakening only in times of existential crisis for the Su family. Su Chen disregarded the onlookers, raising his hand to summon Su Chen, who was wrapped in swaddling clothes, directly into his grasp. Su Chen gazed at the ancestral elder of the Su family, feeling somewhat helpless. How amusing. Barely born, he had already attracted the attention of a quasi-emperor from a life-restricting zone and even disturbed his ancestors' eternal rest. This family was indeed fiercely protective, albeit with names that were somewhat abstract. Not invincible, but rather war heaven. Embracing Su Chen. Su Zhantian's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance as he laughed heartily. Good. The ancient sacred body destined to break shackles with such talent. Who in this era can compare? With this child, how can my Su family not flourish and reign over the central immortal domain? Having spoken, his gaze fell upon Su Wudi, commanding, Wudi, you may proceed to cleanse the underworld river's forbidden zone without any reservations. Regardless, he disregards the ancient covenant in the Nether River Forbidden Zone. Should anyone dare to utter a word, I shall wield the supreme imperial weapon, transcend to the utmost heights, and engage in a bloody battle against the heavens. Su Zhantian's voice was not loud, yet his words exuded an overwhelming authority. As for this child, I shall take it upon myself to guide him. At this juncture, he cast a loving glance at Su Chen, who appeared bewildered. Su Chen? Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. What is this? Is it that I must accompany you to the ancestral grave right after my birth? Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Upon hearing this, Su Wudi's face flickered with excitement. The emperor personally instructing him, coupled with the innate ability to shatter shackles, the great ancient saint body. He could almost envision his son ascending to imperial status, dominating the ages. Truly, he is Su Wudi's son. My child possesses the bearing of an emperor. Jiang Qingru, lying on the bed, was equally astonished, her face filled with excitement. The other clan elders were so shocked that they were rendered speechless. An emperor personally instructing someone. In the entire central celestial domain, no other prodigy could boast such an honor. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Su Zhantian's next words left them utterly dumbfounded, completely shattering their astonishment. Chapter 3. The Golden Age, the Great Emperor as Master. Declared as the Divine Son, the Su family is astounded. The end of the Age of Decline is upon us, heralding the dawn of the Golden Age, the most resplendent era yet to come. The path to immortality shall also commence in this lifetime. And with this child's extraordinary presence, he shall contend for the grand fortune of the illustrious Su family. Therefore, I proclaim that all cultivation resources of the Su family shall be devoted to him, bestowing upon this child the title of Divine Son. Su Zhantian gazed at the infant Su Chen in his arms, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. Boom! At the utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Su Wudi and the venerable elders of the clan turned to Su Zhantian, their faces etched with disbelief. The title of Divine Son? These mere 4 words signify far more than mere status. They embody supreme authority, indicating that he shall directly inherit the position of clan leader in the future. Each generation of the Su family produces 10 sequential divine sons, each one a paragon of talent, truly the 10 most exceptional prodigies of the clan. In the previous Age of Decline, any single one of them could dazzle an entire era. Even these 10 prodigies must vie for the title of Divine Son, destined to govern the ancient Su family. The previous divine son was none other than Su Chen's father, the formidable Su Wudi, who once dominated an entire age. The title of sequential divine son is earned through countless trials, yet now, Su Chen is directly designated as the divine son from birth. How can the other sequential divine sons possibly reconcile this? Ancestor, this cannot be. The divine son of our ancient Su family has always had to compete based on their own strength. How can one be appointed as divine son merely by virtue of talent? Is this not somewhat unjust to the other sequential divine sons? At this point, some elders could no longer contain themselves. Each individual present here is a pinnacle powerhouse of the Su family, each with their own nurtured sequential divine sons, all hoping to compete for the title of divine son in the future. Yet now, Su Chen has been directly declared the divine son from birth. What then do they have to contend for? Are you questioning me? Su Zhantian's expression darkened at these words, his gaze sharpening. Boom! Instantly, a tremendous imperial might emanated from his frail form, sweeping forth like celestial authority, subduing the elder of the quasi-emperor class, bringing him to his knees. And no, I dare not. The elder of the quasi-emperor class trembled in fear, shaking his head fervently. So you are questioning this child's talent? Su Zhantian cast a glance at the kneeling elder, his voice cold, a naturally gifted, transcendent, ancient holy body, capable of forging a Tao palace in a single step. Coupled with my direct guidance, do you believe he is unworthy of being the divine son of the Su family? Or perhaps your lineage has a prodigy who can forge a Tao palace at birth. If so, then this divine son title can also be theirs. Upon hearing this, the imperial palace fell into a profound silence. A prodigy capable of forging a Tao palace at birth throughout the vast epochs of the central celestial domain. It seems there exists but one, Su Chen. If it is not the case, then this matter shall be settled as is. Su Zhantian casually surveyed the numerous clan elders present, and with a cold snort declared, from this day forth, this child shall be the divine son of the Su family. Should anyone dare to engage in covert actions or show disrespect towards a divine son, I shall not hesitate to see one less quasi-emperor in the Su family. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the clan elders changed dramatically. Clearly, Su Zhantian had unequivocally regarded Su Chen as the hope of the Su family. In his heart, Su Chen was even more significant than the quasi-emperors present. As for the other sequence holy sons, if anyone had objections, they could freely challenge this young man 9 years hence. Whoever could triumph over him among the same rank would be entitled to ascend to the position of divine son. Su Zhantian gazed affectionately at the Su Chen in his arms and spoke without lifting his head, his tone brimming with confidence in Su Chen. This declaration stunned the clan elders. This was the ancestor declaring war on the younger generation in favor of Su Chen. He intended for all the prodigies of this generation to submit to Su Chen. Su Chen, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. All right. Is this how you repay my kindness by drawing hatred towards me? You determine the position of divine son without even consulting my wishes, and you're intent on inciting animosity, as if you fear I might thrive too well. Nevertheless, he felt no apprehension. With unparalleled talent, an extraordinary background, and the system as a formidable ally, this perfect beginning. His goal was not merely to become the divine son of the Su family, to suppress the 10 sequence prodigies, but rather to dominate the ages and quell an entire era. From this day forth, Su Chen is established as the divine son of the Su family, personally instructed by me. Su Zhantian's grand voice reverberated across Su Family Island. As his words echoed, the entire Su family erupted in fervor. They had directly bypassed the sequence ranking to appoint a divine son. For countless millennia, the ancient Su family had never witnessed such a precedent. Of course, what intrigued the crowd even more was the extraordinary talent of this Su family scion, who not only attracted the attention of the realm of life and death upon his birth, but also nearly instigated an immortal war. Most astonishingly, he had garnered the favor of the ancestor, who personally emerged from seclusion to instruct him. In an instant, the name Su Chen resounded throughout the ancient Su family. Simultaneously, the 3,000 states trembled in response, with many ancient empires and immortal forces speculating about the extraordinary talent of this newly born prodigy of the ancient Su family, who could draw the ancestors' attention and have a great emperor personally guide him. Yet, despite their inquiries, they could glean no useful information. They only knew that the Su family regarded this newly appointed divine son as possessing unparalleled talent, having directly forged a Tao palace upon birth, exuding an invincible aura. The day after Su Chen was named divine son, Su Wuti ventured alone into the dark lands, battling the forbidden zone of the Ming River. The entire central celestial realm surged with undercurrents, as countless prodigies from ancient forces began to emerge, preparing for the forthcoming era of golden opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. News regarding Su Chen continues to circulate throughout the Su family. Everyone eagerly awaits the emergence of this prodigious figure, anticipating his display of unparalleled prowess. However, their greater anticipation lies in the prospect of the remaining 10 sacred sons challenging him. At this moment, outside the ancestral tomb of the Su family, Su Wuti, Jiang Qingru, and a host of elder members of the Su clan are filled with hopeful anticipation for Su Chen's reappearance. Since Su Chen was brought into the ancestral tomb for cultivation by Su Zhantian, he has remained absent for a full 9 years. How is it that after 9 years, Chener has yet to emerge? Have I perhaps misremembered the date? Su Wuti muses anxiously, pacing back and forth while casting glances toward the direction of the ancestral tomb. For the past 9 years, he has been battling in the forbidden zone of the underworld river, and it is only today that he has returned for Su Chen's emergence. You have not erred. It is indeed today. Surely the ancestor has instructed something, and he shall appear shortly. Jiang Qingru, her face aglow with delight, gazes at Su Wuti and gently remarks, 9 years have passed. Under the guidance of the ancestor, I wonder what realm Chener has attained. He must have reached the divine platform realm by now, I presume, an elder of the Su family speculated. Yet, he soon shook his head and continued, no, that cannot be right, given that he shattered the shackles of the primordial sacred body at birth, forged a Tao palace in a single step, and with the ancestor's direct mentorship and boundless resources devoted to him, even though cultivating the primordial sacred body is exceedingly resource-intensive. His innate talent as a sacred son should have propelled him to the Cave Heaven realm. Cave Heaven realm. Upon hearing this, the attendees collectively inhaled sharply. In this world, the cultivation realms are delineated as follows: body refinement, blood mobilization, bitter sea, divine bridge, Tao palace, connecting spirit, divine platform, cave heaven, divine reservoir, transformation into dragon, nirvana, sage, great sage, sacred king, supreme, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers. A 9-year-old in the cave heaven realm. Even the ancient emperors have never attained such heights. Chapter 4. Bragging becomes reality, stepping into the forbidden realm, achieving the unique cave of heaven, the forbidden calamity. Chener. Just as everyone was lost in speculation, Su Wuti, standing at the forefront, suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing his words, the crowd lifted their gazes, their attention drawn to the figure emerging from the ancestral grave. Before them stood a young boy, clad in a pristine white robe, with strands of glossy black hair that shimmered, exuding a faint divine radiance. His skin was as translucent as jade. His features appeared as though meticulously sculpted by the heavens. Breathtakingly handsome, resembling a youthful, celestial being. It was difficult to fathom the extent of his beauty once he fully matured. A rumbling echoed from within him, as divine thunder roared, and a formidable vitality surged throughout his being, akin to a golden sun. The boy was none other than Su Chen. Although merely 9 years old, due to the ancient sacred body, he appeared to be like a youth of 11 or 12. As Su Chen made his appearance, all the clan elders stood frozen in astonishment. His striking beauty seemed almost surreal, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. After meeting his father, mother, and the esteemed elders, a warm voice resonated in their ears. With the utterance of those words, the crowd finally regained their composure. What a remarkable child. Indeed, a fully realized ancient sacred body. Su Wudi exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Su Chen, continually praising him. The vitality you possess rivals that of a true dragon. Jiang Qingru stood nearby, her face aglow with joy, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. We have witnessed the divine son. The clan elders collectively bowed slightly towards Su Chen, their voices booming like thunder, resonating through the skies. Once the formalities were complete, an eager elder inquired, "Divine son, may I ask what realm you currently inhabit? Have you broken through to the cave of heaven?" The others turned their gaze towards Su Chen, curiosity etched on their faces. The combination of a fully realized ancient sacred body and the direct guidance of a great emperor piqued their intrigue about the extent of Su Chen's growth over the past 9 years. Even Su Wudi and Jiang Qingru wore expressions of curiosity. Su Chen looked at the elder, a flicker of satisfaction igniting within him at the question posed. Over the course of 9 years, he had come to thoroughly understand the system's function. As long as they indulged in wild speculation and exaggeration, he would be rewarded. Initially, he had pondered how to display his talents before the Su family, prompting others to boast about him. Who could have anticipated that mere moments after emerging, rewards would present themselves? In response to the elder, he said nonchalantly, "I broke through to the cave of heaven realm a year ago." His demeanor was calm, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. A year ago, the cave of heaven realm. However, his words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through them. An 8-year-old in the cave of heaven realm. They had initially deemed it outrageous to speculate that Su Chen would break through at 9. Yet, who could have imagined that Su Chen surpassed their wildest expectations? 8 years old, the cave of heaven realm. How could these two notions possibly be intertwined? Should this news spread, it is likely that the entire realm of myriad worlds and the central celestial domain would tremble. Throughout countless epochs in the central celestial domain, not a single prodigy of the 8-year cave heaven realm can be found. The elders of various clans, including Su Wudi, were left questioning their very existence. My son truly embodies the ancient sacred body. He is utterly extraordinary. Su Wudi murmured. How many cave heavens has the divine son opened? Could it be 9? One elder inquired further. To step into the cave heaven realm necessitates the opening of caves. The greater the number of open caves, the stronger the innate talent. 9 open caves represent the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, attainable only by unparalleled prodigies or ancient emperors in their youth. Anyone who opens 9 cave heavens is destined to become an emperor. Su Chen was born breaking the celestial shackles of the ancient sacred body, forging his path to the Tao Palace, and it is highly likely he has opened 9 cave heavens. Is there any doubt? The divine son's talent is unmatched. He must indeed possess 9 cave heavens, another elder asserted with great confidence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Wudi shook his head repeatedly. No, that is not the case. I opened 9 cave heavens in my youth, but in the presence of this lad, I sense a subtle suppression within my own caves. The only cause for such a phenomenon could be entering the legendary Forbidden Realm and achieving the unique cave heaven. Chen, are you? You haven't stepped into the Forbidden Realm and attained the unique cave heaven, have you? As he spoke, Su Wudi's face was filled with astonishment. The Forbidden Realm signifies the pinnacle of a realm, a flawless manifestation, and the ultimate limit, one that the celestial order cannot tolerate. Su Chen, upon hearing this, remained non-committal. At that moment, he would not acknowledge it. To do so would be tantamount to openly defying the system's regulations. After all, he had merely opened 9 cave heavens and had not yet set foot in the Forbidden Realm to achieve the unique cave heaven. The divine son's talent is extraordinary, and his current composure suggests he must have entered the legendary Forbidden Realm. The other elders shared expressions of shock. Su Chen's demeanor was exceedingly calm, exuding confidence with every gesture. Such confidence could only stem from having entered the Forbidden Realm and attained the unique cave heaven. Beep. Detection of others praising the host triggers a critical hit, rewarding entry into the Forbidden Realm and achievement of the unique Cave Heaven. The long-awaited system notification echoed in Su Chen's ears. Boom! Within Su Chen, a surge of golden vitality soared to the heavens, resonating like celestial drums. The aura of the ninth layer of the Cave Heaven realm poured forth, and 9 radiant Cave Heavens appeared behind him, slowly revolving. Within these 9 Cave Heavens, divine brilliance flickered, intertwining as if evolving all creation. Endless golden vitality merged within, creating resplendent clouds that ascended. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the 9 Cave Heavens behind Su Chen connected seamlessly. Following this, a brand new Cave Heaven emerged behind him, resembling a golden sun illuminating all realms. As Su Chen's 9 Cave Heavens began to converge, the pupils of all present contracted sharply, their expressions filled with astonishment. The divine child has indeed stepped into the legendary Forbidden Realm, achieving the unparalleled cave of unity. The 9 caves intertwine, merging with his very flesh. This is the hallmark of the Forbidden Realm. Su Wuti was utterly astounded. Previously, he had merely speculated. After all, the Forbidden Realm and the unique cave are entities that the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate. Even in the ancient era of prodigies, only the supreme celestial emperor attained the unique cave. Since the ancient times, no matter how exceptional the talents, none have ever condensed the unique cave. Yet now, Su Chen has shattered the limits, entering the Forbidden Realm and achieving the unique cave. Does this not imply that Su Chen may stand shoulder to shoulder with that supreme celestial emperor, perhaps even surpass him? It is worth noting that Su Chen is merely 9 years old, achieving the unique cave and stepping into the Forbidden Realm at such a tender age. Su Wuti was rendered speechless, feeling as though his heart had been struck. A prodigy, the divine child is indeed an extraordinary being. The elders of the clan were left in utter disarray. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, the aura within Su Chen began to surge dramatically. Above the heavens, dark clouds rolled in, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Could it be? Is the divine child about to break through again? Gazing at Su Chen, whose golden vitality surged toward the heavens, the elders stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought. Is he on the verge of breaking into the divine concealment realm? No. Only by stepping into the holy realm can one provoke the heavenly tribulation. Little Chen is not aiming for the divine concealment realm. This is the tribulation of the forbidden. Su Wuti raised his gaze to the ominous clouds rolling above, his expression grave. The forbidden realm cannot be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. Thus, for every cultivator who steps into the forbidden realm, the heavenly Tao will unleash a forbidden tribulation to obliterate them. The forbidden tribulation is fraught with peril. Above the 9 heavens, the tribulation clouds churned and purple lightning flickered, enveloping the entire Su family divine island. A tribulation? Could it be that another elder of the Su family is entering the holy realm? No, this is not a sanctification tribulation. Could it be that some ranked divine child has provoked this tribulation? It is highly plausible. The entire Su family was thrown into a frenzy, as countless individuals emerged from their halls, gazing up at the skies. Do not fear, Chenner. Your father shall protect your path. Su Wuti stepped forward, ascending towards the heavens, the might of a quasi-emperor suppressing the 9 skies. However, Su Chen gently shook his head, his expression calm, saying, "Father, there is no need. This mere forbidden tribulation does not require your intervention. I alone can suppress it." Su Chen's voice, though not loud, was imbued with an overwhelming authority, resonating throughout the entire Su family divine island. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Su Chen stood in the void, his back to the crowd, his black hair flowing, golden vitality radiating around him, and clad in white garments like snow, resembling a fallen celestial. Behind him, the unique cave, connected by the 9 caves, hung like a radiant sun, quietly suspended. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the numerous prodigies on Su family divine island instantly solidified. The only one who could call Su Wuti father in the Su family is none other than Su Chen, who upon birth had invoked multiple celestial phenomena and was deemed the divine child by the ancestors. 9 years have elapsed, and has the divine offspring finally emerged? Is this the much-discussed prodigy? It seems devoid of extraordinary traits. With the divine offspring's emergence, the Su clan is destined for excitement. It is said that the 10 esteemed children of the sacred order are filled with discontent, eagerly anticipating the divine offspring's appearance to engage in a battle of equals. Alas, just upon his emergence, he has attracted the wrath of heavenly tribulations. Truly, the divine offspring, born to shatter shackles, possesses a formidable ancient sacred physique. Indeed, terrifying in its own right. Wait, what did he just utter? The taboo tribulation? Has he perhaps stepped into the realm of the forbidden? The 9 caverns are interconnected, and only by entering the realm of the forbidden can one achieve a singular cavern. A singular cavern. No wonder it has drawn the attention of a quasi-emperor from the life-restricting zone to intervene, with the ancestral figure personally guiding him. Such talent must belong to our Su clan's divine offspring. Countless members of the Su clan gazed upwards, their hearts shaken as they beheld Su Chen in the celestial expanse. The realm of the forbidden, the singular cavern. This talent is comparable to that of the supreme celestial emperor from the ancient age. Boom! At that moment, the tribulation clouds surged and thunder erupted. Waves of violet divine lightning cascaded down towards Su Chen. The terrifying might of the tribulation stirred the heavens, sending chills down spines. Yet, in the face of the dread violet divine lightning, Su Chen remained unfazed, declaring solemnly, "Tribulation lightning enters my body, forging my sacred physique." Boom! In an instant, an endless surge of golden vitality erupted from within him, ascending like divine radiance, directly drawing the violet divine lightning into his being. While others tread cautiously through tribulation, fearing missteps that could lead to their demise, Su Chen boldly utilized the heavenly tribulation to temper himself. This spectacle left the onlookers from the Su clan utterly astounded. Tribulation refining the body. Oh, so this is how you choose to play. Boom! Endless violet divine lightning continued to rain down, flooding into Su Chen's body, as the golden vitality surged to the 9th heaven. Thus, Su Chen stood with his back to the world, resembling a youthful emperor. Behind him, the singular cavern began to undergo transformation under the baptism of the tribulation, its patterns emerging like the evolution of the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 5. The manifestation of the divine vision. The celestial king descends upon the 9th heaven. The solitary figure, as elegant as jade, stands unparalleled among the young lords of the world. It appears we have underestimated the prodigious talent of the divine son. The esteemed elders of the Su family gazed upon the heavens, where Su Chen, resembling an otherworldly being, elicited only bitter smiles and headshakes from them. The talent displayed by Su Chen instilled a sense of shattered Tao hearts even among these supreme beings and quasi-emperors. It was utterly outrageous to invoke the heavenly tribulation for body refinement. Even the most exceptional prodigies would not dare to be so reckless. Witnessing this spectacle, they felt their Tao hearts fracturing, let alone the other young talents of the Su family. The heavenly tribulation for body refinement truly showcased the divine son's extraordinary gifts. Alas, the divine son is nothing short of a monstrosity. I fear I shall never again behold the back of the divine son in this lifetime. The ancestor's gaze was piercing with such talent. The divine son effortlessly overshadowed the 10 ranked holy sons, and rightfully should ascend as the divine son of the Su family, truly deserving of the ancient sacred body, unparalleled in physical form, comparable to a true dragon. In the realm of the forbidden, the solitary cave heaven, the ancient sacred body, within the Su family, no other prodigy could rival him. With the divine son present, the Su family is destined to reign supreme in the central celestial domain. The young talents of the Su family spoke in unison, their words brimming with admiration. At the same time, within a palace suspended in the void of the Su family, a youth clad in silver armor emerged from the grand hall. His demeanor was proud, his presence ethereal, and his eyes sparkled with a formidable sword intent, resembling an unsheathed divine sword that instilled fear in those who beheld him. This youth was none other than Su Hao, the seventh ranked of the Su family. Suo, the legendary prodigy of the ancient Su clan, born into a branch of the Su family, with his mother being a mere servant. He faced disdain and humiliation from a young age. It was not until he turned 10 that he fortuitously acquired a divine sword, from which he obtained the legacy of a great emperor. Thus, Su Hao awakened a supreme talent, the indomitable sword bone. The indomitable sword bone ranks among the top 50 of the 3,000 physiques, standing alongside the supreme bone. With the indomitable sword bone and that divine sword, Su Hao forcefully ascended to become the seventh-ranked holy son of the Su family. The solitary cave heaven, the ancient sacred body, with merely these two attributes, one could not securely claim the position of the Su family's divine son. Whatever I, Su Hao, desire has never been snatched away by another. This position of the divine son within the Su family can only belong to me, and whoever dares to encroach shall become a soul beneath my sword. What the ancient sacred body, the divine sword in my hand, is not without its advantages. Su Hao gazed at Su Chen in the heavens, his fists clenched tightly, as a fierce killing intent and sword intent intertwined in his eyes, revealing his inner discontent. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar emanated from the heavens. There, in the void, the solitary cave heaven behind Su Chen was inscribed with Tao patterns, erupting in a radiant divine glow that infused into his being. Golden vitality surged into the air, transforming into a blurred phantom of a celestial king, which directly dispersed the tribulation clouds seated atop the 9 heavens, looking down upon all living beings. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood proudly before the celestial king phantom, resembling a youthful celestial king. This is the manifestation of the ancient sacred body, the celestial king descending upon the 9th heaven, gazing upon the ethereal visage of the celestial king, high amidst the 9 heavens. The members of the Su family were enveloped in astonishment. It was unexpected that the sole manifestation of this unique cave was the extraordinary image of the primordial sacred body, the celestial king gracing the 9 heavens. This indeed spared me the time required for comprehension, murmured Su Chen softly as he stood before the celestial king's apparition, his eyes slowly opening. With a gaze that commanded attention and an aura of transcendence, his melodious voice resonated through the cosmos. Disperse. In an instant, the figure of the celestial king dissipated, and the world regained its clarity. Su Chen remained suspended in the void, a flicker of thought prompting him to open the system panel. Host, Su Chen. Age, 9. Physique, fully realized primordial sacred body. Identity, divine son of the ancient Su clan. Realm, 9th layer of the cave realm, forbidden realm. Unique cave, innate divine powers. Great wilderness prison heaven finger, chaos seed blue lotus. Celestial king gracing the 9 heavens. Cultivation method, heavenly emperor scripture. Although his entry into the forbidden realm did not directly propel him into the divine abode realm, the baptism of the forbidden calamity, combined with the fusion of a unique cave, had exponentially augmented his combat prowess. Notably, the enhancement of his physical strength was profoundly unsettling. Even now, against a peak prodigy of the divine abode realm, he could shatter them with a mere punch, relying solely on his corporeal might. The limits of this physical power remained a mystery, even to Su Chen. Furthermore, the 6 extraordinary manifestations of the primordial sacred body had successfully awakened a second form, the celestial king gracing the 9 heavens. The primordial sacred body harbors limitless potential, with each manifestation requiring personal comprehension to transform into innate divine powers. I hope this golden era does not disappoint me. Su Chen mused, clad in white, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward with a sigh, an aura of unmatched solitude enveloping him. With that, he slowly turned and made his way towards Su Wudi and the others. As he turned, the members of the Su family below finally beheld the legendary divine son in his true form. Countless gazes converged upon his white-clad figure. In that moment, the entire Su clan's divine island was steeped in silence. upon witnessing Su Chen's true visage. An involuntary thought emerged in the minds of all. A figure like jade upon the path, unmatched in the world. The members of the Su family were entranced by Su Chen's appearance and demeanor. The young maidens, in particular, were captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration and adoration. Su Chen, amidst the myriad of gazes, returned to Su Wudi's side with an expression of serene composure. It was only after his figure vanished from their sight that the maidens abruptly regained their senses. Wow, is this truly the divine sun? I never anticipated such breathtaking beauty and an aura akin to that of a celestial being. The divine sun is simply mesmerizing with such charm and grace. He is truly deserving of his title. Who could resist a divine sun with celestial beauty, unparalleled poise, and an aura that exudes charisma? In the central celestial domain, who could rival the divine sun of the Su family in appearance and demeanor? The divine sun is peerless. In that moment, the entire Su clan's divine island echoed with exclamations of Su Chen's unparalleled charm. Ding! Upon returning to the side of Su Wudi, Su Chen was greeted by the alert of the system in his ears, detected someone boasting about the host, triggering a critical hit. Reward. Supreme charm. Su Chen was taken aback. What? Is this really possible? Can one earn rewards this way? He was utterly astonished. Well then, please continue to praise me. I am quite fond of it. However, he mused that this reward was somewhat abstract. It could be elegantly termed supreme charm, yet one could also say it resembled the pure allure of a charmed demon's sacred body. As the system notification faded, a profound transformation swept over Su Chen. Empowered by the supreme charm, his every gesture exuded elegance, captivating the attention of all who beheld him. Curiously, the elders of the clan sensed something peculiar about the divine sun. They observed Su Chen closely, filled with perplexity, while they could distinctly perceive his change. Articulating the nature of that change eluded them at the moment. Even Su Wudi and Jiang Qingru wore expressions of confusion. Father, might there be a place within the Su family to test physical strength? Su Chen disregarded their questioning glances and posed his inquiry. He wished to explore the limits of his physical power endowed by the unique ancient sacred body. Testing physical strength? Su Wudi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, Indeed, our Su family possesses a celestial monument, a relic from the era of the immortal ancients. Originally located in a forbidden zone, it was later retrieved by our ancestor and placed in the martial arts arena. It is said that this monument was forged by the unparalleled celestial emperor of the ancient times, specifically designed to assess the physical combat prowess of those below the divine concealment realm. And it also contains a supreme body refinement technique. Given that you are at the 9th layer of the celestial realm, it is a perfect opportunity for you to challenge it. With your ancient sacred body, you are bound to reach the pinnacle and perhaps even obtain that premier body refinement technique left behind by the celestial emperor. Su Chen, upon hearing this, did not exhibit excessive astonishment. Such matters had become rather routine, lacking in novelty. Father, mother, esteemed elders, I shall take my leave to test my physical strength at the celestial monument. He offered a slight bow to Su Wudi and the others before transforming into a streak of golden light, racing towards the martial arts arena, leaving Su Wudi and the others exchanging glances of astonishment. The physical strength of the ancient sacred body, capable of breaking the shackles of the heavenly path. Do none of you wish to witness this? Su Wudi suddenly addressed the elders present. Upon hearing this, the elders' eyes lit up in excitement, and they nodded in agreement. They too were eager to discover the extent of the divine sun's physical prowess. Now enhanced by the ancient sacred body and having entered the forbidden realm of unique celestial spaces. Yet, it was clear that Su Chen did not intend for them to observe his trial. Since you all wish to see, what are we waiting for? Let us follow discreetly and ascertain just how formidable my son's physical strength has become. As Su Wudi's voice faded, he took Jiang Qingrou's hand and vanished into the void, making their way towards the Su family's martial arts arena. The other clan elders were momentarily taken aback, but soon their expressions transformed into anticipation as they too slipped into the void, trailing behind Su Wudi and Jiang Qingru. Chapter 6. The Challenge of the Seventh Sequence. The 9 Great Heavenly Books. With a single finger, shattering the divine monument, the true demon's indestructible body. In the ancient land of the Su family, a city suspended in the void. This place serves as the Su family's martial arts arena, a dedicated site for the disciples of the Su family to cultivate their skills. It not only features various venues for assessing cultivation and combat prowess, but also hosts numerous sacred grounds that accelerate training. This is the essence of the ancient family's heritage. At the center of the ancient city stands a towering divine monument, reaching towards the heavens. The stone tablet, soaring 10,000 feet high, is inscribed with golden characters, displaying the names of the Su family's disciples. Before the celestial divine monument stands a stunning young girl clad in a purple palace gown, her demeanor suggesting an eagerness to engage. The girl appears to be around 13 or 14 years old, with her long hair elegantly tied up, exuding an aura that deters intruders. She possesses a tall and slender figure, skin as smooth as jade, and delicate features, though still young. Her form is already enchanting and well-defined. Within the martial arena, countless admiring gazes are cast upon her, yet she remains unfazed, her expression tranquil. The young maiden of the Qingga clan grows increasingly beautiful. Indeed, it is hard to fathom who could match the unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent of the Qingga maiden in the future. Rumor has it that she possesses an icy and crystalline heart, a prodigious talent. Will she be able to secure a place among the top 5 before the celestial divine monument this time? If she achieves a spot in the top 5, given time, the Qingga maiden might well contend for a position among the top 10 holy sons. With her crystalline heart and rapid comprehension of various divine techniques. Several months have passed since her last challenge to the celestial divine monument, and it is believed that her strength has significantly increased. I have heard that the Qingga maiden is remarkably aloof. Even the second holy son of the sequence once sought to recruit her as a follower, but was met with a merciless rejection. In the martial arena, Su family's disciples gaze at the beautiful figure before the celestial divine monument, engaging in animated discussions. Su Qingga stands before the celestial divine monument, gazing at the rankings above. The celestial divine monument. Qingga, this is your final opportunity. If you cannot seize the chance left by the Supreme Emperor this time, then break through to the divine abode realm directly. A cool voice resonated within Su Qingga's mind. Yes, master. Su Qingga replied softly, nodding in acknowledgement. Boom! In the next moment, she raised her delicate hand, her expression serene as she struck towards the celestial divine monument. In an instant, a terrifying surge of vitality soared into the sky. Her seemingly simple palm unleashed boundless divine might. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the martial arena, and at that moment, a golden character appeared on the divine monument. Su Qingga, with a colossal force of 10 million pounds, ranked 6th. Reward, a volume of the dragon elephant technique. Ranked 6th on the divine monument. How terrifying the Qingga maiden is. It is a pity she did not enter the top 5, otherwise she could contend for a position among the top 10 holy sons. Even so, the Qingga maiden remains extraordinarily formidable, having only fallen short of the 5th position by a mere 30,000 pounds of strength. The arena initially fell into a profound silence, but soon erupted into fervent excitement. Countless gazes were fixed upon Su Qingga, their expressions filled with exhilaration. Yet, Su Qingga wore a serene expression, seemingly unperturbed. However, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in her pale blue eyes. What a pity, so close yet so far. Alas, this merely indicates that you are fated to be apart from that supreme cultivation method. If this is the case, then focus on preparing to break through to the divine concealment realm. Once your innate talent is fully awakened, even without that unparalleled technique, you shall become invincible among your peers, stepping into the fabled forbidden domain, vying for unparalleled fortune in this golden age. The ethereal voice of her master echoed once more in her mind, this time infused with profound resignation. Master, I understand. Su Qingga nodded in acknowledgement. She then turned to leave. Oh, is this not Su Qingga? the illustrious daughter of the Su family? Challenging the celestial monument again. Are we? Did you manage to break into the top 5 this time? At that moment, a mocking voice pierced the air. A woman clad in white palace attire approached Su Chen leisurely, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Is that Shen Lian? The follower of Su Hao from the 7th rank. It is said that Shen Lian was defeated by a sister of Qing's clan, which explains their long-standing rivalry. How unexpected. But why does she, an outsider, presume to act so condescendingly towards our Su family's prodigy? Alas, her affiliation with Su Hao renders her untouchable. To offend her is akin to incurring the wrath of Su Hao himself. Observing this exchange, many disciples of the Su family shook their heads. While Su Chen held a notable position within the family, she still paled in comparison to the 10 revered sons of the rankings. In the younger generation, in the absence of the divine son, the 10 ranked sons are the pinnacle of supremacy. Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at Shen Lian, disregarding her, and continued towards the martial arena's exit. Su Chen, why do you feign innocence? You have yet to become a ranked son, yet you carry yourself as though you are one. Shen Lian, incensed at being ignored, could barely contain her fury. What she abhorred most was Su Chen's air of superiority. She was not a ranked son, so what right did she have to act so aloof? Upon hearing these words, Su Chen paused, a chill flickering in her azure gaze. Chinga, pay her no heed. Your foremost priority is to break through to the divine concealment realm. Once your innate talent is fully activated and you ascend to the Su family ranks, she will fall silent. You must remember, the essence of the 3,000 ice purity technique lies in maintaining a tranquil heart. There is no need to disturb your peace for such trivialities. It seemed the ethereal voice in her mind sensed the ripples in Su Chen's composure and resonated at the opportune moment. Master, apologize. As Su Chen heard this, the chill in her eyes vanished in an instant. She reverted to her previous demeanor, distant and unapproachable. Yes, remember, until you transcend to the saint level, your state of mind must not waver. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain. The cool voice continued to resonate within her thoughts. I shall heed your teachings, master. Su Chen gently nodded, affirming her resolve within her heart. Su Chen, continue to feign innocence. I wonder how long you can maintain that facade. The proud daughter of heaven? There will come a day when I shall trample you underfoot to avenge the humiliation of my past defeat. Shen Lian fixated on Su Chen's retreating figure. A flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes as she coldly declared, Is this the martial arts arena? Just then, a gentle voice resonated from the heavens above, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up in unison. There appeared a youth clad in snow-white robes, resembling an ethereal being descended from the celestial realm. It was none other than Su Chen. With his unparalleled charm, his arrival rendered the arena utterly silent. The onlookers were entranced by his visage and demeanor. Shen Lian, who had previously been filled with malice, stood frozen in place upon catching sight of Su Chen. Even the typically aloof Su Chen halted her steps, her tranquil eyes stirred by the mere presence of Su Chen. Perfect, utterly flawless. It was the first time she had encountered such an exquisite youth. In that instant, she felt herself completely captivated. Chinga. Just as Su Chen was on the brink of surrendering to her infatuation, a cool, resonant voice echoed in her mind. Have you forgotten your master's words? Until you attain the status of sage, your heart must not waver. How can you allow yourself to be swayed by mere appearances and charm? If this continues, how will you ever master the 3,000 ice purity technique? Awakened by those words, Su Chen's azure eyes regained their composure. Divine son. Someone was the first to react, exclaiming in astonishment. As his cry rang out, a wave of astonishment swept through the entire arena. It truly is the divine son. In the entire Su family, none possess such beauty and grace except for the divine son. He has just transcended the forbidden tribulation. Is he here to test his physical prowess? Though Su Chen had always followed the elder for training, tales of his exploits circulated throughout the Su family. Moreover, having recently triumphed over the forbidden tribulation, his influence remained potent. We pay our respects to the divine sun. The crowd in the martial arts arena bowed slightly towards Su Chen. Su Chenga maintained her calm demeanor, but also offered a respectful bow. He is indeed the divine sun? Shun Lian listened to the voices around her, her brow furrowing slightly, the awe in her eyes evaporating. It seems the one who challenged me on behalf of the Holy Sun, Su Hao, is none other than him. Oomph. How dare he vie for the position of the divine sun from Su Hao, utterly oblivious to the consequences, regardless of your physique or status. If you dare obstruct the invincible path of Su Hao, then you are my enemy. Shun Lian scrutinized Su Chen, a glint of coldness passing through her eyes as she murmured. In her view, Su Hao was supreme. No one could compare to Su Hao, not even Su Chen. Su Chen nodded gently to the disciples of the Su family, then proceeded directly toward the celestial steel. With each step he took, the ancient sacred body resonated with a thunderous sound. Golden vitality surged wildly within him. Hiss! Is the Son of God challenging the celestial monument? Ah, indeed, the Son of God has stepped into the forbidden realm, achieving the unique cave of enlightenment. Thus, it is not surprising that he wishes to test his physical prowess here. The forbidden realm, the unique cave of enlightenment, combined with the Son of God's ancient sacred body. One cannot help but ponder his ranking. Currently, the foremost on the celestial monument is the first sequence Holy Son, Su Lingchen, possessing an immense strength of 70 million pounds. I wonder if the Son of God can shatter his record. If not, it seems improbable. For Holy Son Lingchen is the sole bearer of the ancient divine warrior bloodline, having also acquired the physical cultivation scripture from the legendary 9 ancient tomes. With mere physical strength, he can contend against true dragons. Upon witnessing Su Chen preparing to challenge the celestial monument, the crowd erupted in fervor. The ancient sacred body, ordained as the Son of God since birth by the ancestors, personally instructed by the Emperor. Every action of Su Chen is met with the utmost attention from the younger generation of the Su clan. Should he fail to ascend the celestial monument today, it would imply that he falls short of the first sequence Holy Son, Su Lingchen. It would simultaneously cast doubt on the ancestral foresight. This challenge not only pertains to Su Chen's position as the Son of God, but also affects the reputation of Su Zhantian, who initially designated Su Chen as the Son of God. Chen E. In the void, Jiang Qingru gazed anxiously at Su Chen in the arena. Beside her, Su Wudi Post, the ancient sacred body, the forbidden realm, the unique cave of enlightenment. The buffs were fully stacked. In his view, Su Chen surpassing Su Lingchen's record was as certain as fate itself. With the strength of the Son of God, he might even secure the supreme body refining techniques left by the celestial emperor. Might? It is absolutely certain. The strength bestowed by the perfected ancient sacred body and the unique cave of enlightenment is beyond our imagination. The other clan elders began to express their anticipation, curious about the limits of Su Chen. If one wishes to challenge the celestial monument, let us see if you possess the qualifications to rival the Holy Son Su Hao. If you cannot even break the record set by Su Lingchen, then there is no need to issue a challenge. You lack the qualifications to be a contender against Holy Son Su Hao. Shun Lian observed Su Chen's figure, her gaze sharpening slightly as she tucked away the challenge document, a smirk adorning her face. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, the thoughts of those present were far from his own. He merely sought to simply test his physical strength, to exhibit his prowess before others, and see if it would earn him some accolades and rewards. He gazed at the towering celestial monument, his expression tranquil, and slowly extended a finger, gently tapping it. Boom! In an instant, a surge of golden vital energy erupted into the heavens, and an endless roar resonated from within him. As his finger made contact, the celestial monument trembled violently. The next moment, a crisp sound reverberated through the cosmos. Crack! Cracks began to spread wildly from the point of his fingertip, radiating in all directions. Ding! Detection of host boasting has triggered a critical strike. The finger shatters the monument, granting the reward. True demon, indestructible body. Su Chen, huh? Listening to the prompt echoing in his mind, he was momentarily taken aback. All right. 666. Is this a performance you will not even entertain? Under the astonished gaze of the Su family members, the heavenly divine steel suddenly shattered with a resounding crash, transforming into countless fragments. Immediately thereafter, a golden stream of light eagerly surged into Su Chen's mind, where numerous scriptures began to swirl, revealing an exalted body refinement technique, the indestructible body of true demonic tribulations. As the heavenly divine steel crumbled, the heavens bestowed their rewards. Simultaneously, a magnificent voice, seemingly from antiquity, resonated throughout the cosmos. Chapter 7. I CBA to reason with you. You are unworthy of listening. The celestial monument shattered, bestowing divine rewards. Within the martial arena, countless disciples of the Su family wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes brimming with disbelief. With a mere gesture, the divine monument was reduced to fragments. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed such a phenomenon was possible. How could there exist a being so defiant against the heavens in this world? The shattering of the celestial monument signifies what? It heralds that throughout the ages, past, present, and future, there shall never arise a being as extraordinary as Su Chen, even the supreme celestial emperor who forged the monument beneath the realm of the cave heavens, could not match Su Chen's physical prowess. In comparison, the record of the firstborn saint, Su Lingchen, wielding a staggering force of 70 million pounds, appears utterly feeble. With a single gesture, the divine monument lay in ruins. Su Chenga gazed at Su Chen's silhouette, her delicate form trembling, her pale blue eyes wide with shock. Just a single finger, and the celestial monument crumbled. What terrifying physical strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? How could this be? The celestial monument could not possibly be shattered. Even should he step into the forbidden realm, it would be impossible to break the monument with a single finger. Not even the primal sacred body could accomplish such a thing. Could it be that the supreme technique has chosen him? Not only was Su Chenga astounded, but even the cool voice echoing in her mind was filled with disbelief. At that moment, she completely lost her previous calm demeanor. Su Chenga, stirred by the words, inquired, "Master, what do you mean when you say that supreme technique has chosen him?" The cool voice in her mind remained silent for a long while before finally responding. The technique within the celestial monument is comparable to the imperial scriptures. Apart from achieving a certain level through challenges to the monument, there exists another way to obtain it. One must possess great fortune to be chosen by it. Once the technique actively chooses someone, the celestial monument shall shatter. Thus, your Su family's divine son did not shatter the monument through his own might. Rather, he was chosen by that technique. You need not be astonished. As long as you diligently cultivate the 3,000 eyes purity art and fully awaken your potential, your combat prowess will not pale in comparison to that of this divine son. Is it truly so? Su Chenga murmured, a flicker of intrigue passing through her azure eyes. Shun Lian was equally incredulous, her entire being rendered speechless. Yet soon, she scoffed, her emotions settling as she focused on Su Chen's retreating figure. What does it matter if he shattered the celestial monument? Saint Su Hao possesses the indestructible sword bone and wields the supreme divine sword. You barely qualify to be his opponent. In her heart, Su Hao is invincible, hidden within the void. Su Wudi and the esteemed elders of the clan were equally taken aback. To shatter the celestial monument with a single gesture, such gallantry had never been achieved, even by the supreme celestial emperor. Ha ha ha! Truly, he is my son, Su Wudi. With but a finger, the celestial monument crumbles. Su Wudi beamed with delight, unable to contain his joy. As his words fell, the elders of the clan awakened from their stupor, gazing at Su Chen below with astonishment, exclaiming, "The son possesses unparalleled talent, indeed having obtained that supreme technique. The power of his physical form is beyond our imagination." With a mere finger, he shattered the divine monument. With the sun by our side, the Su family shall undoubtedly reign over the central celestial domain. At that moment, a chaotic divine radiance manifested and gradually descended before Su Chen. He grasped it directly, and in an instant, 3 divine herbs exuding an overwhelming aura appeared in his hands. The immortal herbs. Upon witnessing the 3 divine herbs in Su Chen's grasp, countless disciples of the Su family erupted in fervor once more. Their breaths quickened with excitement. The immortal herbs, such exceedingly precious entities. Even the mighty ancient Su family possesses but a scant few of these treasures. Each immortal herb holds the power to defy fate and alter destiny. To think that Su Chen, by shattering the celestial monument, could acquire 3 immortal herbs. At the same time that Su Chen obtained the immortal herbs within the dark lands, in the confines of the river of Hades, an ancient and weathered voice resounded. With a finger, he shattered the divine monument and acquired 3 immortal herbs. This son of the Su family is truly remarkable. The emergence of the underworld must be met with the intention to slay the Su family's son in the upcoming Demon Emperor's secret realm 1 month hence. Let it be known, the human race must not witness the rise of another Su Wuti. On another front, in the Dragon Province of the 3,000 Dao States, lies the immortal stronghold of Wulong Island. Deep within the spiraling Dragon Island, a grand voice echoed, the son of the Su family must not be allowed to survive. Ao Tian, when the Demon Emperor's secret realm opens in 1 month, employ every means to eliminate the son of the Su family. In this golden era, our dragon clan shall reclaim its pinnacle and resurrect the ancient glory, monopolizing the fortune. As this magnificent voice faded, a youth clad in a flowing black robe soared towards the heavens, offering a slight bow towards the depths of Wulong Island, his demeanor haughty. Rest assured, ancestor, Ao Tian, shall surely slay the son of the Su family in the Demon Emperor's secret realm, showcasing the might of our Wulong Island. This time, I shall ensure that the Su family and all other ancient clans, along with the Immortal Dynasty, comprehend the true meaning of being a prodigy in this world. One must bow before me. Similar events unfolded across the 3,000 Dao States. As the son of the Su family shattered the celestial monument and received the heavenly reward of 3 immortal herbs, this occurrence sent countless factions into a frenzy, with Su Chen becoming the target of many. Little did Su Chen anticipate that his act of shattering the celestial monument would provoke such a tumult. As Su Chen stowed away the 3 immortal herbs and turned it apart, he found the Su family disciples somewhat lacking in decorum, merely astonished, with no one stepping forth to commend him. Rather than remain in such an atmosphere, he preferred to return and delve into the research of the true demon's undying body. Yet, just as Su Chen prepared to leave, a female voice suddenly called out, "Son, please wait." At her words, all the members of the Su family present raised their heads in unison. Before long, Shen Lian approached Su Chen calmly, holding a jade slip. "Who are you?" Su Chen inquired, his expression filled with confusion. "I am Shen Lian, a member of the 7th sequence, and one of the followers of the Holy Sun, Su Hao. I have come here today under the command of Holy Sun, Su Hao, to inform you that in 3 days, you will face him in battle." Boom! As Shen Lian's words fell, the entire martial arena erupted in excitement. Finally, a sequence Holy Sun could no longer remain idle and was ready to challenge the Divine Sun. The contest for the Divine Sun. Su Chen. Upon hearing Shen Lian's proclamation, his brows knitted slightly. Notification? No. Who among us is truly the Divine Sun? This is simply absurd. A mere follower dares to act so arrogantly, showing no regard for me, the Divine Sun. It seems I must establish my authority. In the void, Su Wuti felt a chill as he heard Shen Lian's words. Notification? Even as Su Chen's father, I have never used that term. A mere lackey of the Holy Sun dares to speak to my son in such a manner. This is intolerable. I truly cannot endure this. Just as Su Wuti was about to act in anger, a crisp voice rang out. Slap! A palm imprint suddenly appeared and struck Shen Lian's face fiercely. An ignorant antagonist. Eager to provoke, are we? Su Chen showed no mercy. In the next moment, Shen Lian was sent flying by an overwhelming force, crashing to the ground. Blood streaming from her mouth. Su Chen's voice resonated at that moment. I am the Divine Son of the Su family. Even if your master Su Hao were to arrive, He must show me the utmost respect. What are you? How dare you address me with mere notifications? If not for your allegiance to Su Hao, truthfully, you are unworthy even to stand before me. Do you not feel ashamed, as a divine son, to bully the weak? Shun Lian was momentarily stunned by Su Chen's unexpected strike. She had never anticipated that he would take action directly. Regaining her composure, she grew furious. Staggering to her feet and pointing at Su Chen. Do you think that just because you are the divine son and have shattered the celestial divine monument, you are invincible? Let me tell you, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon, and Su Hao would never. What nonsense is she babbling? Interrupting her incessant rambling. Su Chen stated, I spared your life so you could lecture me on principles? My apologies. As he walked closer to Shun Lian, his gaze turned increasingly frigid. I have no desire to engage in discourse with you. You are not worthy of listening. Disrespecting the divine son warrants death. With that, he lifted his foot and stepped onto Shun Lian's face. Boom! In an instant, a surge of golden blood energy erupted, and his terrifying physical strength pressed down like a colossal stone. Shun Lian was instantly transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the ether. Chapter 8. Why should I explain my actions as the divine son? As the divine son, I shall vanquish all adversaries in this world. The disciples of the Su family were utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. The follower of the seventh sequence saint's son, Su Hao, Shun Lian, was dead. Just like that, Su Chen had crushed him underfoot, his soul obliterated, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, the Su family's martial arts arena was enveloped in a profound silence. A pin drop could be heard. All disciples stood frozen in disbelief, their faces a canvas of incredulity. They never anticipated that Su Chen would be so ruthlessly decisive, killing Shun Lian at the slightest provocation. Moreover, this occurred in broad daylight regardless of Shun Lian's shortcomings. He was still a follower of Su Hao. Even a prodigy like Su Chenga would think twice before offending him. Yet, Su Chen had acted without hesitation, extinguishing his life in an instant. The surrounding Su family disciples felt a chill run down their spines, shivering at the display of this enigmatic divine son's cold-blooded methods. In that moment, their gazes towards Su Chen were filled with a profound reverence. Su Chenga too was taken aback, her light blue eyes wide with shock. The once tranquil state of her heart was now rippling with turmoil. She had never imagined that this seemingly harmless divine son could be so decisive in his actions. How intriguing at that moment. A cool, female voice resonated within her mind. Su Chenga's heart tightened, initially fearing rebuke from her master. However, the familiar voice did not chastise her. Instead, it conveyed deep sentiments, saying, at such a young age to possess such decisiveness. This divine son of the Su family is indeed remarkable. In this golden age, he shall surely carve out his place, truly the son of Su Wudi. Yet, you are not lacking either. Once your talents are fully awakened, coupled with my 3,000 eyes purity technique, your future achievements shall be boundless. Thus, there is no need for you to waver in your state of mind due to his actions. Evidently, even Su Chenga's mysterious master was taken by surprise at Su Chen's killing of Shun Lian. Only after Su Chenga's heart began to stir did her master's voice emerge. Indeed, master, Su Chenga replied, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yet, simultaneously, she was greatly astonished. She had not anticipated that her master would hold Su Chen in such high regard. Among the younger generation of the Su family, no one had ever received such praise from her master. This is the last time. This is the final instance. My state of mind must not waver again. Su Chenga silently vowed within herself. Su Chen had repeatedly disturbed her tranquil heart. Without her master's reminder, she feared she would have already faltered. With her cultivation on the brink of reaching the saint realm, she absolutely could not afford to lose focus now. Ha ha ha, splendidly done. A tiger's son does not yield a dog. As expected of my son, Su Wudi, his methods are even more ruthless than mine. Hidden in the void, Su Wudi witnessed this scene and erupted into hearty laughter. He saw nothing amiss in Su Chen's actions. Rather, he applauded Su Chen for his decisive strike. How could the divine son of the Su family be humiliated by a mere lackey of a saint? Even if Su Chen would not kill Shen Lian, he would certainly take action. My son, Su Wudi, is not one to be humiliated by just anything. The actions of the divine son are indeed swift and decisive. Even when it comes to women, none are spared. An elder of the clan gazed upon Su Chen below, his eyes filled with admiration as he spoke with a smile. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. This truly embodies the aura of a divine son. If he were to show mercy simply because Shen Lian is a woman, that would be unacceptable. Such resolute decisiveness is worthy of the teachings of the revered ancestor. With the divine son present, our Su family shall undoubtedly reign supreme in the central celestial domain. A number of clan elders looked down at Su Chen, voicing their approval, their eyes gleaming with respect. Su Chen's performance was indeed to their liking, decisive and ruthless. Such a person is truly deserving of being the divine son of our ancient Su family. The divine son's actions are undeniably domineering. Slay my follower. Should the divine son not provide me with an explanation? At that moment, a cold voice echoed from a distance. As this voice resonated in the martial arena, the expressions of the many disciples of the Su family shifted dramatically. This is the voice of the seventh sequence divine son, Su Hao. As expected, the next moment, a silver figure enveloped in an awe-inspiring sword intent appeared in the arena. With flowing black hair, an arrogant demeanor, clad in silver armor, and carrying a black longsword, he emanated a formidable sword intent. This individual is none other than the seventh sequence divine son, Su Hao. Su Hao has arrived. He intends to challenge the divine son ahead of time. The contest for the divine son, immortal sword bone against ancient sacred body, has become intriguing. Su Hao is notoriously unruly and domineering. He will surely not relent. All gazes in the martial arena were fixed upon Su Hao, filled with anticipation. One is the ancient sacred body, designated as the divine son from birth by the revered ancestor. The other possesses the immortal sword bone, known for his ruthless dominance. Already renowned as the seventh sequence, they are eager to discover whether Su Chen is truly worthy of maintaining the title of divine son. Explanation? Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling an ethereal figure descended from the heavens, his brow slightly raised. As the divine son, why must I explain my actions to you? Does killing a person require my justification to you? Do you even merit an explanation for me? His tone was remarkably calm, yet it exuded an undeniable air of authority. Boom! At these words, Su Hao's fists clenched tightly, his eyes seemingly interwoven with a piercing sword intent. Divine son. The mere utterance of those two simple words ignited a fury within him. Why? Why should Su Chen, with such ease, attain what he has strived so hard-earned? Su Hao had risked life and death, undergoing numerous trials to emerge as the distinguished figure among the younger generation of the Su family. Yet Su Chen, upon his very birth, instantly ascended to the status of divine son. His heart was already filled with resentment. Now that Su Chen has slain his follower, all he seeks is an explanation, but Su Chen dismisses him with a casual remark. As the divine son, why must I explain my actions to you? This pushed him to the brink of fury. Divine son? I, Su Hao, have shed blood for the Su family and made significant contributions, having single-handedly vanquished dozens of young prodigies from the realm of life and death, thus earning the esteemed title of the Holy Son. Pray tell, what achievements do you, Su Chen, possess? What virtues or abilities grant you the right to be considered the divine offspring of our Su family? Su Hao questioned fiercely, exuding a chilling sword intent that soared into the heavens. Boom! Upon uttering these words, the disciples of the Su family were left in astonishment. It is well known that Su Chen's status as the Holy Son was decreed by the ancestor. To have Su Hao publicly challenge Su Chen is tantamount to questioning the ancestor himself. The elders concealed within the void were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated Su Hao's audacity. The last individual who dared to question in such a manner was swiftly suppressed by the ancestor. Yet, they all harbored curiosity. How would Su Chen respond? Su Chen's beautiful eyes were fixed upon Su Chen, her gaze bright and unwavering. Indeed, as you have stated, I possessed no remarkable achievements. Just as the crowd fell into silence, Su Chen stepped forward. In that instant, his white attire fluttered in the wind, and his mellifluous voice resonated. However, my identity as the Holy Son is sanctioned by the ancestor, signifying the ancestor's trust in me, signifying that Su Chen, as the Holy Son, shall vanquish all adversaries in the world. If you're unconvinced, feel free to challenge me now. Let us see if I, Su Chen, am worthy of being the Holy Son. I, as the Holy Son, shall conquer all foes in existence. Boom! As Su Chen's words echoed through the martial arena, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. Only his declaration lingered in the vast arena, resounding for what felt like an eternity. The presence of the Holy Son was truly invincible. I, as the Holy Son, shall dominate all enemies. Such grandeur, with such an indomitable spirit, he rightfully deserves to be the Holy Son of our Su family. The invincible aura exuded by Su Chen ignited a fervor among the disciples of the Su family, who fervently echoed his declarations. I, as the Holy Son, shall conquer all adversaries. Su Chen's exquisite eyes sparkled with wonder, utterly captivated by Su Chen's formidable presence. However, she quickly regained her composure, channeling her 3,000 eyes purity art. Alas, I did not foresee my master's oversight. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in her mind, filled with profound sentiment, to conquer all enemies. This Holy Son of your Su family is indeed destined by fate, on the path to transcendence in this life. It seems none can rival him. Even should your talents be fully awakened, it is unlikely to suffice. Boom! This proclamation stirred tumultuous waves within Su Chen's heart. Such words had never before been uttered by her master. Yet, she swiftly focused her mind, calming herself, casting a deep glance at Su Chen, and solemnly declared, Master, once this matter is resolved, I shall enter seclusion and diligently cultivate. Chapter 9. The sacred body is invincible. Multiple bones, multiple paths. What a marvel it is to be the son of the divine, destined to vanquish all adversaries in this realm. I, Su Wudi's son, shall embody this truth. Ha ha ha! Hidden within the void, Su Wudi's joy is boundless. His smile is nearly irrepressible. Su Chen has truly brought him great pride before these esteemed elders. His stature has grown ever taller. Standing beside him, Jiang Qingru wears a similarly proud expression, reflecting the sentiment of a mother who recognizes her son's greatness. Indeed, the divine son possesses an unmatched spirit. The ancestors discerning eye has recognized the son's extraordinary potential. In this golden age, let the myriad realms and ancient families, along with the indomitable forces, feel the awe that emanates from the son of the Su family. The elders looked on with admiration, their faces alight with smiles. To vanquish all adversaries in the world, such audacity is rare, even among the most elite prodigies. Not everyone dares to utter such words. Suddenly, as the crowd remained captivated by Su Chen's proclamation, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, countless sword lights flickered. Su Hao soared into the sky, enveloped in a formidable sword intent. His eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Su Chen, the brilliance of his sword intent flashing ominously. Coldly, he declared, I had intended to battle you in 3 days at the same level. But since you are so eager to seek your demise, I shall oblige. Today I, Su Hao, challenge you in the name of the 7th sequence sacred son. In this battle of equals, should you lose, you must relinquish your position as divine son. Su Hao's wrath was at its zenith. First, his followers were slain, and now, Su Chen had chosen to disregard him entirely, treating him with utter contempt. Merely with a single sentence, he sought to assert his dominance over Su Hao. This was intolerable. To vanquish all adversaries in the world, today, Su Hao would demonstrate to all that the Su family's divine son relies not on mere words, but on genuine power. Simultaneously, he sought to prove that Su Chen was unworthy of the title of divine son. Only he, Su Hao, was deserving of that honor. At this moment, his singular focus was to suppress Su Chen. Boom! As his words fell, Su Hao raised his fist and struck toward Su Chen. In a heartbeat, a torrent of formidable energy surged skyward, the brilliance of his punch illuminating the world, accompanied by a spectral image of a white tiger. This is the Eight Desolations Suppression Fist. Be cautious, divine son. As Su Hao made his move, the disciples of the Su family were left stunned. Although Su Hao had suppressed his realm from the dragon transformation stage to the 9th layer of the cave heaven stage, the Eight Desolation Suppression Fist, when unleashed, would spell ruin for any prodigy at the 9th layer of the cave heaven stage. Chenia. In the void, Jiang Qingru's eyes filled with concern at this scene. Yet, Su Chen remained unfazed. Only he, possessing the ancient sacred body, understood the true strength of his own physique. He stood firm, unyielding, his gaze tranquil as he met Su Hao's incoming fist. Boom! The fist, enveloped in the phantom of the white tiger, struck with terrifying force against Su Chen's chest. In an instant, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Faced with Su Hao's formidable punch, the divine son astonishingly chose to absorb the blow with his physical might. It is important to note that the power unleashed by this punch could compel even those in the divine concealment realm to retreat in trepidation, let alone Su Chen, a mere 9th level of the cave heaven realm. Although he has stepped into the forbidden realm, to withstand such a strike would surely result in a bloodied outcome. However, the anticipated scene of Su Chen being bloodied did not materialize. When Su Hao's punch landed on Su Chen's chest, it was as if it had struck a block of celestial gold, failing to budge Su Chen in the slightest. The ancient sacred body, invincible in physical form, an entity with maximized defensive capabilities. Moreover, Su Chen had entered the forbidden realm, achieving the unique cave heaven, rendering his defense extraordinarily formidable. Su Chen proclaimed, "Come, come, I stand here today for you to strike. Should you breach my defenses, I shall bestow upon you the ancient sacred body. Regarding physical might, apologies. The ancient sacred body has never feared anyone." As Su Hao's earth-shattering punch descended, Su Chen felt nothing at all. In contrast, Su Hao staggered back several paces. His striking arm twisted. How could your body be possible? Su Hao's complexion shifted as he gazed at Su Chen, his pupils suddenly constricting, an expression of shock in his eyes. He was on the brink of questioning his very existence. Is it truly possible for a human body to possess such resilience? In that fleeting moment, it felt as if his punch had struck not a person, but a true dragon. Not only was Su Hao rendered speechless, but the gathered disciples of the Su family were also left in a state of shock. Even Su Chenga wore a dazed expression. Just moments ago, Su Hao's punch had caused her heart to race with trepidation. Yet, when it landed on Su Chen, it appeared to have no effect whatsoever. The ancient sacred body is indeed terrifyingly formidable. Goodness, this physical form is overwhelmingly powerful. The divine son is invincible. With such physical strength, even a true dragon would be compelled to kneel. The ancient sacred body truly lives up to its reputation for unmatched might. Initially, the onlookers from his Su family were worried for Su Chen. However, they soon realized that their concerns were unfounded. In the face of physical prowess, who has the ancient sacred body ever feared? Their apprehension was decidedly superfluous. Observing that Su Hao's punch failed to breach his defenses, Su Chen's lips curled into a smile as he exclaimed, "Is that all?" Upon hearing this, Su Hao's face flushed crimson, and he barked in a deep voice, "The ancient sacred body, invincible in physical form? The Emperor's slaying sword, arise!" With his words reverberating in the air, his twisted arm restored itself, and he drew the black longsword from behind him with a swift motion. As Su Hao unsheathed the Emperor's slaying sword, a terrifying aura erupted forth. A wave of sword energy, strong enough to make the celestial bodies tremble, surged outward, with the sound of the sword ringing through the heavens. He has drawn his sword. Su Hao has indeed drawn his sword. It has been a long time since Su Hao was compelled to draw his sword, and yet the divine son has managed to force his hand. The Emperor's slaying sword. Rumors speak of the unparalleled divine sword, the slayer of emperors, wielded by Su Hao. who since acquiring it has seldom drawn a second sword in battles against his peers. It was this very blade that enabled him to vanquish numerous prodigies from the realms of forbidden life, ascending to the esteemed position of the seventh sequence Holy Son. Ever since that moment, he has never drawn his sword without intent. A sharp intake of breath escapes his lips. Whenever Su Hao unsheathes his sword, it signifies death. Does he intend to slay the Holy Son? The disciples of the Su family instinctively recoiled several steps upon witnessing the slayer of emperors in Su Hao's grasp, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. At this moment, Su Hao stood suspended in the void, surrounded by an aura of sword intent, firmly holding the slayer of emperors. His gaze towards Su Chen bore no hint of derision as he coldly proclaimed, "Humph. Su Chen, your ancient holy body is indeed formidable, yet in battles of equal rank. I, Su Hao, have never tasted defeat. Come, let us see how you fare against this sword." The sword technique of slaughtering immortals. With the slayer of emperors in hand, Su Hao unleashed a thunderous roar, his entire being suffused with an overwhelming sword intent, weaving through the air. The sword intent surged, flooding into his chest. In an instant, a resplendent sword light illuminated the heavens. It appeared as if a celestial sword of great might was materializing from his very being. The brilliant sword radiance shattered the clouds, reflecting scenes of fallen immortals. The gathered disciples of the Su family felt their souls tremble, their eyes wide with terror as they gasped, "The slayer of emperors." The sword technique of slaughtering immortals. Has Su Hao lost his mind? Does he truly wish to kill the Holy Son? To draw a sword is to kill. Su Hao has indeed gone mad. He genuinely seeks to extinguish the Holy Son. Is Su Hao about to unleash his ultimate move? This is his most powerful strike. A veritable sure kill. Even the elders of the clan, suspended in the void, exhibited expressions of shock as they regarded Su Hao, the slayer of emperors. The sword technique of slaughtering immortals, the indestructible sword bone. For the sake of a mere Holy Son position, he has resorted to all his trump cards. "Master, should we intervene?" One questioned. If this sword is unleashed, even a dragon transformation realm cultivator would perish. Su Wudi observed the unfolding scene below, a flicker of coldness flashing in his deep-set eyes. Yet he shook his head, stating, "No need. It is a fair battle of equal rank." Su Hao has not violated any rules. Jiang Qingru, hearing this, grew anxious. But, Chen, she began, only to be interrupted by Su Wudi. "We must have faith in Chen." The sword technique of slaughtering immortals, the indestructible sword bone, quite intriguing. Su Chen regarded Su Hao with a calm demeanor. His heart stirred. As the adage goes, the holy body is the path to invincibility. The more bones one possesses, the more paths one may tread. Since Su Hao is so intent on courting death, he shall graciously accept the gift of the indestructible sword bone. Chapter 10. Genius? A genius is merely a threshold to my door. I do not partake in beef. The position of the divine son of the Su family can only belong to me. Su Hao, you are unworthy. At this moment, Su Hao, invoking the indomitable sword bone divine ability, resembled an ancient sword deity descending upon the realm. His sword intent purifying all existence. His raven hair cascaded, and his silver armor shimmered with a resplendent brilliance. While the emperor's slaying sword in his grasp exuded an overwhelming sword aura, as if capable of cleaving through the very fabric of reality. The colossal sword, evolved from the indomitable sword bone, now fused with the emperor-slaying sword in his hand. In that instant, in the vast cosmos, there existed but a single sword. Su Hao bellowed, swinging the emperor-slaying sword towards Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, billions of sword energies converged, resembling a celestial sword descending from the heavens. Where the sword aura swept, the void fissured, revealing a gaping abyss. Reflected within the void was the magnificent spectacle of fallen immortals. The brilliant sword radiance seemingly poised to annihilate all realms, instilling a profound awe. Is this all? Su Chen's expression remained unperturbed. His flowing black hair and billowing garments faced this cataclysmic strike as he gently raised a hand. Thunderous roars erupted. In an instant, A torrent of golden vitality surged to the heavens, manifesting myriad saintly phantoms behind him, all bowing in reverence towards Su Chen. Crack! A crisp sound resonated. The astonishing sword aura unleashed by Su Hao shattered instantaneously. Following this, a tremendous boom echoed within the astonished gazes of the Su family disciples. The myriad saintly phantoms collided violently with Su Hao. Impossible! Before Su Hao could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying. Even with his utmost defense, he could not withstand the impact of the myriad saintly phantoms hurtling backward. Su Hao began to question his very existence. No, this was his utmost strike. Indomitable sword bone, slaying immortal sword technique, emperor slaying sword. With 3 formidable buffs, he hadn't even grazed the hem of Su Chen's robe. Once more, Su Hao rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! An astounding sword intent emanated from within him. The emperor slaying sword in his hand transformed into a blood-red hue. I concede, the primordial sacred body is indeed formidable, but the sword in my hand is not without its advantages. Can you withstand this strike? Su Hao howled towards the heavens, sword intent erupting as he swung the emperor-slaying sword straight forth. With a single slash, countless sword energies cascaded like rain, seemingly intent on obliterating the cosmos. Intriguing. Observing the strike, Su Chen's eyes glimmered slightly. This sword indeed piqued his interest, worthy of his true engagement. Boom! As his words resonated, the unique cave heaven emerged like a radiant sun behind him. 9 cave heavens interconnected, resonating with waves of Tao sounds emanating from the unique cave heaven. The unique cave heaven revolved, unleashing a terrifying, devouring force that began to voraciously consume Su Hao's descending sword. In mere moments, Su Hao's strike was entirely engulfed by the unique cave heaven. The cosmos returned to tranquility, with only Su Hao standing in a daze, gazing at the unfolding reality. It cannot be moved. It simply cannot be moved. No matter how he wielded his sword, he could not breach Su Chen's defenses. What a farce! His prideful trump card could not withstand even a single blow from Su Chen. On the contrary, it was he who was thoroughly defeated. Su Chen gazed at the utterly broken Su Hao and let out a cold laugh. Wasn't he quite arrogant just moments ago? Continue with that arrogance. In a fleeting motion, he appeared before Su Hao, his fingers clenched into a fist, and with a swift reversal, he unleashed a punch. This strike, though seemingly unadorned, harbored the power of the ancient sacred body. Golden vitality coiled around the fist's edge, crashing against Su Hao's chest like a thunderclap. Boom! With a single punch, an immeasurable divine force surged forth, bursting forth with terrifying intensity, shattering armor as if it were mere paper. Su Hao was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood splattering across the heavens and the earth. The divine warrior surged forth. The divine warrior lay in slumber. Su Hao succumbed to an infantile sleep, fainting into oblivion. Only Su Chen stood firm in place, hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. The contrast was striking, utterly overwhelming. Su Chen remarked, "What more is there to say? A single punch sufficed." Goodness, did Su Chen truly eliminate Su Hao with one punch? What manner of prodigy was this divine son? Although Su Hao had lowered his cultivation to the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, even the most gifted individuals of the divine concealment realm would hesitate to engage him directly. Yet here he was, dispatched with a mere fist by the divine son. No wonder he was personally instructed by the ancestor, born with the ancient sacred body, a prodigy of the forbidden realm, the singular talent within the cave heaven. With such combat prowess, one could surmise that among the younger generation of the Su family, only the top 3 ranked holy sons could hope to contend with him. Too formidable. The armor Su Hao wore was a pseudo-holy artifact. It was rendered useless by a single punch from the divine son. This punch from Su Chen left the gathered disciples of the Su family utterly astounded. The sheer ferocity was almost beyond belief. They had anticipated a fierce contest. Yet who would have imagined Su Chen to be so overwhelmingly powerful? A single punch brought down the 7th-ranked Su Hao. Meanwhile, Su Hao had exerted himself to no avail. inflicting not even a scratch, not even a mere tickle. As they beheld the unconscious Su Hao, his chest caved in. Su Chen felt her heart tremble. Looking at the seemingly ethereal Su Chen, she was filled with awe, while silently reciting the 3,000 ice purity mantra in her heart. She inquired, "Master, did you witness that punch clearly? Can a person's physical strength truly be that terrifying? Can you now discern the true capabilities of the divine son?" Unexpectedly, her master remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding, her tone imbued with deep reflection. Su Chen mused, "In less than half an hour, I have witnessed my master's evaluation of Su Chen change multiple times. This divine son is indeed extraordinary. I had not anticipated he would possess the ancient sacred body capable of shattering the shackles of the heavenly path. As for that punch he delivered, it was a demonstration of pure physical strength. In the central celestial domain, there is no rival to this child. I fear that even if your talents were to be fully awakened, you would merely be able to keep pace with him." Listening to the voices resonating in her mind, Su Chen's light blue eyes flickered with a trace of melancholy. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, "Master, are you certain this time? Throughout my life, I have encountered countless individuals. Within the central celestial domain, my ability to discern character is unparalleled." At this juncture, Su Chen's enigmatic master momentarily faltered in her tone, then shifted her discourse, assuring, "Do not be disheartened. As long as you diligently cultivate and fully awaken your innate talents, I guarantee that within a century, you shall ascend to the sacred realm. If we cannot confront him head-on, we shall find a way to circumvent him." Su Chen remained silent, solely focusing on her cultivation to stabilize her inner peace. Hidden within the void, Su Wudi and the esteemed elders of the clan wore expressions of astonishment. However, Su Wudi was the first to regain composure, his face breaking into a grin so wide it seemed it might split, as if he wished to emblazon his son's celestial potential upon his visage. The other elders showered praises upon him, their gazes filled with envy. Su Hao, a prodigy possessing the indomitable sword bone, was known for his unfathomable combat prowess. Yet unexpectedly, after revealing all his hidden cards, he could not even graze the edge of the Son of Heaven's garment, instead being vanquished by a single blow from the Sun, whose physical strength was beyond imagination. The ancient holy body truly is terrifying. Ha ha! Our Su family shall soon produce a formidable emperor. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wudi cleared his throat, striving to suppress his smile. Let us remain discreet. It may be premature for Xiao Chun to shoulder such a burden alone. Su Chen gazed at Su Hao, who had succumbed to a deep, infantile slumber, and slowly approached him, placing his foot directly upon Su Hao's chest. Boom! The moment his foot came down, Su Hao jolted awake. In that instant, he was engulfed in madness, his face flushed with rage as he bellowed, "Su Chen, what are you doing? Release me. I am the sequential Holy Son. Even if you are the Son of Heaven, you cannot insult me thus." Su Chen, upon hearing this, regarded him with an indifferent gaze. Sequential Holy Son? Not anymore. Su Hao's expression twisted in fury, his voice filled with defiance as he shouted, "What right do you have to strip me of my position? I possess the indomitable sword bone, a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship genius. Do you think I have been defeated? No, I have not yet lost. Just give me time. Genius?" Su Chen chuckled upon hearing this. He looked down upon Su Hao with disdain. "Genius is merely the threshold to my domain. An adversary who has fallen to my hand will never be regarded as a contender. I shall grant you time to pursue, until you are but a distant memory." Boom! As his words echoed, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Merely with that utterance, Su Hao's face flushed crimson, his resolve beginning to shatter. He had endured countless hardships to ascend to the 7th rank of the Su family. Yet now, a single statement from Su Chen had completely breached his defenses. However, just as Su Hao trembled, his resolve shattered and his mind exploded. Su Chen's indifferent voice echoed once more. "Oh, my apologies. I forgot to inform you. You have no chance left. Because you are about to die." Boom! Su Chen's frigid words rendered the previously unwilling and furious Su Hao momentarily stunned, his pupils abruptly constricting. Su Chen intends to kill him. In an instant, a wave of chilling dread surged within him, leaving him drenched in sweat. The surrounding disciples of the Su family stood frozen in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. They had never anticipated that after Su Chen had slain Shen Lian, he would seek to eliminate Su Hao as well. It is crucial to note that Su Hao was a seventh sequence holy son, far beyond the realm of mere followers like Shen Lian. One death, that of Shen Lian, was inconsequential. However, Su Hao bore an entirely different significance. He was the pinnacle prodigy of the Su family, cultivated with boundless resources. The loss of such a figure would be a monumental blow to the clan. Why? Su Hao's face turned pale as he clenched his teeth in frustration. He could not comprehend why Su Chen sought to kill him. Because Su Chen contemplated for a moment, yet soon abandoned the thought. To kill is to kill. Why must there be so many whys? Simply due to your weakness and my status as a divine son, I do not indulge in trifles. Therefore, you must die. Is there any question? No reason to elaborate. You are unworthy of hearing it. As Su Chen spoke, he placed his foot upon Su Hao's chest, coldly stating, "Villains perish from excessive chatter. Although I am not a villain still. Farewell." With the finality of his words, a cataclysmic surge of divine power erupted, crushing Su Hao's chest. No, I, Su Hao, am destined by fate to suppress the Golden Era. You cannot kill me. Ancestors, save me. Su Hao roared in defiance, his eyes filled with rage and regret. But before he could finish his plea, his breath was snuffed out, leaving him lifeless, eyes wide open in disbelief. Thus, Su Hao, the seventh sequence holy son of the Su family, fell. Chapter 11, Transcendent Insight, the Slaying Immortal Sword Technique. Merging with the indestructible sword bone, with an invincible background and unparalleled talent, endowed with a system. What Su Chen desires is to dominate an entire era. Regardless of whether the adversary is a child of destiny or a prodigious hero, anyone who defies my will shall meet their demise. In a succinct declaration, I shall not consume beef. Su Hao is merely the beginning, not the end. All who provoke Su Chen must prepare for their inevitable downfall. Is Su Hao truly dead? The disciples of the Su family were utterly stunned, their hearts trembling with disbelief. They could never have anticipated that the imperious Su Hao would fall at the hands of Su Chen. Su Chen indeed dares to kill. A sequential holy son, slain in such a manner. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from the depths of the Su family, decisive in slaughter, worthy of the title of Su family's divine son. Merely that one sentence caused the countenance of all present to shift dramatically. This is the ancestor. The Su family disciples, upon hearing this voice, were filled with terror, their bodies trembling. The ancestor. This was the most mysterious figure within the Su family, rarely revealing themselves. The last appearance was at the time of Su Chen's birth. Although Su Zhantian did not manifest physically, that single statement affirmed Su Chen's recent actions. It was unexpected that Su Chen's slaying of Su Hao would attract the ancestors' attention. Even Su Wudi and the elder clan members concealed within the void were taken aback. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. The ancestor is creating momentum. With the arrival of the Golden Age, Su Chen, as the divine son of the Su family, embodies the ancient Su lineage. Slaying a sequential holy son not only showcases Su Chen's formidable strength, but also illustrates his decisiveness in battle. Thus, his reputation would soar, deterring any insignificant challengers. As for Su Hao, a once great talent, now deceased, holds little weight compared to a top-tier prodigy. They could discern the difference. Ignoring the onlookers, after dispatching Su Hao, Su Chen promptly sheathed the emperor-slaying sword and retrieved a jade slip inscribed with the slaying immortal sword technique from Su Hao's storage ring. Although he lacked for divine abilities and techniques, this slaying immortal sword technique was a supreme art comprehended by Su Hao from the indestructible sword bone. It is also one of the 5 great techniques of the central celestial domain, possessing boundless power. When cultivated to its zenith, a single strike could slay immortals. Is the divine son preparing to comprehend one of the 5 great techniques, the slaying immortal sword technique? An elder in the void observed Su Chen grasping the jade slip marked with the slaying immortal sword technique, his eyes shimmering with curiosity as he remarked, Su Hao spent a full year grasping the slaying immortal sword technique from the indestructible sword bone. I wonder how long it will take the divine son. While the divine son's talent is formidable, he is not a sword path prodigy. I wager 3 years to attain entry. Another elder pondered for a moment before speaking. This is indeed a supreme art, even more terrifying than numerous imperial divine abilities. If the divine son can successfully grasp it within 3 years, it would astonish the central celestial domain. No, although the divine son is not a prodigy of swordsmanship, let us not forget that his greatest talent lies in his ability to surprise others. He was naturally destined to break the shackles of the ancient holy body and the 10 celestial pathways. At the tender age of 9, he achieved the 9th level of the cave heaven realm and stepped into the forbidden domain, culminating in the singularity of the cave heaven. With such extraordinary talent, how could his comprehension be lacking? Therefore, I surmise that within 2.5 years, the divine son will undoubtedly succeed in mastering the art. Another elder of the clan spoke up, his tone resolute. Ha ha, that makes perfect sense. Listening to these words, Su Wudi could hardly suppress a smile as he remarked, my son's talent is unparalleled. Participating in a mere supreme divine technique will surely not take long. At the very moment Su Wudi's words fell, the jade slip inscribed with the slaughtering immortal sword technique transformed into a stream of light, surging into Su Chen's mind. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Detected someone boasting about the host, triggering a critical hit. Reward. Unparalleled comprehension. Su Chen. Wait, is this really considered boasting? All right. 666. No pretense at all, just outright proclaiming unparalleled comprehension. This is absurd, but I love it. Buzz. As the system's notification subsided, Su Chen fully mastered the 3 forms of the slaughtering immortal sword technique. Standing in the center of the martial arts arena, he slightly raised his hand, unleashing a vast surge of golden spiritual energy. Wielding Su Hao's emperor-slaying sword, he effortlessly struck out. In an instant, a breathtaking sword radiance manifested, and the ethereal silhouettes of numerous immortals emerged. The golden sword light swept forth, shaking the void, causing a multitude of immortals to perish. Crack! The astonishing sword energy sliced through the void. In a heartbeat, a fissure tore open in the fabric of space, with dark chaotic currents roaring alongside the sword energy. What terrifying sword energy! Even at the peak of his powers, Su Hao could not unleash a strike of such magnitude. The slaughtering immortal sword technique is said to be one of the 5 great divine arts, and the divine son comprehended it at mere glance. Such a prodigious comprehension is unprecedented in both ancient and modern times, a sight unseen. To grasp the slaughtering immortal sword technique at a single glance. Even those possessing the Bodhi heart of the Tao would not boast such comprehension. The disciples of the Su family were utterly stunned, beginning to question their very existence. With such an extraordinary comprehension, are you certain he is still human? Not only them, but even the elders in the void were left agape, doubting their own lives. What? The first form of the slaughtering immortal sword technique, Immortal Fall, the divine son actually mastered it. The elder who previously predicted that Su Chen would take 3 years to enter the realm almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What unparalleled comprehension is this? To grasp a supreme divine art at a mere glance? Even a great emperor from ancient times reborn would not be so outrageous. The divine son's comprehension is truly astonishing. Merely by a single glance, he mastered the first form of the slaughtering immortal sword technique, Immortal Fall. If Su Hao were to know, he would likely be infuriated. The divine son's talent is indeed monstrous, utterly perfect, devoid of any weaknesses. With such unparalleled comprehension and extraordinary aptitude, one cannot help but wonder who in this golden age could possibly rival the divine son. It seems that only those forbidden divine offspring evoke such dread. The expressions of the clan elders turned somewhat unnatural. They were eager to flee immediately, wishing to escape this place. For if they lingered, they would truly begin to question their existence, their resolve shattered. It was utterly monstrous, so grotesque that even they, esteemed among the supreme and quasi-emperors, felt a sense of despair. Although Su Wudi was also taken aback, he did not succumb to despair. Rather, he struggled to suppress a grimace. "Master, I feel you have misjudged once more. I sense I am only worthy of gazing at his retreating figure." Su Chen gazed at Su Chen's ethereal silhouette, her complexion pale, her heart filled with profound bitterness. Despair. For the first time, she felt such hopelessness in the presence of another. It was grotesque, so grotesque that coexisting in the same era as this individual was utterly disheartening. It felt as if one faced not a mere mortal, but an unrivaled celestial emperor. "Well, you're Su family's divine offspring. How shall I phrase this? It is rather absurd. I never anticipated his comprehension to be so extraordinary. The supreme divine arts could be grasped with but a glance. It is truly outlandish. As for whether you can catch up to him, well, I'm not saying it is impossible, but I find myself at a loss for how to respond to that question." Su Chen's master fell silent for a long while, speaking with an air of incredulity and astonishment. His future achievements will undoubtedly transcend the mere realm of emperors. He will surely dominate this era. My expectations for you are not overly high. Strive diligently in your cultivation and endeavor to keep pace with him." Su Chen replied, "Master, I understand now. I shall retreat and strive for the divine concealment realm." After a prolonged silence, Su Chen slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. With that, she turned and departed from the training grounds. Remaining here was simply too disheartening. Even her fervent practice of the 3,000 ice purity technique could not quell her turbulent heart. The other talented individuals of the Su family, witnessing Su Chen's departure, could no longer bear to stay and began to leave one after another. If they lingered any longer, their resolve would surely crumble. In the presence of Su Chen, they felt an overwhelming urge to submit. Soon, the vast training ground was left with only Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze gradually falling upon the terrifyingly radiant bone on Su Hao's chest, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. The indestructible sword bone, a supreme divine bone, renowned alongside the supreme bone. As the saying goes, the holy body is the path to invincibility. The more bones one possesses, the more paths one can tread. He already bore the ancient holy body, and now, should he fuse with this indestructible sword bone, it would be akin to sprouting wings. It would indeed pave another path to invincibility. Without hesitation, Su Chen lifted his hand, and the resplendent, indestructible sword bone appeared in his grasp. He held the bone and, in an instant, began to refine it. The indestructible sword bone transformed into a stream of light, surging into Su Chen's chest. In an instant, an earth-shattering aura of terror erupted, shaking the very foundations of the world. Chapter 12. With the endowment of the divine offspring, one shall surely comprehend the legendary grass character sword technique. Within Su Chen's chest, a terrifying, indestructible energy surged and converged wildly. Deep within him, a translucent bone, radiating an overwhelming sword intent, was born, a bone of eternal invincibility. This pinnacle talent, once possessed by Su Hao, has now completely merged with Su Chen. It can be stated that even in the absence of the ancient sacred body, Su Chen, relying solely on this indestructible sword bone, could sweep through the 8 desolations and the 6 harmonies, overpowering countless prodigies. In the void, a number of clan elders became instantly exhilarated upon witnessing Su Chen successfully refine the indestructible sword bone. With the ancient sacred body and the indestructible sword bone, 2 supreme, innate talents bestowed upon him, only those tabooed divine offspring of this era could possibly rival him. One elder could not help but exclaim, his expression filled with excitement. It is well understood that either the ancient sacred body or the indestructible sword bone alone is sufficient to elevate an ordinary person to the ranks of top prodigies. The mere thought of Su Chen possessing both supreme talents was beyond their wildest imaginations. In a fleeting moment, they envisioned a distant future where Su Chen, clad in white, stood with his back to the masses. Behind him, the myriad realms and countless beings, the ancient tribes of Ur, all knelt in reverence, chanting the name of the Emperor Su. With the combination of the ancient sacred body and the indestructible sword bone, such astonishing aptitude might indeed enable the divine offspring to step into the realm of the immortals. To have provided the indestructible sword bone for the divine offspring, Su Hao's death could be deemed justified. Not merely justified, it was indeed his unparalleled glory. Indeed, although Su Hao possessed commendable talents, the indestructible sword bone could not fully manifest its potential in his hands. Only through the divine offspring could its full power be realized. The elders all voiced their agreement. Instead of wasting such supreme talent, it was far better to allow Su Chen to merge with it and unleash its greater potential. As for Su Hao, a fallen prodigy, in stark contrast to a being destined to become an emperor, perhaps even a top-tier warrior capable of entering the realm of the immortals, this distinction was clear to them. Such is the world of the survival of the fittest. When skill is lacking, one must submit to the whims of the stronger. This is the survival ethos of the ancient noble families and their immortal forces. In the past, Su Hao derived the supreme divine art, the slaying immortals sword technique, from the indestructible sword bone. One could not help but wonder what divine ability the divine offspring might glean from it today. At that moment, an elder named Su Chen gazed at Su Chen, curiosity etched on his face, and inquired. Born to break the shackles of the ancient sacred body, forging a path into the forbidden realm, this elder held great interest in Su Chen. Thus, he believed that whatever extraordinary divine ability Su Chen comprehended would not be surprising. It should be one of the supreme divine arts among the 5 great techniques, perhaps. Another elder spoke uncertainly. Once awakened, supreme talents like the supreme bone and the indestructible sword bone would inherently grant extraordinary abilities. Just as Su Hao, upon awakening the indestructible sword bone, comprehended the formidable slaying immortals sword technique as an accompanying divine ability. Now, with the fusion of the indestructible sword bone, Su Chen is undoubtedly capable of comprehending a powerful innate divine ability. One of the elder clan members, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively and declared with unwavering certainty, "Are you underestimating the prodigious talent of the son? Do you not understand what it means to be a genius who steps into the forbidden realm? At the very least, 2 abilities to start." As these words echoed, the assembled elders fell into a profound silence. 2 supreme divine arts. Even those rare prodigies of antiquity who possessed the supreme bone, the indestructible sword bone, never once comprehended 2 supreme divine arts simultaneously. If Su Chen truly managed to achieve this, the ensuing shock would rival his entrance into the forbidden realm. Could it be possible? At that moment, Su Chen suddenly spoke up, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen, his eyes gleaming with a fervent madness as he solemnly remarked, "Given the son's qualifications, is it conceivable that he could derive the legendary grass character sword technique from this indestructible sword bone?" As the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room grew instantly still. Even Su Wudi, who had been struggling to suppress a smile, was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching involuntarily. The grass character sword technique? That is one of the 10 fiendish divine arts. What we mean by the 10 fiends? They're the 10 most formidable beings in existence. Even if they do not cultivate, upon reaching adulthood, they can ascend to immortality. The 10 fiendish divine arts are the original divine abilities of these 10 beings, each one extraordinarily formidable. Among them, the grass character sword technique stands as the most enigmatic. A true invincible art, when cultivated to its utmost, it can sever the past and present, granting a glimpse of eternity. Impossible. An elder immediately shook his head, stating, "Though the son's talent is indeed terrifying, this assertion is rather far-fetched. After all, We are speaking of the grass character sword technique, one of the 10 fiendish divine arts. And aside from those taboo prodigies in this lifetime, no one has comprehended any of the 10 fiendish divine arts. Even those taboo prodigies have only grasped fragments of one of the 10 fiendish divine arts. Indeed, it is said that the taboo dragon son of Wan Long Island, Long Retian, who possesses the imperial dragon bloodline, has only comprehended fragments of the true dragon divine art. The 10 fiendish divine arts are universally recognized as the most powerful divine secret arts in existence, not so easily comprehensible. The sun's talent is indeed formidable, enough to rival those initial taboo prodigies. However, to comprehend the grass character sword technique, that is indeed an exaggeration. The elders collectively shook their heads, wholly unconvinced that Su Chen could grasp the legendary grass character sword technique. Even Su Wudi nodded in agreement, feeling that Su Chen's claim was somewhat implausible. Though he held confidence in Su Chen to think he could derive the mythical grass character sword technique from the indestructible sword bone, that would be akin to scaling the heavens. Seemingly anticipating the disbelief of the crowd, Su Chen remained unfazed, instead chuckling as he said, "Have you all forgotten the sun's extraordinary comprehension? One of the 5 great divine techniques, the annihilation sword technique, was mastered with merely a glance. Do you truly believe that such an extraordinary talent cannot grasp the legendary grass character sword technique?" As his words fell, a look of hesitation spread across the faces of the elders. To grasp the slaughter immortal sword technique in a single glance. Such extraordinary comprehension. Could it truly be that he could not comprehend the legendary grass character sword technique, even if he could not fully grasp it outright? What about isolated techniques? Just as the crowd fell into silence, Su Chen's gaze flickered and he spoke again. "Esteemed elders, is it not the prince's specialty to astonish us?" No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Qingru, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected, "With my son's level of insight, the mere grass character sword technique should be effortlessly within his grasp. I believe." At her declaration, the attention of the gathered elders shifted entirely to Jiang Qingru. Given her unwavering confidence, they could not afford to dismiss her words. For Jiang Qingru was the divine maiden of the ancient Jiang clan. Though not as renowned as the Su clan within the central immortal domain, the ancient Jiang clan was nevertheless an esteemed lineage, deserving of respect. Most importantly, the divine maiden of the ancient Jiang clan possessed an abstract and unique ability. Her intuition was remarkably precise. Jiang Qingru disregarded the gazes of the elders, her expression serene as she gazed lovingly at Su Chen below, softly stating, "He is the finest prodigy of all time. Thus I trust he can comprehend the grass character sword technique. Indeed, my invincible son grasping the grass character sword technique is merely child's play," Su Wudi declared confidently. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. Yet, none voiced their doubts, opting instead for forced laughter and silence. Su Chen cast a calm glance at the assembly, his gaze resolutely fixed on Su Chen below, silently vowing, "Those of you who doubt shall await your comeuppance. In his divine form, he will surely comprehend the legendary grass character sword technique." Ding! Detection of someone boasting about the host has triggered a critical hit, rewarding 10 demonic techniques and the grass character sword technique. Meanwhile, as Su Chen was immersed in comprehending the indestructible sword bone, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Su Chen. Upon hearing the notification, he was utterly bewildered. Wait, what is happening? Am I fusing the indestructible sword bone? And someone is wildly boasting about it. How absurd. Even more absurd was that the entire training ground had been cleared. Who could still be exerting such fervor? This is a bit excessive. Boom! Just as he was lost in thought, the indestructible sword bone within him erupted with an incredibly brilliant sword radiance, soaring into the sky. In an instant, boundless sword energy surged around him, howling through the heavens. A 9-leaf sword grass materialized in Su Chen's mind, countless sword energies coalescing, intricate patterns emerging, revealing an unrivaled divine ability. With his extraordinary comprehension, he merely needed a single glance to completely grasp this technique mastering it entirely. Truly, the 10 demonic techniques, the grass character, sword technique. A mere blade of grass could cleave through the sun, moon, and stars. A gentle voice resonated. In the next moment, Su Chen abruptly opened his eyes, boundless sword light flickering within his gaze. Boom! In the void behind him, a 9-leaf sword grass was reflected, swaying upon the vast primordial earth. As the sword leaves quivered, the sword energy illuminated the heavens and the earth, its aura instilling a sense of dread, as if it could sever the very stars of the celestial expanse. This is the 9-leaf sword grass. An elder of the clan, gazing at the sword grass behind Su Chen, felt a jolt in his heart and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. All eyes turned to the sword grass behind Su Chen, their expressions frozen as tumultuous waves surged within their hearts. Could it be that the divine son has truly grasped the scattered techniques of the grass character sword art? An elder who had previously questioned Su Chen spoke with a quiver in his voice. Yet, no sooner had his words left his lips than the ensuing spectacle left the onlookers gasping in shock, rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 13. The Enlightenment of the Grass Character Sword Technique, where a single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. Boundless tribulations. Boom! Behind Su Chen, a sword aura surged into the sky, manifesting a small silver blade of grass. This silver blade bore 9 leaves, upon which endless profound patterns of Tao were revealed. As the sword leaves trembled, the sword aura tore through the void, astonishing both gods and Buddhas. Su Chen, with fingers poised like a sword, traced a line toward the heavens. In an instant, the sword aura surged, disturbing the void. An unparalleled brilliance of sword light erupted, as if slicing through time and space, enveloping the cosmos in boundless sword intent. Rumbling, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The 9-leaf sword grass that emerged from the void behind Su Chen surged, its sword aura penetrating the heavens and piercing the void. In a fleeting moment, countless great stars shattered, all obliterated by the sword aura. A single blade of grass could indeed sever the sun, moon, and stars. As the sword fell, the extraordinary spectacle directly startled countless disciples of the Su family. Was that the direction of the training grounds? What astonishing divine ability was the sun cultivating? A blade of grass could sever the sun, moon, and stars, such divine might. Could it be the legendary grass character sword technique? The 10 fiendish divine techniques? The sun actually comprehended this invincible art. The sun's comprehension was truly terrifying. The disciples of the Su family and numerous distinguished figures were left dumbfounded, their hearts shaken. To comprehend one of the 10 fiendish divine techniques, the grass character sword technique, so effortlessly. Could such a prodigious comprehension truly exist? And at this moment, within the training grounds, in the void, the elders of the Su family were rendered speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. After a long while, one elder gradually regained his senses, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, the grass character sword technique, the complete version of the grass character sword technique, the full 10 fiendish divine techniques, the grass character sword technique. Even the taboo progenitors of countless immortal forces today could not grasp the complete 10 fiendish divine techniques. Yet it was now comprehended by Su Chen. Moreover, it was the most mysterious and invincible art among the 10 fiendish divine techniques, the grass character sword technique. Such power. Indeed, this was undoubtedly the legendary grass character sword technique. How could this be possible? This was the 10 fiendish divine techniques. The sun comprehended it so swiftly. Could it be that the sun had previously comprehended the grass character sword technique? But there were no reports of the ancestor mastering the grass character sword technique. Such comprehension truly defied the heavens. In the void, all the elders were profoundly shocked, their scalps tingling. Even their Tao hearts felt a subtle instability. It is known that even the progenitor from Dragon Island, who possessed the bloodline of the imperial dragon and inherited the true dragon divine techniques, could only grasp fragmented techniques of the true dragon divine techniques until now. In contrast, Su Chen comprehended the complete 10 fiendish divine techniques, the grass character sword technique, in less than 10 minutes. Such comprehension, even the term defying the heavens, is insufficient to describe it. The primordial sacred body, the indestructible sword bone, and now, the complete grass character sword technique. The elders could not help but draw in sharp breath. This is utterly monstrous. They could scarcely fathom the despair that the prodigies of myriad races, coexisting with the divine sun in this era, must soon experience. The golden era? It seems it will soon become the golden era of Su Chen alone. In contrast to the astonishment of the elders, Su Qing, Su Wudi, and Jiang Qingru were visibly exhilarated. Although Su Wudi and Jiang Qingru were excited, they did not overtly express it, merely suppressing a grin. Particularly for Su Wudi. Despite his calm facade, his heart incessantly exclaimed, "My son possesses the demeanor of a celestial king." On the other hand, Su Qing gazed at Su Chen with fervent admiration. When the crowd was rife with skepticism and disbelief towards you, it was an unbearable frustration, yet utterly helpless. However, in the next moment, those who doubted you were met with an undeniable slap in the face. And the one delivering that resounding comeback had always been someone you held in high regard. Could there be a greater satisfaction than this? Su Qing was uncertain. All he knew was that, in this moment, he had truly found vindication. He firmly believed that with Su Chen's extraordinary comprehension, he would undoubtedly grasp the grass character sword technique. Now, reality has affirmed that his conviction was not misplaced. With a fervent glance at the assembled elders, Su Qing raised an eyebrow, questioning. Barking like a dog? Go ahead and bark. Who says the divine sun cannot comprehend the grass character sword technique? The crowd ignored Su Qing, their attention fixed on Su Chen. One elder, with a look of profound reflection, remarked, "We have indeed underestimated the divine sun's unparalleled comprehension." The other elders nodded in agreement. Underestimation? This was nothing short of a gross misjudgment. They eagerly anticipated the opening of the Demon Emperor's secret realm a month hence, where the divine sun would overshadow all other prodigies. Another elder spoke up, his face alight with hope. At this proclamation, the elders present felt a jolt of realization, their expressions turning grave. The Demon Emperor, the last great emperor of the demon race during the Age of Decline. He was also the most astonishing emperor of that era. Once he unified the demon race, he dominated an entire epoch. An emperor, he represented a true pinnacle in the central celestial domain, an eternal existence, instilling awe across the myriad realms. The value of such an emperor's secret realm is beyond imagination. Therefore, the foremost Tao lineages, the undying dynasty, and the primordial aristocratic families within the central celestial domain would send disciples to venture forth and vie for the opportunities bestowed by the Demon Emperor. Truly deserving of the legendary 10 Fiends' divine powers, the grass character sword technique has pushed the sword path to its zenith, capable of severing the sun, moon, and stars with but a single blade of grass. Su Chen murmured softly. As he contemplated, a virtual panel materialized before him. Host, Su Chen, age, 9, physique, complete primordial sacred body. Indestructible sword bone, identity. Divine son of the primordial Su family. Realm, pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, forbidden domain. Unique cave heaven, innate divine abilities. Great wilderness prison heaven finger, chaos clock green lotus. Celestial king descends to the 9 heavens, slaying immortal sword art, grass character sword art. Cultivation method, heavenly emperor sutra, true demon indestructible body, treasure, emperor slaying sword. Currently, the indestructible sword bone had completely integrated, and the 2 sword arts were fully mastered. It was now time to cultivate the true demon indestructible body. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the true demon indestructible body, and he murmured softly. In the next moment, his consciousness sank into his sea of awareness, and the information regarding the true demon indestructible body surged forth. True demon indestructible body, transforming calamity into self, with myriad calamities as its script. When perfected, one can attain a state where all worldly causes and effects do not affect the self, achieving immortality through countless tribulations, transcending all. By the heavens, this is truly remarkable. No wonder it is hailed as the supreme body refinement method. Even within the central celestial domain, there is no other body refinement technique that rivals it. After absorbing the information about the true demon indestructible body, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in awe. During his 9 years of training under Su Chen, he had witnessed numerous top-tier body refinement methods from the central celestial domain. Yet, none could compare to the true demon indestructible body. The primordial sacred body is already invincible in terms of physicality, and if he successfully cultivates the true demon indestructible body, Su Chen's eyes gleamed, and excitement bubbled within him. Primordial sacred body combined with true demon indestructible body. He could scarcely imagine how astonishing his physical prowess would become through this fusion. He immediately immersed himself wholeheartedly into cultivating the true demon indestructible body. Boom! With the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension in the primordial sacred body, Su Chen soon felt a script of calamity manifest, imprinting itself within him. A surge of divine power erupted forth from Su Chen's body. The golden vitality of the primordial sacred body soared into the heavens, shaking the cosmos. Thunderous roars echoed within Su Chen, akin to the reverberation of divine drums. One after another, scripts of calamity were inscribed within him, transforming into pure vitality. As the scripts multiplied, his aura grew increasingly formidable, with the golden vitality seemingly capable of suppressing the universe. Such terrifying vitality! What miraculous technique had the divine son comprehended this time? The elders hidden in the void were left astonished, their expressions blank. They had yet to recover from the shock of the grass character sword art when Su Chen comprehended yet another extraordinary technique. Could it be that such defiance is permissible? They were utterly stunned, their hearts shaken. Truly monstrous, so prodigious that the elders began to doubt their own paths, feeling as though their years of cultivation had been in vain. Suddenly, one of them recalled reaching a bottleneck and decided to retreat for seclusion, declaring, "I must now focus on my own cultivation." An elder of the clan slightly twitched his lips, uttering a single sentence before turning away, clearly unwilling to gaze upon Su Chen any longer. Witnessing this, the other elders displayed expressions of profound empathy, nodding in agreement before also turning to depart. It was unavoidable. Su Chen's prodigious talent was a blow to their spirits, even causing despair among these supreme beings and quasi-emperors. Remaining any longer would likely shatter their resolve. "Let us take our leave as well, allowing him the solitude to cultivate," suggested Su Invincible, casting a deep glance at Su Chen before taking Jiang Qingru by the hand and leaving. As a formidable figure at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm, he recognized the extraordinary nature of the true demon's indestructible body. Practicing such a formidable body-refining technique demanded absolute precision. Any misstep could prove catastrophic. Instead of lingering here, it was far wiser to depart and grant Su Chen a tranquil environment. Boom! Just as the crowd had exited, Su Chen abruptly opened his eyes. 2 strands of calamity text flashing briefly. Awakening 3,000 calamity texts indicated that he had made considerable progress with a true demon's indestructible body. Su Chen's gaze was piercing, his aura unparalleled, and the golden vitality within him surged like a vast ocean. With every movement, he exuded an overwhelming divine might. His physical form had grown several-fold stronger than before. Moreover, he had awakened a divine ability. Endless calamity waves. The true demon's indestructible body was not merely about enhancing physical strength. It also encompassed various physical divine abilities. These powers would unlock as Su Chen continued his cultivation. Ultimately, he could even transfer his calamities onto others. The true demon's indestructible body was truly astonishing. As Su Chen felt the surging power of vitality within him, he couldn't help but marvel. It seemed he had acquired yet another trump card. Chapter 14. The Heir of the Forbidden Zone 19 opens. In the blink of an eye, 20 days have passed. Within the training grounds of the Su family, The booming sounds of vital energy and the fluctuations of magical power resonate intermittently. The members of the Su family have grown accustomed to this phenomenon. For them, it is no surprise that this prodigious and exceptionally gifted scion experiences such celestial anomalies during his cultivation. Conversely, it would be truly astonishing if no such phenomena occurred. In the midst of the training grounds, Su Chen remains seated in the center, engrossed in his practice. With a resounding roar, his aura reaches its zenith, achieving yet another breakthrough. Slowly, Su Chen opens his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing within his dark gaze. As he feels the surging power within him, a smile graces his lips as he murmurs, "In this period of seclusion, I have successfully ascended to the third heaven of the divine concealment realm, enhancing my combat prowess manifold." Not only that, at this point, he rises to his feet. With a thunderous boom accompanying his ascent, a deafening sound erupts from within him. Surrounding Su Chen, golden vital energy surges forth, akin to an ancient true dragon. Within him, the radiant holy blood roars with vitality. At this moment, 6,000 calamity inscriptions awaken completely, radiating a chilling bloodlight. The true demon's indestructible body has successfully awakened 3,000 inscriptions. Su Chen's gaze glimmers with intensity as he speaks softly. Indeed, over the past 20 days, Su Chen has cultivated the indestructible body of the true demon, directly awakening from 3,000 to 6,000 inscriptions. This signifies a tremendous enhancement of his physical strength. Now, even the early generations of the Forbidden Ones would be effortlessly vanquished by him. Ha ha ha! Truly, I am the son of Su Wuti. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonates throughout the training grounds. Soon after, a man clad in a golden robe, exuding an air of elegance, appears before Su Chen. Su Wuti gazes at his son, enveloped in golden vital energy like thunder, his face beaming with pride. Good. In just over half a month, you have advanced from the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm to the 3rd layer of the divine concealment realm. Such speed surpasses even my own in my youth, particularly with regards to your physical prowess. TSK. I dare say, even among your peers, not even the pure-blooded ferocious beast can rival you. At that moment, Su Chen, clad in garments as white as snow and surrounded by a faint golden aura, emanates a demeanor akin to a divine sword capable of cleaving through the heavens. Born with the ancient sacred body, enhanced by the indestructible sword bone and extraordinary charisma, even Su Wuti must concede that his remarkable son could dominate the world without relying on his cultivation, merely by virtue of his appearance and presence. "Greetings, father." Su Chen slightly bows, inquiring, "What matters bring you to me?" He understands that Su Wuti would not seek him out without reason. If he has come, it must be for something of great significance. Su Wuti, upon hearing this, is momentarily taken aback, but soon responds with a gentle smile. "Ah, my clever son. Indeed, I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. In this present age, a golden era has dawned. You, endowed with 2 supreme physiques and bearing the title of the divine offspring of the Su family, are destined to enter the world and compete against the celestial prodigies of myriad races. It is your sacred mission to seize the unparalleled fortune of this golden epoch for our Su family. Do you comprehend this?" Su Chen nodded gently, his tone unassuming as he replied, "Yes, I understand, father." Though his expression remained calm, his heart brimmed with anticipation. However, his eagerness did not stem from the prospect of competing with celestial prodigies. Rather, he yearned to showcase his prowess before them, to bask in their envy and thereby earn the rewards from the system. Observing Su Chen's composed demeanor, Su Wuti nodded in satisfaction and said, "The reason I have summoned you today is that the Demon Emperor's secret realm is soon to emerge. Various immortal factions will dispatch their prodigies to undergo trials within, and you shall represent our Su family, leading the younger generation into this endeavor." The mention of the Demon Emperor stirred something within Su Chen. Over the past 9 years, he had followed Su Zhantian in his cultivation, and during their leisure moments, tales of the illustrious emperors of the central celestial domain had been shared. The Demon Emperor was indeed one of these legendary figures. Indeed, the Demon Emperor, though of the demon race, was a remarkably gifted sovereign. It was said that within his secret realm lay the true dragon divine ability among the 10 fearsome divine arts. Should you acquire it, your combat prowess would be significantly augmented. With the emergence of the Demon Emperor's realm, you may act with abandon, slaying as you wish. In this vast expanse of 3,000 domains, should any faction dare to oppress the small with the large, I shall personally confront them and eradicate their lineage. As he spoke, a regal and commanding aura enveloped Su Wudi's gentle visage, his tone turning resolute. Yet, he paused, looking earnestly at Su Chen, and said solemnly, "Chener, given your current status, many prodigies from immortal factions will seek to tread upon you to ascend. These contemporaries, who roam the world as divine sons, pathfinders, and scions of forbidden zones, represent their respective powers. Should you be defeated by the prodigies of other factions, it would naturally reflect poorly on their affiliations. Contemporaries wishing to tread upon my ascent? They lack the qualifications," Su Chen declared, standing resolutely, his expression serene. "Ha ha, splendid, splendid," Su Wudi exclaimed, unable to contain his mirth, as he waved his hand lightly. In the next moment, the void trembled. An ancient spear, stained with black blood and inscribed with enigmatic runes, materialized before them. As this spear appeared, an overwhelming imperial might surged forth, as if countless beings were paying homage, and an aura of endless epochs enveloped the surroundings, causing the very fabric of space to quiver under such immense power. This artifact is the ultimate imperial weapon from the Nether River Forbidden Zone, the Spear of the King of Hell. I seized it from a quasi-emperor of the Nether River upon your birth, and now I present it to you." As Su Chen gazed upon the Spear of the King of Hell, his eyes sparkled with delight. An ultimate imperial weapon, the instrument of an ancient emperor's proof of the Tao. When wielded, it can shake countless universes and spill the blood of myriad beings. Each extreme Tao Emperor weapon embodies the essence of an indomitable force. It is only to be wielded in dire circumstances. Yet now, Su Wudi has bestowed upon him an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Though with your current prowess, you would scarcely be able to unleash even a fraction of the spear's might. Possessing such an artifact ensures that even the most audacious of foes would think twice before launching a surprise attack, as the might of the Emperor would facilitate your safe retreat. With a mere wave of his hand, the spear of the underworld materialized before Su Chen, who spoke earnestly. Gazing at the spear radiating the majesty of an emperor, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart, raising his hand to accept it, thanking his father. "You need not thank me, my son," Su Wudi replied nonchalantly. "With only a few days until we reach the Demon Emperor's secret realm, come with me to see your mother and make the necessary preparations." With that, he took Su Chen by the hand and led him toward the imperial palace. Meanwhile, news of the emergence of the Demon Emperor's secret realm began to circulate throughout the central celestial domain, instantly stirring the 3,000 Tao domains. In a flash, countless prodigies emerged, and the entire 3,000 Tao domains were abuzz with activity. Disciples from various sacred lands, princes of immortal dynasties, and the most esteemed heirs of Tao lineages began to traverse the celestial realm. Even representatives from the 9 forbidden zones emerged, and on the very day of their emergence, they bloodily slaughtered countless beings across 1,000,000 miles. Multitudes gathered, and prodigies vied for supremacy. A golden era was gradually unfolding. Carriages and warships traversed the void, as innumerable prodigies made their way to Kunzu, the site of the Demon Emperor's secret realm, eager to contend for the legacy of the Emperor. In the central celestial domain, amidst an expanse of unending darkness, a river of unknown origin, steeped in a chilling silence, flowed. This place is known as the Underworld River Forbidden Zone, one of the 9 forbidden zones. Boom! Within the Underworld River, a fragment of divine essence shattered. Following this, a youth with flowing black hair and a pallid complexion emerged from the remnants. He gazed upward toward the heavens, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Is the golden era finally upon us. In this lifetime, I, Ming Tian, shall undoubtedly reign supreme, overshadowing the ages and attaining the path of immortality. At that moment, an ancient, resonant voice echoed from the depths of the underworld river. Your emergence is not solely for you to seize the fortunes of this golden era. The ancient Su family has wronged my underworld river forbidden zone gravely. Su Wuti not only seized an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, but has also forced my domain to retreat 3,000 miles. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Su Wuti's son possesses terrifying talent. If he is not eliminated, he will undoubtedly become a great adversary to my forbidden zone in the future. Therefore, during this expedition to the Demon Emperor's secret realm, you must exhaust all efforts to slay that scion of the Su family and avenge my underworld river forbidden zone, ensuring that humanity does not produce another Su Wuti. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this? Upon hearing this, a sneer spread across Ming Tian's face, brimming with self-assurance as he declared, "Of course, Su Wuti's son, I shall divide our fates 1 to 9. In a mere minute, the Su family scion shall meet his demise 9 times over." His tone exuded an extreme confidence that inevitably instilled a sense of conviction in those who heard him. Excellent. The Lord of the Underworld nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Meanwhile, within a luxurious palanquin, a girl of striking beauty, with skin as smooth as jade and eyes resembling autumn waters, sparkled with excitement. The emergence of the Demon Emperor's secret realm surely means that Brother Hao will attend. I eagerly anticipate our meeting. The Brother Hao she referred to was none other than Su Hao, the 7th scion of the Su family, who possessed the indomitable swordbone. Princess Xianghua, you're the daughter of the ancient Zhuge kingdom. Although we may not possess the same grandeur as the ancient Su family, there's truly no need to rush into becoming a follower of that Su Hao. The emperor would be displeased if he were to learn of this. A stooped old woman beside her cautioned with a serious expression, emanating a faint aura of sanctity. Grandma Xihua, I understand. The girl replied gently with a nod. This time, I merely wish to meet Brother Su Hao. I shall not mention anything about becoming a follower, so you need not worry. Her name was Lu Ruoyan, the princess of the Zhuge kingdom. Though the Zhuge kingdom was not an immortal power, its profound heritage made it a force to be reckoned with. Lu Ruoyan, having awakened the divine fire of the Zhuge, possessed extraordinary talent and beauty, standing out even among the myriad of realms. Many young prodigies from various factions were enamored with her. Yet, she had encountered Su Hao, the holy son of the 7th sequence of the Su family, during a past expedition in a secret realm, and the memory lingered vividly in her mind. Now, with the emergence of the Demon Emperor's secret realm, an opportunity to meet him had finally presented itself. If I am to marry, it shall be to a peerless talent like Brother Su Hao. Determination gleamed in Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes as she softly murmured, I truly look forward to our meeting, Brother Su Hao. Chapter 15. The 3 great sequences of the Holy Sons, the Little Holy King. The 4 heavens of divine abode. Su Chen's mind in turmoil. In the central celestial domain, the news of the emergence of the Demon Emperor's secret realm sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire realm. In recent days, top-tier Taoist traditions, imperishable empires, and the prodigies of ancient aristocratic families have begun to make their way out. The atmosphere of the central celestial domain has become a cacophony of activity. Countless ancient warships and flying vessels, alongside fearsome mounts, have soared into the sky, transforming into myriad streams of radiant light. Their destination is none other than Kunzu, the site of the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Outside, the Su family's mountain gate in the Imperial Prefecture, numerous young prodigies from the Su family have been waiting here for some time. With the emergence of the Demon Emperor's secret realm, what opportunities might they discover within? It is said that this expedition is led by the Holy Son himself, granting them the chance to witness his legendary prowess. Indeed, though they have heard tales of the Holy Son's extraordinary gifts, none have yet witnessed his prowess firsthand. This journey into the Demon Emperor's secret realm is anticipated to be nothing short of magnificent. Huh? You weren't present when the Holy Son vanquished Su Hao? You truly missed a spectacular event. Even the formidable Su Hao was swiftly defeated. I suspect the Holy Sun's combat prowess rivals that of the primal taboo beings. Such strength? No wonder the ancestors have emerged from seclusion to endorse the Holy Sun's position. The Su family disciples were animated, their discussions filled with excitement and curiosity regarding Su Chen. The Holy Sun. Boom! At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the void. Subsequently, two powerful figures emerged from the ether. One was a golden-haired man donned in resplendent armor, exuding an aura akin to that of a resurrected ancient war god. Upon his arrival, he radiated an overwhelming presence that stirred the hearts of all. Beside him stood a graceful maiden clad in red, enveloped in an incredibly terrifying aura reminiscent of a divine phoenix. Her crimson pupils and flowing scarlet hair resembled dancing flames, her skin as pale as snow. And concealed within her ordinary gaze was an air of proud defiance. This was the sixth sequence, Su Ke, born with divine strength and possessing 108 royal bones. It is rumored that he once single-handedly slayed a pure-blooded ferocious beast in its dragon transformation at the Cave Heaven realm. Months ago, Su Ke had already broken through to the third level of dragon transformation. One wonders if he has now reached the fifth level. Upon witnessing the appearance of these two figures, the Su family disciples trembled in awe and exclaimed, "That is the eighth sequence, Su Yinhuang." On the day of her birth, a phantom of the divine phoenix graced the skies, and all birds bowed in reverence. She possesses within her a trace of true solar fire, capable of incinerating all things. Su Yinhuang? Who would have thought she would also be present? Wasn't she in seclusion, striving to break through to dragon transformation just months ago? Could it be that she has succeeded? It is said that within the Demon Emperor's secret realm lies the blood of the vermilion bird, and Su Yunhuang's emergence from her retreat must surely be to contend for it. The 10 sequences of the Su family are each top-tier prodigies. Typically, they are either in seclusion or engaging in battles and adventures abroad. Particularly, those ranked among the top 5 sequences, although all are esteemed holy sons of the Su family. The latter 5, ranked lower, lack even the courage to challenge their illustrious peers. Indeed, those who ascend to the esteemed ranks of the Su family as holy sons are anything but ordinary. They either possess extraordinary innate talents or harbor certain forbidden legacies, each one more formidable than the last. I never anticipated that the secret realm of the Demon Emperor would lure you from your seclusion, which is truly surprising. Su Yinhuang, with her crimson-hued eyes, glanced at Su Ke beside her, expressing her astonishment. Su Ke, unfazed by her words, replied in a calm tone, "I emerge not for the Demon Emperor's secret realm, but for the Holy Sun." The Holy Sun? Upon hearing this, Su Yinhuang's brow furrowed slightly as she cautioned, "You do not intend to challenge the Holy Sun, do you? Do not forget the fate of Su Hao." At her words, Su Ke let out a cold laugh, poised to respond. However, at that moment, the assembly of Su family disciples fell into a profound silence. A young man clad in a golden robe, exuding an air of divine strength, with skin as pale as jade and strikingly handsome features, descended gracefully from the air. His right arm shimmered with a celestial radiance, adorned with numerous sacred runes. It was he. Upon sighting this youth, both Su Ke and Su Yunhuang's expressions turned serious. The fifth holy son, Su Yuan, to secure a position among the top 5 of the Su family is a testament to his prowess. With Su Yuan's arrival, the Su family elites erupted in excitement. The holy son, Su Yuan, had returned. He had not made an appearance for 3 whole years, yet the emergence of the Demon Emperor's secret realm has summoned him back. With the little holy king Su Yuan here, our ancient Su family will undoubtedly sweep through all formidable forces in this expedition to the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Rumors had it that Su Yuan's right arm was fused with a sacred king's bone. Now it appears those tales hold truth. Though Su Yuan is merely at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm, his combat prowess, bolstered by the sacred king's bone, surpasses even that of Su Ke at the 3rd level of the dragon transformation. Who knows who is stronger, the Holy Sun or Su Yuan? However, as these words echoed in the air, an oppressive silence descended upon the crowd, a heavy atmosphere enveloping them. For Su Yuan is the sole closest friend of Su Hao within the Su family. Now that Su Hao has perished at the hands of the Holy Sun, the gazes of the Su family's elites subtly turned towards Su Yuan, including those of Su Yunhuang and Su Ke, who could not help but look in his direction. Su Yuan's countenance remained largely unchanged. He stood quietly aside, a flicker of battle intent glimmering in his profound gaze as he murmured, "The Holy Sun." Shortly after Su Yuan's appearance, Su Chenga emerged from the void. "Master, nearly a month has passed, and not only have I successfully broken through to the second level of the divine concealment realm, but my power has undergone a tremendous transformation. Even in a confrontation with the Holy Sun, I could hold my own for a few exchanges, relying on my advantage in realm, correct?" As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar, cool feminine voice echoed in her mind. "Indeed, you are now at the second level of the divine concealment realm. Although your combat strength may not rival that of the Holy Sun, in terms of your realm, you have already outpaced him. Maintain this momentum, and we will strive to widen the gap between us and realms." Upon hearing this, Su Chenga nodded with unwavering determination and said, "I understand, Master. This time, as I enter the Demon Emperor's secret realm, I must acquire one of the 10 fierce divine techniques, the True Dragon Technique. Once I master the True Dragon Technique, I shall undoubtedly be on par with the Son of God, capable of keeping pace with him." Boom! Just as Su Chenga's words fell, a resounding roar suddenly emanated from the depths of the Su family's imperial palace. Golden blood, energy, surged skyward, shaking the heavens. Following this, amidst the golden divine radiance, a breathtaking figure clad in a purple robe gradually emerged. Before his presence was felt, his aura had already arrived. In an instant, the gazes of all the talented individuals present were drawn to the purple figure slowly walking out of the imperial palace. Before them stood a young man with an ethereal demeanor, tall and graceful, exuding a celestial charm as he leisurely approached. Simultaneously, a gentle and serene voice resonated. "Thank you all for your patience." As these words echoed, the Su family prodigies stood utterly stunned in place. Is this the Son of God? In just a month, the Son of God has become even more unfathomable, to the point where I cannot discern his cultivation. The Son of God is invincible. We pay our respects to the Son of God. All the Su family prodigies bowed in reverence to Su Chen, their eyes filled with admiration. Even the 3 major sequence sons offered a slight bow, yet Su Chenga remained transfixed, staring at Su Chen, unable to regain her composure for a long while. "Master, the Son of God is at the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm, isn't he? Why can't I perceive his cultivation?" Su Chenga gazed at Su Chen, her heart brimming with shock. She had initially thought that by breaking through to the 2nd layer of the divine concealment realm within this month, she could surpass Su Chen in terms of cultivation. But now it seemed she was but a jester. Su Chen's talent was truly terrifying. Even her 2nd layer of the divine concealment realm could not unveil his cultivation. Could it be possible, just perhaps, that his cultivation is higher than yours? After a prolonged silence, the voice in Su Chenga's mind echoed once more, its tone reflecting shock no less than her own. In a month, from a 9th layer of the cave heaven realm to the 3rd layer of the divine concealment realm, Su Chenga observed Su Chen with a complex gaze, murmuring softly. However, before she could finish her thoughts, the voice in her mind chimed in again. Could it be possible that he is not at the 3rd layer of the divine concealment realm? Su Chenga. Upon hearing this, her mind short-circuited. What? Not at the 3rd layer of the divine concealment realm? Could it be the 4th layer? How could that be possible? A 9-year-old at the 4th layer of the divine concealment realm? Even the great emperors of antiquity could not achieve that. Su Chenga's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though her very heart was on the verge of shattering. A freak. This is undoubtedly a freak of nature. She now wished to rush up to Su Chen and inquire earnestly about his cultivation methods. At this moment, Su Chenga's master began to doubt the very essence of existence, his tone laden with uncertainty. "I am not entirely sure, for his aura is exceedingly peculiar. Even I cannot ascertain his precise cultivation level. However, one thing is certain. When I was at the third level of the divine concealment realm, my aura was not as terrifying as his. Hearing this, Su Chen wore a bitter expression and murmured, "Then there is only one possibility. He is at the fourth level of the divine concealment realm." Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Detected someone boasting about the host, triggering a critical hit, rewarding cultivation at the fourth level of the divine concealment realm. Su Chen. Listening to the system's notification, he felt utterly bewildered. Who could boast so extravagantly? Is this how it begins? Fine, fine. Are you afraid I won't break through to the fourth level of the divine concealment realm? Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying power slowly emanated from within him. As this power spread, Su Chen's cultivation directly ascended to the fourth level of the divine concealment realm. Indeed, the fourth level of the divine concealment realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, her heart shaken. At the same time, a profound sense of despair welled up within her. Chinga, steady your mind. Your strength is not weak. As long as your physique is thoroughly activated, you will surely catch up to him. There is no need for despair. At that moment, a cool, clear voice resonated in her mind. Su Chen took a deep breath and replied, "Yes, master." With that, she closed her eyes and silently began to cultivate the 3,000 clear ice technique. The other young prodigies of the Su family were not overly shocked. After all, given Su Chen's talent, it was entirely normal for him to casually break through a minor realm. No need for excessive formalities. Let us prepare to depart. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. As his words fell, a magnificent golden carriage appeared out of thin air. Before the carriage, a dark jade qilin stood majestically, seemingly transcending the ages, exuding an astonishing aura. Radiant light enveloped the entire carriage, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Su Chen's demeanor remained composed as he swiftly entered the golden carriage. Roar! Just as he seated himself, the dark jade qilin raised its head and let out a roar, emanating a terrifying power that caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The other young prodigies of the Su family followed closely behind Su Chen. Just as everyone was about to set off, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Son of Heaven, having heard that the seventh sequence, Su Hao, was defeated by your hand, may I, Su Yuan of the fifth sequence, have the honor of asking you for a couple of pointers?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all the young prodigies present changed, and they looked up in unison. There stood Su Yuan from the fifth sequence, fixated on Su Chen, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, fierce light. Chapter 16. Do you dare to compete with me? The prodigy holds an invincible stature. Su Yuan's words ignited a fervor among the prominent talents of the Su family present. Can they no longer contain themselves? From the moment Su Yuan made his appearance, it was evident that this confrontation was inevitable. The relationship between Su Yuan and Su Hao is well known within the Su clan. With Su Chen having slain Su Hao, it was certain that Su Yuan would not remain passive. At last, Su Yuan is prepared to take action. Even Su Gian Su Yunwang, two of the clan's exceptional talents, exchanged glances filled with intensity. Each of the top 10 figures within the Su family possesses extraordinary talent and an indomitable spirit. Deep within their hearts lies a pride intrinsic to the lineage of the Su family. To submit to Su Chen, that would be more unbearable than death itself. Though Su Chen's prowess is indeed formidable, having even brought about Su Hao's demise, their aspiration for the supreme path would be relinquished should they yield without a fight. Thus, upon witnessing Su Yuan step forth to challenge Su Chen, they could no longer remain passive. Su Kei's gaze fixated on Su Chen, his fighting spirit surging forth, exuding an overwhelming dominance reminiscent of an emperor reigning supreme, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. Su Yanhuang, too, felt the tide of battle rising, her crimson eyes shimmering with the fervor of a sun's fire capable of incinerating all in its path. Though Su Yuan, the Holy Sun, stands at the 9th level of the sacred concealment realm, his integration of the Sacred King's bone endows him with remarkable combat prowess. capable of contending even against those of the dragon transformation realm. The Holy Sun is no mere opponent. Not only does he possess the innate primal sacred body, but it is said that he has fully assimilated Su Hao's indomitable sword bone. While his cultivation may not rival that of the Holy Sun, I surmise that Su Yuan could hardly be a match for the prodigy. The prodigy's combat strength is unparalleled, having trained alongside the ancestors since childhood. Those who could rival him are likely limited to the taboo progenitors and the top 3 figures of our Su family. Even so, this impending battle is one filled with anticipation. The assembly of Su family's elite whispered amongst themselves, their expressions brimming with excitement. "Do you wish to compete with me?" Su Chen, seated in his resplendent golden carriage, slightly raised his gaze and cast a calm glance at Su Yuan, saying, "Very well." Su Yuan nodded in response, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. "There is no need," Su Chen countered, shaking his head gently, his tone tranquil and devoid of any hint of arrogance. He harbored no interest in engaging with this minor holy king, deeming it beneath him to take action. In the entirety of the Su family, only those within the top 3 ranks could be considered worthy adversaries. As for the rest, they are but trivial obstacles. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the assembly of Su family's talents displayed expressions of astonishment. What is the meaning of this? The prodigy does not wish to engage in a contest with Su Yuan? Could it be that he is afraid? That seems implausible. With the primal sacred body and the indomitable sword bone as his unparalleled gifts, how could he possibly fear Su Yuan? Fear? In their encounters, even Su Hao could not withstand a single strike from the prodigy. How could he be intimidated? It must be that the prodigy deems it beneath him to engage. Even Su Ke and Su Yunhuang furrowed their brows in contemplation. According to the rumors, this divine son is said to be a decisive figure in battle. Yet now, why is he indifferent in the face of Su Yuan's challenge? Is he truly afraid? Seeing Su Chen unwilling to engage, Su Yuan's gaze sharpened and his brow furrowed as he coldly remarked, "What does the divine son mean by this? Do you look down upon me, Su Yuan? Or do you believe that we, the sequences, are unworthy of contesting with you?" Su Chen, maintaining his composure, simply regarded him silently. Although he did not speak, the implications were clear. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Yuan. His right arm, imbued with the divine light of the Holy King's bone, radiated symbols, and a resplendent divine brilliance seemed poised to suppress the heavens and earth. Su Chen, do you think that by slaying Su Hao and becoming the divine son, you can look down upon us, the stellar prodigies? Among his peers, we, the sequences, are not necessarily inferior to you. With these words, Su Ke and Su Yuanhuang also exchanged glances, exuding a subtle yet palpable pressure. "You seem to misunderstand my intention," Su Chen said, gazing at the fervent Su Yuan, shaking his head slightly in disbelief. "What I mean is, who do you think you are to compare yourself with me?" As he spoke, his voice momentarily faltered, his gaze sweeping over Su Ke and Su Yuanhuang, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Why don't you 3 come at me together?" At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the air. 3 of you together, arrogant, assertive, and self-assured. Even Su Qingge stared at Su Chen, her pale blue eyes shimmering with intrigue. Such confidence, this is what a divine son should embody. In his eyes, the 3 renowned sequences appeared as mere ants. "You, Su Chen, how dare you look down upon us?" Su Yuan's eyes flared with fury, and he roared in outrage. Boom! In the next instant, Su Yuan launched his attack. His right arm, infused with the Holy King's bone, thrust forward, emanating an overwhelming holy might that shook the void, hurtling directly towards Su Chen. Since the divine son is so confident, let us see what he can truly do. Su Ke, too, felt his blood surge, every one of his 108 king bones ablaze with power. He then raised his fist and swung it forward. In an instant, the heavens shifted, and a blood-red fist cleaved through the air. Let us hope the divine son possesses the strength to match his confidence. Su Yuanhuang said in a detached tone. As her words fell, the space around her began to warp. A spear, brimming with searing intensity, sliced through the void, aiming for Su Chen. All three were the CR de la CR of the younger generation of the Su family. As top-tier prodigies, they each bore their own pride. Yet now, Su Chen's provocation seemed to disregard them entirely. Thus, they were compelled to test whether Su Chen truly had the audacity to be so arrogant. Are the three of them truly so weak? Facing the onslaught of the three sequences, Su Chen's gaze remained indifferent, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Weak, so weak, weak enough to leave him disheartened. Boom! In the next moment, an endless sea of golden energy surged within him, the vast expanse of golden vitality rising in tumult. Su Chen slowly raised his hand and casually unleashed a punch. This strike appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any magical enhancement, relying solely on the pure strength of his physical form. Yet at the very instant this punch was thrown, a tremendous force erupted forth. An infinite tide of golden vitality roiling as if a divine monarch had descended, its aura terrifying enough to instill dread. Su Chen's punch collided with the divine abilities of the other three. Boom! In an instant, the power reverberated, and the vitality soared to the heavens. A deafening sound echoed throughout the realm. Immediately after, to the astonishment of onlookers, three figures were sent flying backward. They were none other than Su Yuan and his companions. How? Is this possible? Blood trickled from the corner of Su Yuan's mouth as he gripped his trembling right arm with his left hand, his fingers seemingly on the verge of being torn apart, disbelief filling his eyes. This right arm was fused with the bone of a holy king. Despite his current cultivation, which could not fully unleash its might, it was inconceivable that he could not withstand such a seemingly simple punch from Su Chen. Both Su Ke and Su Yuan Huang also bore blood at the corners of their lips, their eyes brimming with incredulity. With just a single punch, they had been utterly defeated. Truly, he is the son of God. The young prodigies of the Su family gazed at the scene before them, their eyes filled with admiration. Although they were aware of Su Chen's unparalleled combat prowess, none had anticipated that he could so effortlessly crush the three great sequences with a single blow. The Son of God indeed possesses an invincible demeanor. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. No sooner had her words left her lips than a cool, feminine voice echoed in her mind, imbued with the same sense of awe. Indeed, this Son of God from your Su family truly embodies an invincible spirit. Even in his youth, Su Wudi could not compare to such outrageous prowess. Chapter 17. The Chaos Divine Refinement Visualization Technique, which has been fervently discussed by esteemed scholars, is merely a matter of trivialities. Ding! Detection of someone boasting about the host has triggered a critical hit, rewarding the celestial grade technique, Chaos Divine Refinement Visualization Technique. The system's prompt resonated in Su Chen's ears. Following the system's announcement, a torrent of profound incantations surged into Su Chen's mind. Su Chen. Splendid. A celestial grade technique, the Chaos Divine Refinement Visualization Technique. Objective achieved. As he felt the myriad scriptures swirling within his consciousness, a wave of joy surged in Su Chen's heart. The Chaos Divine Refinement Visualization Technique. An unparalleled method of soul refinement. With his physical form possessing the indestructible true demon body, his soul now also bears the Chaos Divine Refinement Visualization Technique. Among the younger generation, regardless of physical prowess or spiritual fortitude, he has become invincible. Though Su Chen had fully mastered this technique, he refrained from rushing into cultivation. Now, do you comprehend how foolish it is to challenge this divine child? Su Chen stepped forward, instantly ascending to the pinnacle of the golden chariot, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Su Yuan with an air of indifference. Su Yuan trembled, rendered speechless. He never anticipated that Su Chen's physical strength could be so formidable. Merely with his corporeal might, he could subdue the three of them. Even his right arm, infused with the sacred king's bone, could not withstand Su Chen's physical power. At this moment, Su Yuan was on the verge of questioning his very existence. Since merging with the sacred king's bone, he had never faced defeat. Even the most elite prodigies would emerge gravely injured before his sacred king's bone. But now, The very bone he took pride in crumbled before Su Chen's might. Now, I present you three with two choices. Either submit to me, or perish. Su Chen's calm gaze swept over the trio as he presented their options. With the imminent emergence of the ancient emperor's secret realm, he had no desire to squander time on these three. They could either become his followers, or he would personally seize their talents and send them to keep Su Hao company. Upon hearing this, Su Yinhuang and Su Kei's faces paled instantly. The example of Su Hao loomed before them. This divine child was known for his unwavering resolve. Should Su Chen truly decide to slay them today, no one would advocate for their cause. In the ancient families, strength reigns supreme, as long as one possesses power and exceptional talent. Even if Su Chen were to slaughter the 10 great sequences, the masses would still revere, admire, and fear him. 4. In the aftermath, esteemed scholars would surely defend his actions. For a peerless prodigy like Su Chen, all of this is merely a trifling matter. Su Hao stands as a living testament. While alive, he was the revered 7th sequence holy son of the Su family, admired by thousands. Yet since his demise, he has become a cautionary tale, scorned by all. However, if they were to submit to Su Chen, their resolve would surely suffer a grievous blow. As fellow paragons, each possessed their own pride, and none would easily yield to another. Observing the three remain silent, Su Chen's brow furrowed in irritation, his patience waning. I have a limited tolerance. You have 3 breaths to submit, or face death. As his words echoed, a surge of golden vitality surged within him. The indomitable sword bone within his chest, radiating an overwhelming sword intent. I, Su Yuan, willingly submit to the divine sun. Before Su Yinhuang and Su Kei could utter a word, Su Yuan struggled to rise, collapsing to his knees, his trembling voice resonating through the heavens. He did not wish to perish, for he sought to enter the demon emperor's secret realm and obtain that supreme divine artifact. He had once stumbled upon an ancient text revealing the existence of an unparalleled treasure within the demon emperor's secret realm. Securing that divine artifact would elevate him to unparalleled heights, allowing him to look down upon the celestial domain, vanquishing his peers, and competing for ultimate fortune in this golden age, ultimately achieving immortality. The thought of that supreme treasure ignited a fervor within him. Taking a deep breath, his eyes sparkled with determination as he glanced at Su Chen, silently vowing, Su Chen, once I seize that extraordinary opportunity, I shall return to settle the score. You certainly are full of surprises. Su Chen observed Su Yuan, now kneeling before him, in mild astonishment. He had anticipated that Su Yuan would be the type to prefer death over submission. It seemed he had overestimated him. Su Kei and Su Yinhuang were equally taken aback, not expecting Su Yuan to be the first among them to yield. This was hardly characteristic of Su Yuan. Yet, before they could regain their composure, Su Yuan's voice rang out. The divine sun bestows us an opportunity. That is a mark of respect. What are you waiting for? With his words, Su Kei and Su Yinhuang gritted their teeth, kneeling in unison, struggling to speak. I, Su Kei, willingly submit to the divine sun. Yuan Wang also willingly submits to the divine sun. Though they were bewildered by Su Yuan's sudden change, they preferred to forsake their pride rather than embrace death. Very well. Then let us proceed to the demon emperor's secret realm. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sleeves flowing gracefully, resembling an ethereal being atop the golden chariot. As his words fell, the ink-black jade Qilin transformed into a streak of light, racing toward Kunzu. Boom! The ink-black jade Qilin drew the chariot through the void, rumbling mightily. The dazzling golden radiance brought everyone back to their senses. They gazed at the figure resembling a celestial sovereign, inhaling deeply. The 3 sequential holy suns were not even a match for the divine sun in a single strike. Most astonishingly, they had all been subdued by him. In that moment, admiration for Su Chen swelled among the onlookers. Su Yuan, are you truly willing to submit to him? As the crowd departed, Su Kei slowly turned to Su Yuan, inquiring solemnly. These sequential holy suns had never been inferior to anyone in their lives. To expect them to wholeheartedly submit to Su Chen was akin to chasing a mirage. Thus, Su Chen now feigns submission, yet harbors a profound reluctance within. His body, comprised of 108 royal bones, is destined for kingship. How can he remain subdued for long? Su Yinhuang's crimson gaze also falls upon Su Yuan, her delicate features reflecting a similar discontent. However, in the face of their skepticism, Su Yuan remains remarkably composed, offering a faint smile as he states, "The Son of Heaven possesses unparalleled talent, and thus I willingly yield. I advise both of you to abandon any treacherous thoughts. Having submitted, you ought to treat the esteemed son with sincerity. This is the first lesson I impart to you. Loyalty." With that, he transforms into a streak of light, pursuing Su Chen, leaving Su Ke and Su Yunhuang frozen in place. Loyalty? Such words should not escape the lips of a mere sequence saint's son. After all, the ultimate aspiration of their lives has been the position of the son. To demand their loyalty? What distinguishes them from the ordinary disciples of the Su family? Meanwhile, Su Chen, languidly reclining in his gilded carriage, notices the trio's subtle maneuvers but pays them no mind. He is well aware that their submission is insincere. Yet, he remains indifferent. Do they refuse to submit wholeheartedly? Then a single punch shall suffice. There is nothing that cannot be resolved by a fist. If one punch fails, then another shall follow. Chapter 18. The Golden-Winged Young Rock. The Northern Xian Immortal Sovereign Chun Beixian. The chaotic Dao body. In the realm of 3,000 Dao domains lies Kunzu, the city of the Demon Emperor. A majestic fortress sprawls across the vast expanse, resembling an ancient beast lying in slumber. Its ancient walls stretch for tens of thousands of miles, standing resolutely for countless ages, imbued with a sense of profound history. This is none other than the city of the Demon Emperor, an ancient stronghold steeped in legend, named after the Demon Emperor himself. It is said that this venerable city is the birthplace of the Demon Emperor. In recent days, the city of the Demon Emperor has been bustling with activity. It is widely known that the legendary secret realm of the Demon Emperor is soon to emerge. Consequently, various mighty factions, premier Dao lineages, and ancient royal families have all made their presence felt, gathering countless prodigies. In a fleeting moment, the entire city of the Demon Emperor has become a melting pot of diverse talents. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from beyond the city, piercing through the heavens and shattering the stones. From the distant horizon, a colossal golden-winged rock descended, casting its shadow across the land, soaring towards the city of the Demon Emperor. In that instant, the inhabitants of the city felt an immense pressure suffocating in its wake. It was the golden-winged young rock. Rumored to possess a trace of the Tianpeng bloodline, he stands as the most formidable prodigy of the younger generation of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. The Golden-Winged Young Rock. Is he the one who has traversed several Dao domains, undefeated, a top-tier prodigy at the 9th level of the Divine Concealment Realm? It is said that his combat prowess rivals that of some forbidden first-generation beings. It is he. Even those at the 9th level of the Transformation Realm are said to be no match for this young rock, capable of contending with those at the 1st level of the Nirvana realm. The allure of the Demon Emperor's secret realm for the demon race is truly compelling. If all goes as expected, the fortunes of this secret realm shall undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Golden-Winged Young Rock. The arrival of the Golden-Winged Young Rock has ignited fervor throughout the city of the Demon Emperor, leaving countless individuals in awe. After all, he is one of the most renowned prodigies of the present age. As soon as he emerged, he challenged 18 top-tier forces, showcasing his terrifying strength. Among those he faced were some of the most esteemed Taoists and holy sons. Amidst the discussions surrounding the golden-winged young rock, a golden steed galloped through the heavens above. Upon it sat a striking youth clad in black robes, exuding an aura of fervent energy, gazing down upon the world with an air of superiority. This individual is none other than Yi Chun, the heir of the Yi family. It is said that Yi Chun was once deemed a waste, trapped at the half-step blood transformation realm for 13 years, but after obtaining some fortuitous opportunity, his strength surged in mere months. breaking through to the divine concealment realm with extraordinary combat prowess. The Yi family, once an ancient lineage, fell from grace due to their ancestors' overwhelming ambition to ascend to immortality, resulting in their downfall. As the black-robed youth rode on the golden steed, he overheard the murmurs below, and a resolute expression flashed across his handsome face. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed silently. Having spoken, he lowered his gaze to the ancient ring resting between his fingers. This ring was a cherished heirloom left to him by his deceased mother. A year prior, it began to impart formidable techniques and pure spiritual energy to him. Thus, within a matter of months, he made remarkable progress, breaking through to the divine storage realm and joining the ranks of the elite prodigies. With this ring in his possession, even the tabooed first generation would be beneath my feet. I, Yi Chen, shall undoubtedly lead the Yi family to rise in this golden era and contend for supreme fortune. Yi Chen's expression was icy, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he spoke with unwavering confidence. At that moment, at the entrance of Demon Emperor City, a fair-skinned and handsome youth raised his head to glance at the golden divine steed above. In his pitch-black eyes flickered a trace of disdain for the endless passage of time. A swarm of ants. Had it not been for my Chun Beishuan's failure to transcend the tribulation, you would not even qualify to behold the presence of me, the North Xian immortal sovereign. Chun Beishuan withdrew his gaze, casting a dismissive glance around, his eyes filled with contempt. Indeed, Chun Beishuan was a reborn individual. In his previous life, he was a formidable being at the true immortal level. He traversed the immortal realm for 100,000 years, overshadowing countless peers, undefeated in myriad battles. Revered as the North Xian immortal sovereign. Alas, he ultimately fell during the Immortal King tribulation. Chun Beishuan had thought he would perish completely, but to his astonishment, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself within the body of a youth in a realm beneath the immortal world. Though he faced a cataclysmic beginning, with the loss of his parents and meager talents, such obstacles were trivial for him. The North Xian immortal sovereign, utilizing the memories of his past life, he transformed his physique and engaged in fervent cultivation, striving to break through to the divine storage realm. Only by achieving this breakthrough could he employ a supreme secret technique acquired in his previous life to forge this physical body into the legendary postnatal chaotic Dao body. For only with the postnatal chaotic Dao body could he crush countless prodigies in this golden era, ascend the path to immortality, and return to the immortal realm. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit. Just a month ago, he successfully broke through to the divine storage realm. Upon emerging from seclusion, he heard of the emergence of the Emperor's secret realm and hurriedly made his way there, eager to see if there were materials within to forge the chaotic body. Once I create the postnatal chaotic Dao body, I shall make those so-called archaic families and elite traditions of the immortal domain pay the price. No one can stand above me, the North Xian immortal sovereign. Chun Beishuan glared fiercely at the ancient warship soaring above, vowing silently. In his previous life, he had been a true immortal. Even the emperor-level beings of the central immortal domain appeared as mere ants in his eyes. The thought of being overshadowed by a host of ants was unbearable. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Following this, from the distant sky, a jet-black jade qilin, pulling a golden carriage, soared through the void, rumbling forward and radiating countless divine glimmers. In that instant, even the sun, suspended high in the sky, seemed to dim. Behind the golden carriage, a grand procession of individuals rode upon white jade steeds. The once boisterous Demon Emperor city fell into an immediate silence upon the appearance of the jet-black qilin. Countless individuals raised their gazes skyward, beholding the golden carriage drawn by the obsidian-hued qilin. This is the chariot of the illustrious Su family from the ancient times. My goodness! The Su family of the ancient lineage. Truly, as expected of the eminent Su clan among the ancient houses, their heritage is indeed profound. A pure-blood qilin at the pinnacle of the nirvana realm, merely employed to pull a carriage. Moreover, a multitude of white jade steeds, imbued with the bloodline of the white dragon, emerged in droves, a sight both terrifying and magnificent. A Qilin drawing a carriage. I wonder which prodigy from the top tier of the Su family has been dispatched. Could it possibly be their divine scion? It seems highly likely. 9 years have passed. Surely the enigmatic scion of the Su family must be making an appearance now. I am utterly intrigued by the mysterious scion of the Su family. The city of the Demon Emperor erupted in a frenzy, with the crowd abuzz in anticipation. Although it was Su Chen's first emergence, his exploits had already spread throughout the central celestial realm. At his birth, he summoned celestial phenomena, nearly igniting an immortal war. Even a long-dormant ancestor of the Su family was roused, personally guiding and anointing the scion. Such tales are known far and wide. However, while many are aware of the exploits of the Su family scion, no one has truly laid eyes upon him. Thus, Su Chen remains an enigma, invoking curiosity among the masses. "Brother Su Hao, is that you?" Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out. Immediately after, a fiery red figure soared into the sky, appearing directly before the obsidian-hued Qilin. This young lady is none other than Lu Ruyan, the princess of the Zhuge ancient kingdom. Lu Ruyan stood before the Qilin, her face aglow with delight, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the golden carriage, brimming with anticipation. "Princess, do not act impulsively." Beside her, the elder known as Granny Shihua, witnessing this scene, changed her expression and whispered. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention toward her. Who is she? Such audacity, to dare obstruct the chariot of the Su family's prodigy. Su Hao. Could it be Su Hao of the 7th tier, bearer of the indomitable sword bone? Is the one inside the golden carriage truly Su Hao? This is Lu Ruyan, the princess of the Zhuge ancient kingdom, within the city of the Demon Emperor. Some recognized Lu Ruyan's identity at a glance. Behind the golden carriage, Su Yuan observed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowing slightly. He stepped forward, directly confronting Lu Ruyan, admonishing, "Who are you? And who permitted you to obstruct the chariot of the scion? Step aside." Boom. As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure radiated outward, instantly forcing Lu Ruyan back. Su Yuan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the entire city of the Demon Emperor. In an instant, numerous prodigies were stirred, their faces reflecting astonishment. The scion indeed resides within this carriage of the Su family. That is Su Yuan of the 5th tier of the Su family. It seems the scion of the Su family has truly emerged. The Demon Emperor's secret realm is bound to be bustling with excitement. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted, and she respectfully spoke up. "I apologize." Ruyan, in her eagerness to meet the Holy Son, Su Hao, inadvertently collided with his divine carriage. "I hope the Holy Son will not take offense." The Holy Son of the Su family. Such a figure was far beyond the reach of a mere princess from the ancient state of Zhuge. Even her father, the Emperor of Zhuge, would approach with the utmost reverence. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at Lu Ruyan, and replied icily, "Su Hao? He is dead." A thunderous shock coursed through Lu Ruyan at Su Yuan's proclamation, her complexion paling as disbelief flooded her eyes. Her brother Su Hao, dead? Not only was she stunned, but the crowd within the Demon Emperor city was equally astounded. The 7th heir of the Su family. Su Hao is dead. He was a top-tier genius, possessing the indomitable sword bone in the central celestial realm, who among the younger generation, aside from those ancient forbidden figures, could have slain him? Who? Who could have killed my brother Su Hao? Flames of the Zhuge divine fire surged within Lu Ruyan, tears streaming down her delicate face as she gazed at Su Yuan, her voice heavy with emotion. The onlookers in the Demon Emperor city wore expressions of eager curiosity. Who could have killed Su Hao? Yet, just as her words fell, a calm and gentle voice interrupted. "I did it. What will you do about it?" As the curtains of the divine carriage lifted, a figure clad in purple robes stepped forth slowly. In an instant, the entire Demon Emperor city was engulfed in a fervor. Chapter 19. The Supreme Fairy, slaying Lu Ruyan with a single strike. Within the Demon Emperor city, countless gazes converged like rivers flowing into the sea upon the figure stepping forth from the golden carriage clad in purple robes. A youth, adorned in regal purple, emerged from the opulent carriage with an air of nonchalance. He stood tall and slender, his visage resembling that of a jade ornament, with two sword-like brows arching elegantly towards his temples. His skin gleamed like pristine white jade, each strand of hair radiating brilliance, enveloped in a hazy golden divine light. As his garments fluttered, he appeared akin to an ethereal being descended from the heavens. An indescribable, unparalleled charm emanated from him, instantly causing a stir throughout the Demon Emperor city. Is this truly the son of the Su family? A figure as exquisite as jade, unparalleled among the gentry. This is indeed the miraculous child of the Su family, Su Wudi, whose birth 9 years ago heralded extraordinary phenomena and nearly incited an immortal war. Truly terrifying. It is rumored that this divine scion possesses extraordinary talent and may very well harbor the ancient sacred body. Such divine beauty. The son of the Su family is nothing short of celestial. Countless heavenly beauties within the city fixated their gaze on Su Chen, their cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling with admiration. Even the male cultivators momentarily lost their composure. Faced with this seemingly otherworldly youth, not a trace of jealousy stirred within their hearts. For Su Chen, whether in identity, status, appearance, or talent, surpassed them in every conceivable way. Meanwhile, within a towering pavilion in the Demon Emperor city, a tall and formidable youth stood with his hands clasped behind him. His golden vertical pupils gazed intently at the purple-robed figure in the sky. Behind him, a pair of golden wings stood erect, their feathers sharp as divine blades. This individual was none other than the golden-winged Peng King, the ancient sacred body. Quite impressive indeed. He has the qualifications to be my follower. The golden-winged Peng King's golden pupils narrowed slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. In another establishment, Chun Beixian observed the purple-robed figure in the sky, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I did not expect that in this small central celestial domain, both a being with the ancient sacred body capable of breaking shackles and an immortal sword bone would appear simultaneously. How intriguing! Alas, the path to immortality in this life is destined to be monopolized by me. However, I might keep an eye on this individual as a potential alternative. If I cannot forge the postnatal chaos body, I could absorb the essence of his ancient sacred body and immortal sword bone. Combined, they may rival the postnatal chaos body. Chun Beixuan's gaze flickered, resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey. At the forefront of the golden carriage, Lu Ruyan was momentarily entranced, even forgetting the demise of Su Hao. Wait, the seventh-ranked saint son of the Su family, Su Hao, perished at the hands of this divine youth. At that moment, a voice in the Demon Emperor city exclaimed in astonishment. As these words were spoken, the crowd awakened from their stupor, returning to their senses. The seventh rank of the Su family, Su Hao, he is undoubtedly a legendary prodigy, born into the collateral lineage of the ancient Su family. I endured scorn from an early age, destined to fade into obscurity. Yet, unexpectedly, I acquired an unparalleled inheritance and awakened the indomitable sword bone, thus forcefully ascending to become the seventh sequence of the Su family. My most illustrious achievement is the slaying of numerous prodigies from the realm of life's forbidden zones with a single sword stroke. Throughout the younger generation of the central immortal domain, the name Su Hao resonates powerfully. However, now, he has been slain by the scion of the Su family. This reveals the unfathomable strength of Su Chen. In an instant, the young prodigies within the Demon Emperor city wore grave expressions. At that moment, Lu Ruyan slowly regained her composure. Her eyes reddened as she began to accuse. Why? Why did you kill Brother Su Hao? What wrong did he commit? By what right do you slay him? You share the same lineage as Brother Su Hao. He is your cousin. Why would you strike him down with such cruelty? Such heartlessness is akin to demonic behavior. What right do you have to be a scion? Truth be told, Lu Ruyan was indeed intimidated by Su Chen. After all, the disparity in status was evident. Yet, upon realizing that her beloved brother Su Hao was slain by the very person before her, she found it unbearable. Why must it be so? What fault could Brother Su Hao have? What justification is there for his death? Boom! As Lu Rian's words fell, the entire Demon Emperor city was engulfed in profound silence. Countless individuals wore expressions of shock, their gazes fixated on Lu Ruyan. A provocation. This was an outright challenge to the authority of the Su family's scion. Beside Lu Ruyan, Granny Shihua's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing this. Princess, you must not speak recklessly. Oomph. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, her delicate face brimming with defiance. She merely sought justice for brother Su Hao. Was she not even permitted to voice her thoughts? What was there to fear? Could the Su family's scion truly kill her in front of everyone? Su Chen. Upon hearing Lu Rian's words, his brow furrowed slightly. What is this about a top-tier fairy? What wrong has he committed that justifies his death? What right do you have? These remarks repulsed Su Chen. He could not be bothered to engage in debate with this rebellious fairy. She was unworthy of his attention. In his eyes, Lu Rian had already become a dead person the moment he killed Su Hao. It was merely a matter of time. After all, by the narrative's design, Su Hao could be seen as a child of fortune. Any female cultivator with a complicated relationship to him would not escape Su Chen's notice. Now that Lu Rian had hastily emerged to seek her demise, he could only oblige. Rumbling. In the next moment, Su Chen raised his hand. Instantly, golden vital energy surged within him, holy blood swelling. The torrent of this vital force transformed into a colossal hand, unannounced, as it descended upon Lu Ruyan. This sudden action caught everyone present off guard. What? Is this how it's going to be? Without a word, he strikes directly? At least give someone a chance to react. No one could have anticipated that Su Chen would be so ruthless and decisive. This left everyone present utterly astounded. He was completely disregarding the expected course of events. Princess, be careful. The elderly woman, Shihua, beside Lu Ruyan, suddenly changed her expression upon witnessing this scene. Boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming holy aura surged forth, akin to a tidal wave. Shihua raised her hand to deflect Su Chen's lethal strike, shielding Lu Ruyan behind her. She bowed slightly towards Su Chen and respectfully said, Divine Son Su Chen, Ruyan is thoughtless and has offended your divine might. I, on behalf of the Emperor, offer my apologies. I hope that, for the sake of the Zhuge ancient kingdom, you will spare her life. Once I have resolved to kill, no one's pleas can sway me, Su Chen declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his purple robe billowing, his expression indifferent. Today, she shall certainly perish. That is my word. Should you dare to intervene again, I would not hesitate to bring down a saint today. Boom! As his words echoed, a pressure emanated from the distant void, locking onto Shihua. In an instant, her frail body trembled, her eyes reflecting unprecedented terror. A quasi-emperor, Shihua closed her eyes, resigning herself to fate. She understood that Lu Ruyan was doomed today. Even the emperor of the Zhuge ancient kingdom's presence would be of no avail. Rumbling, Su Chen raised his hand once more, the calamity text manifesting within him, a golden aura surging. A massive golden hand materialized, hurtling once again towards Lu Ruyan. No, I am the princess of the Zhuge ancient kingdom. I only seek justice for my brother Su Hao. On what grounds do you seek to kill me? Shihua, save me. Confronted with this strike, Lu Ruyan's face turned ashen, her crimson pupils filled with boundless terror as she cried out in despair. Yet, Shihua remained rooted in place, her eyes tightly shut, unmoved. In that moment, Lu Ruyan was utterly panicked. Su Chen was genuinely intent on killing her. Without a trace of hesitation, coldness, despair, and fear surged within her heart. However, just as that hand was about to descend, an unforeseen change occurred. Chapter 20 Su Chen, I am not targeting you. Rather, I am addressing everyone present, who are nothing but rubbish. Boom! Within the confines of the Demon Emperor city, a radiant golden light ascended. Following this, a magnificent golden steed surged forth, racing towards Lu Ruyan. Accompanying this spectacle was a voice, cool and solemn, the illustrious heir of the ancient Su family, resorting to intimidation, bullying a defenseless woman. How base! Do you not fear that this will tarnish the esteemed reputation of the ancient aristocracy? Though the voice was not loud, it resonated like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. At these words, the crowd turned their gazes upward. There appeared a strikingly handsome youth clad in a black robe, standing astride the golden steed beside Lu Ruyan. It was Yi Chen from a Yi family? What was his purpose in emerging here? What relation did this matter hold for him? Had he lost his senses? To offend the heir of the Su family for the sake of an unfamiliar Lu Ruyan. Such foolishness. Did he truly believe the Yi family still held the status of an ancient aristocracy? The murmurs of the crowd failed to penetrate Yi Chun's resolve as he placed a reassuring hand upon Lu Ruyan's delicate shoulder. His voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Are you all right?" Lu Ruyan, upon hearing this, turned to gaze at the handsome visage before her, a flicker of confusion igniting within her crimson pupils as she stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to respond. Observing this, Yi Chen's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. His journey to the Demon Emperor city was not solely for the opportunities within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. To Yi Chen, the ring left behind by his mother represented an unparalleled chance. Even the legacies of emperors paled in comparison to its significance. His paramount objective was to triumph over the foremost disciples of the various prestigious sects here, thereby making a name for himself in the central immortal domain. Yet, upon laying eyes on Su Chen, his intentions underwent a profound transformation. The scion of the ancient Su family. If he could subdue him, it would not merely be a matter of fame in the immortal domain. Originally, he had intended to overshadow Su Chen within the confines of the Demon Emperor's secret realm. But to his astonishment, Su Chen had openly sought to slay Lu Ruyan. This revelation presented Yi Chen with an opportune moment to showcase his prowess. Under the gaze of the multitude, should he manage to rescue the damsel in distress while vanquishing the Su family's heir, he would undoubtedly achieve renown far and wide, becoming a celebrated figure in the central immortal domain. Were not the protagonists of those romantic tales often depicted in such a manner? The mere thought of this scenario ignited a fervor within Yi Chen. However, he refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to wait until Lu Ruyan faced a lethal blow before he would spring into action. For only then could he truly exhibit his strength. Furthermore, it would ensure that Lu Ruyan would remember who it was that saved her life. As things unfolded, it seemed he had achieved the desired effect. Though his heart raced with excitement, he maintained a composed exterior. Yi Chen fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Chen, his youthful face imbued with determination, and coldly declared, "Su family scion, what merit lies in bullying a defenseless woman? If you possess any courage, come forth and battle me." Su Chen regarded the figure before him, an unusual glint flickering in his eyes. A hero rescuing a maiden. According to the established narrative, the destined protagonist is making his entrance. Yet, Su Chen's demeanor remains remarkably tranquil, his gaze indifferent. "You are Yi family, Yi Chen." Yi Chen stares intently at Su Chen, his tone brimming with confidence. He is eager to trample Su Chen underfoot. However, in the next moment, Su Chen's words nearly shatter Yi Chen's composure. "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of you." Su Chen calmly shakes his head and speaks with an air of serenity. As his words fade, he steps into the void, standing with hands clasped behind his back, ascending to the pinnacle of the golden carriage. From his elevated position, Su Chen gazes down upon Yi Chen, speaking in a tone of indifference. This divine son accepts challenges only from the foremost prodigies, never from the likes of you. You. Yi Chen is momentarily taken aback by these words. Yet he quickly flushes with anger, his expression darkening as he retorts, "What do you mean by that? Who do you call trash?" Yi Chen is genuinely incensed. Throughout his life, he has loathed being deemed worthless or inferior. The memories of being mocked by his kin for being trapped at the brink of the blood transformation realm for 13 long years still haunt him. Su Chen's words ignite the deepest fury within him. "I apologize. I'm not just referring to you. I mean, all those present who wish to challenge this divine son are all trash." Su Chen's voice is icy, his purple robe billowing, golden holy blood surging, resembling a young emperor surveying the realm. Boom! As his declaration resonates, it unleashes a tempest of shockwaves. In the entire Demon Emperor city, countless prodigies from various factions stand agape, their expressions filled with astonishment. This is unequivocally a collective derision. As the esteemed son of the Su family, there are many who aspire to challenge him, to tread upon him and make a name in the immortal domain. Yet now, those prodigies have not even begun their challenges, only to be ridiculed by Su Chen beforehand. The expressions of the three major factions of the Su family darken. If those challenging him are deemed trash, does that not imply that they themselves are even less than trash? Su Yuan's gaze turns murky, a glint of cold severity flashing within his eyes. He had intended to seize the ultimate opportunity within the Demon Emperor's secret realm before confronting Su Chen. Yet, before he could grasp that chance, he has already suffered humiliation at the hands of Su Chen. Such audacity is intolerable. Among the Su family prodigies, Su Chenga gazes at Su Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, thinking to herself, "Master, the grace of this divine son is perhaps unmatched even by the great emperors of old." Su Chenga's enigmatic master suddenly speaks in her mind. "Chenga, from this moment forth, you shall constantly cultivate the 3,000 ice purity technique, especially when this fellow is present." The cool voice resonates within Su Chenga's consciousness, almost through gritted teeth. Before Su Chen's arrival, under her mentor's guidance, Su Chenga had faced almost no issues with her mindset. However, ever since Su Chen appeared, her mental state has encountered problems 800 times a day. She feels her composure fraying. How challenging it is to guide a disciple. "Yes, master." Su Chenga immediately comprehended the situation and silently began to channel her energy. Su Chen's words struck like a devastating blow, piercing deeply into Yi Chen's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ignoring Yi Chen, Su Chen's gaze shifted to Lu Ruyan and coldly declared, "Now, it is your turn to perish." With that, the colossal golden hand hovering above Lu Ruyan's head descended with a thunderous crash. Boom! In an instant, divine might surged forth. Blood gushed forth, enveloping the air in a crimson mist. Vivid red droplets stained Yi Chen's pristine visage, and his black robe became soaked. Granny Xiuhua's frail form trembled violently, yet she dared not move an inch. The faint pressure of Quasi-Emperor might still bore down upon her shoulders. Any sign of movement could result in her immediate demise. "You dare!" Feeling the warmth of blood still trickling down his face, Yi Chen trembled with fury, his insides ablaze with wrath. Su Chen had the audacity to slay Lu Ruyan before his very eyes. This transformed his envisioned tale of heroism into a farce. "Su family scion, you are utterly reckless. Today allow me, Yi Chen, to enlighten you on the truth that there are always greater beings beyond the heavens." Unable to endure any longer, Yi Chen unleashed the full force of his fifth level of the divine concealment realm, revealing his aura. The ring upon his finger shimmered, and a massive black ruler materialized before him. The ruler of the Yellow Springs. Boom! In an instant, a breathtaking golden beam erupted from the black ruler, charging towards Su Chen with terrifying momentum, akin to a raging tempest. Yi Chen's assault was a grand move, executed without the slightest reservation. He held unshakable confidence in this strike. This power stemmed from the ancient ring, a pinnacle of supreme, divine abilities. Among his peers, aside from the taboo progenitors, scarcely anyone could withstand this blow, and certainly not the Su family scion before him. Yet, in the face of Yi Chen's confident strike, Su Chen remained remarkably composed. His gaze fell upon the ancient ring upon Yi Chen's finger, his expression peculiar. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a wave of soul energy emanating from the ring. "Good heavens!" Su Chen exclaimed inwardly. The black robe, the heavy ruler, the ring, the soul energy. This familiar essence washed over him. He recognized the situation all too well. With buffs accumulated, he found himself at a loss for words. Convention dictated that such a destined protagonist would amass significant gains within the secret realm. It would be a pity to kill him now, better to keep him as a tool for my purposes. Su Chen's gaze flickered, and he swiftly resolved Yi Chen's fate. Boom! Just then, Yi Chen's ruler struck with tremendous force against Su Chen. What Su family scion? Merely this. Before the might of my blow, he could not even muster the will to resist. Yi Chen beamed with joy as he saw Su Chen standing still, neither dodging nor evading. There was no need to witness the outcome. He was already ready to celebrate prematurely. Under this strike, even a 9th-level expert of the divine concealment realm would meet their end. Su Chen could not possibly withstand it. Today marks the moment when I, Yi Chen, shall gain renown in the realm of immortals. Yi Chen grasped the black, heavy ruler tightly, his expression brimming with excitement. Yet in the next instant, he was left utterly bewildered. A golden ray of light from the ruler struck Su Chen, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Su Chen didn't even stagger back. How? Is this possible? It cannot be. Yi Chen found himself questioning his very existence. He was absolutely certain that Su Chen bore no defensive treasures. Yet, his most formidable strike had yielded no damage. The sheer power of that physical body is terrifying. Yi Chen's smile vanished completely, while a faint smile graced Su Chen's lips. This deity has stated that he does not accept challenges from the insignificant. Why do you not heed my words? Boom! As Su Chen's voice faded, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand and struck Yi Chen with a resounding slap. The golden vitality surging within him, an inexhaustible divine power erupting forth. Bang! The impact reverberated through the void. Yi Chen, still frozen in place, was forcefully suppressed, plummeting towards the ground, while the golden divine steed beneath him exploded, transforming into a rain of blood. Yi Chen, in a frenzy, coughed up blood, feeling as though darkness enveloped him, devoid of any will to resist, surrendering to the descent. In a fleeting moment, before losing consciousness, Yi Chen bellowed towards the heavens with all his might. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. However, before he could finish his words, his consciousness plunged into utter void. Chapter 21. The Young Emperor, a sensation in the celestial realm. The remnant soul of the Emperor. The alchemy master. As Yi Chen fell completely unconscious, the city of the Demon Emperor was enveloped in an eerie silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. The illustrious Yi Chen of the Yi family, before the scion of the Su family, was utterly defeated, unable to withstand even a single strike. The onlookers were left speechless, many in disbelief. Although Yi Chen was not of the taboo first-generation caliber, he was nonetheless among the elite of the younger generation across the 3,000 realms. His prowess evident enough to rival figures like Su Yunwan. Yet now, he was being pressed into the ground by Su Chen. What was most astonishing was that Su Chen was merely 9 years old this year. A gasp of astonishment reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The eyes of the crowd, both within and beyond the city, were filled with awe as they gazed upon Su Chen. Indeed, the scion of the Su family was terrifying beyond measure. With the arrival of the Golden Age, the scion of the Su family was destined to become the most resplendent figure of this era, an unstoppable force on the rise. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, peered through the void, his gaze fixed upon Su Chen, unable to contain his admiration. That simple strike from the scion of the Su family could not have been withstood even by a first-level dragon transformation realm expert. Indeed, the scion of the Su family was exceedingly formidable. Although he was merely at the realm of divine concealment, he exuded the aura of a young emperor. It was unfathomable to imagine how far this scion could grow if granted a few more years. The fortune of the Su family was undeniably vast. Previously, Su Wudi had dominated an era unparalleled beneath the heavens, and now, with the Golden Age upon us, another invincible scion has emerged from the Su family, leaving no room for other forces to breathe. The scion of the Su family already possessed an invincible demeanor. When Su Chen chose to act, he astounded all. The ancient sacred body that shattered its shackles, the hidden remnant soul of the Emperor. This celestial realm was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. Chen Beixian first glanced at Su Chen, who resembled a young emperor against the backdrop of the sky, then at the buried Yi Chen, his expression laden with meaning. In his previous life, he had been a peak expert at the true immortal stage. Though he had now lost his cultivation, his vision remained sharp. The soul wave emanating from Yi Chen's ancient ring was sensed not only by Su Chen, but also by Chen Beixian. However, you shall ultimately become the nourishment for me. Beixian Xinzuan. He chuckled coldly, his gaze flickering with intrigue. He surveyed the exchange between Su Chen and Yi Chen as if they were mere meat upon a chopping board. The ancient sacred body that had broken its chains, the indestructible sword bones, and the remnant soul of an emperor. If he were to absorb them all, he feared it would not be long before he could tread the path to immortality and return to the celestial realm. This expedition into the secret realm of the Demon Emperor would not leave him alone. Aside from a few, a new contender had finally emerged, and this time, he would undoubtedly seek to claim them as a follower. The golden-winged Rock King gazed toward the heavens, its golden vertical pupils fixed upon Su Chen, brimming with a fierce fighting spirit. Unbeknownst to those present, the prodigious scion of the Su family possessed a physique that could only be described as invincible, accompanied by a golden essence of vitality. Among the crowd, a pair of eyes locked on his Su Chen, glimmering with realization as they murmured, "This is the ancient sacred body." It was not merely one individual. Many in attendance discerned the extraordinary nature of Su Chen's constitution. The ancient sacred body, an unparalleled human physique, unrivaled even among the ages. In the primordial era, those who bore the ancient sacred body stood shoulder to shoulder with the great emperors of yore, engaging in fierce battles against the ancient sovereigns. Yet, in this age of dwindling laws, the ancient sacred body has gradually faded into obscurity, although it remains a top-tier existence among the myriad physiques. The shackles of the heavenly way render it essentially a wasted vessel, requiring immense resources to shatter those chains. With an invincible body and golden vitality, the Su family scion undoubtedly possessed the ancient sacred body. It is no wonder that upon his birth 9 years prior, he attracted numerous manifestations. A human sacred body. Little did anyone expect that this scion of the Su family would possess such a formidable constitution. It is said that the ancient sacred body has become a mere relic since ancient times. Yet how could this Su family scion's physical prowess remain so fearsome? Rumor has it that upon his arrival into the world, he was designated a divine progeny by the war god emperor, who personally guided his training, likely assisting him in breaking free from several shackles. This is highly probable. However, even so, should he fail to completely shatter the chains of the ancient sacred body, his future may not be bright. With Su Chen's display of power, all were enlightened to the true nature of his constitution. No one anticipated that the enigmatic scion of the Su family was indeed a human sacred body that had transcended its shackles, the ancient sacred body. One could only hope that the forthcoming Demon Emperor's secret realm would not lead to disappointment. Standing atop his golden chariot, with hands clasped behind his back, Su Chen cast a languid glance at Yi Chen. As his words fell, he steered the golden chariot, leading the elite of the Su family into the Demon Emperor city. With their entrance, the events of the day began to ripple throughout the entire central immortal region. In an instant, Su Chen once again became the object of awe for countless individuals. The last time such a commotion arose was at his birth, when various phenomena converged upon him. Yet this time, the uproar was even greater, for it marked Su Chen's inaugural foray into the world. The seventh heir of the Su family, the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, met her demise at his hands. Furthermore, even Yi Chen, the pride of the Yi family, was no match for his single strike. Although Su Chen had not unleashed his full might, these events led many to speculate about his formidable prowess. In contrast to Su Chen's sensational exploits, Yi Chen appeared as little more than a jester. Outside the Demon Emperor city, a youth clad in black robes gradually regained consciousness. It was none other than Yi Chen. With great difficulty, he rose, only to be besieged by waves of excruciating pain that drained the color from his face. Damn that Su family scion. 30 years of fortunes may shift, but do not underestimate the youth in his struggles. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 1,000-fold in the future, and you shall forever be subjugated beneath my feet. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury as memories of earlier events flooded back to him. A long-forgotten sense of humiliation surged within him. It had been ages since he had been subjected to such disgrace after shedding the label of being worthless. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cackling, ancient voice echoed in the air. Cackling. How could someone as oblivious as you arise from the esteemed Yi family, once a prominent clan of antiquity? Who are you? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt as if struck by lightning, his expression shifting as he scanned his surroundings. Do not search further. I reside within the ancient ring upon your finger. The eerie laughter resonated once more. Buzzing. A flash of golden light flickered from the ancient ring on Yi Chen's finger. Shortly thereafter, the ethereal figure of an elderly man clad in green appeared, gazing at Yi Chun with a smile, and declared, I am the alchemist sovereign. For the past 13 years, I am grateful for your offerings that have allowed me to awaken. I once believed you to be a person of potential, secretly providing you with various resources, only to discover that you are, in fact, a fool. In the face of the elderly man's scorn, Yi Chun did not feel anger. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly. Alchemist Sovereign? That name sounded familiar. Boom! Yi Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, his countenance filled with disbelief as he gazed at the green-clad elder. You're the Alchemist Sovereign? The Emperor who attained enlightenment through alchemy a millennium ago. The Alchemist Sovereign? Haha, I never expected that a millennium later, someone would still recognize me. The elder chuckled, nodding slightly, his face radiating pride. Junior Yi Chun, I pay my respects to the Alchemist Sovereign. I beseech you to take me as your disciple, that I may avenge my humiliation by defeating the scion of the Su family. In an instant, Yi Chun trembled all over, his expression fervent as he knelt upon the ground. An emperor! He had not anticipated that within this ancient ring resided the spirit of a powerful emperor. If he could successfully become the elder's disciple. With this thought, Yi Chun felt invigorated. He understood that he was on the brink of soaring to new heights. Upon hearing his words, the alchemist sovereign paused momentarily, but soon burst into laughter, proclaiming, well said, well said. You and I share a bond. I shall indeed take you as my disciple. However, at this point, his tone grew slightly hesitant as he continued. I believe that the scion of the Su family is not to be underestimated. Elder, why is that? Yi Chun was taken aback, instinctively responding with excitement. The scion of the ancient Su family is no ordinary individual. The expression of the alchemist sovereign gradually became serious as he spoke in a low voice. The ancient sacred body that breaks chains, coupled with the essence of the indestructible sword bone within him. Such innate talent, even in my era, would be considered an extraordinary and forbidden prodigy. In your era? How could this be possible? Yi Chun exclaimed, expressing his disbelief. He was aware of Su Chen's terrifying abilities, yet in the time of the alchemist sovereign, he would merely be regarded as a prodigy. How could he possibly be the most extraordinary and forbidden prodigy? Elder, even if the scion of the Su family possesses unparalleled talent, you were once the pinnacle of your era, an emperor. We need not be fearful of a mere scion of the ancient Su family. In the grand era of gold, I, Yi Chun, am destined to rise, to dominate all, and to vie for the supremely fateful essence, making the immortal realm aware of who truly stands as the ordained ruler of an epoch. Yi Chun gazed up at the heavens, his eyes ablaze with fervor and ambition. Excellent. The esteemed Danzun appeared to be influenced by Yi Chen's spirited demeanor, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his features. Since you possess such aspirations, I shall take you as my disciple today. With my guidance, you shall undoubtedly suppress the Su family's divine scion and become the fated one of this generation. With the conclusion of his words, a golden scroll materialized from thin air, descending before Yi Chun. This is the emperor-level cultivation technique I once practiced, the emperor's flame art, which I shall impart to you today. When cultivated to perfection, it allows one to consume the myriad flames of the world for one's own use. However, to truly enter its realm, you must first devour a divine flame or true fire. Fortunately, as I know, a divine fire of the vermilion bird shall soon manifest in the secret realm of the demon emperor. Should you manage to consume it, your strength will be greatly enhanced. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun, filled with excitement, grasped the Emperor's flame art with both hands, raising his head to gaze towards the Demon Emperor's city, a fierce battle intent flickering in his eyes. Su Chen, fortune turns like the tides. You could not have anticipated that I would encounter such an opportunity. With a teacher's aid, I, Yi Chun, shall undoubtedly rise with overwhelming strength. I will make you understand who is the sole destined one in this grand era of gold. Await your impending despair as I trample you beneath my feet. Chapter 22. The Chaotic Divine Mill, Frantic Breakthrough. Invitation from the azure-robed Little Dragon King. In the enchanting courtyard of the Demon Emperor's city, ethereal mists lingered, intertwined with shimmering golden light. A sacred aura permeated the air, resonating with the laws of the universe. Within the courtyard, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes firmly shut. The golden sacred blood surged within him, nourishing the surrounding flora, which flourished in vibrant hues. Su Chen himself appeared even more transcendent. Boom! Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted from the depths of his mind. At this moment, Su Chen felt as though clouds and mists were rising within his consciousness, evolving into a realm of chaos. As the sounds of thunder grew increasingly intense, the chaotic world in his mind gradually became clearer. In the void of chaos, a colossal divine mill emerged, slowly rotating, obliterating all existence. The divine mill bore the marks of time, stained with traces of blood, reminiscent of divine and demonic essence. With each of its 9 rotations, it unveiled a new heavenly realm. The visualization of the chaotic divine mill was truly remarkable. Su Chen mused inwardly. This visualization, guided by the soul, ground the soul of the individual to pieces before reshaping it anew. For half a day, Su Chen's spirit traversed the realms of destruction and rebirth. Amidst this cycle, his soul gradually transformed into a golden primordial spirit, resembling a miniature version of himself, seated atop the chaotic divine mill, radiating celestial energy. Golden divine light enveloped his entire being. Behind him, the chaotic divine mill, stained with the blood of gods and demons, appeared. As it turned, the anguished cries of countless divine beings echoed forth, embodying a force capable of annihilating all things. At this moment, the visualization of the chaotic divine mill reached a minor success. Truly, the supreme soul refining technique was extraordinary. This visualization not only exponentially enhanced his soul power, but also evolved into a formidable divine ability, targeting the soul itself. The chaotic divine mill. In a mere thought, he could summon the chaotic divine mill to crush the souls of his foes. Now, with his physical body embodying the ancient holy body and the supreme body refining technique, and his soul empowered by the ultimate soul refining method and the chaotic divine mill visualization, who among the younger generation could rival him? Su Chen felt an overwhelming desire to proclaim, "Who else is there?" As his soul power surged, Su Chen's cultivation realm also ascended rapidly. The 4th level of the divine concealment realm, the 5th level, the 6th level, the 7th level. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 7th level of the divine concealment realm without any hindrance. Now, he simply awaited the opening of the Demon Emperor's secret realm. A subtle smile graced Su Chen's lips. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming adventures within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. What surprises might Yi Chun and Su Yuan bring him? Just then, a respectful voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Lord Divine Son, the esteemed leader of my household, the azure-clad Little Flood Dragon King, has hosted a banquet at the Lord's estate, wishing to extend an invitation to the Divine Son for a gathering. Might the Divine Son grace us with his presence?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen expressed his surprise. The azure-clad Little Flood Dragon King is the most formidable prodigy of the younger generation from the Azure Flood Dragon lineage, rivaling even the golden-winged Little Pung King. After a moment's contemplation, he materialized outside the courtyard, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his demeanor calm as he instructed, "Lead the way." He would not miss the opportunity to showcase his prowess in front of others at such a gathering, where embellishments and boasting were expected. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Demon Emperor's city, an exquisitely ornate palace stood tall. Within its halls, ethereal mists swirled and divine radiance flickered, resembling a celestial paradise. A group of prodigies sat together, engaging in lively conversation. These individuals hailed from the foremost factions of the celestial realm, each possessing extraordinary strength. Among them was even the golden-winged little Peng King. Seated in the highest position was a youth clad in a flowing azure robe, his demeanor carefree, and adorned with two dragon horns atop his head. This youth was none other than the azure-clad little Flood Dragon King, the strongest prodigy of his lineage. Holding a jade cup, he surveyed the assembled talents below and chuckled lightly. Has the divine son of the Su family yet to arrive? Fear not, little Flood Dragon King. We have already sent someone to summon him. If all goes well, he shall arrive shortly. One of the prodigies replied, Splendid. At last, I shall meet this legendary divine son. It is said he single-handedly defeated the Yi family's prodigy, Yi Chun. Today, what a pity I arrived too late to witness it. It is indeed a great loss. The azure-clad little Flood Dragon King's expression was animated, his eyes glistening with excitement. However, at that moment, a mocking voice resonated from beyond the palace. The divine son of the Su family? Merely a figure of hollow renown. Little Flood Dragon King, you hold him in too high of regard. Yi Chun is but a waste of talent. Were we to clash, I could extinguish him with a mere finger. At these words, the once vibrant banquet fell into an immediate silence, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the space. The guests looked up to see several figures, shrouded in darkness. Striding forth, leading them was a youth clad in a blood-red robe, his visage pale and expression arrogant. His ebony eyes radiated a chilling aura, and an eerie smile played upon his lips. This was one of the heirs of the Nether River Forbidden Zone. Mingdi, a prodigy's expression turned grave as he inhaled deeply and spoke in a subdued tone, the heir of the Life Forbidden Zone. Each one of them is a prodigious talent, rivaling the golden-winged little Peng King and the azure-clad little Flood Dragon King. Mingdi, is he not the one who recently emerged and has since slain prodigies from the 36 states? It is he. Among those 36 prodigies were many extraordinary individuals. So, he is indeed the heir of the Nether River Forbidden Zone, which explains his disdain for the divine son of the Su family. 9 years ago, a quasi-emperor from their Forbidden Zone was slain by the God King Su Wudi, and their sole supreme imperial weapon was seized, nearly igniting an immortal war. The entire Forbidden Zone was pushed back 3,000 miles by Su Wudi. Were it not for the emergence of the divine son, Su Wudi's return would have kept this heir confined within the Forbidden Zone. What qualifications does he possess to look down upon the scion of the Su family? It seems that this Ming Di seeks to regain some semblance of dignity for their He Forbidden Zone through the Su family's scion, which is quite intriguing. Upon the appearance of the heir of the He Forbidden Zone, Ming Di, the expressions of numerous prodigies present varied. Some were grave, while others wore disdainful looks. With Ming Di's arrival, one could not help but wonder if his elder brother, Ming Tian, had also emerged. A curious prodigy inquired. Boom! As these words escaped, the countenance of all the prodigies grew serious. Even the faces of the golden-winged Peng King and the azure-garbed little Flood Dragon King momentarily reflected a trace of solemnity. Ming Tian, the pinnacle of genius from the previous epoch, who had sequestered himself for an entire era, a true taboo of the initial generation. An existence capable of rivaling the taboo dragon son of Wanlong Island, Long Ritian, and the foremost figures of the Su family, as well as the elite progenitors of various immortal dynasties. Furthermore, they were the most likely to seize unparalleled fortune and achieve transcendence in this golden era. Ming Di also caught wind of the discussions among the gathered crowd. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with a chilling murderous intent. The purpose of his visit was to trample the Su family's scion underfoot, to humiliate the ancient Su family, to restore the prestige of the He Forbidden Zone, and to alleviate the trouble for his brother, Ming Tian. In his view, Su Chen, merely an ancient sacred body, was utterly unworthy of being Ming Tian's opponent. Only Long Ritian, the foremost figures of the Su family and the initial prodigies of various immortal forces held the right to challenge his brother, Ming Tian, the great wilderness captive sky finger. Just as Ming Di envisioned crushing Su Chen beneath him to elevate the Ming, he Forbidden Zone-esque reputation. A dispassionate voice resonated through the air. Rumble. In the next moment, the void trembled. An ancient, golden giant finger, engraved with countless runes, materialized out of thin air and forcefully descended upon Ming Di. Chapter 23. The great wilderness prisoner suppresses the prodigies of the Forbidden Zone, and Su Chen makes his entrance. What is there for this divine son to fear? Rumble. The heavens and earth darken, and radiant golden light surges forth. An ancient golden giant finger, imbued with immense power, descend from a sky. Who? The pitch-black pupils of Ming Di suddenly constrict, his expression one of horror. Bang! In the next moment, a terrifying pressure cascades downwards. Caught off guard, Ming Di is violently repelled by the golden giant finger, his form trembling, eyes wide with shock. In an instant, the once boisterous palace falls into silence. The expressions of the assembled prodigies freeze, their eyes filled with astonishment. The arrogant successor of the Forbidden Zone, Ming Di, has been directly pushed back by a single finger. Although this incident can be attributed to Ming Di's unpreparedness, the fact that he was repelled by a mere finger evidently speaks volumes about the opponent's strength. It is important to note that Ming Di is not someone comparable to Yi Chen. He is a true top-tier prodigy. Intriguing, such combat prowess cannot be underestimated. The golden-winged Peng King wears a rare expression of seriousness. The leader among them, the green-clad Little Jiao King, also bears a grave expression, his pupils constricting. The successor of the Ming River's Forbidden Zone? Merely trivial. At that moment, a languid voice resonates. Upon hearing this voice, the prodigies present change their expressions in unison, turning towards the entrance. In particular, the golden-winged Peng King flashes a look of shock in his golden slit-like pupils, murmuring, "How could it be him?" Before them stands a figure bathed in golden divine light, a violet silhouette, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serene, resembling a fallen immortal. It is the divine son of the Su clan. The moment the prodigies lay eyes on Su Chen, the atmosphere ignites in fervor, a cacophony of excitement. Since the provocation by Ming Di, the assembled prodigies sensed that a confrontation between Su Chen and him was inevitable in the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Yet, they did not anticipate Su Chen's overwhelming strength. Upon his arrival, he boldly strikes without uttering a single word. Raising his hand, he unleashes the great wilderness prisoner's finger. "You deserve to die." Blood spills from the corner of Ming Di's mouth. His dark eyes alight with furious wrath, filled with humiliation. Clearly, Su Chen's attack has inflicted significant injury upon him. Moreover, his reputation lies in tatters. The illustrious divine son of the Su clan resorts to a sneak attack, utterly despicable. Behind Ming Di, a prodigy of the Ming River's Forbidden Zone angrily rebukes. Is this the character of the divine son from the ancient wilderness clan? Su Chen, had you not resorted to a sneak attack, how could our esteemed Ming Di have been caught off guard? You possess no qualification to stand here and mock. As two more prodigies from the Ming River's Forbidden Zone step forward, desperately attempting to salvage Ming Di's lost dignity, Su Chen raises an eyebrow slightly. Boom! In the next moment, he points his finger like a sword, a chilling sword intent surging forth. Behind him, an ethereal nine-leaf sword grasp materializes. Swish! 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 In rapid succession, three unstoppable sword energies slash through the air, rending the void. The three prodigies who had just spoken freeze in place. Countless fine bloodlines erupting from their bodies, ultimately coalescing into three clouds of blood mist. Su Chen's gaze was disdainful, his expression indifferent as he spoke with a tone of contempt, since when do insects have the right to interject? The entire palace fell into a profound silence. The onlookers regarded the figure in the purple robe, resembling a celestial being, with a chill in their hearts. It was worth noting that the three prodigies from the Forbidden Zone, each possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the divine concealment realm, were remarkably talented. Although they did not match the top-tier geniuses present, they were still more than adequate compared to Su Chen. Yet, even so, they could not stand against Su Chen. With a mere flick of his hand, 3 sword energies cleaved through the air, vanquishing the 3 prodigious talents of the Forbidden Zone. Such formidable prowess sent shivers down the spines of some present. You dare to slay my Forbidden Zone's prodigies? You seek death. Mingdi's pale visage was frighteningly cold, fury flickering in his eyes. Boom! The pressure of the 9th stage of the divine concealment realm erupted forth. Mingdi grasped with his right hand, and a menacing black spear tore through the air. He raised his hand, and the divine spear lunged forth, its sharp edge gleaming as it surged towards Su Chen. He could no longer bear the sight of it. First, his dignity was shattered, and then he witnessed the murder of his comrades right before his eyes. How could he tolerate this? He had come today to trample the Su family's divine son beneath his feet, not to be subdued by him. Boom! The icy spear, carrying the force to rend the heavens and split the earth, sliced through the void, unleashing waves of dark spear light. In an instant, the air surged, and the spear light rained down upon Su Chen. Is that all? Su Chen regarded the onslaught with an unperturbed expression, his eyes brimming with scorn. However, just as he raised his hand, a streak of azure divine light appeared, intercepting Mingdi's strike. Simultaneously, the dignified figure of the azure-clad little flood dragon king rose slowly. Speaking with a smile, "Gentlemen, this place is the birthplace of the demon emperor. I kindly ask that you refrain from hostilities, lest you make things difficult for my brother, the little Peng King. Once the banquet concludes, if you insist on fighting, you may do so outside the city," the golden-winged little Peng King added at that moment. Upon hearing this, Mingdi looked up at the two, his pallid face betraying his fury. Why was it that when Su Chen struck down his prodigies from the Ming River's Forbidden Zone, they did not intervene? Yet, when it was his turn to retaliate, they chose to obstruct him. Was this not blatant favoritism towards Su Chen? Nevertheless, he suppressed his anger and seated himself with gritted teeth. He understood that if he were to insist on fighting, he would face not just Su Chen, but everyone present. After the banquet, I will surely kill you. Mingdi coldly huffed, repressing his seething rage. The assembled prodigies exchanged glances, disappointment flashing in their eyes upon hearing Mingdi speak. They had hoped to witness the true prowess of the Ming River's heir pitted against the Su family's divine son, only to be thwarted at this critical juncture by the azure-clad little flood dragon king and the golden-winged little Peng King. Su Chen, somewhat disheartened, shook his head. He had been prepared to strike down Mingdi instantly, to showcase his might and perhaps incite the imaginations of those present, allowing him to boast of his prowess. Unexpectedly, at such a critical juncture, he was thwarted by the azure-clad little Jiao and the golden-winged little Peng King, leaving Mingdi utterly humbled. For a moment, he felt too embarrassed to continue his assault, resigning himself to await the conclusion of the banquet. However, at that moment, a disciple from the Mingyi Forbidden Zone burst in, and upon spotting Mingdi, he wailed, "Lord Mingdi, you must uphold justice for us." Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd was taken aback. What calamity had transpired? Mingdi's eyes flickered with a glint of murderous intent as he coldly inquired. He had been vexed, searching for a means to vent his frustration. Now, upon learning that the disciples of the Mingyi Forbidden Zone had been wronged, his fury ignited. Did they truly believe they could trample upon the people of the Mingyi Forbidden Zone? The disciple's expression was one of sorrowful indignation as he proclaimed, "My lord, a disciple from the ancient Su family named Su Chinga has just injured several of our disciples. You must take action on our behalf." As his words echoed through the hall, the onlookers stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. What? Is the Mingyi Forbidden Zone truly at odds with the ancient Su family today? The azure-clad little Jiao king felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Completely dazed. At this point, it was impossible to intervene. Only Su Chen's eyes sparkled with delight, internally exclaiming, "What a splendid opportunity for a display of divine retribution. The ancient Su family, how brazenly they oppress others." A cold voice rang out, accompanied by a chilling aura of murderous intent. With a thunderous crash, Ming Di shattered the jade table with a single palm and rose to his feet, his robe billowing, the dark divine spear gripped firmly in his hand. His gaze bore down on Su Chen, a tempest of rage swirling within his eyes. The spear pointed at Su Chen as he uttered coldly, "Son of the Su family. Can you provide an explanation to the Mingyi Forbidden Zone?" Explanation? To whom should this divine son offer an explanation? Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "And who grants you the audacity to point a spear at me?" His tone, though placid, brimmed with authority. With a swift motion, Su Chen unleashed the immortal slaughter sword technique. A resplendent, vast sword light cleaved through the void, hurtling towards Ming Di. "This sword serves as my explanation on behalf of the ancient Su family. You shall perish." Ming Di's countenance twisted with rage, utterly deranged. Having been humiliated by Su Chen time and again, his wrath boiled over. In that moment, all he desired was to slay Su Chen. Boom! He wildly channeled the power within him, the dark energy surging into the spear as he thrust it forth. The two formidable strikes collided, shaking the very fabric of the void, waves of power sweeping across the surroundings. The assembled prodigies watched with grave expressions, filled with dread. Under such overwhelming force, Ming Di was sent flying backward. Spurt. Blood gushed forth as the sword light struck him, revealing deep gashes that exposed bone. No! How is this possible? Ming Di's pupils widened in disbelief, his heart sinking into despair. Until now, he had utterly underestimated the 9-year-old prodigy of the Su family. With a mere flick of his hand, he was defeated. Su Chen stood with one hand behind his back, his purple robe billowing, exuding an otherworldly aura as he slightly lifted his foot. Boom! In an instant, Su Chen appeared directly before Ming Di, treading upon his face, and calmly inquired, "Are you satisfied with this resolution?" Ming Di struggled desperately, yet he could not break free. Blessed with the ancient sacred body and having cultivated the true demon indestructible body, Su Chen possessed immense divine power. With just a slight exertion, he could obliterate Ming Di beneath his foot. A tempest of humiliation, rage, helplessness, and terror surged within Ming Di's heart. He had come today with the intention of trampling Su Chen underfoot, clearing the path for Ming Tian, and restoring the fearsome reputation of the Ming River Forbidden Zone. Yet now, it seemed, he had attempted to show off, only to be humiliated instead. Before the countless prodigies of various factions present, he found himself beneath Su Chen's foot. This disgrace was more unbearable than death itself. "It appears you are not very satisfied. In that case," Su Chen gazed down at the enraged Ming Di, shaking his head slightly. "Do you dare?" Ming Di felt the overwhelming danger in Su Chen's gaze, and an intense fear surged within him as he exclaimed in terror, "What is there that I would not dare?" Su Chen replied with a faint smile, gradually increasing the divine power beneath his foot. Chapter 24. Those who defy the divine progeny shall all come to battle. Su Chen versus King of the Golden Winged Rock. The divine progeny of the Su family seems intent on taking lethal action. The assembled prodigies were taken aback upon witnessing Su Chen harboring murderous intent toward Ming Di. They had not anticipated that Su Chen would indeed seek to end Ming Di's life. Ming Di, after all, was the scion of the Forbidden Zone of the Ming River, the younger brother of the taboo prodigy, Ming Tian. Should Ming Di perish, the ramifications are beyond imagination. It would likely incite the wrath of the Ming River's Forbidden Zone, shaking the very foundations of the central celestial domain. Moreover, the prodigies present would face the reckoning of Ming Tian. In an instant, the many gathered prodigies were visibly affected. However, just as Su Chen was poised to deliver the fatal blow to Ming Di, a cold and commanding voice rang out. Divine progeny of the Su family. The king of the golden-winged rock slowly rose, his piercing golden vertical pupils fixated on Su Chen, and he spoke with an air of undeniable authority. "Might I beseech you to grant the king of the golden-winged rock a favor and let this matter rest? Would that be agreeable?" His voice was not loud, yet his tone was imperious, leaving no room for dissent. The Demon Emperor's city belonged to their demon clan. Should Ming Di meet his demise here today? Where would their clan's dignity lie? What fortune? It is the king of the golden-winged rock. I am saved. As Ming Di heard the king of the golden-winged rock intercede, his gaze flickered, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as he could leave alive, he could devise countless ways to redeem the humiliation he endured today. Yet, the venomous hatred in his eyes towards Su Chen remained, his expression twisted in rage. As a scion of the Ming River's forbidden zone, he had always stood above others. Since his emergence, he had known not a single defeat. Yet today, he not only suffered a devastating loss, but was publicly humiliated by Su Chen in front of countless prodigies from various factions, requiring the king of the golden-winged rock to plead on his behalf. It was a disgrace he had never known, one that would be etched into his memory for a lifetime. His hatred for Su Chen was profound. How dare you look upon me with such disdain? Su Chen gazed down at Ming Di, his eyes narrowing slightly, dismissing the words of the king of the golden-winged rock as inconsequential. Grant a favor? In this world, he had no need to curry favor with anyone. In the realm of existence, one's reputation is earned, not bestowed by others. Simply put, he would end this matter with a decisive strike. Boom! In an instant, a surge of golden vitality coursed through his being, divine power erupting forth as he raised his foot and forcefully brought it down upon Ming Di's chest. Crack! A series of cracking sounds echoed as Ming Di's ribcage shattered in an instant. Ah! Ming Di's eyes turned crimson, and he let out a furious wail directed at the heavens. As a scion of the Forbidden Zone, he had always been the one to mercilessly slay other prodigies, a bloodthirsty harbinger of death to countless souls. Until now, no one had dared to treat him in such a manner. Su Chen, how dare you act thus toward me? In this Demon Emperor's secret realm, my brother, Ming Tian, will not let you escape unscathed, nor will he spare the ancient Su family. Ming Di's anguished cries were filled with venom, his face contorted with murderous intent, and a chilling glint in his eyes. Oh, is that so? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his voice indifferent yet laced with amusement. Whether your brother will spare me or the Su family, I am uncertain. All I know is that you may never witness that scene again. With a resounding thunder, as his words fell, the sacred blood within surged forth, transforming into waves of roaring thunder. Su Chen, you actually wish to kill me? Are you disregarding the face of the golden-winged Rock King? Feeling the terrifying divine might emanating from Su Chen, Ming Di's previously pallid complexion turned ashen, his pupils constricting in sheer terror. The godson of the Su clan. The expression of the golden-winged Rock King darkened, his golden vertical pupils fixating on Su Chen as he intoned gravely, I've stated before, grant me this favor, and let this matter rest. Do you not comprehend? Faint embers of anger flickered in his eyes. In the entire celestial realm, amongst the younger generation, who would dare to disregard the golden-winged Rock King? It was Su Chen's first time treating his words as mere whispers in the wind. How could this not incite his wrath? Undeterred by the golden-winged Rock King's warning, Su Chen stood resolute, hands clasped behind his back, as if he had not heard, and continued to strike. The golden aura surged within him, ascending to the 9th heavenly layer, as 6,000 calamity texts awakened simultaneously, empowering his divine strength. With a simple motion, Su Chen raised his hand towards Ming Di. Boom! Though it was but a straightforward palm strike, under the augmentation of boundless divine might, it resonated like the hand of an ancient deity, echoing with endless roars that caused the entire palace to tremble. The terrifying pressure instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of many prodigies present, leaving them in a state of shock. No! If you kill me, my brother will never let you go. Ming Di bellowed, his magical energy reaching its zenith, prepared for a desperate struggle. Yet at that moment, the golden divine palm descended, and blood splattered in all directions. Ming Di's eyes brimmed with infinite unwillingness and despair, ultimately reducing to mere ash. The heir of the Ming River's forbidden zone, Ming Di, has perished. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Even the golden-winged Rock King and his fellow prodigies did not anticipate Su Chen's decisiveness and slaughter. Just then, Su Chen slightly raised his head, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Ultimately, his eyes fell upon the golden-winged Rock King, his expression indifferent. As he spoke, "As the God's son, when I choose to take a life, no one's favor holds sway. What is the golden-winged Rock King to me? That I should make an exception?" His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, yet exuded an attitude of disdain for all. As his voice faded, everyone present remained motionless. The godson of the Su clan actually disregarded the golden-winged Rock King. In the eyes of the younger generation throughout the celestial realm, even the most taboo figures would yield some respect to the golden-winged Rock King. Yet, not only did the godson of the Su clan withhold it, he even dared to insult him. The golden-winged Rock King, with his cascading golden hair and eyes sharp as blades, fixed his gaze intensely upon Su Chen. "What? Do you refuse to submit?" Su Chen stood with hands clasped behind his back, his purple robe fluttering, and upon noticing the golden-winged Rock King's unwavering stare, he slightly raised an eyebrow and declared, "If you are dissatisfied or find me displeasing, feel free to join together." Upon hearing these words, the golden-winged little Pung King was immediately consumed by an intense fury, his insides aflame with rage. With a powerful tremor of his magnificent golden wings, he emanated a formidable aura, while a piercing golden light surged from his eyes as he thundered, "Human race, do you truly believe that slaying the underworld grants you the right to challenge me? As the most exceptional prodigy of the golden-winged Pung clan, I have never endured such humiliation. What if Su Chen possesses exceptional strength? Today, I shall demonstrate to him that beyond humanity, there exists a realm of greater beings." The azure-clad little Jiao King furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of indignation flashing in his eyes, yet he refrained from intervening. He understood the temperament and prowess of the golden-winged little Pung King. Once he set his sights on a target, no one could intercede. In the eyes of the azure-clad little Jiao King, the assembly of prodigies present were equally incensed, yet none dared to speak against Su Chen, who had just forcefully slain the underworld, showcasing his formidable capabilities and basking in the limelight. "Let us engage in battle. I have no time for idle chatter," Su Chen declared, his gaze unwavering, his demeanor calm. "Arrogance. Human, even if you are a scion of an ancient lineage possessing the sacred body of antiquity, today, I shall make you pay the price." The golden-winged little Pung King could no longer restrain himself, unleashing a piercing howl toward the heavens. With his proclamation, his golden wings quaked, unleashing thousands of sword-like feathers that transformed into a torrent of devastation. In an instant, these countless feathers, akin to divine blades, cleaved through the air. The golden-winged little Pung King launched himself skyward, soaring to the heavens, gazing down upon Su Chen with cold, golden-slit pupils, and ominously stated, "Son of the Su family, I offer you one final opportunity. Become my follower, and I shall pardon your transgressions. Furthermore, I assure you, the demise of the underworld shall rest solely upon my shoulders." Chapter 25. What era is this? Still engaging in prolonged pretense? The words of the golden-winged Rock King stirred a tumultuous uproar among all the prodigies. To have the scion of the Su family become a mere follower? For these esteemed individuals, such a notion was far more unbearable than death itself. It was an utter humiliation. A follower? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Standing with his hands clasped behind him and his black hair cascading down, he stepped into the void, ascending towards the heavens. Clad in a resplendent purple robe that billowed like the wings of a celestial being, he moved with an ethereal grace. How absurd for a mere ground-dwelling chicken to think it could have this deity as a follower. Su Chen's expression was one of disdain. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the Demon Emperor city, compelling countless individuals to lift their gazes towards the sky. What is happening? Why is the scion of the Su family confronting the golden-winged Rock King? And why does he refer to him as a ground-dwelling chicken? Hiss! The Su family scion is truly formidable. On his first day in Demon Emperor City, he had already slain the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Lu Ruyan, and subsequently defeated the young master of the Yi family, Yi Chun, with a mere flick of his hand. Now he stands against the golden-winged Rock King. No, just moments ago, he had annihilated the entity from the Nether River's Forbidden Zone. Such audacity displayed by the Su family scion. Does he not fear being besieged upon entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm? He is a sacred body of the human race, having shattered his shackles through the immense resources of the Su family, rendering him invincible among his peers. What does he have to fear? Although the Su family scion is indeed a sacred body of ancient lineage, he holds no winning chance against the golden-winged Rock King, who possesses the bloodline of the celestial rock. The entire Demon Emperor city was in a fervor. The ancient Su family scion was pitted against the strongest prodigy of the golden-winged rock lineage. Such a spectacle occurs but once in a millennium. Yet more than anything, there was admiration for Su Chen's prowess. In less than a day since entering Demon Emperor City, he had consecutively defeated and slain numerous prodigies, even causing the downfall of a successor from the Forbidden Zone. And now, he stands against the golden-winged Rock King, an utterly audacious move. It is worth noting that the golden-winged Rock King is among the most elite of the younger generation in the immortal realm, second only to the forbidden progenitors. Anyone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him is invariably a scion or saint of the ancient families, immortal dynasties, or supreme lineages. Since his emergence, he has claimed the lives of no fewer than 5 saints and disciples. In a tower residing within the 3 major sequences of the Su family, 3 figures stood, gazing towards the sky. Ah, how splendid! Even before entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, Su Chen has already clashed with the golden-winged Rock King. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. He shall soon taste the bitterness of defeat. Su Ke fixated on Su Chen in the heavens, his expression brimming with excitement. Su Yuan and Su Yanhuang also directed their gazes at Su Chen, their eyes flickering with anticipation. Although the 3 of them outwardly submitted to Su Chen, deep within, they were filled with reluctance, constantly hoping for his downfall at the hands of other prodigies. In a dim corner of the Demon Emperor city, a hooded figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, his cold gaze fixed upon Su Chen. This individual was none other than Yi Chen. Su Chen, you must not fall at the hands of the golden-winged Rock King. I desire for you to witness my rise, Yi Chen, as I triumphantly overshadow you, uprooting the ancient Su clan and erasing it from the realm of immortals. Yi Chen clenched his fists and silently vowed. Not far behind him, Chen Beishuan's figure gradually emerged. Concealed in the shadows, his gaze fixed upon Yi Chen's retreating form. A strange smile graced his lips, with the remnant soul of the Emperor. Coupled with the ancient sacred body in the heavens, I, this celestial sovereign, no longer need to forge a chaotic Tao body. Once I enter the Demon Emperor's secret realm, I shall devour you all one by one. Ha ha ha! At that moment, the golden-winged Rock King, filled with rage, laughed coldly. His golden vertical pupils gradually turned frigid as he proclaimed, "Excellent. Today, I shall utterly annihilate the ancient sacred body, ensuring that the human race is devoid of any sacred bodies." Celestial rock slash. With a whoosh, the golden-winged Rock King once again vibrated his golden wings. In an instant, countless golden feathers transformed into a multitude of golden divine swords, unleashing millions of sword energies. The rock's cry echoed through the heavens, its wings cleaving the firmament, as millions of sword energies surged forth, illuminating the entirety of the Demon Emperor city. Countless cultivators turned pale, trembling in despair. The golden-winged Rock King's initial strike was an unparalleled divine ability, the celestial rock slash. Any prodigy in the divine concealment realm who was struck by it would surely perish. However, in the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Su Chen remained composed, showing no sign of defense. For it was utterly unnecessary. The ancient sacred body was already fortified to the utmost, unrivaled among its peers. Moreover, he was further empowered by the true demon indestructible body. Su Chen declared, Come, I shall stand here today. Unleash your attacks freely. If you can breach my defenses, I shall graciously offer you the source of this ancient sacred body." Seeking death, the golden-winged Rock King, witnessing Su Chen's audacity, felt a flicker of disdain in his golden pupils. Yet the ensuing scene rendered him completely dumbfounded. Endless calamities surged forth. Su Chen raised his hand, invoking the powers of the true demon indestructible body, thrusting his hands forward. In an instant, a black hole materialized, emanating an insatiable pull that consumed all million sword energies. The 10,800 golden divine swords conjured by the golden-winged Rock King shattered in that moment. Weak, too weak. Su Chen shook his head in disappointment and unleashed a single punch. No embellishments, just a straightforward strike. Golden blood surged. The fist's radiance illuminating the heavens as it hurtled towards the golden-winged Rock King. Boom! The void reverberated with thunderous roars, shaking incessantly. A punch fortified by the ancient sacred body and 6,000 calamity script divine powers approached the zenith of the divine concealment realm. As the punch struck, countless cultivators in the Demon Emperor city felt their souls tremble. Terrifying. The power of this corporeal form was beyond description. Truly, the ancient sacred body was formidable. A mere punch had already reached the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. One could only wonder how many shackles the scion of the Su clan had shattered. Based on the might of this punch, it was at least 3 shackles. With sheer physical prowess alone, the scion of the Su family may very well ascend to the ranks of the forbidden prodigies. Should he triumph over the golden-winged Rock King today, he would undoubtedly be worthy of this esteemed title. Has this Su family prodigy perhaps mastered some formidable body-refining techniques? His physical strength could rival that of a true dragon. Numerous talented individuals gazed at Su Chen as he effortlessly unleashed a punch, their faces etched with disbelief, gasping in astonishment. How is this possible? How could he possess such extraordinary strength? This is utterly inconceivable. Yi Chen stood in a stupor. He had initially believed that Su Chen's power was merely on par with that of the golden-winged Rock King. However, witnessing Su Chen's display now sent a chilling sensation coursing through him. The chasm that separated them felt insurmountable. Steady your mind, my dear disciple. The voice of the alchemist echoed in Yi Chen's mind. This Su family scion is merely at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. With my guidance and the imperial flame technique, as long as you can devour the divine fire within the Demon Emperor's secret realm, defeating him will be a mere trifling matter. My imperial flame technique is specifically designed to counter various physiques, and it can even refine them into medicinal pills. Consume it, and you shall acquire the essence of his physique. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes brightened, and he responded eagerly, Master, you are right. It is I who faltered. This time within the Demon Emperor's secret realm, I shall undoubtedly succeed in devouring the divine fire and overpower Su family's scion. Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, a chilling voice resonated from above. I, the golden-winged Rock King, soar across the heavens. Su family scion, do you truly believe you can slay me with just this punch? Such confidence is rather misplaced. Tianpeng Bo Long Technique. With this proclamation, the golden-winged Rock King released a thunderous roar. His golden hair standing on end as the magnificent golden wings on his back unfurled to obscure the sky. Behind him, a golden Tianpeng materialized, tearing through the air like a true dragon. This was the bloodline divine ability of the golden-winged Rock clan, the Tianpeng Bo Long Technique. The golden-winged Rock King had finally unleashed his ultimate move. Upon witnessing the Tianpeng Bo Long Technique, countless talents within the city changed their expressions in alarm. Even the green-robed young Dragon King appeared horrified, disbelief etched across his face. Even when he had battled the golden-winged Rock King, the latter had not resorted to using the Tianpeng Bo Long Technique. Yet now, faced with Su Chen, he revealed his hidden card, his bloodline ability. This clearly indicated that the golden-winged Rock King had been pushed to his limits by Su Chen. Su Chen gazed at the majestic manifestation of the Tianpeng Bo Long behind the golden-winged Rock King and shook his head. What era are we in? Still employing such prolonged wind-ups? It is well known that a zero-frame initiation allows for an extended wind-up. Clearly, the Tianpeng Bo Long technique before him was of the latter kind, since it was indeed an extended wind-up. Su Chen would not permit him to successfully execute the Tianpeng Bo Long technique. Da Huang Qiu Tian Finger. Su Chen raised his hand to unleash the Da Huang Qiu Tian Finger, initiating it with 0 frames. A thunderous rumble echoed as an aura of primal wilderness surged forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. The sky split open, and an ancient, resplendent golden giant finger, imbued with unmatched divine might, materialized directly above the golden-winged Rock King's head. Following this, the spiritual energy of the world began to boil, transforming into a torrent that surged wildly toward the golden-winged Rock King. One finger to imprison the world. Su Chen gently gestured towards the golden-winged Rock King. In an instant, an infinite expanse of spiritual energy transformed into an invisible prison, directly subduing the golden-winged rock. Simultaneously, a colossal golden finger descended from the heavens with great force. At its touch, the very fabric of the universe trembled. This finger seemed as though an ancient deity, transcending the river of time, had reached out, causing the void to fracture, and at that moment, the world's flora and fauna fell into a profound stillness. Why does this divine ability possess such overwhelming power? How does it differ so greatly from what I have witnessed before? At that moment, the golden-winged Rock King displayed an unusual expression of terror. Confronted by this finger, a sense of unprecedented fear resonated deep within his soul. Chapter 26. The unrivaled domain of the golden-winged Peng King. A melody of flute sound entombs the supreme. Boom! With a mere gesture, the golden-winged Peng King's celestial technique was abruptly severed, his form forcefully pinned to the ground. The earth fissured for miles, reducing the surrounding structures to mere dust. The golden-winged Peng King was driven deep beneath the surface, his fate shrouded in uncertainty. An overwhelming sense of dread and terror pervaded the hearts of every inhabitant of the Demon Emperor city, with many souls trembling in silent fear. The mere aura of that single gesture was sufficient to shatter their resolve. Truly, the prodigy of the Su family, nurtured under the tutelage of the war god, was fearsome beyond measure. As they beheld Su Chen, who had decisively subdued the golden-winged Peng King, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Chen's might was insurmountable, his dominance unparalleled. It was only at this moment that they realized how gravely they had underestimated this 9-year-old prodigy of the Su family, the golden-winged Peng King, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the younger generation, a true youthful sovereign. Prior to their confrontation, many believed the Su family's prodigy could not possibly contend against the renowned golden-winged Peng King, given the latter's long-established fame compared to Su Chen's recent emergence. Yet, the outcome was a stark revelation. The golden-winged Peng King exhibited no semblance of resistance before the Su family's prodigy. This was patently an uneven battle, akin to a one-sided massacre. What instilled the greatest fear was the realization that Su Chen was but 9 years of age, merely at the 7th level of the divine concealment realm. Nevertheless, all present understood that, following this confrontation, Su Chen was poised to usurp the golden-winged Peng King's position among the young elite of the celestial domain. Unless a more formidable prodigy were to arise and defeat him, his standing would remain unchallenged. But could such a scenario truly unfold? Su Chen's talent was undeniably terrifying. At this juncture, only the most powerful taboo first generations from the Su family's top 3 lineages, the forbidden dragon son of the 10,000 Dragons Path, the royal Wang family of the northern domain, and the heir of the underworld river's forbidden zone, Ming Tian, could potentially surpass Su Chen. However, these taboo first generations and ancient anomalies were currently in seclusion, awaiting the opening of the path to immortality, yet to formally enter the world. Though these figures had yet to emerge, Su Chen, through this battle, had already begun to display an invincible demeanor. It seemed that during this expedition to the Demon Emperor's secret realm, no one could rival the Su family's prodigy. In this current generation, any other prodigies seeking to challenge Su Chen's position would find it an arduous task. Excluding the taboo first generations and ancient anomalies, I truly struggle to envision anyone capable of contending with him. Su Chen's singular dominance over the golden-winged Peng King left all in awe. They now comprehended how myopic their perspectives had been, particularly the elite from various factions, who felt this realization most acutely. They were acutely aware of the golden-winged Peng King's prowess, and defeating him was, in their eyes, an insurmountable challenge. Yet now, Su Chen had accomplished it with apparent ease. Su Chen, even if your strength is extraordinary, what of it? As I devour the divine fire and master the Emperor's flame technique, my power will surge, and I shall rise to prominence, undoubtedly trampling you beneath my feet before the eyes of all in the immortal domain. Yi Chen clenched his fists, his gaze flickering as he murmured. Though despair gripped his heart, he sought a flimsy justification to console himself. In Su Chen's ears, a clear system notification chimed. Ding! A boast about the host has been detected, triggering a critical hit. Reward: the invincible domain. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen's spirit jolted with exhilaration. After all this time of showcasing my prowess, finally, a reward had arrived. As the system's voice faded, an endless torrent surged into his mind. The invincible domain. Once unleashed, the vital energy within him would manifest as a domain. It is named the invincible domain. As long as the realm of any being entering the invincible domain is not greater than Su Chen's by a major tier, their life and death would rest solely within his thoughts. The stronger Su Chen became, the larger and more potent the invincible domain would grow. Perhaps in the future, when Su Chen unleashed the invincible domain, he could envelop all beings in the world. The fate of all creatures would lie in his hands. Su Chen. What the hell? This is utterly absurd. Merely gazing upon the invincible domain feels surreal. One thought, invincible. Who among the younger generation in the immortal domain could possibly stand against him? Even the taboo progenitors and ancient monstrosities would kneel before this invincible domain. Fantastic. What an incredible gain. Ahem. Just then, the golden-winged rock king crawled out from the depths, bloodied and coughing violently. His face was thoroughly marred with humiliation. Yet his gaze towards Su Chen was now filled with profound terror. For that single finger had been truly horrifying. The golden-winged rock king had never encountered such a formidable divine ability. With just one finger, it had summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a prison that left him rooted in place. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from that prison. In an instant, the foundation of his invincible heart was shattered. He had been confident in his desire to recruit Su Chen as a follower, to sweep through the Demon Emperor's secret realm, and to contend with the taboo progenitors. But now his resolve lay in ruins. Su Chen was terrifyingly powerful, his strength unfathomable. Not dead yet? Su Chen looked at the golden-winged rock king emerging from the ground, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. But soon, he revealed a light smile and said, "In that case, allow me, this divine son, to escort you on your journey." Upon hearing these words, countless individuals within the Demon Emperor city felt a chill run down their spines. The Su family's divine son intended to kill the golden-winged rock king. A terrifying thought flashed through many minds. It was over. The golden-winged rock king would likely perish today at Su Chen's hands. Should the golden-winged rock king fall today, it would surely stir great waves and send tremors throughout the immortal domain. At that point, it would not merely be a contest among prodigies, but a clash between the ancient Su family and the golden-winged rock clan. It might even ignite an immortal war. At that moment, Su Chen stepped forward, instantly positioning himself before the golden-winged rock king, his hands thrusting outward with the intent to rend him asunder. Boom! Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an overwhelming aura of supremacy erupted. In an instant, countless individuals within the Demon Emperor city were suppressed, collapsing to the ground and trembling in fear. Accompanying this was a voice of profound authority and cold severity. Son of the Su family, as the saying goes, one should leave a line when acting, so that they may meet again in the future. Is it not rather excessive for you to attempt to take the life of the Rock King? Boom! As this voice reverberated, the heavens quivered and the very fabric of reality trembled. A towering figure emerged slowly from the void, clad in an ancient golden robe. This figure bore a pair of golden wings and possessed piercing golden vertical pupils that radiated an astonishing brilliance. This was a supreme being of the golden-winged rock clan. The young Jiao king gazed at the golden figure in the sky, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. In an era where emperors lay dormant and quasi-emperors seldom revealed themselves, a supreme power stood at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Even among elite sects, a supreme being represented an immense legacy. And now, the golden-winged rock clan had a supreme presence descend, causing a stir throughout the Demon Emperor city. Excessive? In the face of the imposing aura of the supreme being from the golden-winged rock clan, Su Chen maintained his composure and replied coolly, "If one chooses to enter the world and vie for supremacy, they must be prepared to face death at any moment. Surely, this principle is not lost on your golden-winged rock clan?" Upon hearing this, the expression of the supreme being from the golden-winged rock clan darkened gradually as he fixed his gaze upon Su Chen and solemnly remarked, "Your engagement with the Rock King is merely a customary spar. How can it be termed a rivalry? Given the dominance of the golden-winged rock clan, had it been any other faction's prodigy who defeated the Rock King, they would have been swiftly eliminated. Yet, it was the ancient Su family who had triumphed, a fact that posed considerable difficulty for this supreme being. A spar? Upon hearing this, Su Chen could not help but laugh. Let me make it clear today. Should you engage with me, be prepared to face death. With that, he disregarded the supreme being from the golden-winged rock clan, seizing the golden-winged rock king's body. And with a sudden, forceful tear, splatter, in an instant, the golden-winged rock king was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. The rock king's corpse reverted to its original form and was promptly stored within Su Chen's spatial ring. Such a treasure would undoubtedly bolster his strength, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the supreme being unable to react in time. "Brat, you are brazen." Witnessing the rock king's demise at Su Chen's hands, the supreme being of the golden-winged rock clan's eyes bulged with fury as he roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a tremendous pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, bearing down upon Su Chen. Boom! A colossal golden hand reached out, shattering the void as it advanced towards Su Chen. Simultaneously, a voice imbued with ancient authority resonated. "Those who dare to threaten the young master shall be met with no mercy." As the words resonated, a haunting melody of a flute echoed from the distant void. The sound transformed into a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the emptiness, directed toward the supreme being of the golden-winged rock clan. The chilling divine presence sent shivers even through the most powerful of beings. With a sharp sound, the flute's blade swept past, instantly piercing the body of the supreme warrior. In that fleeting moment, the heavens darkened and a rain of blood began to fall. Wails of lamentation reverberated through the void, as if the very world itself wept. A supreme being had fallen. Those who transcend the cosmos evoke terrifying phenomena upon their demise. The member of the golden-winged rock clan plummeted swiftly from the void, utterly vanquished. A single melody of the flute heralded the burial of supremacy. Chapter 27. The Guardian of the Semi-Emperor. Two great sequences submit. The golden-winged rock clan apologizes. Kings do not meet. A torrential downpour of blood. The heavens and earth tremble. The multitude falls silent. Only the universe weeps in sorrow. Within the Demon Emperor city, countless beings are shaken to their core, their faces etched with horror. The supreme realm experts, exalted and aloof, are for those present an unattainable existence. A supreme expert is akin to a pillar of strength within the immortal dynasty and the ancient aristocratic families. They could even single-handedly establish a top-tier sect. Yet, even the most outstanding figures from various factions, who seldom encounter supreme experts within their own realms, now witness these lofty beings being treated like mere ants, extinguished by a single note from a flute. One supreme expert was thus obliterated. The ease with which such a being was eradicated suggests the assailant must be a semi-emperor. The entire Demon Emperor city is thrown into chaos, as everyone gazes in disbelief at the corpse of the supreme expert from the golden-winged rock clan. The fall of a supreme. Since the onset of the end of Law era, one might not witness the demise of a supreme for millennia. Yet, since the birth of the Su family's divine offspring, a semi-emperor and a supreme have perished because of him. Truly, the divine child of the ancient Su clan, Su Wudi's son, holds an extraordinary status within the family. One talented individual gazes at Su Chen, unable to suppress his admiration. The protection of a semi-emperor in all the immortal realm is a privilege possessed solely by the ancient Su clan, which has stood tall for countless years. The ancient Su clan is indeed one of the illustrious three great clans, with an abundance of venerable figures. The three great clans, renowned, deeply rooted, and home to the most prodigies, are far from ordinary, particularly the ancient Su clan, which is presided over by the War Emperor, capable of shaking the immortal realm with a mere stamp of their foot. Within the Demon Emperor city, innumerable prodigies whisper among themselves, their words laden with envy. It is well known that ordinary top-tier sects and the Immortal Dynasty would only assign saint or great saint-level protectors to their prodigies. Only those exceptional talents, the forbidden first generation, might receive the protection of a saint king or a supreme expert. A prodigy like Su Chen, endowed with the protection of a semi-emperor, is a rarity in the immortal realm. This clearly illustrates the importance the Su clan places on Su Chen. How could this be? How is this possible? How could the clan dispatch a semi-emperor to protect him? In the lofts where the three sequences of the Su clan reside, Su Yuan clenches his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Standing behind him, Su Yunhuang and Su Ke share the same expression of astonishment. Not to mention others, even the three of them are utterly bewildered. Within the Su clan's top 10 sequences, only the top 3 can possess the protection of a supreme expert, while the rest are granted great saints. Logically, although Su Chen is revered as the divine offspring, his treatment should be on par with the top 3 sequences. Receiving a supreme protector, why then has the Su clan directly dispatched a semi-emperor for protection? Such treatment was something even Su Wudi had never experienced in his youth. However, as Su Yuan contemplated the supreme opportunity within the Demon Emperor's secret realm, excitement flickered in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Humph, what if the clan has dispatched a quasi-emperor to protect you? Once you enter the Demon Emperor's secret realm, your demise is inevitable. The destiny of this life is destined for me, Su Yuan. Even the esteemed Su Lingchen is merely a stepping stone for my ascent." Meanwhile, Su Yunhuang and Su Ke exchange glances, their eyes filled with trepidation as they turn to gaze at Su Chen. Previously, their subservience had been forced by Su Chen's overwhelming strength, but now it was a sincere submission. The mere fact that a quasi-emperor was assigned to protect Su Chen illustrated the clan's profound regard for him. Given that they were not the strongest among the top 10 lineages and their hopes of competing for the position of the divine son seemed bleak, it would be wise to pledge their allegiance to Su Chen early on. Above, the sky wept torrents of blood rain, and the heavens mourned. As if all beings were lamenting, Su Chen stood upon the void, hands clasped behind him, and with a mere wave, he collected the remains of the supreme being from the golden-winged great Wan clan. He then lifted his gaze to the heavens, his brow slightly arched, murmuring, "Is this the mysterious protector my father spoke of?" Before entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, Su Wudi had cryptically mentioned dispatching a mysterious guardian. Su Chen had been quite curious to meet this enigmatic figure, yet Su Wudi had adamantly refused, asserting that they would meet when the time was ripe. However, even now, the protector showed no signs of appearing. "Very well, I shall not press further," Su Chen said, shaking his head as he withdrew his gaze. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? If not, this divine son shall take my leave." Su Chen stood upon the void, his purple robe billowing, gazing down upon the Demon Emperor city with the bearing of a deity. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the array of prodigies from the earlier banquet. The prodigies, filled with dread, shook their heads in unison. Even the young, azure-clad Dragon King wore a grave expression, not daring to utter a word. Only after Su Chen turned to depart did they collectively exhale in relief. The divine son of the Su family, after this battle, has ascended to the pinnacle of the younger generation in the immortal domain. One prodigy remarked. Thus concluded the banquet of prodigies. What none anticipated was that before the demon emperor's secret realm had even opened, the divine son of the Su family had already dazzled the immortal domain, overshadowing all other prodigies. Not only had he defeated the young master of the Yi family, Yi Chun, but he had also successively slain the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Lu Ruyan, and the heir of the Underworld River's Forbidden Zone, Ming Di. Ultimately, even the golden-winged Little Peng King met his end at Su Chen's hands. Once this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the central immortal domain, capturing the attention of countless factions. It could be said that even before the demon emperor's secret realm had commenced, Su Chen had already made a name for himself across the central immortal domain. Moreover, what was most astonishing was that the divine son of the Su family had a quasi-emperor protecting him, and a single note from his flute had obliterated a supreme powerhouse of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. At the moment when all believed that the golden-winged rock was on the verge of launching an immortal war, the ancient Su family unexpectedly sounded the imperial horn and took the initiative to strike. Su Wudi boldly proclaimed his intent to visit the golden-winged rock clan to eradicate their lineage. This declaration compelled the golden-winged rock's quasi-emperor to visit in apology, offering numerous treasures while hoping the Su family would refrain from igniting the immortal conflict. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the central immortal domain, leaving various factions perplexed by the normally domineering golden-winged rock's actions. However, the golden-winged rock did not elaborate on the matter. Within the supreme imperial palace of the golden-winged rock, a figure adorned in black and white sat cross-legged at its center. This place was a sacred ground, forbidden even to the clan leader. The figure was a handsome young man, before whom lay the corpses of several azure dragons and phoenixes, their dragon livers and phoenix essences already extracted. At this moment, outside the imperial palace, a middle-aged man with golden hair slightly cupped his hands and spoke. Young Master Kunpeng, I have matters to report. This man was the clan leader of the golden-winged rock, a formidable quasi-emperor at the 9th level, and also the father of the golden-winged little rock. Yet, this 9th-level quasi-emperor now bowed to a mere youth. Inside the imperial palace, the young man opened his eyes. Instantly, chaotic energy enveloped his gaze, and a Kunpeng, soaring above the northern sea, flickered momentarily, its wings resembling those that could span the heavens, with the dual energies of yin and yang swirling, as if it could dominate all realms. What is it? The black and white youth inquired slowly. The golden-winged rock king recounted the entirety of the events leading up to this moment, placing particular emphasis on Su Chen. The ancient Su family? Allow me to ascend to the pinnacle like our progenitor, attain the path of immortality, become one of the 10 taboos, and extinguish them with a mere flick of my hand. As for that Su family scion, the black and white youth's expression remained calm, dismissing Su Chen entirely. This was the pride exclusive to one born of the Kunpeng bloodline, a prodigy who feared no existence from ages past to the present. Now is not the time for me to enter the world. Have you ever heard this saying? The golden-winged rock king, intrigued, could not help but ask, what is it? Kings do not meet kings. Boom! Upon hearing this, the golden-winged rock king felt a jolt within his heart. To say kings do not meet kings implied that if they were to meet, blood would surely be shed. Did the Su family scion in this young man's eyes equate to a ruler? As this thought crossed his mind, the golden-winged rock king's pupils constricted. This individual was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, blessed with the Kunpeng bloodline, a taboo existence within their clan. Aside from the upper echelons of the golden-winged rock, no one else was privy to his existence. Yet, such a being dared to refer to the Su family scion as a king. The Su family scion is not a king. Thus, he lacks the qualification to meet me. My true opponents are the foremost of the Su family, the forbidden dragon son of Dragon Island, Long Ri Tian, and the taboo prodigies of various factions. Only they possess the merit to stand before me. Begone! When the moment of my birth arrives, I shall emerge and effortlessly vanquish the scion of the Su family, avenging your son, With that, the youth clad in black and white closed his eyes as the dual forces of yin and yang swirled around him. Chapter 28. Women merely influenced the speed of killing while the various factions in the central celestial domain were in an uproar over Su Chen's affairs. He had already returned to his courtyard. What lay ahead was the assimilation of his recent gains, the contemplation of the realm of invincibility, and, incidentally, the roasting of the golden-winged Rock King. Initially, he had intended to roast the supreme realm golden-winged rock, but the flesh of such a formidable being was beyond his capacity to refine. Thus, he settled for the golden-winged Rock King instead. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the corpse of the golden-winged Rock King, its golden energy pulsating. In an instant, the golden feathers disintegrated into powder. After a brief tidying up, Su Chen began to harness his power to refine and roast the golden-winged Rock King. Meanwhile, he prepared to delve into the realm of invincibility. He had a vague premonition that the Demon Emperor's secret realm would soon be unlocked, and he required even greater strength to sweep through all adversaries and manifest his divine might. Su Yuan, Yi Chun. This upcoming Demon Emperor's secret realm relies entirely on you two. I hope you do not disappoint me. At that moment, a hesitant voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Son of Heaven, Su Chenga requests an audience. Su Chenga? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face contorted with confusion. He was familiar with Su Chenga, the daughter of the Su family, who was poised to become a prodigy among the top 10. However, he had no prior interactions with her. Why would Su Chenga seek him out at such an hour? Although perplexed, Su Chen nonetheless replied, "Come in." Upon hearing this, Su Chenga felt a flicker of trepidation in her pale blue eyes. She pushed open the door and stepped in with a somewhat nervous demeanor. As she entered, she beheld a figure clad in purple, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Before him, the golden-winged Rock King was being refined by golden energy. Su Chenga pays her respects to the Son of Heaven, she uttered, appearing somewhat ill at ease, typically composed and aloof. She found it difficult to maintain her cool demeanor in Su Chen's presence, for she alone understood the true extent of his terrifying prowess. "What brings you here?" Su Chen asked indifferently. Though Su Chenga's beauty was striking, he remained unfazed. His ambition was to dominate this era and subdue the heavens. Women merely influenced the speed of his killings. In his eyes, there existed no distinction between genders, only three types of beings: predecessors, comrades, and ants. Except for those he could not kill, all others were fair game. Feeling the coldness in Su Chen's demeanor, Su Chenga's heart tightened. She bit her lip and said cautiously, "I have come specifically to express my gratitude to the Son of Heaven." Su Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Gratitude for what?" "Yes, I wish to thank you for shielding me from the underworld's realm of the River of Souls. Had it not been for your intervention, Su Chenga's expression turned complex as she gazed at Su Chen. She had witnessed Su Chen slay the heir of the underworld, the River of Souls, and the golden-winged Rock King today. Especially after learning the circumstances surrounding the demise of the River of Souls, her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. It can be said that had it not been for her, Su Chen would never have taken the decisive step to slay the underworld, nor would he have confronted the golden-winged Rock King. Even though she practiced the 3,000 ice purity technique, her heart was now in a state of profound complexity. The underworld? Su Chen paused momentarily, taken aback. Yet, almost instantly, a look of realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the underworld's wrath had stemmed from a conflict between the disciples of the Nether River Forbidden Zone and Su Chenga, thus providing him the opportunity to act. He had scarcely given it any thought, and was astonished that Su Chenga would come specifically to express her gratitude. Reflecting on this, Su Chen's gaze toward her softened with kindness. It was but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. He waved his hand dismissively, indifferent. The underworld was destined for destruction. It was merely a matter of timing. The conflict between Su Chenga and the disciples of the Nether River Forbidden Zone had inadvertently granted him this chance. Now that he had stepped into the world, he must embody the grace of the Su family's divine son. Only then could others genuinely sing his praises. While this matter was trivial in the eyes of the divine son, it was of paramount importance to Chenga. Su Chenga's expression turned serious. her beautiful eyes deep with thought. Once she spoke, she produced a bronze fragment and extended it towards Su Chen, her voice steady, for the grace shown by the divine sun. Chinga has no means to repay. This small token of my appreciation is humbly offered, and I hope the divine sun will accept it. At that moment, a cold female voice resonated in Su Chinga's mind, imbued with an air of frustration. Ah, my dear disciple, this is a bronze fragment, linked to the legendary bronze celestial hall, containing opportunities of immortality. To give it away like this is sheer waste. As her words faded, Su Chinga promptly retorted, Master, one must repay kindness. This is what you have taught me. The divine sun has bestowed great favor upon me, and your techniques are beyond his interest. This bronze fragment is the only offering I possess. Moreover, it was due to this fragment that I found myself in conflict with the disciples of the Nether River Forbidden Zone. Since the divine sun has resolved this matter, it rightfully belongs to him. Her master fell into a deep silence. This bronze fragment was intrinsically tied to the bronze celestial hall and held a fatal allure even for those at the imperial realm. Yet, such a divine object was carelessly presented to Su Chen by her beloved disciple. She shook her head in disbelief. What a waste. At this moment, Su Chen's expression remained calm, yet a flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes as he regarded Su Chinga. Due to his practice of the chaotic divine grind visualization method, he had just perceived a wave of spiritual resonance. The divine sun. Just then, Su Chinga spoke nervously. I purchased this item on a whim today. My intuition tells me this bronze fragment is extraordinary, and you must accept it. Hearing this, Su Chen's gaze fell upon the bronze fragment, his expression peculiar. Could it be? Another one. The spirit attachment and impulsive purchase. The buffs were stacking up. How perfectly aligned. Although he could not discern the true nature of the bronze fragment, his intuition whispered to him, no, to be precise, anything that these fortunate children possessed could not be mere trifles, especially if acquired on a whim. Thus, I shall accept it. Su Chen cast a meaningful glance at Su Chinga and said, after speaking, he took the bronze fragment and stored it in his storage ring. Upon seeing Su Chen accept the bronze fragment, Su Chinga felt a wave of relief wash over her, and with a respectful gesture, she said, in that case, I shall take my leave and not disturb the sun's cultivation. However, just as she was about to depart, Su Chen stopped her. Since you're already here, do savor the roasted dapeng I prepared. Su Chen smiled serenely, gesturing towards the thoroughly cooked, golden-winged little dapeng. Su Chinga's beautiful eyes fell upon the completely golden little dapeng. Her heart filled with complexity and hesitation. Roasting the golden-winged little dapeng. In the central celestial domain, perhaps only this sun before her could accomplish such a feat. Before she could voice her thoughts, a cool female voice echoed in her mind. Stay, the life essence within this golden-winged dapeng is exceptionally rich. Consuming it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Chinga felt a stir in her heart and, somewhat shyly, spoke to Su Chen. Then, I shall respectfully comply. Although she was the proud daughter of the Su family, she had never tasted the flesh and blood of the golden-winged dapeng. Let alone, this was the flesh of the strongest prodigy of the golden-winged dapeng clan, the golden-winged little dapeng. To say she was not tempted would be a lie. Su Chinga took action, quickly preparing a plate of dapeng meat for Su Chen, while also slicing herself a few pieces and cautiously began to eat. Thank you. Su Chen nodded gently. His manner of eating was exceedingly elegant. It must be said that the golden-winged little dapeng truly lived up to its lineage. With an astonishing life essence, the ancient sacred body and the heavenly emperor scripture operated simultaneously, fervently absorbing. Soon, the golden-winged little dapeng was consumed by the two. Subsequently, Su Chinga rose to take her leave. It seems this golden era shall not be devoid of intrigue. Su Chen murmured softly as he watched Su Chinga's departing figure. Chapter 29. The Convergence of Great Powers. The opening of the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Who dares to claim invincibility, and who would utter the words undefeated? In the ensuing 2 days, Su Chen immersed himself in the comprehension of the unparalleled divine ability known as the invincible domain. With the endowment of his extraordinary talent, his invincible domain once unleashed, could envelop a radius of several hundred miles. Within this expanse, he became a deity, the sovereign over the lives of countless beings. Regardless of whether it was the taboo progenitors or ancient anomalies, as long as his opponent did not exceed him by an entire realm, he stood as an invincible entity. With but a thought, he could annihilate entirely. This invincible domain was truly astonishing. Even Su Chen could not help but express his astonishment. This ability was so overpowered that even the ancient Su clan had not possessed such a miraculous power. It could only be said that it was befitting of the sovereign, whose essence was defined by the extraordinary. At present, his physical form was that of the ancient sacred body, augmented by supreme body refining techniques, the true demon indestructible body. His primordial spirit, refined through elite soul-forging methods and the vision of the chaos divine forge, was invincible among the same tier. His cultivation techniques were the Supreme Emperor Sutra and the Celestial Emperor Sutra. Even without invoking the invincible domain, Su Chen felt compelled to inquire. Who else could stand against him? What taboo progenitors or ancient anomalies? All who dared to challenge would meet their demise. Gradually, Su Chen rose, gazing toward the exterior of the Demon Emperor city. His entire being radiated brilliance, golden blood surging within him, reminiscent of a divine being. He harbored a vague premonition that the Demon Emperor's secret realm would soon unveil itself today. Boom! Meanwhile, outside the Demon Emperor's city, a sudden tremor erupted. Boundless spiritual energy surged forth, forming a tempest that flowed into the depths of the void. A faint aura of imperial might emanated, swiftly enveloping 1,000 miles and pressing down upon the Demon Emperor city. In an instant, the terrifying imperial might reverberated, subduing countless beings. A dark spatial rift manifested, with the surrounding space warping and emanating rich spiritual energy. What was happening? Was it an earthquake? No, this was the might of the great emperor. The long-dormant Demon Emperor's secret realm was about to re-emerge into the world. The prodigies from various top-tier forces were not deterred by the imperial might. Instead, their eyes sparkled with fervor and battle intent. Hey, is it finally beginning? I can scarcely contain my eagerness to absorb the essence of the ancient sacred body and the remnants of that emperor's soul. Within a tavern, Chun Beixian, clad in a wide-brimmed hat, remained unperturbed by the overwhelming imperial might, excitedly gazing towards the exterior of the Demon Emperor city, cackling with glee. In his previous life, he had been a true immortal, perceiving even living emperors as mere ants, let alone the remnants of a fallen emperor's might. After much contemplation over the past 2 days, he had decisively abandoned the forging of the chaos Dao body. Simply seeking resources would consume a considerable amount of time. With the path to immortality about to open and numerous prodigies in this immortal realm, he aimed to avoid mishaps. Thus, he resolved to seize Su Chen's ancient sacred body and devour the remnants of the Dan sovereign within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. As long as he can successfully devour the primordial saint body and the remnants of the Danzun soul, he is confident that within a remarkably short span of time, he shall ascend to the pinnacle of the younger generation in the immortal realm, traversing the path to immortality and returning to the celestial domain. In a dim corner of the Demon Emperor city, Yi Chun, filled with fervor, rose to his feet. He gazed towards the courtyard of the Su family's divine son, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted as he proclaimed, "Su Chen, once I merge with the divine fire and my power surges, I shall trample you beneath my feet, rendering you unable to live or die." The past few days have been exceedingly bleak for him. Ever since being defeated by Su Chen, he has been hiding in the shadows of the Demon Emperor city, fearful of being recognized. Consequently, he has harbored a burning desire for vengeance against Su Chen. Now that the Demon Emperor's secret realm is opening, he finally glimpses the hope of retribution. "Master, I've been treading on thin ice these past few days. Do you believe I will succeed in this venture into the Demon Emperor's secret realm?" Yi Chen silently pondered as he set off. "With your master by your side, not only in this venture into the Demon Emperor's secret realm, but throughout this lifetime, you shall undoubtedly be the most resplendent prodigy of heaven." The Danzun spoke with unwavering confidence. The mere son of the Su family is but a stumbling block on your path to greatness. After all, my Imperial Flame technique specifically targets various physiques. As long as you successfully merge with the divine fire, refine the sun of the Su family, and then amalgamate various materials. At that time, I shall be able to reconstruct my body and stand alongside you, gazing down upon the immortal realm, achieving the path to immortality. As he spoke, the Danzun's tone brimmed with excitement, unable to maintain his composure. His assistance to Yi Chun was rooted in the latter's extraordinary talent. He required a disciple to cultivate the Imperial Flame technique, merge with the divine fire, and subsequently refine the sun of the Su family. And that individual was Yi Chun, the primordial saint body, the indestructible sword bone, combined with various materials. The Danzun could hardly fathom the extent of their potential. Such conditions were unheard of in his previous life. It was a fortuitous beginning, surpassing his past existence, making the path to immortality not an impossibility. Meanwhile, high above in the distant skies of the Demon Emperor city, a youth adorned in dark, ornate robes, adorned with dragon horns, stood in defiance against the void. This individual was none other than Long Ao Tian, the Dragon Prince of Wan Long Island. I have just arrived, and the Demon Emperor's secret realm has already opened. It seems my brother's words ring true. I, Long Ao Tian, am indeed destined for great fortune in this realm. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who would profess to be undefeated? Only I, Long Ao Tian, he declared with unshakable confidence. Su family divine son, you shall be the first to herald the fame of Wan Long Island. Long Ao Tian's demeanor was one of arrogance, his gaze unwavering, entirely dismissive of Su Chen. Even if Su Chen had slain the golden-winged Peng King and gained renown in the immortal realm, it mattered not. Throughout his life, Long Ao Tian had never met anyone worthy of his regard, save for his brother Long Ri Tian. With those words, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens and vanishing into the rift of space. Within the courtyard where the Su family divine son resided, Su Chen, clad in a flowing white robe, gazed at the vast spatial rift and murmured, "It is finally about to begin." His invincible domain has been established, and naturally, a few tools are required to assess his strength. Thus, Su Chen led a group of outstanding talents from the Su family, treading upon the void as they approached the spatial rift. The moment they appeared, they instantly attracted countless gazes from all around. It was inevitable, with Su Chen's current fame, coupled with his top-tier charisma. Wherever he went, he drew the attention of many. Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor, strolling leisurely, seemingly indifferent to it all. Suddenly, a torrent of black water, imbued with an ominous aura, surged forth. Accompanying this was an exceedingly domineering voice. In the age of gold, I, the Lord of the underworld, shall reign supreme. Those who provoke me shall face merciless slaughter. Today, as long as I am present, no one from the ancient Su family may enter the Demon Emperor's secret realm. As the words fell, the river transformed into a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of elegance with his flowing black hair. This individual was none other than the heir of the Mingyi Forbidden Zone, self-proclaimed for a lifetime, the true taboo of the first generation, Ming Tian. Ming Tian of the Mingyi Forbidden Zone beckons the son of the Su family to his demise. Chapter 30. Do you not hear that heaven never forsakes those with resolve? As long as this divine scion wishes to tread the path, it lies beneath his feet. The words of the enigmatic Tian reverberated throughout the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the realm. A terrifying aura of murderous intent pervaded the atmosphere, freezing the void itself. With his hair billowing in the wind and his dark eyes flashing with a chilling glint, Tian lifted his gaze to the crowd and called out, "Where is the scion of the ancient Su family? Come forth and meet your demise." Boom! As his voice fell, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Tian, with spectral images of a blood-red river swirling around him. The fearsome aura of the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm surged forth in all directions. Within and beyond the Demon Emperor city, countless prodigies preparing to venture into the secret realm of the Demon Emperor halted in their tracks, their eyes flickering with apprehension. The heir of the River of Darkness. The true taboo progenitor, Tian. Hiss. It seems he is about to confront the scion of the Su family. These two factions are indeed mortal enemies, irreconcilable and fierce. Tian's own brother, Di, had perished at the hands of the Su scion. It would be strange for him not to seek vengeance. Truly, this taboo progenitor is exceedingly domineering, daring to confront the younger generation of the ancient Su family alone, preventing them from entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, to compel the Su scion to emerge and face death. Such audacity from Tian is remarkable. No, this is not arrogance. It is confidence. It is only natural for a self-proclaimed taboo progenitor to look down upon the current generation of prodigies. He is indeed qualified to make such claims, as his strength could easily crush the Su scion. Is it possible? The Su scion has just triumphed over the golden-winged Rock King, his reputation soaring, standing at the pinnacle of the younger generation in the immortal domain. How could he possibly be overwhelmed by Tian? The terror of a taboo prodigy is beyond your comprehension. A top-tier prodigy like the golden-winged Rock King can be easily outmatched by any one of the taboo progenitors, who could single-handedly defeat 10 of them. Thus spoke the many prodigies, their voices a cacophony of speculation. Countless gazes fell upon the members of the Su family, their expressions darkened with foreboding. How unfortunate! The Su family's prodigies wore grim faces. They had not anticipated that Tian would reveal himself at this moment, obstructing their entry into the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Master, is there any way we can assist the scion? Su Chen inquired, her beautiful eyes glimmering with concern. The oppressive aura from Tian was overwhelmingly potent. Even the pressure from a second tier of the Su family paled in comparison. No matter how formidable Su Chen may be, it seemed unlikely he could contend with Tian. Su Chen had always believed in repaying kindness, never wishing to owe a debt to others. She owed Su Chen for his help in her breakthrough to the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm. Such gratitude she felt compelled to repay. Though her own power was insignificant, and she was no match for Tian, she recalled a formidable master residing in her mind. While Tian may be a taboo prodigy with unparalleled strength, he was no match for her master. There are many methods, but do you think that with such a feeble strength I possess any means? Came the cold, indifferent voice of her master. In the end, was it still a matter of insufficient strength? Su Chen's azure eyes flickered with disappointment upon hearing this. She has exerted sufficient effort in her cultivation, yet her strength remains insufficient. With the protection of a quasi-emperor, even if he cannot defeat Ming Tian, he will not be in peril. You need not worry. However, you must always be mindful of your own state of mind, remarked Su Chen's master, seemingly sensing the deep-seated disappointment within her. As her words faded, the distant Ming Tian continued, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient sovereign, unyielding and domineering. What is this? The illustrious scion of the Su family lacks the courage to even meet me? But master, the moment those words escaped Ming Tian's lips, a blaze of fury ignited within Su Chen. This Ming Tian was unbearably arrogant, disregarding Su Chen entirely. The other prodigies of the Su family shared her indignation, yet felt utterly powerless, a profound frustration settling over them. However, Ming Tian's words stirred a tempest among the assembled elite. Should the Su family's scion persist in his retreat, it seemed all but certain that not only would the Su family be barred from entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, but their reputation would also suffer a grievous blow. The invincible image the Su family's scion had just established would shatter. Yet at that moment a cold, indifferent voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. What are you, to presume to be extraordinary before this divine scion? With a thunderous echo, the chilling proclamation resonated. The onlookers beheld ethereal figures of celestial beings emerging from the void, a colossal sword light slicing through the air, aimed at Ming Tian. This singular strike seemed intent on obliterating all existence. It was the 5 divine techniques, the slaughtering immortal sword technique. One prodigy gasped in horror, exclaiming in disbelief. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Chen appeared resplendent in white, standing tall amidst the heavens, his finger poised as a sword. Is this all the prowess the scion of the ancient family possesses in this era? Ming Tian regarded Su Chen with a detached gaze. Disdain etched on his features. I have suppressed my cultivation to the 7th level of the divine concealment realm. I shall slay you at the same rank, avenging my brother. With a resounding thud, as his words fell, Ming Tian's originally 9th level cultivation in the dragon transformation realm was instantaneously reduced to the 7th level of the divine concealment realm. He is a self-imposed taboo prodigy, possessing his own pride. After all, in his era, Ming Tian was also a peak existence, nearly dominating the realm. He scorned the notion of suppressing others with his cultivation level. Simultaneously, he sought to vanquish the scion of the Su family at the same rank, exacting revenge for his brother, Ming Di, and asserting the might of the Ming River's forbidden zone. Facing the astonishing sword light that surged towards him, Ming Tian's expression remained placid as he raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of power. In an instant, the heavens seemed to rend asunder, and a dark river flowed forth, devouring the sword light of the slaughtering immortal sword technique. Boom! Without hesitation, Ming Tian lifted his hand slightly. A pitch-black spear shot forth, akin to a ferocious black dragon, piercing towards Su Chen. He intended to decisively conclude the battle. Otherwise, as a taboo prodigy, engaging in a prolonged struggle with Su Chen would be unbecoming. The spear surged forth like a dragon, shaking the very heavens. In that fleeting moment, a cataclysmic sword light surged forth, threatening to rend the fabric of the universe. With a horizontal thrust of his spear, the void trembled, and the heavens shifted in hue. Having chosen to be born in this era, I shall undoubtedly traverse the world, achieving the myth of invincibility. Su family's divine son, today you find yourself at a dead end, with no path to heaven and no door to earth. No one can save you. Thus, it would be wise to relinquish your resistance and accept your demise, marking the inception of my legend of invincibility. Ming Tian spoke, his voice resounding with a grandeur that echoed through the heavens and the earth. He stood like an ancient sovereign, gazing down upon the multitude with an aura of authority. The many prodigies present were struck by the formidable rhetoric of Ming Tian. Is this the unrivaled momentum belonging to the forbidden prodigies? Even a figure as formidable as the Su family's divine son appeared as mere ants in his eyes? How infuriating! The expressions of the Su family disciples turned ashen, their hearts filled with an extreme sense of indignation. Ming Tian's words were a blatant attempt to trample Su Chen to elevate his own stature. Huh, a dead end? At the very moment when Ming Tian displayed his overwhelming presence, the towering Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his voice filled with unyielding dominance. Have you not heard? Heaven does not forsake those without a path. As long as this divine son wishes to walk, the road lies beneath my feet. In this world, with this divine son present, who dares to claim invincibility? Chapter 31. Could he be the reincarnation of the Immortal King? Is Su Chen to follow? Su Chen's words were overwhelmingly authoritative. As they echoed, thunder roared and the heavens trembled. His utterances wielded the power of the law. Certain words, once spoken, summon immense karmic retribution and invoke the warnings of the heavenly path. With him present, who would dare to proclaim invincibility in this era? The many prodigies present displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Throughout the realms of immortality, some had dared to utter fierce declarations of invincibility. Yet only Su Chen could command the law with such force, causing the very fabric of the universe to quake and eliciting admonitions from the celestial order. Does this not imply that Su Chen genuinely possesses the strength to dominate this age? In the face of the celestial warning, Su Chen maintained a serene demeanor. Was he afraid? Not in the slightest, for he spoke the truth. Once the domain of invincibility was unleashed, who among the young prodigies of this era would dare to claim invincibility? In a mere thought, they could all be obliterated. With this realization, Su Chen felt a stirring in his heart. It was time to test the might of the invincible domain. He had no desire to engage in futile discourse with Ming Tian. He was pressed for time. Su Yuan had entered the Demon Emperor's secret realm the moment it opened, and Yi Chen likely had too. Those two subordinates were waiting to present him with opportunities, and he was unwilling to squander time in idle chatter with Ming Tian. In the next moment, Su Chen closed his eyes and stood still, making no movements. However, the power of his vital essence surged within. His golden sea of energy roiled as mysterious forces converged within him. This was the divine power of the invincible domain. With a mere thought, he could annihilate countless beings within that realm. To the onlookers, Su Chen appeared to be merely standing with his eyes shut, utterly still. What was happening? Had the scion of the Su family realized that this strike was insurmountable and thus prepared to accept his fate? Su Chen's actions left the gathered crowd utterly dumbfounded. They had assumed he possessed some formidable trump card yet to be revealed, which emboldened him to issue such audacious threats. However, it now seemed that the reality was quite different, yet for some inexplicable reason, they were gripped by an unsettling premonition. Even Ming Tian furrowed his brow slightly, his expression one of astonishment. This strike of his, aside from those forbidden first generations and ancient anomalies within the divine concealed realm, no one could withstand. Could it be that the scion of the Su family truly abandoned all resistance? Yet, for reasons unknown, an increasing sense of unease lingered in his heart. He shook his head, forcefully suppressing his disquiet. After all, he was a self-proclaimed, taboo prodigy, invincible among his peers. Who among the young talents of this era could rival him? Enough of this contemplation. He would strike. Without hesitation, Ming Tian swept his divine spear once more. Boom! Two sharp beams of cold light intertwined, transforming into a dazzling and brilliant spear of light aimed at Su Chen. The mere scion of the Su family was nothing to fear. Ming Tian, spear in hand, wore an arrogant expression, his eyes filled with disdain. Master, if the scion cannot prevail, will you not intervene to assist him? Su Chenga, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety as she gazed upon the meditative Su Chen, her voice tinged with urgency. No, something feels amiss, this surge. The chilling voice of a woman echoed in Su Chenga's mind, laced with terror. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Invincible domain, activate. In that instant, an unimaginable and terrifying divine power manifested as a peculiar realm, rapidly expanding from Su Chen as its epicenter. Wherever it spread, the essence of life and death hung in the balance of Su Chen's thoughts. Not only that, but even the dual rays of gunlight from Ming Tian were reduced to mere powder. All beings ensnared within the invincible domain trembled in horror, their souls quaking with fear. Even the numerous prodigies situated 100 miles away felt a cold sweat drenching them, as if stepping into that realm would place their fates in the hands of another. What kind of divine ability is this? I feel as insignificant as dust before the scion of the Su family, as if my life and death are but a whim of his. Terrifying, truly terrifying. What manner of divine power is this? It instills a profound fear within my very soul, more dreadful than the previous hint of imperial might. The many prodigies within the invincible domain were seized by terror, their souls quivering, unable to suppress their panicked cries. Even Chun Beixian, who had been reborn as a true immortal, wore an expression of horror. Although he stood outside the realm, the moment Su Chen unleashed this divine ability, he was drenched in sweat. It must be noted that in his past life, he was a peak true immortal. Even when confronted by the formidable emperors of this era, he felt no fear. Yet, at this moment, as Su Chen wielded this power, he was drenched in cold sweat, his heart shaken. If he were to step into that domain, impossible? How could such a heaven-defying ability exist in this world? Chun Beixian could no longer remain composed. Within that realm, Su Chen emanated an aura of invincibility, as if he were a transcendent creator deity. The only other presence that could evoke such a feeling was the supreme Immortal King from his past life. Could he be the reincarnation of an Immortal King? A terrifying thought surged in Chen Beixian's mind, yet he dared not confirm it, for it was far too absurd. One thought, invincible, ruling all beings. Su Chen's indifferent voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. He slightly raised his hand and pointed at Ming Tian. An unparalleled divine power descended from the void. Boom! Ming Tian's body exploded, his soul obliterated. Even in death, Ming Tian could not comprehend how he had perished. This was not how he envisioned his emergence into the world. Was this golden age not supposed to be his? With his self-proclaimed prowess as a forbidden prodigy, how could he be slain so easily? Good news. He was indeed a match for the scion of the Su family. Bad news. The scion could kill him 99 times in a minute. Ming Tian disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the cosmos. Annihilate. After dispatching Ming Tian, Su Chen did not pause. Since he had decided to kill, he would do so thoroughly. The focus was on the forbidden zone of the Ming River. None would be spared. He pointed towards the void repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of disciples from the underworld river's forbidden zone were ruthlessly struck down by waves of mysterious power, turning to mere ashes without a trace left behind. Witnessing Su Chen's abrupt activation of his invincible domain, obliterating Ming Tian and the disciples of the underworld river in mere moments, Su Qinggu, who had been anxiously concerned, found herself momentarily stunned. The power of this divine son was rather excessive, wasn't it? She truly had not anticipated that Su Chen possessed such astonishing abilities. In retrospect, her earlier worries were entirely unfounded. Just as Su Qinggu was lost in admiration of Su Chen's formidable prowess, a cool, feminine voice echoed in her mind, laden with a complex tone. Qinggu, if it becomes unbearable, seek an opportunity to follow him. This divine son of yours is extraordinarily unconventional. If you can follow him, your strength will undoubtedly soar, and your future achievements will surely surpass those of remaining with your master. Su Qinggu. Upon hearing this, her gaze fell upon Su Chen, and her heart stirred slightly. To follow the divine son, it seemed, not an impossible notion. Chapter 32. Su Chen, you had better hope that the great wilderness prison heaven finger and the grass character sword technique prove useful to you. Observing the instantaneous demise of the heir from the Mingyi Forbidden Zone, the true taboo progenitor, Ming Tian, along with numerous disciples of the Mingyi Forbidden Zone, everyone present collectively gasped in astonishment, feeling as if their minds were about to explode. This was a being who had sealed himself for an entire era, a monstrous talent that had dominated the previous epoch, and yet he fell so easily? It was truly beyond belief. Was this truly a taboo prodigy? Even the golden-winged Rock King did not perish so effortlessly. The slaughter of ancient monstrosities and taboo prodigies like mere insects. What kind of terrifying existence was this? In the entire realm of immortals, among the younger generation, who could achieve such feats? It was utterly horrifying. In this domain, the son of the Su family stood invincible. The son of the Su family was already unmatched, and now, with such divine powers augmenting him, he became even more formidable. Among the youthful elite of the immortal realm, whether they were taboo prodigies or ancient aberrations, none could rival him. That divine ability was truly terrifying. Any who dared to enter its realm would find their lives and deaths at the mercy of the son of the Su family, reduced to mere prey upon a butcher's block. What kind of divine ability was this? Does such a heaven-defying technique truly exist within the immortal realm? After this battle, the son of the Su family would undoubtedly secure his position as the foremost figure among the younger generation of the immortal realm. Those present, filled with astonishment, could hardly comprehend the magnitude of what they had witnessed. The divine ability exhibited by Su Chen was simply too terrifying. A singular thought rendered him invincible, ruling over all beings. Such a fearsome power could even surpass that of an emperor, could it not? After consecutively slaying Ming Tian and numerous disciples of the Mingyi Forbidden Zone, Su Chen appeared as a deity in the eyes of the onlookers. Some extraordinary talents even regarded Su Chen as the nemesis of this era's prodigies. Regardless of how astonishing one's talents might be, whether as a taboo progeny or a self-proclaimed progenitor of an era, they would all be subdued by Su Chen. Yet, everyone understood that following this battle, Su Chen would undoubtedly sit firmly upon the throne of the foremost youth in the central immortal realm. Even those taboo prodigies yet to emerge would find it impossible to shake his position. Meanwhile, the Su family's young prodigies stood utterly dumbfounded, their expressions filled with shock. Particularly, Su Yunhuang and Su Ke exchanged glances, their emotions complex. So this is the true strength of the son. Su querimart, his complexión pale. Upon witnessing Su Chen's true prowess, they finally recognized how absurd their previous reluctance to submit had been. At least now, we genuinely submit. Su Yunhuang's beautiful eyes shimmered, filled with relief. This son was simply extraordinary. With feet treading upon the void, clad in flowing white, he was transcendent and ethereal, as handsome as a celestial being cast down from the heavens. Though he appeared exceedingly gentle in the eyes of the crowd, he seemed akin to a deity descended from the lofty skies, capable of commanding the lives and deaths of all with a mere thought. After annihilating Ming Tian and the disciples of the Mingyi Forbidden Zone, Su Chen dispersed his invincible domain, until the realm of invincibility completely faded. He was left with a surreal sensation. That power had been overwhelming. In the face of the taboo, first generation, and ancient anomalies, Su Chen asserted, "It would be wise for you to fervently pray that the great wilderness prison heaven finger and the grass character sword technique prove beneficial to you, capable of delivering instant annihilation. Otherwise, once I unleash the invincible domain, it will be too late for your regrets. At that point, you will contend not only with the formidable great wilderness prison heaven finger and grass character sword technique, but also with the concept of invincibility itself." Su Chen raised his gaze towards the spatial rift of the Demon Emperor's secret realm, a flicker of thought igniting within him. The tools are now nearly in place. It is time to commence the harvest. At that moment, Chen Beixian cast a distant glance at Su Chen. Sensing this, Su Chen turned to meet his gaze. In that mere exchange, Su Chen discerned a profound sense of ancient vicissitude within Chen Beixian's eyes. This fellow is peculiar. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze penetrating. While others may remain oblivious, Su Chen's acute sensitivity to the soul, honed through the chaos divine grind, revealed the terrifying fluctuations of Chen Beixian's spirit, suggesting he might possess the fortune akin to Yi Chun and Su Yuan. Could he be a reincarnated powerhouse, or perhaps a resurrected sovereign? Su Chen mused inwardly. If properly harnessed, he could reap significant benefits. Unexpectedly, such fortune could arise. Su Chen scrutinized Chen Beixian as if appraising meat on a chopping block. Chen Beixian felt a chill as Su Chen's gaze bored down upon him. That fleeting glance made him feel utterly exposed before Su Chen. Could it be that he truly is the reincarnation of a celestial king? The notion resurfaced in Chen Beixian's mind, instilling a sense of trepidation. It seemed he had to change targets and first devour the remnants of the great emperor's soul. Withdrawing his gaze, he flickered with uncertainty. Initially, he had planned to seize Su Chen's primal essence from the ancient holy body within the Demon Emperor's secret realm, then consume the alchemist's residual soul. However, Su Chen's recent display rendered his approach precarious. First, the invincible domain, and then that penetrating glance. It compelled him to exercise caution. Considering this, Chen Beixian's power surged, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly darted towards the spatial rift. Opportunities and perils coexist within this Demon Emperor's secret realm. Once inside, everyone must act independently and not follow me. Su Chen retracted his gaze, directing it towards the disciples of the Su family. His entry into the Demon Emperor's secret realm was entirely motivated by Yi Chun, Su Yuan, and others. Bringing these disciples along would only hinder his progress. Thus, he had to permit them to act on their own. The Su family disciples were momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Clearly, Su Chen did not wish to bring them along. The reality was that with Su Chen's strength, their presence would merely be a liability. "We shall abide by the Son of Heaven's command." The disciples of the Su family offered a slight bow to Su Chen before transforming into streaks of light. Entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, only Su Chinga remained rooted in place, gazing at Su Chen with hesitance, silently questioning, "Master, Must we truly shamelessly follow the Son of Heaven? You can trust that following young friend Su Chen is undoubtedly the right choice. A premonition grips me. As long as you accompany him, the grand opportunities within the Demon Emperor's secret realm will surely be yours. The ethereal voice of a woman echoed in Su Chen's mind. Very well. Su Chen, with a determined bite of her silver teeth, slightly bowed her hands towards Su Chen and softly spoke, Divine Son, I hope to venture through the Demon Emperor's secret realm alongside you. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen halted in his tracks, turning to face Su Chen, his expression one of astonishment. You wish to accompany me? He inquired, genuinely taken aback by her proposition. Typically, someone of her fortuitous caliber would embark on such adventures alone. Indeed, Su Chen affirmed with unwavering resolve. Observing her, Su Chen's gaze shifted to one of contemplation. If all went as expected, an elderly woman surely resided within her. As for Yi Chun, it was indisputable that an old man dwelled within him as well. Should Su Chen follow Yi Chun, it would undoubtedly save him considerable time. Most importantly, Su Chen was also intrigued to discover whose elder, Su Chen's or Yi Chen's, was superior, with this thought illuminating his mind. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he regarded Su Chen. Very well. I happen to have a task for you. What does the Divine Son wish of me? Su Chen inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, you shall seek out the young master of the Yi family, Yi Chun. Once you locate him, relay a message to me and thwart his acquisition of opportunities, Su Chen stated with a calm demeanor. At this revelation, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Is the Divine Son setting his sights on Yi Chun? Compassion for him surged within her. She truly wondered how Yi Chun had offended the Divine Son. First, he was publicly vanquished by Su Chen, initially believing himself fortunate to escape with his life. Little did he know, Su Chen awaited him within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. I vow not to disappoint the Divine Son. Though uncertain of Su Chen's true intentions, Su Chen readily assented. For her, this was a splendid opportunity to repay a debt of gratitude. Thus, the two greatest opportunities within the Demon Emperor's secret realm would lie firmly within my grasp. As Su Chen watched Su Chen depart, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze reflecting a flicker of intrigue. Chapter 33, Ancient Relics, the Bronze Ancient Temple, the Celestial Throne, and the Devouring Demon Technique. The Demon Emperor's secret realm. Upon a pitch-black divine mountain, Su Chen, clad in a white robe, gradually materialized. He stood atop the summit, gazing into the distance with a profound expression, murmuring in astonishment. I never anticipated that the Demon Emperor's secret realm would be so vast. Indeed, the expanse of the Demon Emperor's secret realm exceeded his expectations, stretching endlessly before him. As he surveyed the landscape, he beheld an infinite tapestry of mountains and rivers, ancient tombs and relics, with vast rivers converging. The entire world was shrouded in an endless gray, with only a few stars in the firmament radiating a dim, ethereal glow. It seemed that finding Su Yuan's trace would not be an easy task. This Demon Emperor's secret realm is peculiar, with its locations appearing entirely at random. However, I can search using my divine sense. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he spoke. Although this realm was immensely expansive, his primordial spirit, honed through the chaotic divine refinement, should not be underestimated. Boom! As his words echoed, a nearly tangible wave of divine consciousness surged forth. In an instant, the sights within a 1,000-mile radius materialized within Su Chen's mind. Is this an ancient relic? A remarkably ancient sight appeared within his divine sense, exuding an exceptionally rich spiritual aura that, upon mere observation, evoked a sensation of ascension. Upon witnessing this scene, a spark of excitement flickered in Su Chen's eyes. To stumble upon an ancient relic immediately upon entering is indeed extraordinary luck. Rumbling, his golden vitality surged within, and he soared through the void towards the ancient relic. Along the way, formidable beasts emerged, including some of the divine concealment realm. Yet, none could withstand Su Chen's single punch. The combined might of his primordial sacred body and the true demon indestructible body proved overwhelming, rendering even pure-blooded ferocious beasts powerless against him, let alone these ordinary creatures. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen arrived before the ancient relic. Boom! He casually smashed open the bronze door and stepped inside. The various traps and mechanisms along the way were of no concern to him. With his current physical strength, these contraptions posed no threat whatsoever. Soon, Su Chen found himself in a grand hall. At the center of the hall, a spiritual pool brimmed with a milky white liquid, emanating waves of delightful fragrance. The liquid shimmered with a spectrum of colors, dazzling in its brilliance. This is Earth Spirit Milk. Su Chen's eyes widened in sudden realization. Earth Spirit Milk. This is an exceedingly rare treasure, even within the central celestial region, known for its exceptional efficacy in purifying the body. In the celestial domain, a single drop of Earth Spirit Milk is worth a divine source. The pool before him must be valued at no less than several 100,000 divine sources. Moreover, it is priceless and sought after. Wealth has come my way. Su Chen's heart stirred at the sight of the Earth Spirit Milk. This substance is perfectly suited for enhancing his true demon indestructible body. With the aid of this pool, Su Chen was confident he could elevate his true demon indestructible body to the 9th calamity level. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged directly into the spirit pool. Su Chen immediately activated the true demon immortal body, causing inscriptions of calamity to manifest upon his skin as he fervently began to absorb the Earth's spirit milk. Rumbling. Accompanied by the relentless refinement and absorption of the Earth's spirit milk, waves of thunderous sounds erupted from within Su Chen's body as the golden vitality surged forth, transforming into inscriptions of calamity. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, deep within the Demon Emperor's secret realm, an ancient palace floated amidst the clouds. Surrounding the palace, the power of the void permeated the air, intermittently exuding an ancient aura. A figure enveloped in golden divine radiance appeared 100 miles from the palace. It was the 5th sequence, the little Saint King, Su Yuan. Though the Demon Emperor's secret realm was vast, it posed no hindrance to Su Yuan. Ever since he discovered the supreme artifact mentioned in that ancient tome, he had diligently perused various texts concerning the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Thus, he navigated this realm with remarkable ease. His confidence regarding the supreme artifact was unwavering. The Demon Emperor, the last great ruler of the demon race, had once dominated the life forbidden zone, slaying several quasi-emperors with unmatched might, but tragically, he ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time. Legend has it that on the eve of the Demon Emperor's demise, he placed a supreme artifact within the ancient palace of the secret realm, leaving it for a fated individual. As long as I can obtain that supreme artifact, I shall become invincible among the younger generation, standing tall above the celestial domain. Su Yuan lifted his gaze towards the ancient palace amidst the clouds, his eyes shimmering with excitement. All this information was recorded in that ancient tome. In truth, Su Yuan harbored some skepticism, yet upon entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, his doubts vanished instantly. For the architecture of the entire secret realm mirrored precisely what was described in the tome. It won't be long. Soon, I shall acquire the opportunity that belongs to me, Su Yuan, and at that moment, I will defeat Su Chen and seize the title of the Divine Son. I, Su Yuan, am the one destined to reign supreme in this golden era. Breathless with anticipation, his body trembled slightly from excitement. With this thought, he quickened his pace, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the ancient palace. Half an hour later, Su Yuan finally arrived before the ancient palace, eagerly pushing open the bronze doors. Boom! The bronze palace rumbled as it finally opened, revealing its interior to Su Yuan. Before him lay an expansive bronze hall. Su Yuan looked up and beheld a towering throne of stars, standing majestically. Upon the throne sat a magnificent figure, cloaked in a black robe embroidered with celestial motifs of the sun, moon, and stars. He sat silently upon the throne, exuding the presence of an eternal monarch. Although devoid of any life force, the oppressive aura he emanated lingered long after. Even a mere hint of this aura left Su Yuan gasping for breath. Before this imposing figure, an ancient jade slip, radiating overwhelming demonic energy floated, inscribed with 4 blood-red characters, Devouring Heaven Demon Technique. This is the very item, the legendary tome of the demonic path, the Devouring Heaven Technique. Su Yuan fixed his fervent gaze upon the jade slip, his eyes ablaze with intensity. The Devouring Heaven Technique, rumored to have been conceived by an unparalleled empress during the Forbidden Era, is exceedingly tyrannical. It can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, devour the world, refine all things, and assimilate the primal sources of myriad paths, thus evolving into the chaotic Tao body. Since the disappearance of that empress, the Devouring Heaven Technique has vanished without a trace. Yet, who could have anticipated that this supreme scripture of the demonic path, resounding throughout the celestial realm, would appear within the secret domain of the Demon Emperor? At that moment, Su Yuan felt as if his breath had ceased. The Devouring Heaven Technique. How precious a scripture it is. To possess it for cultivation, to what heights might he ascend? Su Yuan could scarcely fathom. However, he understood that if he could master the Devouring Heaven Technique, he would stand in defiance of the celestial realm, revered above the younger generation. The Devouring Heaven Technique. I, Su Yuan, shall finally rise. Su Chen, let us witness who is the true son of destiny, who shall ultimately triumph. Your ancient holy body's essence shall also become the nourishment for my ascension. With a frenzied expression, Su Yuan inhaled deeply and stepped forward, eager to seize the Devouring Heaven Technique. Yet at that moment, a voice indifferent and teasing emerged from behind the Devouring Heaven Technique. I never expected, Su Yuan, that you would encounter such fortune. I must thank you for guiding this divine son. Chapter 34. Crushing Su Yuan. The Demon Emperor seizes control. A single drop of imperial blood can battle the heavens. Who is it? Upon hearing that voice, Su Yuan's expression changed dramatically. His heart filled with dread as he swiftly turned around. Yet in the next moment, his pupils constricted violently, leaving him frozen in place, his face turning pale. For he beheld the one he least wished to encounter. Su Chen. Gazing upon Su Chen, adorned in a flowing white robe, radiating golden divine light, exuding an aura of vitality that soared like a rainbow, standing tall in the void as if a celestial being looking down upon him. Su Yuan plunged into an abyss of despair, chilled to the bone. How could it be you? Are you surprised to see this divine son? Or perhaps taken aback? Su Chen remarked with a faint smile, observing the flush on Su Yuan's face and the veins pulsing at his temples. No, how could you be here? This is impossible. That ancient tome was only seen by me. How could you possibly find this place? Su Yuan could no longer contain himself, completely unraveling, trembling with rage. Su Chen loomed over him like a persistent nightmare, an inescapable shadow. He had thought that by entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, he would acquire the celestial devouring technique and rise to greatness. Yet unexpectedly, Su Chen had also appeared here. Of course, it's thanks to your guidance. To keep up with you, I wasted quite a bit of Earth Spirit essence, Su Chen replied, his demeanor calm, shaking his head slightly with an air of pity. He had originally been within that ancient palace, utilizing the Earth Spirit essence to purify his body and enhance his immutable true demon body. However, by mere chance, his divine sense had swept across and discovered Su Yuan's whereabouts. To seize the opportunity presented by Su Yuan, the destined protagonist, he had no choice but to hastily conclude his cultivation. Even so, he had awakened 1,000 tribulations within himself, nearly doubling his physical strength. Now, should Su Chen unleash the power of the immutable true demon body, striking down an ordinary 9th heaven transformation realm expert with a single punch would pose no challenge. This could no longer merely be described as terrifying. It was truly unparalleled. You followed and plotted against me? Su Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening with rage. His expression twisted in fury. How could he not know that he had been secretly tracked and schemed against by the Su family? Otherwise, what value would you possess? Su Chen shrugged, his tone laced with mockery. You. Su Yuan's complexion turned an ashen green, an extreme hatred boiling within him. As the fifth sequenced divine son of the Su family, a minor Saint King, how had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet, fearing Su Chen's formidable strength, he could only seethe in silence. After all, even the golden-winged Peng King had perished at Su Chen's hands. Su Yuan certainly did not consider himself stronger than the golden-winged Peng King. Su Chen, what do you intend to do? Su Yuan suppressed his fury, demanding in a low voice. What do I intend to do? Su Chen replied with a laugh. Naturally, this divine son has taken a liking to the opportunities here. Why bother with such a foolish question? Su Chen, you have gone too far. Su Yuan's anger surged, and with a furious shout, he summoned the power within him. He could no longer hold back. The devouring heaven demon technique represents his singular opportunity to rise and dominate the golden era. It is something he must possess and cannot allow others to touch. At this moment, Su Yuan was truly determined to fight with all his might. He activated the Sacred King's hand bone, and intricate runes flowed across his arm, emanating a faint aura of sanctity as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The astounding force of his fist sliced through the void, striking directly at Su Chen. A defeated foe still dares to attack the divine son. Such audacity! Su Chen scoffed coldly, his demeanor indifferent. In the next instant, he summoned the immense power of his physical form. In a heartbeat, a torrent of golden vitality erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion, enhanced by an overwhelming divine strength. With a simple motion, Su Chen raised his hand and delivered a punch, unadorned yet devastating. The simultaneous eruption of divine power was more terrifying than any technique, as if it possessed the might to annihilate the heavens and earth. The entire bronze ancient hall trembled under the sheer force of his strike. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated like the roar of celestial thunder, the terrifying shockwave of his vitality rippling through the air. The golden fist imprint collided with Su Yuan's Sacred King's hand bone, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. His wrist bone shattered, and the skin of his entire arm ruptured, unable to withstand such overwhelming divine might. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuan's complexion paled, blood spilling from his lips as disbelief clouded his face. This was his most powerful strike, utilizing the full extent of the Sacred King's hand bone, his physical form and magical energy, yet he still could not withstand Su Chen's casual punch. Even the Sacred King's hand bone was nearly shattered. You think you can force me? You dare? Su Yuan, you will forever be destined to gaze upon the back of this divine son. Su Chen's expression remained impassive as he spoke. As his words fell, he raised his hand once more, pressing down upon Su Yuan, the Sacred King's guardian. Feeling Su Chen's continued assault, a chill ran down Su Yuan's spine, and he hastily activated his ultimate defensive technique. In an instant, a spectral image of the Sacred King appeared, enveloping him within its protective embrace. This cannot continue. Su Yuan's eyes flickered, his expression shifting. He gazed upon the devouring heaven demon technique, his previous thoughts solidifying. Should he continue to contend with Su Chen, certain death awaited him. Only by obtaining the devouring heaven demon technique and utilizing the great teleportation talisman to escape could he hope for survival. Once he mastered the devouring heaven demon technique, even a mere Su Chen would be easily subdued. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Su Yuan declared, I, Su Yuan, shall rise. None shall hinder me. Su Chen, when we meet again, I will surely crush you. With those words, Su Yuan's figure darted toward the devouring heaven demon technique. Fool! Su Chen's expression remained cold as he gazed at the towering figure upon the stellar throne, shaking his head. Though it was a mere relic devoid of any life force. From the moment he entered the bronze ancient hall, he sensed an exceedingly faint ripple of soul energy. The devouring heaven demon technique is a nest for souls. Aside from seizing possession, Su Chen could conceive of no other possibility. Observing Su Yuan standing still, seemingly unimpeded, Su Yuan furrowed his brow and could not help but inquire. Su Chen, why do you not stop me? He could not believe that Su Chen would idly watch as he claimed the devouring heaven demon art. Why should I hinder you? This divine offspring prefers not to engage directly. Since you were so eager to present this devouring heaven demon art to me, I must extend my gratitude in advance. Su Chen cast a cold glance at Su Yuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was consumed by a fiery rage, his insides burning with anger. Had he possessed the strength to defeat Su Chen, he would have acted long ago. Once I obtain the devouring heaven demon art, I shall employ the great teleportation talisman to depart this place, ensuring that you do not lay a finger on this supreme opportunity. Su Yuan silently vowed. Suddenly, as Su Yuan reached for the devouring heaven demon art, an extremely terrifying imperial might erupted violently. The towering figure upon the stellar throne abruptly opened his eyes, their depths resembling two black holes capable of devouring all existence. Who dares disturb this emperor's slumber? The unexpected upheaval and overwhelming pressure instantly suppressed Su Yuan, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. The sheer terror of that imperial might was astounding. Merely a fragment of pressure was sufficient to obliterate an ordinary cultivator of the divine concealment realm. Yet Su Chen remained unfazed, standing resolutely as the horrific pressure had no effect on him. In stark contrast to the trembling Su Yuan, who knelt in fear, Su Chen appeared as if he were in an entirely different realm. A drop of imperial blood, devoid of divine brilliance, dares to masquerade as an emperor. Su Chen shook his head slightly, effortlessly discerning the essence of this towering figure. If it were truly the body of the demon emperor, no matter how defiant Su Chen became, he would possess no means of resistance. Even with the divine brilliance of the imperial blood, he would be powerless to fight back. The imperial blood, still radiant with divine brilliance, might contend with heaven and earth. However, the imposing figure before him was merely a self-awareness birthed from a drop of imperial blood stripped of its divine brilliance, lacking any magical powers or abilities. In its current form, this towering figure possessed at most 1/10,000th of the power of divine blood. Nonetheless, even that fraction was far beyond what a cultivator of the divine concealment or dragon transformation realms could withstand. After all, this was the evolution of a drop of imperial blood. Human race, is it you who dares to disrupt this emperor's slumber? The dark pupils of the towering figure suddenly fixed upon the trembling Su Yuan, who knelt in fear, coldly stating, "The sacred king's hand bone is indeed a meager qualification for this emperor to seize." As the words fell, the towering figure transformed into a beam of bloodlight, vanishing into Su Yuan's sea of consciousness. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to resist. Boom! Su Yuan felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being quaking. Within his sea of consciousness, the towering figure materialized, emanating imperial might. His primordial spirit trembled beneath the weight of this terrifying pressure, his expression one of horror, as he screamed, "No! How? How could this happen?" Su Yuan lost all composure. He had endured in silence, aiming to acquire the devouring heaven demon art within the demon emperor's secret realm, to take revenge on Su Chen, to stand invincible among his peers, and to gaze down upon the immortal domain. But now, he had yet to secure the devouring heaven demon art, and he was to be usurped instead. He was unwilling, yet utterly powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as his consciousness was gradually obliterated. Do not resist. I shall perfectly replace you, forging an unprecedented path in this lifetime and attaining immortality. This will be your unparalleled glory. With the resounding echo of these words, Su Yuan's primordial spirit was utterly extinguished. Su Yuan regained tranquility, his eyes radiating an aloof disdain for the world. However, at that moment, a voice filled with contempt rang out from Su Chen. A drop of intelligence born from the blood of a fallen deity lacks the qualifications to be called an emperor. Chapter 35. Time carves the exceptional, aside for the enchanting on the path of immortality. Su Yuan's gaze lifted slightly, his expression radiating a haughty superiority. Although Su Chen was regarded as the foremost among the younger generation of the immortal realm, this was the domain of the demon emperor's secret realm, the very arena of this drop of the emperor's blood. Though it was merely a single drop, it was the blood of an emperor, instilled with a power that rendered Su Chen, a mere young prodigy, inconsequential. The ancient scion of the Su family, endowed with the ancient sacred body. You shall never be worthy to follow this emperor. Upon scanning Su Yuan's memories, the essence of the demon emperor's blood had already discerned Su Chen's true identity. Particularly, the profound fear that lingered in Su Yuan's memories revealed just how formidable Su Chen truly was. Boom! Without uttering a single word, Su Chen invoked the true demon's indestructible body. In an instant, golden vitality surged forth, manifesting 7,000 calamity runes from within him. An overwhelming force erupted, and with a single motion, he hurled a fist toward the demon emperor's blood. He yearned to test the strength of this drop of emperor blood, which had diminished to a mere fraction of its former glory, now possessing a nascent intelligence. After all, this entity was nonetheless a drop of emperor blood. Although it had seized Su Yuan's corporeal form, its might was not something an ordinary prodigy could rival. He required a sharpening stone to gauge his own prowess. Su Chen's body brimmed with golden vitality, resembling a war deity. As he unleashed his punch, a formidable force resonated, causing the ancient bronze palace to tremble. The demon emperor's blood was enveloped in a maelstrom of demonic intent, radiating a menacing aura of imperial might. Such an overwhelming imperial presence would instantly subdue any god concealment realm expert, even those of the transformation dragon realm. Only someone like Su Chen, who bore the ancient sacred body and defied conventional logic, could disregard it. To offend imperial might is to invite annihilation. The demon emperor's blood regarded Su Chen, its authoritative voice booming. Rumble. In the next moment, it raised a massive hand to strike at Su Chen. The dark, demonic hand clashed with a golden fist, creating a resounding impact. Bang! The void reverberated, and the ancient bronze palace swayed, as if unable to withstand the terrifying aftermath. A cataclysmic force exploded forth, akin to a pure-blooded ferocious beast, propelling the demon emperor's blood away. The expression of the demon emperor's blood was one of sheer astonishment. It had not anticipated that Su Chen's strength would far surpass its expectations. It was the blood of the demon emperor, though it had lost its divine brilliance. It was not something a mere god concealment realm could provoke. Yet, Su Chen had effortlessly sent it flying with a single punch. The might of the emperor's blood was truly no more than this. Standing firm, Su Chen gazed upon the demon emperor's blood, his tone devoid of emotion. A flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had believed that the intelligence born from the emperor's blood would possess extraordinary combat prowess, compelling him to exert his full strength. However, he realized he had overestimated it. Ultimately, it was just a drop of blood stripped of its divine luster. Thus, let this come to a definitive conclusion. With those words, Su Chen stood as a deity of judgment, unwavering in his confidence, even before the emperor's blood. The Immortal King descends from the heavens. Su Chen, clad in a flowing white robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the aura of the ancient saint body resonating with a magnificent golden energy. The air thrummed with power as a grand silhouette, suffused with celestial light, materialized behind him. This figure loomed majestically, exuding an unparalleled divine might. With the galaxy seemingly encircling its waist, and ancient stars adorning its presence. The manifestation of the ancient saint body. Since awakening the celestial king's presence in the ninth heaven, Su Chen had yet to unleash this formidable power. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather that, among the youthful generation of the immortal realm, none had yet warranted the invocation of such might. Now, faced with this drop of imperial blood, Su Chen finally summoned the celestial king's presence in the ninth heaven. A drop of imperial blood rightly deserved to perish beneath such a transcendent manifestation. The demon emperor had fallen. Let this drop of imperial blood dissipate peacefully, rather than resist its fate. With a single step, he traversed the void, standing resolutely with his hands behind his back, his gaze icy. He unleashed another punch, empowered by the true demon's indestructible body and the might of the celestial king's presence. Boom! This punch, bolstered by the Celestial King's might, surged with exponentially increased power. Simultaneously, the celestial figure behind Su Chen clenched its fist, delivering a simultaneous strike. Boom! The ancient bronze palace trembled, reverberating with mystical energy. The divine fist of the celestial figure radiated boundless brilliance, enveloping the drop of imperial blood. The manifestation of the saint body exerted its suppression, causing tendrils of demonic energy to begin to dissipate. The ancient saint body inherently possessed a formidable restraint against various demonic forces, and under this manifestation, its efficacy was magnified. With a resounding impact, Su Chen's punch landed, and Su Yuan's corporeal form erupted into a mist of blood. Following this, a drop of deep crimson blood, suffused with an overwhelming essence, emerged, shrouded in golden light. Boom! At the moment this drop of blood appeared, the stellar throne quivered, and a projection materialized. Within this vision, dark clouds roiled, and demonic energy surged, casting the world into an abyss of darkness. A shadowy figure, nearly fused with the darkness, stood amidst the void. Its pitch-black eyes resembled twin black holes, capable of piercing through the eons of time with a mere glance. Though immensely towering, its features remained obscured. Merely standing there, it exuded a divine might that resonated through the heavens. Su Chen understood that this was the last remnant of the demon emperor within the imperial blood. The ancient saint body. No, it was the ancient saint body that had shattered its shackles. A voice of authority echoed within Su Chen's mind, tinged with surprise. Clearly, even the demon emperor was taken aback by the emergence of the unshackled ancient saint body. Regardless of your constitution, having arrived here signifies that the devouring heaven demon art has chosen you in the unseen realms. You shall be the successor of the devouring heaven demon art in this era. The authoritative voice continued. Was the demon emperor of the previous era the predecessor of the devouring heaven demon art? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired. Not quite. This emperor merely seeks a successor for the master. Since you are the inheritor of the devouring heaven demon art, you must carry forth the will of the previous generation's successor. The phantom of the demon emperor shook its head slightly, uttering words that Su Chen could not comprehend. If one day the starry sky shatters and the heavens and earth are overturned, remember to follow a figure clad in white, standing upon the river of time, accompanied by the great Tao, a being who dictates the epics. These were the words left by the master, a solemn reminder. Boom! As the last words echoed, the projection vanished, and the ancient bronze hall returned to tranquility. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the dissipated blood of the demon emperor, feeling a surge of emotion. Time, like a blade, cleaves through the extraordinary on the path of immortality. One laments the enchanting beauty. If one cannot attain the Tao and become an immortal, ultimately, they will turn to withered bones, dissipating in the river of history. Even the mightiest of emperors cannot escape the baptism of time. However, what left him perplexed was the phrase accompanied by the great Tao, dictating the epics. What could it possibly mean? Although Su Chen found it difficult to comprehend, he meticulously committed it to memory, for these matters were beyond his current reach. To his astonishment, the legendary demon emperor, who traversed the realm of immortals with unparalleled talent, turned out to be a pet. The emperor as a pet. Su Chen could hardly fathom the strength of the previous generation's inheritor of the devouring heaven demon art. These concepts felt too distant. He decided to focus on cultivating the devouring heaven demon art instead. Su Chen directed his gaze towards the jade slip containing the art, his eyes glimmering with interest. The devouring heaven demon art, which devours the heavens and earth, assimilating myriad paths into one, evolving into a chaotic Tao body. The Supreme Empress of the Forbidden Era achieved her status through this very art, rising from a mere mortal to an emperor, ultimately vanishing into the realm of immortals. Although Su Chen's cultivation method was the Supreme Emperor Scripture, the Heavenly Emperor Scripture, mastering the devouring heaven demon art would allow him to consume the essence directly without the need to excavate bones. With this thought, Su Chen's consciousness surged into the jade slip. Buzz! Instantly, The jade slip transformed into countless strange scriptures that fused into Su Chen's mind. With the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension, he merely cast a glance and fully mastered it. He slowly raised his hand, and magical power surged. In an instant, a small, pitch-black vortex materialized in his palm. This small vortex emanated a terrifying, devouring force, as if it could consume all things in the universe, voraciously absorbing the surrounding matter. Is this the devouring heaven demon art? Su Chen gazed at the dark vortex before him, nodding gently. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as the supreme demonic scripture that commanded awe in the realm of immortals, its power exceedingly domineering. Just then, Su Chen felt a slight stirring in his heart, and a communication jade slip appeared. He scanned it with his divine sense, and a smile graced his face as he murmured, "Are Grandpa and Grandma finally going to meet? How exciting!" Chapter 36. The gathering of the three fated protagonists at the ancient celestial flame of Tuo Shi in the southwestern region of the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Yi Chun, clad in a black robe, traversed through an exceedingly intricate subterranean cavern. Yi Chun, ahead lies the aura of the divine fire that Master has sensed. The excited voice of the Pill Master resonated within Yi Chen's mind. "Master, what should we do next?" Yi Chun inquired, his gaze fixed ahead, eyes shimmering with anticipation. His pace quickening as he could hardly restrain his desire to claim the divine fire for himself. The Pill Master responded gravely. "Simply follow my instructions and employ the Emperor's flame technique to absorb and refine it. However, be warned, the process will be excruciating, a torment worse than death, and a moment's inattention could lead to your demise. Even I cannot assist you. The outcome rests solely in your hands. Should you endure, you shall soar through the 9 heavens, commanding the celestial realm. But if you fail—" He paused, the weight of his words heavy. "If you fail, you will be consumed by the divine fire, your soul scattered to the winds." Upon hearing this, the excitement in Yi Chen's eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by a measure of calm. He clenched his fists, his gaze flickering as he fixed his stare upon an ancient hall before him, resolutely declaring, "Do not worry, Master. This mere divine fire, I, Yi Chun, shall certainly subdue." With those words, Yi Chun pushed open the grand doors of the ancient hall. With a resounding boom, the doors of the bronze hall slowly creaked open, revealing a crimson glow. In the center of the hall, 2 bronze altars were adorned with swirling divine flames. One flame burned a deep crimson, radiating an overwhelming aura that instinctively inspired reverence. Is this the divine fire? Yi Chun trembled with excitement as he beheld the brilliant red flames. Even from a distance, the vast energy they emitted filled him with awe. If he could completely consume such a divine fire, the thought sent his excitement soaring, and he yearned to merge with the flames before him. Could this be the legendary Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame? How did it end up in the Demon Emperor's secret realm? At that moment, the Pill Master's spirit manifested, his expression one of shock as he fixated on another divine flame, his voice trembling slightly. "The Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame?" Yi Chen, momentarily taken aback, lifted his gaze to the second flame. There, he witnessed an extraordinarily resplendent flame, shimmering in a multitude of colors. As if countless divine fires had converged to form this singular entity, exuding a terrifying aura capable of incinerating the heavens and the myriad realms. Indeed, this was undoubtedly the foremost divine fire of the central celestial domain, the strongest flame forged from the convergence of all worldly fires, the legendary Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame. It was the divine fire left behind by the true, celestial being Tuo Shi during his ascension in the primordial era. "Young one, I never anticipated your extraordinary fortune to encounter the Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame." The alchemist spoke with urgency, his entire being trembling with excitement. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame, and he solemnly declared, "Divine fire is of utmost importance to ordinary cultivators, for upon reaching the nirvana realm, one must seek out divine fire. The process of nirvana is a crucial step in cultivation, and the more potent the flame, the greater the effects of nirvana. The Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame, which gathers the myriad divine fires of the world, is rumored to enable cultivators to achieve ultimate nirvana. It is worth noting that we are the inheritors of the Tuo, Shi ancient immortal, for the imperial burning technique was created by him. As he concluded, the alchemist's tone became fervent, his face brimming with pride. Yet, at that moment, Yi Chun had no inclination to listen to his historical discourse. His mind was consumed by thoughts of the Tuo, Shi ancient immortal, and the most powerful divine fire. Ha ha ha! The Tuo, Shi ancient immortal flame, truly, I, Yi Chun, am the destined protagonist. He threw his head back in laughter, his eyes alight with frenzied excitement. He practiced the imperial burning technique, capable of devouring countless divine fires. If he could fuse with the Tuo, Shi ancient immortal flame, Yi Chun could hardly fathom the possibilities. At that moment, he envisioned himself reigning over this era, standing tall at the pinnacle of the heavens. Truly, the remnants of the Emperor's soul possess vast knowledge. However, just as Yi Chun reveled in his dreams of the future, a cold voice suddenly resonated from beyond the bronze ancient hall. Upon hearing this voice, both Yi Chun and the alchemist's expressions shifted dramatically, and they turned swiftly to look. They beheld a young man clad in a black robe, striding into the hall. The youth had a fair complexion and a proud demeanor. He was none other than North Xian Immortal Sovereign, Chun Beixian. Chun Beixian's gaze was ablaze with fervor as he fixed his eyes on the alchemist's soul and the distant Tuo, Shi ancient immortal flame. Since entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, he had secretly followed Yi Chun using forbidden techniques, seeking the opportune moment to devour the alchemist's soul. Yet, that opportune moment had not arrived. Instead, he found a divine fire. This rendered him utterly restless. Divine fire, even in the immortal realm, such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare. If he could amalgamate the remnants of the Emperor's soul, the ancient sacred body, and the Tuo, Shi ancient immortal flame in this life, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of his past life, attaining the path of the Immortal King. Such an enticing opportunity was not to be missed by Chun Beixian. Who are you? Yi Chun fixed his gaze on Chun Beixian, his expression darkening slightly. With just a glance, he discerned the extraordinary nature of the young man before him. Though he appeared ordinary, an aura of superiority emanated from him, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Most crucially, Chun Beixian was able to perceive that the alchemist was the remnant of an emperor's soul. North Xian Immortal Sovereign, Chun Beixian. Chun Beixian's expression was haughty as he cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun and spoke imperiously. I offer you a chance. Surrender the remnant of the emperor's soul. Forsake the Tuo, Shi ancient immortal flame, and leave this place. I, this immortal sovereign, may spare your life. Boom! Yet at that very moment, as Chun Beixian's words fell, a formidable surge of magical energy erupted, as a golden dragon claw, imbued with the power to rend the heavens and shatter the earth, hurtled towards Chun Beixian. How dare a mere insect of the human race, a mere cultivator of the divine concealment realm, presume to call himself an immortal sovereign? With this dragon prince present, none shall escape today. I shall make you witness the refinement of this ancient immortal flame. Boom! As his words reverberated, the golden dragon claw struck mercilessly against Chun Beixian's back. In an instant, he was sent hurtling backwards, blood spewing from his mouth. Who dares to lay a hand on me? The immortal sovereign Beixian. This is tantamount to courting death. Rising to his feet, fury ignited in his eyes as he shouted. In truth, he had sensed the arrival of the golden dragon claw the moment it appeared. After all, in his previous life, he had been a formidable figure at the pinnacle of true immortality. Yet, in his current state as a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, encumbered by a frail body, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. The Dragon Prince, Long Out Yin of the 10,000 Dragon Island. Yi Chun gazed towards the grand entrance of the ancient hall, his expression heavy and his demeanor as dark as a stormy sea. First, Chun Beixian appeared, and now Long Out Yin. Yi Chun, there is no time to waste. Once they engage in battle, I shall intervene to assist you in seizing those two strands of divine fire, and we must depart swiftly to evade attracting more attention. At that moment, The voice of the pill, sovereign, echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Agreed. Yi Chen's spirits soared at the words, nodding fervently. Ha ha ha. Still daring to call yourself an immortal sovereign? It seems you are eager for your demise. As a chilling, mocking laughter rang out, Long Outyin, clad in resplendent black robes and adorned with dragon horns, materialized, standing upon the void, looking down upon Chun Beixian with a disdainful demeanor. Chapter 37. The Miserable Beixian, Immortal Sovereign, and the Twin Martial Souls. The fated protagonist's grand battle. Long Outyin perceives himself as the favored child of the heavenly path, the quintessential fated protagonist. He emerged alongside the taboo dragon son of Wan Dragon Island and his own brother, Long Ritian. Although his innate talent does not rival that of Long Outyin, his fortune is nothing short of explosive. Since his arrival in this world, he has effortlessly stumbled upon treasures while strolling down the streets, and any venture into secret realms invariably leads him to supreme opportunities and unparalleled divine artifacts. At prestigious auctions, the most coveted items seem to find their way into his possession through various absurd means. Moreover, his regal aura astonishes all, attracting the attention of outstanding young women from various factions, causing them to succumb and submit entirely. In summary, treasures and supreme fortunes invariably manifest in his vicinity. Long Outyin's objective in entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm is simply to acquire the unparalleled opportunities within and then slay the son of the Su family, thereby enhancing the reputation of Wan Dragon Island. Initially, Long Outyin was leisurely exploring the Demon Emperor's secret realm. With his extraordinary luck, he naturally garnered numerous opportunities, significantly amplifying his strength. However, just as he prepared to seek out the son of the Su family for a decisive battle, he unexpectedly passed by an ancient bronze palace. Seizing every opportunity that came his way, Long Outyin resolved to enter the palace and claim whatever fortunes awaited him. At that moment, a voice emanated from within the palace, proclaiming itself as the Beixian Immortal Sovereign. Long Outyin was utterly baffled by Chun Beixian's audacity. A mere ant at the divine concealment level daring to call himself an immortal sovereign. This was intolerable for Long Outyin, who relished showcasing his superiority. Apart from his brother Long Ritian, he would not allow anyone in the central immortal domain to outshine him. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Outyin took action. Yet, to his astonishment, Chun Beixian not only remained unyielding, but grew increasingly arrogant, igniting Long Outyin's fury. The true dragon's rending hand. Long Outyin looked down upon Chun Beixian from above, exuding an overwhelming presence, and summoned his formidable powers. He intended to eliminate this oblivious ant without mercy. Boom! A phantom of a true dragon soared into the sky, raising its massive claw to crush Chun Beixian. The very fabric of space trembled beneath its might. No, no, no. Chun Beixian stared at the descending dragon claw, his hair standing on end, his scalp tingling. Ninth layer of the dragon transformation realm. In his previous life, such a lowly creature would not have even qualified to meet him. Yet now, he bore a useless body, his cultivation merely at the first level of the divine concealment realm. In this state, he could not even employ the secret techniques he had relied upon for survival in his past, leaving him utterly powerless. Was it truly the case that the Beixian Immortal Sovereign, having been reborn, would face demise before he even rose to prominence? Sursedant, had I been at my peak, you would have seen me as a frog in a well, gazing at the moon above. Chun Beixian's gaze shifted repeatedly, his thoughts rife with disdain. As the massive dragon claw descended, poised to obliterate him, a glimmer of hope sparked within Chun Beixian's eyes as he noticed Yi Chun, who was stealthily preparing to pilfer the divine fire. In the next moment, he resolutely abandoned his corporeal form, allowing his spirit to transform into a radiant stream of light that slipped into the ancient ring housed within Yi Chen's heart. He cackled ominously. To reside within a single corporeal vessel is one thing, but to inhabit two is merely the same. Why not exert yourself a little more and allow this esteemed celestial to stay for a few days? Chun Beixian materialized directly before the alchemist, a cold smile curling upon his lips. His intent to forsake his physical body and enter the ancient ring was unmistakable. Eventually, he intended to consume the alchemist's spirit. He decided to take decisive action and enter the ancient ring ahead of time. As long as Yi Chen could escape unharmed, he would devour the alchemist's spirit and usurp Yi Chen's body. Once his power burgeoned, he would then consume Su Chen's ancient sacred body. Yi Chen, the alchemist. Observing Chen Beishuan's spirit within the ancient ring, both master and disciple wore expressions of profound dismay, particularly the alchemist, whose countenance was as dark as a stormy sea. The very target of Chen Beishuan's appearance was he, now that they were both within the same space. Who could predict when Chen Beishuan would strike? As a remnant soul of an emperor and a master of alchemy, the alchemist possessed an immense spiritual force and should, in theory, be unafraid of Chen Beishuan. Yet, the absurdity lay in the fact that Chen Beishuan's spiritual power exceeded his own, instilling a deep-seated fear within him, more vast than his own spirit. Only a reincarnated powerhouse from the celestial realm could possess such might. Realizing this, the alchemist was struck with terror, feeling as though he had harbored a tiger within his midst. Yi Chen's expression was equally grim. He had not anticipated that Chen Beishuan would abandon his corporeal form at such a critical juncture. Nor could he have foreseen that Chen Beishuan would choose to inhabit his being. One alchemist was already enough. At least the alchemist had bestowed upon him the emperor's scriptures and guided him in seeking the divine fire. But now, with the addition of Chen Beishuan, was he to become a vessel for dual, martial souls? Yi Chen thought, "Are you treating my ring as a mere refuge?" Just as Yi Chen prepared to unleash his fury, Long Out-Yian's gaze fell upon him, his golden pupils glinting as they fixated on the ancient ring. He spoke slowly, "Human, surrender that ancient ring, and this dragon prince may spare your life." Long Out-Yian had witnessed Chen Beishuan's spirit enter the ancient ring firsthand. A ring capable of housing spirits piqued his interest. Initially affronted by Chen Beishuan's inexplicable inhabitation, now faced with Long Out-Yian's threat, Yi Chen could no longer contain his outrage. With a cold snort, he declared, "Humph. I am Yi Chen, the young master of the Yi family. If the Dragon Prince seeks to seize my ancient ring and the opportunities it holds, he had best think twice." Yi family? Long Out-Yian raised an eyebrow at these words, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You are but the scion of a thoroughly fallen family, expelled from the ranks of the ancient clans. Yet you carry on as if you were the divine scion of the Su family. Today, I shall claim your ancient ring and the opportunities here. No one can stop me." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's defenses shattered, his eyes aflame with rage as he roared, "The scion of the Su family. Again, it is Su Chen again." Yi Chen held a profound aversion to the mere mention of Su Chen in his presence. Regardless of whether one was a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Transformation Dragon realm or a progeny of the 10,000 Dragons Island, he would never concede the Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame and the ancient ring. If anyone dared to seize them by force, he would welcome the challenge. As his words echoed, Yi Chen displayed his cultivation at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, his tone exuding an air of dominance. The Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame represented his sole opportunity for ascendance. Even if it meant death, he would not let it slip away. Yi Chen's sudden display of authority left Long Ao-Tian momentarily taken aback. Yet, soon after, a chilling indifference flickered in his golden pupils as he raised his hand, intent on annihilating Yi Chen. The true dragon rending heaven technique. Those who dare to provoke Long Ao-Tian would find only death. The Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame was destined solely for the chosen one. At that moment, a clear and icy female voice resonated from within the ancient hall. Shortly thereafter, Su Chen appeared amidst the ancient chamber, her expression devoid of warmth, gracefully stepping forward. Long Ao-Tian's formidable technique faltered as he looked up at Su Chen, a fleeting spark of awe igniting in his gaze, only to be swiftly extinguished as he inquired solemnly, "The chosen one? A member of the ancient Su family?" Yi Chen's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that within this seemingly insignificant ancient hall lay a master. The most alarming aspect was that, Like the earlier Chun Bei Xian, Su Chen had arrived unnoticed even by the alchemist sovereign. Indeed, Su Chen replied with a slight nod, her demeanor indifferent. After entering the Demon Emperor's secret realm, she had followed her master's guidance to conceal herself and shadow Yi Chun. She had witnessed all that had transpired. Initially, she had no intention of revealing herself, but upon witnessing Long Ao Tian's imminent assault on Yi Chun, aiming to seize the Tua ancient celestial flame, and with Su Chen still absent, in a bid to buy time for Su Chen's arrival, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and step forward. If you are indeed of the ancient Su family, then perish. Long Ao Tian's golden pupils narrowed slightly, redirecting his mighty technique from Yi Chun towards Su Chen. Yi Chun felt a surge of rage, his body trembling, veins bulging. The moment Su Chen appeared, he realized he had been secretly plotted against by Su Chen. Within a single day, he had been ensnared by both Chun Bei Xian and Su Chen. It was a burden too great to bear. Yi Chun unleashed his wrath, directing a palm strike at Su Chen. Master, assist me. Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically at this sight as she silently sought help in her heart. Chapter 38. Su Chen's mysterious master unleashes the power of the true dragon. Alas, a gentle sigh resonated in Su Chen's mind as that cool voice remarked, "Since it is my will for you to accompany the young friend Su Chen in pursuit of opportunities, then allow me to intervene." The imperial grade, divine power. The possession of spirits. Boom! With the utterance of these words, Su Chen's aura surged at an alarming rate. Fourth heaven of the divine concealment realm. Fifth heaven of the divine concealment realm. Sixth heaven of the divine concealment realm. First heaven of the transformation dragon realm. Second heaven of the transformation dragon realm. Third heaven of the transformation dragon realm. In but an instant, Su Chen had broken through to the ninth heaven of the transformation dragon realm. Only upon reaching the ninth heaven of the transformation dragon realm did her terrifyingly amplified aura gradually dissipate. This is the spirit of a powerful being possessing her. The alchemist, concealed within the ancient ring, observed this scene with narrowed eyes. If his conjecture held true, there must be a formidable entity within her, one whose strength rivaled his own. How intriguing! It seems to have eluded my perception. Chun Beixian cast a glance at Su Chen, his brows slightly raised, astonished. He hadn't anticipated that a powerful presence would also reside within her, managing to evade his awareness. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had been a true immortal, possessing an extraordinarily acute spiritual perception. Even the remnants of an emperor's soul had not escaped his awareness. Yet, the spirit within Su Chen completely evaded his detection. This revelation indeed caught Chun Beixian off guard. However, it was merely a surprise. For Chun Beixian, regardless of the realm of the spirit within her, it would ultimately serve as nourishment for his invincibility in this life. How could it be? She too harbors the soul of an emperor. Yi Chun, hearing the voice emanating from the ancient ring, felt his mind whirl, questioning his very existence. Is it possible? Has the soul of an emperor become so commonplace? It feels as though everyone possesses one. He had believed himself to be the singular fated protagonist, the only one endowed with the spirit of an emperor in the central immortal domain. Yet, who would have thought that this suddenly emerging Su Chen also contained an emperor's soul? Moreover, it appeared that the emperor's soul within Su Chen was even more formidable than that of the alchemist. At the very least, the spirit within Su Chen could manifest, while the alchemist could not. Not only Yi Chun, but even Long Outyin was taken aback. Is this a cheat? In the next moment, Long Outyin burst into laughter. To exhibit a cheat in front of the child of destiny? Isn't that akin to showing off in front of master craftsmen? In terms of being a child of destiny, aside from his brother Long Ritian, Long Outyin had never feared anyone, for he himself was the embodiment of fortune. Now that Su Chen had activated her fortune, it merely presented an opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens. Buzz. However, at that moment, Su Chen, who had originally closed her eyes, slowly opened them. The originally pale blue eyes have now transformed into a deep azure, tranquil as an ancient well, exuding an icy indifference, embodying an extreme detachment, as if she were a god of aloofness, high above the mortal realm. Within the depths of her gaze lies an infinite cosmos. A chilling and extraordinary aura emanates from her, combined with the might of the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm, which exerts an overwhelming pressure upon all present. Withdraw. I harbor no intention of engaging with you. Su Chen, his master, then neutralized the powers of both Yi Chun and Long Outyin. She stood upon the void, her voice resonating coldly like frost, her azure eyes looking down upon Yi Chun and Long Outyin with a frigid demeanor. With this dragon prince present, what is your 9th level of the dragon transformation realm matter? The opportunities of this day belong to me, and you shall be mine as well. Long Outyin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark robe billowing, his golden eyes fixated on Su Chen, his master, filled with fervor. From a moment he first beheld Su Chen, he was resolute. Su Chen must be taken into his harem. Whether she consents or not is of no concern to him. After all, he is the destined protagonist, blessed with great fortune. Anything that Long Outyin desires has never eluded his grasp. Sensing Long Outyin's gaze, Su Chen, his master, furrowed her brow slightly, a trace of disdain flickering in her azure eyes. She detested such glances. Seeking death, Su Chen, his master, fixed her gaze, her delicate hand sweeping forth. In an instant, divine radiance erupted, shimmering with celestial brilliance. An overwhelming chill surged, her magical power surging forth. Boom! With a decisive strike, Long Outyin was sent reeling back, blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. To inflict injury upon me, you possess a certain intrigue. My interest in you is growing. Long Outyin regarded Su Chen, his master, with a defiant expression, his eyes glimmering. True dragon-rending fist. Long Outyin clenched his fingers tightly, launching a powerful punch. An ethereal dragon's shadow coiled around him, the punch radiating immense power. Yi Chun, now is your chance. Seize the divine fire. The voice of the alchemist master echoed in Yi Chen's mind amidst the clash between Long Outyin and Su Chen. All right. The previously dazed Yi Chun felt a surge of determination, his body glowing with crimson light as he inhaled deeply and charged toward the ancient immortal flame. Thinking of claiming the divine fire? Not a chance. Su Chen, his master, cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun, her delicate hand sweeping out, directly repelling Long Outyin, her form swiftly appearing before the two flames of divine fire. Cursed fate! Yi Chun gazed at the divine fire within arm's reach, his eyes filled with reluctance. His fists clenched tightly, yet he dared not advance an inch. Su Chen, his master, is an emperor's soul, a being of unparalleled might in the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm. Even Long Outyin, who is also at this level, cannot contend with her. How could he, a mere 4th level of the divine concealment realm, stand against an emperor's soul? Yet the ancient immortal flame represents Yi Chen's only opportunity for ascendancy. To abandon this chance now is simply unbearable. Yet he could not rival Su Chen as esteemed master. Aunt, why do you not ally with that Long Outyin? At that moment, Chun Beishuan's voice resonated within Yi Chen's mind. Ally? Upon hearing Chun Beishuan's words, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Long Outyin, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. He hastily spoke, Dragon Prince, why don't we join forces to subdue this woman? As for the divine fire and how to divide it, we can discuss it later. Join forces with you? Long Outyin raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with disdain. What qualifications does an ant at the 4th level of the divine concealment realm have to ally with this dragon prince? This woman and the divine fire. I shall subdue them myself. The ancient ring you possess will not escape my grasp. True dragon divine ability. Long Outyin roared, his golden pupils growing increasingly frigid, exuding a magnificent aura as if a true dragon were breaking free from his shackles. With his words, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying dragon might surged forth. Behind him, a shadowy silhouette of a true dragon's sword, entwining around him. The dark dragon scales exuded a chilling luster, its sharp horns glimmering, while two muscular, coiled black dragon claws sparkled with a frosty gleam. Chapter 39. The confident Chun Beixian, descending like a deity, strikes down Long Outyin with a single blow. This is a fragmented version of the 10 fiendish divine arts, the true dragon divine art. Within the ancient ring, Chun Beixian gazed at the magnificent true dragon, his eyes filled with astonishment. The 10 fiendish divine arts, even in the celestial realm, they are exceedingly rare and represent supreme divine powers. One must recognize that once the 10 primordial beings reach maturity, they become colossal figures akin to celestial kings. Even the previous incarnation of Chun Beixian, a true immortal, was but an insignificant insect in the presence of these 10 beings. How splendid! The essence of the ancient sacred body, the Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame. 2 remnants of imperial souls, the 10 fiendish divine arts, and that terrifying supreme divine art of the Su family's divine son. With such an abundance of opportunities, it appears that I, Chun Beixian, am indeed destined by heaven. With such a lofty starting point, even in the celestial realm, only the sons of great powers could stand shoulder to shoulder with me. As Chun Beixian beheld Long Outyin's true dragon divine art, his heart surged with excitement. His gaze brimming with greed, he mused inwardly. This rebirth is nothing short of fortuitous. Where could I have found such conditions in my past life? Although Chun Beixian had lost his physical form, to him, Long Outyin, Yi Chun, Su Chen, and Su Chen were all mere nourishment for his rise in this lifetime. This is the confidence of the North Xian immortal sovereign. Seeing Long Outyin's derision and disdain for collaboration, Yi Chen stood rooted in place, his expression darkened. Clenching his fists tightly, silently vowing, 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Long Outyin, what makes you look down upon me? Yi Chun, just because your lineage is superior. On the day I rise, I shall surely trample you and Su Chen beneath my feet. At this moment, Yi Chen's resentment towards Long Outyin equaled that towards Su Chen. He detested the likes of Long Outyin and Su Chen, those proud talents born of top-tier forces who looked down upon others, relying on their abundant resources. If it were not for the Yi family being ousted from the ancient aristocracy, he might not be inferior to Long Outyin and Su Chen. Long Outyin raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike. Boom! 2 pitch-black dragon claws surged forth, piercing the void, emanating a terrifying aura that instilled fear. In the void, numerous inscriptions flickered, assaulting Master Su Chen. Upon witnessing this scene, Master Su Chen slightly shook her head, her tone dripping with disdain. Do you think a fragmented, true dragon divine art can harm me? However, before she could finish her sentence, her expression abruptly changed, and her aura began to plummet. In the next moment, she relinquished control of her body. Returning to her own control, Su Chen looked bewildered, her face filled with confusion. Master, why have you ceased your attack? They have yet to delay until Su Chen's arrival, if you do not continue to stall for time. I fear that today, this Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame will fall into Long Outyin's hands. My dear disciple, I just sense the aura of young friend Su Chen. Thus this next strike, you must endure yourself. Only then can you prove how fiercely you fought just now, and elevate your standing in his heart. In Su Chen's mind, the ethereal voice of her master resonated softly, tinged with frailty. This time, I shall intervene on your behalf, but it will plunge me into a prolonged slumber. During my absence, you shall follow the young friend Su Chen. And remember, the divine fire beside the Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame is a formidable imperial fire, well suited for you. Ensure you subdue it. I hope that when I awaken, it coincides with your ascension to the Nirvana realm. The voice of her master echoed, heavy with gravity. Above all, do not allow your state of mind to waver. With the final utterance, she completely fell into a deep slumber. Master, Su Chen's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart filled with reluctance. Boom! Before she could fully succumb to her sorrow, 2 enormous black dragon claws descended with a thunderous crash, seemingly poised to strike her. Yet in that instant, an unexpected transformation occurred. A warm voice suddenly pierced the air beside her, Who dares to lay a hand on my divine descendant? What followed was a scene that Su Chen would never forget. Boom! A golden fist ray tore through the void, as if it had traversed from the farthest reaches of the heavens, crashing down upon the two colossal black dragon claws. In an instant, the space shattered, and the magical energy quaked. The terrifying fist ray reverberated through the ancient bronze hall, as if it were on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand such a blow. Who is it? Long Ao Yen was drenched in sweat, his entire body bristling with fear, his golden pupils reflecting sheer terror. He scarcely had time to react. With a resounding crash, the golden fist ray scattered the true dragon's might. Yet it did not cease. The golden fist ray, undiminished in power, sent Long Ao Yen hurtling backward, crashing into the wall of the ancient hall, his fate uncertain. Outside the hall, a figure clad in resplendent white, exuding an otherworldly aura, stepped forth gracefully, resembling a celestial being. It was none other than Su Chen, draped in a flowing white robe, with hair cascading like a dark waterfall. His eyes surveyed the scene with a regal gaze. Divine descendant, Su Chen gazed upon the magnificent figure in white, her heart fluttering slightly. She had discreetly sent a message to Su Chen upon witnessing the Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame. After completing his cultivation of the sky-swallowing devil art, he had rushed to her side. To her astonishment, he arrived just in time to witness Long Ao Yen's malevolence. Apologies for my tardiness. Are you unharmed? Su Chen approached Su Kinch, Histoniente. Thank you for your concern, divine descendant. I am fine. I have kept the Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame safe. Su Chen replied, her light blue eyes shimmering as she managed a strained smile. You have worked hard. Now allow me to take over. Su Chen nodded and turned his gaze toward Yi Chun, a hint of playful mockery in his voice. Oh, an old acquaintance is here too. Su Chen. The moment Yi Chun laid eyes on Su Chen, his pupils contracted sharply, his entire being plunging into icy dread, his complexion twisted with a terrifying rage. His gaze was filled with a blend of hatred and fury. The grudge of humiliation was one that could never be forgiven. All is well. All is in place. The moment Qin Beixian within the ancient ring laid eyes upon Su Chen, he rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with excitement. This lifetime, the nourishment for his rise was gathered in its entirety, all present. Now, he merely needs to await the conclusion of their battle, after which he shall reap the rewards. Achieving unparalleled talent and dominating his era, with the prospect of becoming a celestial king in the future, the son of the Su family. The alchemist's expression also bore a hint of exhilaration as he fixated intently on Su Chen, his breath quickening. The primal ancient sacred body, the ancient celestial flame of Tuo Shi. If he could refine the essence of Su Chen's primal ancient sacred body and amalgamate it with various heavenly treasures, he could forge an immensely powerful physique. At that moment, coupled with the ancient celestial flame of Tuo Shi, Idan Shun would undoubtedly surpass his past life and attain the path of immortality. Su Chen merely cast a glance before directing his focus to the two clusters of divine flames. The ordinary imperial fire was brushed aside by him. His gaze settled upon the ancient celestial flame of Tuo Shi, revealing a look of satisfaction as he remarked, indeed, even the Su family cannot unearth a flame of higher caliber than this ancient celestial flame of Tuo Shi. This son is quite pleased. One can only say that Yi Chun truly embodies the destined protagonist, for his fortune is undeniably formidable. Chapter 40. The frustrated fury of Yi Chun. The young man enjoyed an exceptional quality of sleep, collapsing into slumber at the slightest chance. Su Chen, you have long anticipated this opportunity would arise for me, scheming against me from the shadows all along. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yi Chen's face flushed with anger, his eyes reddening as he ground his teeth in rage. Since Su Chen's appearance, he had suspected that Su Chen had been plotting against him covertly, yet he lacked definitive proof. After all, he had entered the Demon Emperor's secret realm with the utmost discretion. Logically, Su Chen should have had no means to discover his presence. But now, Yi Chun felt like nothing more than a fool. Su Chen had been aware all along that he would encounter great fortune within the Demon Emperor's secret realm, continually manipulating events to his advantage. Even sparing his life had merely been a means for Su Chen to secure the opportunities destined for himself. Contemplating this, Yi Chen's countenance darkened, a tempest of fury surging within him. How absurd that he believed acquiring the Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame would lead him to unbridled success, allowing him to look down upon the immortal domain and crush Su Chen. Little did he know that he had been ensnared in Su Chen's intricate machinations all along. How foolish! Su Chen observed the now crimson-faced Yi Chen with a detached expression. Su Chen, you have insulted me beyond measure. This is intolerable. I shall kill you. I am determined to end your life. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chen's gaze turned bloodshot, veins bulging, his once handsome face contorted in rage. Resembling a madman as his power surged, he no longer cared how Su Chen had acquired knowledge of his fortunes within the secret realm. All he desired now was to eliminate Su Chen. He wanted to convey to Su Chen that fortunes may shift, and one should not underestimate the youth of humble beginnings. The current him was no longer the young man easily defeated just days prior. He was now cultivating the Imperial Sutra, the Emperor's incendiary art. And among those of his rank, he would not necessarily be outmatched by Su Chen. Of course, should he wish to utterly crush Su Chen and trample him underfoot. Absorbing the Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame would be the most prudent course of action. Yet, the opportunity had slipped away. If he did not slay Su Chen, his resolve would remain unstable. Yellow Springs, Rage Heaven's measuring rod. Yi Chen roared to the heavens, brandishing a black heavy measuring rod above his head, a green phantom materializing and entwining around it as he swung it towards Su Chen. Boom! In an instant, the black heavy rod shot forth, causing the very void to tremble in its wake. Such a mindless fool. Within the ancient ring, Chen Beixian shook his head at this spectacle. Yi Chen truly left him speechless. Even Long Out Yan at the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm had been sent flying with a single punch. Yet Yi Chen, merely at the 4th level of the Divine Concealment Realm, dared to challenge Su Chen. Chen Beixian could hardly fathom how Yi Chen had grown to be so reckless. Yi Chen, cease this madness. You have succumbed to demonic influences, the pill master admonished, his brow furrowing in concern. However, Yi Chen was beyond hearing him now. Such folly. Su Chen's gaze remained indifferent, his golden energy surging and his sea of qi roiling as he raised his hand to deliver a strike. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as a fissure appeared upon the black heavy rod in Yi Chen-esque grasp, which then shattered instantaneously. Smash! As the golden palm imprint shattered the black heavy ruler, its velocity remained unimpeded, striking directly upon Yi Chen's body. Almost immediately, Yi Chen was sent flying backward with a muffled thud, spiraling through the air several times before crashing against the wall of the ancient bronze temple and plummeting to the ground. Although Su Chen had merely executed a simple palm strike without employing any physical prowess, it was more than enough to overwhelm Yi Chen. The true injury coupled with the critical strike left Yi Chen gravely wounded, with most of his bones shattered and blood gushing forth. Is this all? It seems you have made no progress these past few days, remaining as feeble as ever. Su Chen gazed down at the incapacitated Yi Chen, who was violently coughing up blood, and shook his head in disappointment. Su Chen, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. If you possess the ability to grant me the ancient celestial fire of Tuo Shi, I, Yi Chen, shall assuredly trample you beneath my feet within 3 years. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, his complexion pale, gritting his teeth as he roared in defiance. He had never anticipated that even after cultivating the Imperial Sutra and the Imperial Burning Technique, he would still be no match for a single strike from Su Chen. Su Chen. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, he was momentarily taken aback. What is this, my friend? Are you daydreaming in broad daylight? An opportunity for you? Apologies, but that opportunity has vanished. At this moment, Yi Chen held no further value to Su Chen. To be honest, allowing Yi Chen to survive until now was already a display of mercy. were it not for the slight utility he provided as a treasure seeker in the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Su Chen would have long since ended his life with a single blow, without a second thought. An adversary defeated by this divine scion shall never be regarded as a worthy opponent. I shall not grant you the time to catch up, for you are unworthy. Su Chen stated in a tone devoid of emotion. Ah, the humiliation is unbearable. Master, I implore you to intervene and eliminate Su Chen. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming sense of shame and impotent rage surged within Yi Chen as he desperately called out for the alchemist master to act. Yet, what met him was an abyss of silence, as the ancient ring in his possession seemed to lose its efficacy at that moment. What ist? With Chen Beixian lurking nearby, how could the alchemist master possibly intervene? The alchemist master had already resolved in his heart to seize the opportunity and directly take over Su Chen. And as for Yi Chen, merely a waste. He had completely abandoned hope, preparing to let him fend for himself. Seeing the alchemist master provide no response, Yi Chen felt a chill run through him, trembling uncontrollably as despair enveloped him. Where's the promised bond between master and disciple? What happened to the assurance of assistance against Su Chen? Why the silence in this critical moment? Very well. Yi Chen let out a mournful smile, trembling all over as blood surged within him. Darkness overtook his vision, and he succumbed to an endless void, losing consciousness entirely. Su Chen observed this scene with a hint of sentiment. Youth truly enjoys a remarkable quality of sleep, collapsing in a slumber at a moment's notice. Beside him, Su Chen watched the spectacle unfold, ripples of emotion surfacing in her light blue eyes. The master indeed did not err in his judgment. The divine offspring is not only terrifyingly powerful, but also possesses a profound understanding of the art of killing, rendering him utterly fearsome. Suddenly, the ancient bronze palace trembles, and a dreadful aura erupts forth. From within the walls, a figure, contorted with anguish, breaks free and descends slowly to the ground. This figure is none other than Long Outyen. Earlier, Su Chen's single strike had rendered him unconscious, had it not been for the true dragon blood coursing through his veins, granting him unparalleled physical defenses. That blow might have easily claimed his life. Long Outyen, with disheveled hair and a body marred by wounds and blood, presents a pitiful sight. It is difficult to fathom that this individual is the scion of the 10,000 Dragon Island, Long Outyen. You are Su Chen, the divine offspring of the Su family? Long Outyen's golden pupils fixate on Su Chen, rage igniting within them. Since his birth, no one has ever dared to strike him with such ferocity. You are. Su Chen raises an eyebrow, gazing at Long Outyen with a hint of surprise. He is somewhat astonished by this little dragon who can withstand his punch without succumbing to death. It is worth noting that since his body was purified by the essence of the earth, even ordinary cultivators at the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm cannot endure a single blow from him. Thus, Long Outyen's ability to withstand a strike indeed hints at remarkable capabilities. Chapter 41. Slaying the Arrogant Dragon. Chen Beixian, the alchemist, seeks to possess. I am the Dragon Prince of Wanlong Island, Long Outyen. Long Outyen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance that suggested he was above all. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise. Long Outyen? What a fitting name. No wonder he carries himself with such ostentation. He is indeed Long Outyen. Quite reasonable. You still haven't answer my question. Are you the young divine son of the Su family, Su Chen? Noticing Su Chen's lack of shock at the mention of his name, Long Outyen felt a surge of irritation. His golden eyes locked onto Su Chen with intensity. I disdain to respond to the trivialities of an ant. Sword art of slaughtering immortals. Su Chen, with a calm demeanor, raised his hand once more, his fingers forming the shape of a sword. He was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Long Outyen, for there were far more pressing matters at hand. Boom! In an instant, a tempest of golden vitality reverberated through the ancient bronze hall, and a torrent of sword energy was unleashed. Long Outyen's expression changed dramatically as he hastily summoned his magical power to defend himself. A flicker of fury flashed across his golden eyes as he bellowed, Su Chen, as a divine son of the Su family, is ambush all you can manage? The last time I was caught off guard. But do you believe you can harm me this time? However, before he could finish his sentence, the piercing sword energy pierced through his defenses and struck him, sending him crashing against the wall of the ancient hall. Long Out Yin's complexion turned ashen, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain, disbelief evident in his eyes. With a single strike, as a top-tier prodigy at the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm, he could not withstand even a casual attack from Su Chen, who was merely at the 7th level of the Divine Concealment Realm. No, how could this be? How is it possible? I, Long Out Yin, am the destined protagonist, a being who sweeps away all prodigies. I am also at the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm, with the advantage on my side. How could I possibly fail to withstand such a casual blow from Su Chen? Isn't his strength only sufficient to slay the golden-winged Peng King? Long Out Yin was on the verge of questioning his existence. His prowess, while not reaching the forbidden prodigy tier, was among the pinnacle of the younger generation in the central celestial domain. Crushing the golden-winged Peng King was a trivial matter. Thus, when he learned of Su Chen's victory over the golden-winged Peng King, he was not taken aback, for he believed himself capable of such feats. Yet now, he was utterly bewildered. This Su family divine son was astonishingly powerful, far beyond what he could contend with. The scenario he envisioned, overwhelming Su Chen and bringing fame to Wan Long Island, was completely turned on its head. Seeing Long Out Yin's crisis of confidence, Su Chen's expression remained indifferent. He shook his head slightly and remarked, "You talk too much. Are you not aware that villains perish through verbosity?" Boom! As Su Chen's words fell, he struck with his palm. Those who could enter the ancient bronze hall today were no ordinary individuals. Each was a destined protagonist endowed with great fortune. In Su Chen's eyes, such individuals were only destined for a path of demise. No, I am the progeny of the dragon of Wan Long Island, and my brother is Long Ritian, bearer of the imperial dragon bloodline. How dare you? Long Out Yin finally regained his senses, his eyes filled with terror. He never anticipated that not only was he no match for the scion of the Su family, but he was also facing death at the hands of Su Chen. This was a far cry from the grandiose declarations he had made upon his emergence. How ironic, to boast and then be reduced to nothing. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar erupted from within Long Out Yin's storage ring, followed by a terrifying aura that surged skyward. An ethereal figure emerged, enveloped in an endless dragon energy, blocking Su Chen's strike. The visage of this phantom was shrouded in divine radiance, rendering it indistinct. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Brother, he seeks to kill me. Save me." Long Out Yin, seeing the phantom, his golden pupils glimmered with renewed hope as he struggled to rise and shouted, "How dare you lay a hand on my brother Long Ritian?" A resounding voice echoed forth. Immediately, a surge of azure light erupted, and a colossal azure dragon claw tore through the heavens, aimed at Su Chen. "Be careful, my lord." Su Chenga, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down her spine and cried out in alarm. "Ha! A mere spiritual manifestation dares to kill this scion? Bring forth your true form." Su Chen smiled faintly, a hint of disdain flashing in his calm eyes. He chose to disregard Long Ritian's assault, casually unleashing a punch imbued with immeasurable divine power. The golden fist imprint surged through the void, producing a thunderous roar. Bang! The azure dragon claw descended, but could not even breach Su Chen's sacred body defense. "No! How dare you strike me down in front of my brother?" Long Out Yin was utterly bewildered by this turn of events. The spiritual form of his brother Long Ritian was his only hope for salvation. Yet now, the attack from Long Ritian had failed to inflict any harm upon Su Chen, not even stirring the slightest ripple. Feeling the overwhelming force of that punch, a chill enveloped Long Out Yin's heart, and a profound sense of impending doom consumed him. "Aunt, how dare you?" The spiritual form of Long Ritian was enraged by this sight, his dragon energy surging as he raised his hand to unleash azure magic toward Long Out Yin. In an instant, an illusory azure giant bell enveloped Long Outyin. Crack! However, in the next moment, the ethereal giant bell was shattered, dissipating into the void. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Su Chen's golden fist light obliterated Long Outyin's skull, reducing his very essence to dust beneath the overwhelming force of his divine might. This scion fears nothing. Su Chen, clad in resplendent white, stood with hands clasped behind his back, casting a casual glance at the now lifeless Long Outyin, speaking nonchalantly. To him, slaying Long Outyin was no different than swatting a mere insect. Very well. You have killed my brother. You have done well. I, Long Tian, shall remember you. When I emerge, I will personally descend upon the ancient Su family to sever your head and avenge my brother. Long Tian's golden slit pupils fixated on Su Chen, his gaze frosty. As his words fell, his ethereal form dissipated instantly. Su Chen, unfazed, raised his hand to seize Long Outyin's corpse, stowing it away in his storage ring. The flesh imbued with the bloodline of the true dragon must not go to waste. It would serve well for a barbecue later. Having completed this task, he then made his way step by step towards the ancient immortal flame of Tua Shi. Now is the moment. Within the ancient ring, Chun Beixian gazed at Su Chen's retreating figure, his heart swelling with exhilaration as he murmured to himself. Whoosh! In the next instant, his soul transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards Su Chen's sea of consciousness. Observing this, the alchemist within the ancient ring, seeing Chun Beixian take the lead, was equally unwilling to concede, morphing into a beam of light and following suit towards Su Chen's sea of consciousness. Young master, be cautious. Su Chenga, standing still, was struck by a sudden change in expression upon witnessing this scene. Having shadowed Yi Chun, she was certainly familiar with the remnants of power that were Chun Beixian and the alchemist. Now, as their souls consecutively darted towards Su Chen's sea of consciousness, it was evident that they harbored but one intention: to seize his body. Chapter 42. The Rebirth of the Celestial King. Critical hit rewards. 3 lives of the primordial spirit, Celestial King bones. You wish to usurp this divine progeny? You are merely courting your own demise. Su Chen felt the 2 waves of divine souls approaching from behind and shook his head, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. You think you can seize him? It is not that simple. My sea of consciousness is not so easily breached. Chaos Divine Master, if you dare, then come. Once you enter, escaping will be out of the question. Without any defenses, Su Chen allowed Chun Beixian and the alchemist's divine souls to infiltrate his sea of consciousness. This scene caused Su Chenga's delicate form to tremble, a chill enveloping her heart. Though she was unaware of Chun Beixian's exact level of power, the alchemist was undoubtedly a remnant soul of a true emperor. Could it be that the divine progeny was to perish in such a manner? Su King chegaste intently. Her eyes filled with worry, biting her silver teeth, her crimson lips parting as she murmured, No, the divine progeny possesses unparalleled talent. He shall not fall so easily. He must not. At this moment, within Su Chen's sea of consciousness, as Chun Beixian and the alchemist's souls entered, they were rendered utterly speechless. Before them stood an immense and magnificent supreme Tao palace, resembling a celestial abode, suffused with ethereal energy and boundless divine soul power. Atop this supreme Tao palace, a golden figure resembling Su Chen stood with hands clasped behind his back, akin to a celestial emperor surveying the world. This. The alchemist's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reeling from the profound shock. Is this truly the sea of consciousness of a cultivator at the divine concealment realm? Surely, it cannot be the reincarnation of some ancient being from the celestial realm. The alchemist began to question his own existence. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary sea of consciousness. It was so vast and surreal that it invoked despair. Such an expansive sea of consciousness had never been achieved, even by some of the most powerful beings of the holy realm. Even he, as an ancient emperor, had a sea of consciousness that was less than 1/10 the size of Su Chen's during his own time in the divine concealment realm. The disparity between them was insurmountable. How could this be? How could such a terrifying sea of consciousness possibly belong to a cultivator at the divine concealment realm? The alchemist was utterly dumbfounded, on the brink of madness. The rebirth of the celestial king. Not only the alchemist, but Chen Beixian was equally struck with astonishment by Su Chen's sea of consciousness, his expression one of sheer horror as he gasped in disbelief. After all, in his previous life, he had been a true celestial being, possessing supreme techniques specifically designed for usurpation. Yet, the moment he beheld Su Chen's sea of consciousness, he was left utterly astonished. To manifest such a formidable sea of consciousness at the divine concealment realm, it could only be the rebirth of a celestial king. He could think of no other possibility. Coupled with the supreme divine power Su Chen had wielded when he vanquished Ming Tian. At this revelation, Chen Beixian's pupils constricted sharply, his mind shaking with realization. This was undoubtedly the rebirth of a celestial king. The once terrifying conjecture had now solidified in his heart. Only the rebirth of a celestial king could reach such terrifying heights. Otherwise, even if one were to cultivate their divine soul power from the womb, it would be inconceivable to establish such a formidable sea of consciousness at the divine vault stage. He was, of course, unaware of the terrifying nature of the chaos divine refinement visualization, a pinnacle technique in soul cultivation. This vast sea of consciousness was a gift bestowed upon Su Chen by the chaos divine refinement visualization. Ding! Detection of someone boasting about the host has triggered a critical strike, rewarding 3 generations of primordial spirits. Ding! Detection of someone boasting about the host has triggered a critical strike, rewarding Immortal King bone. The successive system notification sounds rang in Su Chen's ears. Su Chen. Huh? Hearing the system notifications, he was utterly stunned. 3 generations of primordial spirits? Immortal King bone? No way are these 2 individuals truly that boastful. Just these 2 rewards felt utterly absurd to Su Chen. He had once heard ancestor Su Zhantian speak of the 3 generations of primordial spirits, which were among the rarest and most formidable spirits in existence, unparalleled throughout the ages. Once cultivated, one could condense 3 blossoms of the Tao in the sea of consciousness, connecting the past, present, and future. Any individual who could cultivate the 3 generations of primordial spirits to perfection could bear the fruits of the Tao, summoning the spirits of the past, present, and future throughout the vast epochs, as long as any one of the 3 generations of primordial spirits remained undying. They could attain eternal existence, transcending all. In the grand annals of the central celestial domain, only the supreme heavenly emperor of the ancient celestial era had ever cultivated the 3 generations of primordial spirits. Hence, one could discern the terror that the 3 generations of primordial spirits possessed. As for the Immortal King bone, words could scarcely do it justice. Among the myriad physiques, it ranked within the top 5 of extraordinary talents, eclipsing the supreme bone and the undying sword bone. It was an existence that could rival the primal Tao embryo and the divine king body. One could assert that even if Su Chen lacked the primal holy body and the undying sword bone, with just this Immortal King bone, he could dominate the younger generation of the celestial domain. As long as he survived, he was destined to become a formidable Immortal King. With such rewards, who wouldn't exclaim in disbelief? Su Chen was utterly flabbergasted. To be honest, he had never anticipated that these 2 would bestow upon him such outrageous rewards through their rivalry. His gaze towards Chen Beixian and the Danzun had softened considerably. What good-hearted individuals! He felt a twinge of reluctance to eliminate them. Boom! Just then, Su Chen's sea of consciousness erupted like thunder, beginning to tremble violently. The golden sea of consciousness surged magnificently, enveloped in chaos, as the Tao Palace opened wide. 3 golden flower buds floated forth, descending before the golden figure atop the Tao Palace, beginning to bloom. In an instant, divine light radiated and celestial mist surged. These 3 blossoms of the Tao represented the past, present, and future. The blossom, symbolizing the past, seemed to have been purified through endless epochs, emanating a gentle divine light. The blossom, representing the future, was extraordinarily transparent, as if it could pierce through the ages, reaching into the future. As for the blossom embodying the present, it radiated a tremendous golden divine light, with the golden figure seated within, exuding an aura of invincibility, akin to an unmatched heavenly emperor. Is this the 3 generations of primordial spirits? Truly, it is as terrifying as it seems. Su Chen gazed at the 3 golden flowers of the Tao within his sea of consciousness, his heart stirred with profound emotion. In the fleeting moment of the formation of the 3 incarnations of his primordial spirit, he felt an exponential surge in the power of his soul, enabling him to effortlessly surpass his former self. This is the legendary 3 incarnations of the primordial spirit. Upon witnessing the 3 flowers of the Tao, the alchemist master was instantly struck with terror, his complexion paling and his spirit trembling with fear. He, who had devoted his life to the path of alchemy and possessed an extensive understanding of the soul within the celestial realm, recognized the significance of the 3 incarnations of the primordial spirit, historically the most formidable of all. Simultaneously, it represented the ultimate aspiration of the alchemist master, who never anticipated encountering it in his lifetime. What manner of prodigy is this 3 incarnations of the primordial spirit? The alchemist master, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from the 3 Tao flowers, felt utterly crushed. No, what kind of monstrous being has he provoked? The most powerful 3 incarnations of the primordial spirit throughout history. Is he truly seeking to seize control over it? Chapter 43. The Secret Realm of the Immortal King. The chaos divine, grinding stone reveals its might. Chen Beixian was taken aback. The most formidable 3-life Yuan spirit throughout history. Even he had believed it to be merely a legend. For throughout the annals of the immortal realm, apart from the emperor who ascended from this central immortal domain long ago, such a being had not graced the realm for ages. Yet, unexpectedly within this central immortal domain, someone had indeed cultivated a 3-life Yuan spirit, and it was merely a divine concealment realm practitioner. Chen Beixian's pupils abruptly contracted, a chill running down his spine. His gaze filled with terror as he murmured, "Could it be? He is not the reincarnation of the Immortal King, but rather that figure from the ancient era of immortals? How outrageous! The ancient sacred body, the indestructible sword bone, the 3-life Yuan spirit, combined with that unparalleled divine ability." Chen Beixian found it almost impossible not to suspect that Su Chen was the reincarnation of a great power from the immortal realm. Such extraordinary talent was simply otherworldly. No, not only could he be a reincarnation of a mighty figure, but one could even believe that Su Chen had saved all realms in his previous life. Such an exceptional endowment and physique, even within the immortal realm, are seldom matched by any prodigy. Given that Chen Beixian himself, who had once been a true immortal powerhouse in his past life, was so horrified, one can only imagine just how monstrous Su Chen's talent truly is. Boom! At that moment, a celestial aura erupted from within Su Chen's body, a terrifying energy converging like a blazing sun. At the center of his chest, a bone radiating golden light, inscribed with countless intricate Tao patterns, began to take shape. Boom! As this bone gradually formed, a divine aura surged forth, enveloping the entire Demon Emperor's secret realm. Ethereal celestial radiance illuminated the heavens. A magnificent immortal light surged from the ancient bronze palace, piercing the skies and stirring the entire Demon Emperor's secret realm. This is a celestial phenomenon. There must be a supreme treasure manifesting. Ha! Within that ancient bronze palace, there surely lies an unparalleled opportunity left by the Demon Emperor. The spiritual energy there is denser than anywhere else. A grand chance is about to unfold. As the celestial light reverberated, it instantly stirred numerous prodigies within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. In a mere heartbeat, they fixed their gazes upon that ancient bronze palace, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Boom! Yet at that moment, the Demon Emperor's secret realm seemed to explode. A terrifying pressure emanating forth, instantly enveloping the entire realm. Countless prodigies turned pale, their expressions filled with horror. What? What is happening? What has occurred within that ancient bronze palace? Such a terrifying aura. I feel as though I'm facing an unparalleled Immortal King. Such overwhelming pressure must indicate the presence of a supreme treasure within that ancient bronze palace. Many young prodigies were overwhelmed by this dreadful pressure, kneeling immediately. Within the ancient bronze palace, at this moment, the blazing immortal light erupted from Su Chen's chest, countless Tao symbols being inscribed, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying pressure, resembling an unmatched Immortal King, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Beside him, Su Chen's long legs trembled uncontrollably, unable to withstand the terrifying aura emanating from Su Chen. Her pale blue eyes were filled with anxiety, her silver teeth biting down on her crimson lips. She nervously uttered, "What is happening? Could someone have successfully usurped the sun's body?" This aura was exceedingly transcendent, far beyond what a mere divine concealment realm could produce. The essence of a celestial. The bones of a celestial king. He truly is the reincarnation of a celestial king. I have unwittingly provoked a celestial king's reincarnation. It's over, utterly over. Chun Beixian felt the terrifying energy radiating from Su Chen, his complexion turning ashen, his gaze filled with boundless despair. The celestial king's bones. He could not possibly mistake this fragment. Whoever possesses such bones is either a direct bloodline descendant of a celestial king or the reincarnation of a celestial king. And the celestial path has been severed for countless epochs. The ancient Su family has never had a strong figure ascend to immortality. Thus, there exists but one possibility. Su Chen is indeed the reincarnation of a celestial king. At this realization, Chen Beishuan's heart sank completely. A reincarnated celestial king. How could a mere true immortal dare to attempt usurpation? Meanwhile, the Danzun was nearly paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. The notion of a celestial king's reincarnation. What a foreign concept. He, a remnant soul of an emperor, dared to dream of usurping a celestial king's reincarnation. In this instance, they had both become nothing more than jesters. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Chun Beixian knelt within the sea of consciousness, fervently bowing his head towards Su Chen's primordial spirit, desperate to live. After all the hardship of rebirth, to die so soon would be utterly unbearable. I beseech you, Great One, allow me to serve you like a humble beast. The Danzun, witnessing this, wasted no time in kneeling and fervently knocking his head as well. Any notion of imperial pride vanished in an instant. Who among the living wishes for death? The golden figure of the present world's avenue slowly opened its eyes, gazing down upon the two with a cold smirk. Spare you? Ha! The moment you contemplated usurping this divine son, you should have prepared for death. With the finality of his words, a deafening rumble echoed across the sea of consciousness, casting a massive shadow that bore an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chun Beixian and the Danzun's souls momentarily froze, a sense of dread washing over them, as if an unimaginable terror had fixed its gaze upon them. What was that? They were now utterly paralyzed with fear, their voices trembling as they looked up. Before them materialized a chaotic divine mill, stained with the mottled blood of gods and demons. Surrounding the divine mill, an endless expanse of chaotic energy swirled, the wails of gods and demons echoing through the air, instilling terror in their hearts. The chaotic divine mill, with but a thought, could obliterate the soul. What kind of divine power is this? Chun Beixian and the Danzun were engulfed in horrifying screams, the anguished wails emanating from the chaos divine mill, driving them to the brink of madness. The true martial immortal technique. Chun Beixian suppressed the terror surging within him, bellowing in fury, his spirit stirring as he turned to flee. Yet, Su Chen offered him no opportunity for escape. Now you wish to depart? Alas, it is too late. The golden figure regarded Chun Beishuan's soul, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he raised his hand and gently pointed. Buzz! In an instant, The chaos divine mill erupted with a surge of chaotic energy, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption that drew both Chen Beixian and the Danzun into its depths. Rumbling, the chaos divine mill began to rotate, grinding the souls of the two men. No! Chen Beixian and the Danzun cried out in anguish, their voices laced with profound despair and resentment. Not only were they destined to perish, but before their demise, they would endure the excruciating torment of having their souls mercilessly crushed by the chaos divine mill. With each rotation, their souls dimmed a fraction more. Chapter 44. The Classic Triple Inquiry. Have you questioned this divine child? No. I, the Northern Xian Immortal Sovereign, have traversed the immortal realm for 100,000 years. Am I truly destined to perish in such a manner? Chen Beixian bellowed in frustration. Having been reborn, he initially believed that this lifetime would see him rise through the ancient sacred body of Su Chen, the indomitable sword bones, the remnants of the Emperor Danzun, and the ancient celestial flame of Tuo Shi, to dominate this era and make a powerful return to the immortal world. Yet, he never anticipated that his ambitions would be abruptly curtailed. His discontent was profound, but he found himself unable to resist. I, Dan Shun, am equally unwilling. The Danzun also roared in despair, his eyes filled with bitterness and regret. Had he known Su Chen was so formidable, he would have never dared to seize control. Alas, it is too late for regrets now. Boom! As the words of the two echoed, the chaotic divine mill ground relentlessly onward, utterly obliterating their souls. A true immortal and an emperor-level being thus fell, dissipating into the cosmos. Within the bronze ancient hall, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing his visage. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The classic triple inquiry surged within his mind. Yet he quickly recalled the events that had just transpired. A profound sense of humiliation welled up within him. He had been defeated once more. Despite his cultivation of the Emperor's scripture and the Emperor's flames, he was still no match for even a single strike from Su Chen. Su Chen. Yi Chen lay upon the ground, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched tightly, his knuckles growing pale. His hatred for Su Chen was now deeply rooted. Su Chen had not only vanquished him, but had also usurped his supreme opportunity, the ancient celestial flame of Tuo Shi. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he reached into the ancient ring on his finger, prepared to question the Danzun as to why he had not intervened on his behalf. However, upon his consciousness entering the ring, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The ancient ring was completely empty. Yi Chen gazed upon this scene, his blood surging, his body trembling with rage. The Danzun was nowhere to be found. Not only had the Danzun vanished, but so had Chen Beixian. Yi Chen's face alternated between pale and ashen, his mind buzzing, blood boiling. Well, Dan Chen, have you abandoned me as well? What nonsense about the remnants of a powerful emperor? What claims of aiding me in subduing the Su family's divine child? All a web of deceit. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Today, you look down upon me. Yet tomorrow, I shall rise to heights you cannot attain. I, Yi Chen, am the destined protagonist. Even without your assistance, Dan Chen, I shall still ascend. He roared defiantly within his heart, blood surging with fervor. In his eyes, the Danzun had seen his lack of utility and thus cast him aside. Consequently, his heart brimmed with resentment towards the Danzun. When he was thoroughly humiliated by Su Chen, the Danzun did not lift a finger, instead feigning death. Now, witnessing Yi Chen's downfall, he had abandoned him without a second thought. This ignited an overwhelming hatred within Yi Chen towards the Danzun. Dan Chen, Su Chen, you both wait for me. I, Yi Chen, shall surely rise again. In due time, I shall compel both of you to kneel before me in supplication. Yi Chen silently vowed within his heart. However, unbeknownst to him, the Danzun he harbored such animosity toward had already been utterly obliterated by Su Chen's chaotic divine grind. Struggling to rise, Yi Chen prepared to depart from the ancient bronze palace. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself frozen in place. There stood Su Chen, not far from the ancient celestial flame of Tuo Shi, his eyes tightly shut, while Su Chen stood anxiously beside him, her expression fraught with concern. What has happened to Su Chen? Why has he not yet taken the Tuo, she ancient celestial flame? Yi Chun was momentarily bewildered. He had assumed Su Chen had already left with the flame. Yet, not only had Su Chen not departed, he appeared to be ensnared in a particularly strange state. Could it be that fate itself forbids him from taking the Tuo, she ancient celestial flame? Gazing at the scene before him, Yi Chen snapped back to reality after a brief stupor, his face alight with joy and excitement as he inwardly exclaimed, "Ha ha, I, Yi Chen, am indeed the destined protagonist. Su Chen, even the heavens do not wish to grant you the Tuo, she ancient celestial flame. If that is the case, then I, Yi Chen, shall graciously accept this treasure." Fixing his gaze upon the distant Tuo, she ancient celestial flame, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly made his way toward it. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not to be squandered. He had already devised a plan. Once he obtained the Tuo, she ancient celestial flame, he would make a hasty retreat to find a suitable place for refinement. When he successfully assimilated the flame, he would seek revenge on Su Chen. As for Su Chen, standing nearby, Yi Chen dismissed her entirely. After all, he was the young master of the Yi family, a prodigy of the fourth tier of the divine concealment realm. In contrast, Su Chen, unpossessed by any spirit, was merely at the third tier of the same realm and could not possibly thwart his acquisition of the Tuo, she ancient celestial flame. Ha ha, the heavens do not forsake me, Yi Chen. As he beheld the Tuo, she ancient celestial flame so close at hand, Yi Chen's excitement surged, and he could not help but laugh aloud. Oh no, the Tuo, she ancient celestial flame. Su Chen's expression abruptly shifted upon witnessing this scene, her delicate hand waving forth. In an instant, a white palm imprint radiating a chilling aura shot towards Yi Chen. Attempting to impede my ascent? Begone! Yi Chen scoffed at the sight, his face displaying a hint of disdain as he raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The terrifying force of his punch reverberated through the void, hurtling towards the white palm imprint. The Tuo, she ancient celestial flame, was his sole hope for rising to greatness. Without it, he would forever dwell in Su Chen's shadow. Thus, Yi Chen acted with resolute determination. Bang! Yi Chen's fist shattered the white palm imprint, and with a swift motion, he retrieved a jade box, utilizing the Emperor's burning art to secure the Tuo, she ancient celestial flame within. This jade box had been specifically prepared for the purpose of capturing divine fire. Ha! The greatest fortune within this demon emperor's secret realm now belongs to me. Yi Chen, clutching the jade box, he glanced at the still motionless Su Chen, his eyes closed, and declared with a hearty laugh, Su Chen, when we meet again, prepare to be trampled beneath my feet. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, ready to make his escape. Su Chen gazed at Yi Chen's retreating figure, her complexion paling. Her master was ensnared in a deep slumber, and the son of the deity was currently being usurped by a formidable foe. Now, even the divine fire was to be taken away by Yi Chen, leaving her helplessly watching, utterly powerless to intervene. However, at that moment, Su Chen gradually opened his eyes, their clarity reminiscent of a tranquil pool, devoid of turbulence. His gaze fell upon Yi Chen's silhouette, a hint of derision surfacing in his eyes. As a cold smirk graced his lips, he spoke with a calm demeanor, stating, Yi Chen, having taken what belongs to the son of the deity and harmed him, do you truly believe you can depart unchallenged without seeking my consent? Upon hearing these words, Yi Chen trembled, his countenance turning as pale as a sheet. Su Chen's beautiful eyes quivered slightly, and a sense of relief washed over her as she looked at Su Chen, admiration welling up within her. Chen Beixian and the esteemed Dan Zun sought to usurp, yet they found themselves unable to contend with Su Chen. Indeed, the son of the deity was as terrifying as rumored. Chapter 45. The devouring heavenly demon art refines Yi Chen. Su Chen achieves MVP, seizing opportunities. Su Chen. Yi Chen turned his head with a stiffness, his expression filled with terror as he stammered. You are not. Before he could finish his words, Su Chen coldly interrupted, not what? This divine son merely wishes to witness the boundless despair that follows your hopeful anticipation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen instantly broke into a cold sweat, his heart trembling with fear. Boom! In the next moment, Su Chen slightly raised his hand, his magical power surging forth as he directly unleashed the devouring heavenly demon art. In an instant, a terrifying vortex of devouring energy manifested, as if it could consume the heavens themselves, bearing down upon Yi Chen. The devouring heavenly demon art. This is the supreme scripture of the demonic path within the central celestial domain. Although Su Chen's execution of it now cannot rival that of the unparalleled empress who devoured myriad paths, it is nonetheless formidable. At the very least, it is sufficient to devour Yi Chen. As the devouring vortex emerged, the surrounding matter was drawn into it. Even the void seemed on the verge of complete consumption. No, Yi Chen, witnessing this scene, wore a look of horror and turned to flee. Yet how could he escape the terrifying devouring power of the devouring heavenly demon art? In mere moments, Yi Chen was refined, transformed into boundless pure energy absorbed by Su Chen. Thus, the three fated protagonists met their demise, with one elderly figure extinguished. Long Ao Tian was crushed. Chun Bei Xian and the Danzun were ground to dust by the Chaos God, and Yi Chen was reduced to pure energy, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. After absorbing Yi Chen, Su Chen nonchalantly withdrew his gaze and stored away the jade box that contained the ancient celestial flame. To him, killing Yi Chen was no different than squashing an ant. Subsequently, Su Chen's attention shifted to a crimson divine fire upon another altar. An imperial flame, a splendid source of fire, rare even within the Su family. Su Chen examined the vibrant crimson flame, then retrieved a jade box from Yi Chen's storage ring, handing it to the still-dazed Su Qingge. Divine son, this. Su Qingge stared at the jade box in her hands, utterly stunned. This was an imperial flame, an unparalleled source of fire for rebirth, so rare that even some sequential holy sons might not be able to undergo rebirth with imperial fire. The fact that Su Chen casually gifted such a treasure to her was astonishing. Divine son, this item is far too precious. Qingge feels unworthy. Su Qingge glanced reluctantly at the jade box in her hands, but ultimately gritted her teeth and offered it back to Su Chen. To be honest, she was deeply tempted by this imperial flame. Even her master had mentioned before her unconsciousness that this imperial flame was well suited for her. However, Su Qingge felt she was undeserving. All the troubles had been resolved by Su Chen alone. She had merely coasted along, contributing nothing. She had even failed to stop Yi Chen, nearly resulting in the loss of the ancient celestial flame. Had it not been for Su Chen awakening at a critical moment to slay Yi Chen, the ancient celestial flame of Tuo, she would have undoubtedly fallen into Yi Chen's possession. Thus, she found it utterly inappropriate to accept this imperial fire. Since we are akin to family, you should take it. I've already acquired the Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame, and possessing this imperial fire would only be a waste in my hands. However, if you can refine it, its true potential will surely be realized. Furthermore, your relentless pursuit of Yi Chen has bought me the time necessary to obtain this ancient celestial flame. So let this imperial fire serve as my token of gratitude. Su Chen waved his hand casually. At present, he had gathered myriad flames, the most potent divine fire in existence, the Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame. It would indeed be a squander to retain this imperial fire. Yet in Su Qingge's hands, it could unleash its utmost value. Moreover, had it not been for Su Qingge's delay, he might not have secured the Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame at all. Then, I shall express my gratitude to the sun. Su Qingge replied, momentarily hesitant, but ultimately nodded in acceptance. Su Chen, as the son of the Su family, now possessed the world's strongest divine fire, the Tuo Shi ancient celestial flame, which he naturally deemed beneath his notice. Su Qingge, however, was not of the Su family lineage. If she wished to attain nirvana, she must seek the divine fire seed on her own. Currently, with her master in a deep slumber, relying solely on herself to find the divine fire would be insurmountable. Moreover, given Su Chen's generosity, To refuse would be to disregard his kindness. Upon accepting the divine fire, gratitude flickered in Su Chen's gaze toward Su Chen. The son treats me with such kindness. I must repay him well. She vowed silently. Simultaneously, her resolve to follow Su Chen intensified, especially since even her master had proclaimed that aligning with the son would lead to immeasurable future achievements. Coupled with Su Chen's unwavering support, offering the supreme imperial fire without a moment's hesitation, he was indeed a figure worth following. Su Chen regarded Su Chen intently. Since his arrival, the ethereal wave of her soul had completely vanished. It appeared that in the confrontation between the elder and the grandmother, Yi Chen's grandfather had ultimately triumphed. The grandmother within Su Chen must have succumbed to slumber. It seemed he would need to prepare a divine herb capable of restoring soul energy upon his return. He mused internally. He had always been merciless and decisive towards his adversaries. Yet, given that Su Chen's master willingly succumbed to slumber for the sake of the divine fire, Su Chen would certainly ensure she was not overlooked. He surveyed the bronze ancient hall, then smiled slightly, proclaiming, "Let us depart. The greatest opportunities within the Demon Emperor's secret realm are now ours." This time, he had not only acquired the Supreme Demon Sutra and the Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique, but also the world's strongest divine fire, the Tuo Shi Ancient Celestial Flame. Of course, the most significant gains were the 3 lifetimes of primordial spirits and the bones of the Celestial King, as touted by Chun Bei-Xian and the Alchemist. Especially the 3 lifetimes of primordial spirits and the Celestial King's bones. These would be immensely vital for his future path of cultivation. During this expedition into the secret realm of the Demon Emperor, Su Chen undoubtedly reaped bountiful rewards, seizing every opportunity that came his way. Indeed, even the usually aloof Su Chen displayed a flicker of brilliance in her beautiful eyes as she followed closely behind Su Chen, making her way toward the ancient bronze palace. Clearly, her spirits were exceptionally high. This journey had also proven to be immensely fruitful for her. Not only had she successfully completed the task assigned by the Divine Scion, but she had also acquired a precious flame of imperial origin. The sole regret was that her master had fallen into a deep slumber. However, as Su Chen and Su Chen stepped out of the bronze palace, they abruptly halted in their tracks, clad in flowing white garments. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, raising his gaze slightly, his eyes narrowing with a hint of coldness as he remarked, "It seems there are indeed those who are unafraid of death, daring to covet what belongs to this divine scion." Chapter 46. The Great Sage emerges, guardian of Dragon Island. The return of the Su family. Outside the ancient bronze palace, Su Chen stood with an aura of celestial brilliance, his attire pristine as snow, hands clasped behind his back, gazing serenely ahead. Before him, hundreds of exceptional talents fixated on the bronze palace, their eyes shimmering with awe. Among them, some directed their attention towards Su Chen, their gazes filled with intensity. These individuals were drawn by the extraordinary phenomena that had erupted when Su Chen merged with the bones of the Celestial King. However, as their eyes shifted to Su Chen, a palpable sense of trepidation washed over most of the talented youths present. The son of the Su family, currently the foremost among the younger generation of the celestial domain, he had consecutively vanquished the golden-winged Peng King and the forbidden prodigy of the Nether River, Ming Tian. Particularly during the slaying of Ming Tian, many of the onlookers had witnessed Su Chen's formidable prowess firsthand. Now, seeing him emerge from the Bronze Palace, they realized that the opportunities within must surely belong to the son of the Su family. Yet a small fraction of the talented youths, although familiar with Su Chen's name, had never encountered him in person and were unaware of his identity. "Young man, the opportunities within the Bronze Palace belong to us. Surrender them at once, and you may yet live." One audacious young man stepped forth from the crowd, his demeanor arrogant. At these words, the expressions of the surrounding talents turned peculiar, gazing at the brash youth as if he were a fool. Spare the son of the Su family? Such audacity! Even the forbidden prodigy Ming Tian was no match for him. What made this braggart think he could let the son of the Su family live? Insignificant insects! Su Chen's countenance remained cold, uninterested in idle banter, as he raised his hand, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. However, at that moment, a spear imbued with an intense chill pierced through the air behind him, hurtling towards the audacious youth. Bang! In an instant, the spear pierced through the youth's body, obliterating him entirely, his soul extinguished. The decisiveness of the kill caused even Su Chen to raise an eyebrow, disrespect the sun, and face annihilation. Simultaneously, a voice as cold as ice echoed. Su Chen stepped forward from behind Su Chen, her expression frosty, radiating an aura that repelled all approach. With a delicate wave of her hand, an icy force surged forth, shielding Su Chen. The sun. Some of the youths who had never seen Su Chen murmured softly, then suddenly snapped to attention, their eyes wide with astonishment as they exclaimed, "He is the son of the Su family." They had not anticipated that this ethereal youth, clad in white like a celestial being, was indeed the one who had slain the forbidden prodigy, Ming Tian. Their reckless desire to seize opportunities from the son of the Su family was nothing short of folly. Instantly, the crowd collectively gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. The son of the Su family was known for his decisive actions whenever he struck. No one was left alive, a truth well known throughout the celestial domain. We are blind and ignorant, not realizing we stood before the esteemed sun. We have acted rashly and hope that the sun will not hold it against us. Immediately, a young prodigy stepped forward, his demeanor respectful. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd present nodded in agreement. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, taking a step forward, his foot seemingly treading upon the void. He cast a casual glance at those below, and then, accompanied by Su Chen, made his way toward the outskirts of the Demon Emperor's secret realm. He had little patience to engage in idle chatter with this throng of insignificant beings. After all, he had just reaped numerous opportunities that he was eager to digest back at the Su family. Soon, Su Chen reunited with the other disciples of the Su family. The fortunes within the Demon Emperor's secret realm had been substantially divided among the various factions, and thus, the elite talents began to withdraw in succession. Just as Su Chen and the other Su family prodigies stepped out of the realm, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted, infused with boundless fury. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, emerged from the void, radiating an extraordinarily fearsome presence of a great sage. Hey, great sage powerhouse, heaven above. Which faction's elite guardian is this? Could it be that a top-tier talent of an immortal lineage has perished within the Demon Emperor's secret realm? Outside the Demon Emperor's city, several older cultivators, who had not entered the secret realm, felt a shiver run down their spines as they beheld the venerable great sage in the heavens. A great sage is a being that stands atop the realm of immortals. In many mid-tier factions, a great sage is akin to an ancestral figure, rarely seen in the mundane world. Now, with this great sage's appearance, it was uncertain which elite had fallen. His target appears to be the Su family's divine son. At that moment, an elder cultivator gasped in shock. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked up in unison. They saw the great sage's gaze, sharp and cold like that of a hawk, fixated upon Su Chen. In the face of such a formidable sage, Su Chen remained composed and unruffled, slightly raising his gaze, speaking nonchalantly. "Great sage of Wan Island, have you come to avenge Long Outyin? Let us be honest, killing the young ones and then confronting the old ones. When will this routine ever change?" Su Chen had long suspected that, as the son of Wan Island, Long Outyin would undoubtedly have a guardian shadowing him in secret. "So, you admit to killing the dragon's son?" The great sage of Wan Island unleashed a wave of terrifying pressure in response. However, for Su Chen, it was utterly inconsequential. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Su Chen retorted, "This divine son has always been forthright. If I killed him, what is there to deny? Speak plainly. Are you here to take action against me, or merely to issue threats?" His tone was exceedingly arrogant. "If you wish to strike, then strike. With a quasi-emperor guardian concealed in the shadows, I fear not a mere great sage from Wan Island." Upon uttering these words, the great sage's brow twitched, and a murderous intent surged within his eyes. Only this Su family's divine son could exhibit such brazen arrogance after slaying the dragon son of Wan Island. Yet, upon recalling the lurking presence of the Su family-esque quasi-emperor, he could only suppress the fury within, retract his imposing aura, and solemnly declare, "Son of the Su family, I come bearing the decree of the Sun Heavenly Dragon. He commands me to convey that upon his emergence from seclusion, he shall ascend upon the ancient Su family, ensuring your demise as a sacrifice alongside the proud heavenly dragon." As his words echoed, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly retreating without a glance back. For he had just sensed a faint yet formidable quasi-emperor's might locking onto him. He feared that lingering even a moment longer would seal his fate. "Come, let us see." Su Chen's tone was sharp, his expression one of disdain. He regarded the likes of Long Ritian with utter indifference. With the invincible domain at his disposal, he held no regard for the younger generation, be they the initial taboo or the ancient oddities. His current ambition was to dominate the youth and vie with the elder powerhouses. Having spoken, Su Chen departed with a throng of talents from the Su family. Only after their exit did the inhabitants of the Demon Emperor city regain their composure, with many exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, the ancient Su family is as formidable as they claim." Not only did they eliminate the Dragon Prince of 10,000 Dragon Island, but they also subdued the island to utter silence. Chapter 47. The Celestial Realm Trembles Again. Nalan Yenran, the sovereign of the Vermilion Bird, kneels in apology. The matter of the Demon Emperor's secret realm has reached its conclusion. The various factions and prodigies gathered within the city of the Demon Emperor began to depart, and Su Chen also set forth with the talented members of the Su family. As Su Chen returned to his family, the events of the Demon Emperor's secret realm spread throughout the central celestial realm, astonishing countless factions. The performance of the Su family scion was truly remarkable, overshadowing the brilliance of all the top prodigies who ventured into the Demon Emperor's secret realm. The slaying of the heir of the underworld river's forbidden zone, the golden-winged Rock King, the taboo prodigy Ming Tian, and the dragon prince Long Ao Tian of the 10,000 Dragon Island. Each of these feats would stir a tempest within the central celestial realm. Yet, all these accomplishments stemmed solely from Su Chen's prowess. This revelation dazzled all within the celestial realm. The radiance of the younger generation was eclipsed entirely by Su Chen. Even the illustrious Su Lingxin and Long Ritian, renowned prodigies in their own right, found their brilliance dimmed in his presence. Rumors have already begun to circulate that Su Chen now firmly occupies the throne as the foremost figure of the younger generation in the central celestial realm. It can be said that the expedition to the Demon Emperor's secret realm has catapulted Su Chen to fame. In a brief span, nearly everyone in the central celestial realm has come to know the name of the Su family scion, Su Chen. Meanwhile, in the 3,000 Dao domains, the imperishable Dao lineage, and the Sky Mending sect. The Sky Mending sect stands as one of the most prestigious imperishable Dao lineages in the central celestial realm, its foundation rivaling that of the ancient aristocratic families. Within a tranquil valley, suffused with divine radiance and abundant spiritual energy, a plethora of vibrant flowers and plants flourish. Atop the summit of the valley stands a magnificent palace. Miss Yenran, news has just arrived from the family. The scion of the Yi family, Yi Chun, has perished at the hands of the Su family's scion, Su Chen, within the Demon Emperor's secret realm, and he may not fulfill the 3-year promise made to you. An elderly man, stooped and emanating a profound aura, emerged from the void, bowing respectfully towards the palace. "Dead?" A cool, resonant voice echoed from within the palace. The grand doors soon swung open, revealing a stunningly beautiful young woman clad in a flowing purple gown, who gracefully stepped forth. Her exquisite features and captivating figure radiated an irresistible allure, leaving hearts entranced. This young woman is none other than Nalan Yenran, the most outstanding prodigy of the Nalan family. Though the Nalan family may not belong to the ancient aristocratic lineages, its roots are formidable, making it a leading force in the central celestial realm. Moreover, She bears another significant title as the sole direct disciple of the leader of the imperishable Tao lineage, the Sky Mending sect, and holds the esteemed position of its holy maiden. With her dual identities as the Nalan family's most exceptional prodigy and the holy maiden of the Sky Mending sect, Nalan Yanran is ranked among the taboo prodigies. Yi Chun, her betrothed, has been bound by fate to her since childhood. Yet he has been trapped in a semi-blood-moving realm for 13 years, while Nalan Yanran has ascended to become the Holy Maiden, embodying the true essence of a celestial prodigy. Later, Nalan Yanran visited to annul the engagement. Yi Chun then proclaimed the renowned phrase, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Ultimately, he established a 3-year pact with Nalan Yanran, vowing to confront the bountiful Sky sect after 3 years. I had previously stated that until he matured, you must safeguard him. Is this how you choose to protect him? Nalan Yanran emanated an aura of frost. Her voice icy as she declared, I, Nalan Yanran, have annulled the engagement and forged this 3-year agreement to motivate him to grow swiftly. Yet now you tell me he is dead. Upon her utterance, the elder trembled, his voice quaking as he replied, Miss, we have been discreetly safeguarding him, but he has provoked the divine son of the ancient Su family, who is under the protection of a quasi-emperor, and he was slain in the demon emperor's secret realm. We are truly powerless. The mention of the Su family's divine son caused Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes to narrow, her tone chilling as she stated, Anyone who dares to harm the man of Nalan Yanran, regardless of their status, shall not escape my wrath. Once I master the divine technique of Bountiful Sky, I will avenge Yi Chun, dismiss him, and keep a close watch on the movements of that divine son of the Su family. Yes, miss. The elder nodded and vanished into the void. The divine son of the Su family. For killing my fiancée, you shall undoubtedly pay the price. Meanwhile, as the central celestial realm trembled for Su Chen, he had returned to the imperial Su family with a multitude of prodigies. Upon reaching the entrance of the Su family, a minor incident unfolded. The emperor of the Zhuge ancient kingdom, who is also Lu Rian's father, personally descended upon the ancient Su family. All who were monitoring the ancient Su family's affairs assumed that the emperor had come to seek justice for his beloved daughter, Lu Rian. However, the outcome was astonishing. The emperor arrived with the unparalleled beauty of the Zhuge ancient kingdom, Princess Lu Yunyun, and knelt before Su Chen, sincerely apologizing. O divine son, it is my lack of guidance that has offended you. I implore your magnanimity to forgive our Zhuge ancient kingdom. This statement rendered Su Chen momentarily speechless. Even he had believed that the emperor was there to demand justice, which is why he had come to meet him. Who could have anticipated that the purpose was to offer an apology? Subsequently, the emperor turned to Lu Yunyun with utmost seriousness and said, Yunyun, henceforth, stay by the divine son's side and serve him well. This series of actions left Su Chen utterly bewildered. An apology, along with the offering of his own daughter. It is safe to say that the emperor of the Zhuge ancient kingdom is indeed a formidable figure. Su Chen outright rejected the offer, stating he would not pursue any grievances against the emperor, and promptly departed. After all, there were many opportunities awaiting him in the demon emperor's secret realm, and he had no time to squander. This unexpected incident also sent ripples through the central celestial realm. Though the ancient nation of Zhuge may not be a foremost Tao lineage, its influence within the immortal domain is not to be underestimated. Nonetheless, the emperor of Zhuge dared not act recklessly against the Su family. He humbled himself, kneeling to offer an apology and even voluntarily assigning the princess of Zhuge to serve as a guard for the scion of the Su family. Following this interlude, Su Chen returned to the imperial palace to commence his seclusion. His journey to the demon emperor's secret realm had yielded substantial gains, necessitating a period for assimilation. With Su Chen's retreat, the entire central immortal domain fell into a brief tranquility. Chapter 48, Becoming the Seed, using the primordial spirit as fire, refining the true self. Nurturing invincibility through the ages. In the imperial province, the ancient Su family. Within the imperial palace, Su Chen sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber. Surrounding him lay an abundance of exceptional divine sources. Countless supreme calamity texts, infused with the essence of the Tao, flickered within his being. Thunderous roars echoed as golden vitality surged through him, a torrent of magical energy radiating a terrifying aura. At this moment, Su Chen's presence was overwhelmingly formidable, amplified several times compared to before. He had reached the 9th layer of the divine concealment realm. Su Chen opened his eyes, which sparkled with astonishing brilliance. Murmuring to himself, clad in a black and luxurious robe, his flowing black hair gave him the appearance of a supreme deity. After completely merging the 3 epochs of primordial spirits and the bones of the celestial king granted by the system, his cultivation began to stabilize. The 9th layer of the divine concealment realm. This was now Su Chen's cultivation level. Following the complete fusion of the 3 epochs of primordial spirits and the celestial king's bones, his cultivation began to settle. However, during his time in the secret realm of the Demon Emperor, Su Chen did not rush to break through, but instead waited until he returned to the Su family to unleash a fervent surge in his cultivation. In less than half a day's time, he successfully ascended to the 9th layer of the divine concealment realm. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the dragon transformation realm, Su Chen paused. The dragon transformation realm was distinct from the preceding realms. To transcend into the dragon transformation realm, one must plant the seed of the Tao, and upon reaching the nirvana realm, one could use divine fire to purify oneself in a baptism of rebirth. In the central celestial domain, countless prodigies pursue the creation of a path uniquely their own. Yet, throughout countless epochs, from ancient times to the present, only a few have been able to carve out their own paths, those being the prodigy of the Forbidden Era and Su Chen's father, Su Wudi. What? See the Tao should I plant? Su Chen murmured softly, closing his eyes slightly, revealing a contemplative expression. After a prolonged moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glint of determination shining within them as he muttered. Since throughout history, countless prodigies have sought to carve their own paths, I too shall not lag behind. I, Su Chen, shall not only forge a path of my own, but also create an unparalleled seed of the Tao, transcending all and nurturing invincibility. In but a fleeting moment, Su Chen solidified the vision of his future path. Born of the ancient Su family, obtaining a top-tier seed of the Tao would be effortless. Yet, endowed with unmatched talent and the system's support, Su Chen aspired to dominate this era, becoming the mightiest across epochs. Thus, he would forge the ultimate Tao, transcending all. Therefore, I shall become the seed, using my primordial spirit as fire, refining my true self, nurturing invincibility through the ages. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Possessing the ancient saint body, the indestructible sword bone, the celestial king bone, and the 3 epochs of primordial spirits, he was inherently destined to tread this supreme path. After all, relying on external means pales in comparison to self-actualization. Achieving the Tao through the physical body and unifying the primordial spirit constitutes the most perfect path. Regardless of your supreme divine abilities or ultimate imperial weapons, I shall shatter them with a mere fist. This path has never been traversed by any predecessor, and it is destined to be exceedingly perilous. Yet Su Chen harbored no fear whatsoever. His ambition is to dominate this era, transcending all, standing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, achieving the ultimate, and overlooking the myriad worlds. Should he succeed, his name would echo through the annals of eternity. Contemplating this, Su Chen directly retrieved a jade box from his storage ring, within which resided the ancient immortal flame of Tuo Shi. This flame, a convergence of countless divine fires from the immortal domain, is an unparalleled seed of power, inherently invincible. Su Chen initially intended to refine this ancient immortal flame upon breaking through to the nirvana realm, to purify himself and attain ultimate rebirth. However, now that he has chosen to embody the seed and utilize his primordial spirit as the flame, there is no longer a need to preserve the ancient immortal flame. It would be more prudent to comprehend its profound principles while simultaneously refining it to enhance his own strength. With a hum, as Su Chen focused his consciousness, the vibrant, multicolored flame surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming destructive force, directly entering his body. Boom! In an instant, his golden blood surged. Every drop of blood within him ignited, unleashing boundless power. Su Chen's corporeal form became enveloped in the resplendent, ancient, immortal flame, and even his primordial spirit began to burn. The void trembled, and the imperial palace echoed with thunderous roars. Under the influence of his extraordinary comprehension, a path filled with the essence of the void gradually unfolded. Simultaneously, within his dantian, a seed, radiating chaotic energy, was sown. I am the universe. My inner being is the great path. The heavens and earth, the cosmic wilderness, can all evolve within me. Two whispers resonated from the imperial palace. Thunderous rumbles echoed. In the next moment, boundless divine radiance erupted from Su Chen's being, and the invincible domain spontaneously activated. The terrifying might surged forth, instantly enveloping an area spanning hundreds of miles. I am the universe. With a single thought, I am invincible. So this is what my path truly is, Su Chen murmured softly. With the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension, he realized that embodying the seed and forging a path of his own is fundamentally no different from creating an invincible domain. Both are manifestations of an unparalleled realm. One day, when he successfully carves this path, a world will evolve within him. In that world, he shall be invincible. With a mere thought, he can shape all beings, commanding life and death. Should he perfect his invincible domain, he could, with a single thought, encompass the heavens and the myriad worlds, transforming them into his own domain. One external, one internal. My path is invincibility. Suddenly enlightened, Su Chen opened his eyes wide. In that moment, his gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of time itself. An ethereal, supreme path began to crystallize within his heart. Within his dantian, the seed suffused with chaotic energy began to tremble, and endless portals emerged, coalescing into beams of divine light that converged upon the seed. Infinite echoes of the great path permeated and integrated into Su Chen's being. To embody the seed, the path of invincibility. At this moment, a vague voice emanated from the portals within Su Chen, ancient and profound, as if it had traversed the sands of time itself. Immediately, a chaotic aura enveloped the surroundings. Su Chen gazed inward, and within the swirling chaos, an unparalleled silhouette emerged. Turned away from the multitude, clad in blood-stained white. Before him, countless souls lamented, their wails resonating through the heavens, a torrent of crimson light shaking the very firmament. Congratulations, I shall await you in the future. The resonant voice echoed once more. Boom! As the words faded, the scene before Su Chen vanished entirely. Who could this figure be? Su Chen's expression was one of astonishment, his tone filled with dread. From that extraordinary silhouette, he sensed an inexplicable familiarity. Yet, before he could fully comprehend, the chaotic aura dissipated entirely, a seed manifesting within him. Thunderous rumbles echoed. However, just as the seed was on the verge of complete fusion with Su Chen, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Chapter 49. The Wrath of Heaven. The Great Emperor Strikes. Thunder rumbled ominously outside the imperial palace of the Su family. The sky darkened, and the atmosphere turned somber as an aura of terrifying divinity emanated from the storm clouds, startling all within the Su family. Golden dragons of lightning writhed within the tempest, wreaking havoc. What is happening? Could it be that an elder is about to attain sainthood? No, that is the direction of the imperial palace. It must be the Chosen One. The Chosen One? It is him again. Last time it was in the Forbidden Realm. Now, what calamity has he summoned this time? The members of the Su family gazed upon the ominous clouds enveloping the divine isle of the imperial palace, their hearts racing as if confronted by an unparalleled entity. What could this mean? Su Wudi and several clan elders were immediately alerted, soaring from a grand hall, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they glanced towards the imperial palace. What astounding divine power is the Chosen One cultivating to attract such a legendary heavenly tribulation? One elder, his countenance grave, spoke solemnly. The wrath of heaven. Only the emergence of a prodigy that defies the heavens can provoke such an unparalleled tribulation. Under this heavenly trial, no one has ever survived. Such a calamity could spell doom even for supreme beings. Only those of quasi-emperor strength may contend against it. No, he is not merely cultivating divine powers. He is sowing the seeds of his own path, striving to carve out a destiny uniquely his own. Su Wuti gazed intently at the imperial palace, taking a deep breath, his expression heavy. As one of the two prodigies in history to forge a path of their own, he was acutely aware of this endeavor. Although he had yet to lay eyes on Su Chen, the fluctuations in aura alone were enough for him to discern the truth. His son was embarking on a journey to establish a path exclusively his. Moreover, Su Wuti sensed the road Su Chen was forging might be even more formidable than his own. What? To carve a path uniquely one's own. Upon hearing this, the elders present were instantly shaken. This is a perilous path. Throughout history, countless unparalleled prodigies have perished while striving to tread that very road. In the annals of the central celestial domain, only the supreme heavenly emperor and the present Su Wuti have successfully forged such paths. Yet now, unbeknownst to them, Su Chen has ventured onto this treacherous road. The elders found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. Su Chen is the solitary hope of the ancient Su family in this golden era, the one capable of subduing the celestial prodigies and seizing the supreme fortune to attain immortality. Yet now, he has chosen a path fraught with peril. It is merely the endeavor to forge a path of his own. As the chosen one, surely nothing can go awry. Just then, Elder Su Yuan spoke, his gaze fixed on the imperial palace, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Boom! Within the imperial palace, Su Chen gradually rose to his feet, his golden vitality surging within. He stepped forward, and in an instant, he appeared outside the imperial palace. Su Chen gazed upward at the golden thunder dragon soaring through the heavens, and with a cold voice exclaimed, "Is this mere heavenly tribulation worthy of obstructing the path of this divine son?" As his words resonated, the ancient sacred body, the indestructible sword bone, and the celestial king bone erupted in a brilliant divine radiance, emanating boundless power, forcefully merging with the seed within him. Buzz! At that moment, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. 10,000 rules manifested as a blazing divine fire, descending upon Su Chen. In an instant, his skin ignited, overwhelmed by countless rules that sought to suppress him entirely. Tao fire. This is Tao fire, the flames born from the myriad paths of heaven and earth, capable of incinerating the very foundations of the Tao and annihilating the divine soul. Is the divine son attempting to cultivate a Tao seed? But why would it provoke the Tao fire? Tao seed? Could it be that the divine son is treading upon that forbidden path? Is highly probable. Yet even if one were to embark upon such a perilous journey, it should not invoke the Tao fire. When the family head traversed that treacherous route in the past, he merely attracted the 9 heavens tribulation. Could it be that the divine son's Tao seed is even more terrifying than that of the family head? Observing the Tao fire consuming Su Chen's flesh, the members of the Su family speculated in hushed tones. Tao fire. This is the wrath of the great Tao. Su Wuti fixed his profound gaze upon the Tao fire upon Su Chen's skin, his expression grave as he murmured, "Chener walks a path unlike mine. He treads upon the supreme road of self as seed, a path that exists only in legend, refining the true self. To be a seed of oneself. This is the true invincible Tao, once extrapolated by a powerful emperor of the ancient era. Yet, no one has ever set foot upon it. Not even the supreme heavenly emperor of the forbidden age dared to tread there. For this is a severed road, a path of utter annihilation. Anyone who dares to step upon it will invoke the wrath of the great Tao, summoning tribulations that will obliterate them. The great Tao shall never permit such anomalies to arise." Boom! Upon this declaration, the elders of the clans present erupted in chaos. To be a seed of oneself. This is the legendary Tao, never before practiced. Even the heavenly emperor dared not venture there. Yet Su Chen has embarked upon this legendary path. In the celestial expanse, Su Chen's ancient sacred body radiated a golden divine light to combat the Tao fire, as he fervently integrated the Tao seed. Crack! However, at that moment, countless purple divine thunders erupted from the thunderclouds, imbued with overwhelming divine might, crashing towards Su Chen with the intent to annihilate him completely. Each bolt of divine thunder possessed the terrifying power to slay a sacred realm powerhouse, leaving Su Chen little chance of survival. This is dire. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Wudi's expression changed drastically. His golden robe billowed as he raised his hand, ready to assist Su Chen in shattering these divine thunders. Rumble. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, from the depths of the ancestral grave on the back mountain of the Su family, a pitch-black, colossal hand emerged. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, as if even heaven and earth could scarcely withstand its divine might. A faint trace of imperial might subtly emanated, overshadowing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Begone! This path of invincibility he shall tread without fail, as proclaimed by Su Beitian. Meanwhile, a voice steeped in the weight of ages resonated from the depths of the ancestral tomb. As the words faded, a colossal, pitch-black hand surged towards the heavens, piercing through the tempestuous thunderclouds. With a resounding roar, the gathering storm above erupted, and the forces of the great Tao disintegrated in that instant, extinguishing the flames of the Tao that scorched Su Chen's skin. In but a fleeting moment, tranquility was restored to the heavens and the earth, and the ominous hand dissipated. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving one in a daze. Defeated. The great Emperor of Defeat. Hiss! The great Emperor of Defeat is still alive? Moreover, he intervened to erase the heavenly tribulation for the divine heir. The great Emperor of Defeat is a figure from the primordial era, previously thought to have transcended, yet he remains among the living. Truly, he is the great Emperor of Defeat, exhibiting unparalleled dominance, daring to directly erase the heavenly tribulation. The members of the Su family, regaining their composure, erupted in fervor. The great Emperor of Defeat, an existence even older than the great Emperor of War, had long been presumed to have passed into legend. Yet none could have anticipated that he still lives. Not only does he live, but he also intervened to absolve Su Chen of the heavenly tribulation. As I surmised, the ancestral figure would surely not grant me the opportunity to act in such matters. Witnessing this scene, Su Wudi shook his head in resignation, his gaze ultimately settling upon Su Chen in the firmament, his expression grave. Chapter 50, Transcending the Ages, all paths yielding a frantic breakthrough. Boom! Above the firmament, a series of resounding roars emanated from within Su Chen. The fusion of his Tao seed had reached a critical juncture as a vast, ethereal path materialized before him, radiating a resplendent golden light. As Su Chen melded with the Tao seed, that path gradually became more substantial. Within his Dantian, a cosmic evolution akin to the creation of the universe unfolded, manifesting a wondrous scene of chaos. This was a realm uniquely his own. Countless extraordinary phenomena transformed into pure energy, surging into Su Chen's Dantian. With a thunderous roar, the Tao seed was entirely fused. In that instant, a terrifying pressure reverberated outward, as if it had frozen the very heavens and earth. All things fell into an eternal silence, time and space crystallizing, rendering existence mute. Su Chen seemed to attain immortality, as if he had traversed ancient epochs and undergone a cycle of rebirth. Crack! At last, the stasis was undone, and the universe resumed its normal flow. Within Su Chen, an abundance of pure energy spilled forth, cleansing his corporeal form. Simultaneously, an overwhelming Tao pressure radiated from his being. Instantly, the myriad paths of the world appeared to halt. With the successful fusion of the Tao seed, all paths yielded. At the moment of Su Chen's Tao seed's successful integration, the 3,000 Tao domains of the central celestial domain underwent subtle yet profound changes. Although these alterations were exceedingly delicate, countless ancient beings sensed them with clarity. The archaic families, premier Dao lineages, supreme divine clans, and ancient royal bloodlines. Many venerable entities within the ancestral halls of the foremost powers were stirred awake by this shift, gazing up at the heavens in astonishment. The world had transformed, and in an instant, myriad paths yielded. Could this be the manifestation of destiny? Who is it who has awakened the 3,000 Dao domains? Has someone attained the Dao and become an immortal? Impossible. The age of gold has just dawned. The path to immortality cannot be so swiftly opened. Moreover, even if someone did achieve immortality, it would not precipitate changes in the 3,000 Dao domains. Indeed, to influence the 3,000 Dao domains and compel the paths to yield, such prowess is beyond even the legendary immortals. I cannot fathom the source of this transformation. What could this possibly mean? The secrets of heaven remain concealed. Even I cannot calculate. Whoever can uncover the source shall have the opportunity to attain the Tao and become an immortal in this lifetime. This anomaly within this grand era represents our hope of ascending to the celestial realm. In that moment, within the 3,000 Tao domains, countless ancient beings were engulfed in shock and trepidation. In the dark lands, the 9 great life prohibitions and the 108 ominous territories were stirred, their supreme existences wearing grave expressions. If this individual, who could alter the momentum of heaven and earth, hails from the 3,000 Dao domains, then peril awaits the dark lands. It is best not to let Su Wuti ascend to the throne. If he does, the dark lands shall know no peace. A resounding voice of magnificent authority echoed through the dark lands. Upon uttering these words, the entirety of the dark realm fell into a profound silence. The unconventional man, destined for greatness, should he truly ascend to the throne, would undoubtedly first seek to conquer their realm of darkness. The eternal burial grounds, which harbors countless beings from myriad epochs, would awaken in response. Should these ancient relics realize that the upheaval of cosmic proportions, causing all paths to yield momentarily, was instigated merely by a prodigious youth standing at the 9th heaven of the divine concealment realm, they would surely be left in utter astonishment, their hearts shattered. Meanwhile, outside the imperial palace of the Su clan, Su Chen stood upon the void, clad in resplendent black attire that billowed dramatically around him. Around him, the essence of the Tao circulated, radiating an ethereal brilliance. He remained still, eyes closed, attuning himself to the transformative changes within his being. At this moment, the seed of the Tao had seamlessly merged with his corporeal form and primordial spirit, creating a profound connection. With a mere thought, an inexhaustible surge of energy erupted from the myriad doors of the Tao seed, as if capable of vanquishing countless divine beings and demons. The sensation of invincibility surged through Su Chen. In this exhilarating moment, he yearned to unleash a triumphant roar to the heavens, challenging all across the realms. Who could possibly rival him? Indeed, my son has traversed the legendary path. Su Wuti gazed upon Su Chen, his eyes gleaming with excitement, a tide of pride washing over his countenance. The fabled path, the first of its kind throughout history. Even the supreme celestial emperor would bow before my son. The elder clan members stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief, still reeling from the overwhelming shock. It was true. He had succeeded. The genius of the divine son was indeed terrifying. Having walked this path, he was destined to be unparalleled through the ages, dominating all realms. Truly, he is the divine son of the Su clan. A path that existed solely in legend has now been boldly forged by Su Chen. If this news were to spread, it might incite unfathomable turmoil throughout the celestial domain. Perhaps even the realm of darkness would unite to assail the Su clan. Su Chen has initiated a new era, and his name shall undoubtedly resonate through the annals of time. The members of the Su clan shared in the fervor, their gazes towards Su Chen filled with passionate reverence. This is their illustrious divine son. With him among them, how could the ancient Su clan not aspire to reign supreme in the celestial realm? Unbeknownst to Su Chen, who remained absorbed in the Tao seed, he had merely begun to plant the seed of the Tao. The true path had yet to be fully unveiled. The journey ahead would require him to face numerous trials, to grow and ascend to the pinnacle, before his path could be deemed genuinely established. Each phase of this path would summon celestial tribulations to impede his progress. Yet, Su Chen remained undeterred. Even if the formidable Emperor of the heavens refrained from intervening, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to navigate through these challenges. With the Tao seed established, it was time to break through. Su Chen's gaze flickered as he murmured to himself. The planting of the Tao seed signified that he could now commence his ascent to the dragon transformation realm. With a thunderous roar, he resolved to act immediately, sitting cross-legged in the void. Within him, golden energy surged and terrifying power began to manifest. In an instant, his cultivation level soared at an astonishing rate. Dragon Transformation Realm, first layer. Dragon Transformation Realm, second layer. Dragon Transformation Realm, third layer. The seventh heaven of the transformation of dragons. In an instant, his cultivation surged wildly from the ninth heaven of the divine concealment realm to the seventh heaven of the transformation of dragons. Bottlenecks? They are utterly non-existent. The feedback from the three generations of the primordial spirit, the bone of the Immortal King, and the Tao seed dispels any notion of limitations. Moreover, Su Chen's aura is remarkably profound and perfectly balanced, devoid of any semblance of superficiality. This is the terrifying nature of his Tao seed. To embody the seed, the fusion of the physical body, the primordial spirit, and cultivation, what delighted him the most was the vastness of the vital essence, divine soul, and magical power within him, endless and inexhaustible, never to be depleted. In simpler terms, Su Chen can now wield his divine abilities without any consumption of energy. Chapter 51. The Divine Maiden of the Ji Family, Ji Rushue. Could it be the legendary trend of breaking engagements? Astonishing, bewildering. Su Chen's consecutive breakthroughs across several minor realms delivered an unprecedented shock to the gathered members of the Su family, particularly among the younger generation. The disciples were left utterly dumbfounded. Why is it that all of them, being of the same youthful caliber and prodigious talent, find themselves unable to break through without encountering obstacles? How was it that Su Chen ascended without any limitations? Su Junwan Gan Suke, observing the spectacle, felt an urge to vomit blood. This is outrageous. Just half a day ago, Su Chen was at the seventh level of the divine concealment realm, his cultivation inferior to theirs. Yet now, he had effortlessly surged past a major realm, surpassing them. This inevitably led them to question their own existence. Why do they always feel like mere waste in the presence of the sun? Such a riddle to unravel. Only Su Chen's bright eyes sparkled with brilliance. Truly, he is the chosen one, cultivating with no apparent bottlenecks. His breakthroughs appeared as simple as eating or drinking. Indeed, the master would not misjudge. Following the sun, her future achievements would surely eclipse those attained under her master. In the void, Su Chen, clad in a black and ornate robe, exuded an otherworldly aura. However, he wore a frown, his tone tinged with disappointment as he murmured, "Is this merely a barely satisfactory breakthrough to the seventh level of the dragon transformation realm? This falls short of my expectations." Su Chen had anticipated that by planting the seed of the Tao, he would seamlessly ascend to the ninth level of the dragon transformation realm, directly utilizing his primordial spirit as divine fire for his rebirth. Yet, it now appeared that achieving rebirth would pose a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, his words shattered the composure of the Su family members. The Su family collectively exclaimed, "What? In just half a day, to break through a major realm, and you still aren't satisfied?" Especially the younger disciples, who nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Listen to him. Is this even human speech? One must understand that even the most extraordinarily talented son of the sequence, Su Lingchun, did not exhibit such absurd cultivation speed. The multitude of young disciples lamented. 666. This is no act. It's simply a cheat. Simultaneously, within Su Chen's sea of consciousness, three blossoms of the great Tao floated atop the palace of the Tao. Upon the blossom that symbolized the future, a faint golden radiance descended, coalescing into an exceedingly diminutive golden figure, gradually beginning to take shape. The three lives, primordial spirit. It inherently represents the past, present, and future. Since Su Chen integrated the three lives, primordial spirit, only the blossom representing the present had manifested a golden figure. The other two blossoms remained dormant. However, now, the blossom symbolizing the future exhibited activity, starting to coalesce the golden figure. Alas, the golden figure was merely a nascent form, not yet fully materialized. Could it be that the seed of the Tao I planted has incited this anomaly in the future blossom? Su Chen contemplated quietly within his sea of consciousness. Sowing the seeds of fate signifies that his future path is largely predetermined. Thus, it is quite reasonable for the flowers of destiny to stir. Su Chen, the cultivation has concluded. Come forth to meet me. At that moment, the voice of Su Wuti resonated in Su Chen's ears. Very well, Su Chen replied with a gentle nod. He then took a moment to reflect upon his recent gains. Not only had he significantly enhanced his true demon indestructible body, but he had also obtained two paramount opportunities from the Demon Emperor's secret realm, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Art and the ancient Immortal Flame. Additionally, he received two unexpected surprises from the system, the Immortal King Bone and the Three Lives Primordial Spirit. Most importantly, he had forged his own unique path, resulting in a substantial surge in his cultivation, successfully breaking through to the 7th level of the Transformation Dragon Realm. The rewards were simply overwhelming. Upon organizing his thoughts, even Su Chen was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his acquisitions. It could be said that his combat prowess had increased by several hundredfold compared to before. After this moment of reflection, Su Chen turned and walked towards the Imperial Palace. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard voices within. Wuti, now that Su Chen has fully entered the world, shouldn't we inform him about the engagement with the Ji family as goddess? After all, it was a promise made by his father. The Ji family goddess? Is she the one with the innate Tao fetus, the extraordinarily talented Ji Rushue? Indeed, the Ji family's status is declining rapidly. It won't be long before they are pushed out of the ranks of the ancient aristocracy, much like the Yi family. They are anxious and have already sent someone to deliver Ji Rushue, claiming it is to cultivate their feelings. The innate Tao fetus. If all goes as planned, the union with Su Chen's ancient holy body might even lead to the birth of the legendary innate Tao fetus holy body. Splendid. Since they have already sent someone, let us inform Su Chen and allow him to decide. If he resists, we shall send her back. If he does not, she may stay. That may not be prudent. The engagement was arranged by his father, and if Su Chen objects, we will have to return the Ji family goddess. What if one day his father returns? At the entrance of the Imperial Palace, Su Chen halted, utterly bewildered. What? Amfianke? The mere mention of the word conjured images of the infamous phenomenon of broken engagements in his mind. Surely, such a klitsch plot could not unfold in the life of a descendant of the ancient Su family. Could it? Yet, upon further contemplation, he dismissed this notion. If memory served him correctly, the Ji family goddess was a prodigious talent of the present generation, showing no signs of stagnation in her cultivation. In fact, her innate gifts were such that even the taboo progeny of Wan Long Island, Long Ri Tian, paled in comparison. However, her low profile meant that her reputation in the central immortal domain was not as illustrious as that of other renowned prodigies. Yet, none of this was the crux of the matter. The most pressing matter at hand is that the goddess from the Ji family is already 15 or 16 years old, while he is merely 9. Is it not akin to a small horse pulling a great cart? Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, the doors of the Imperial Palace swung wide open. Chener has arrived. Come in quickly, said Jiang Qingru, her face radiating warmth as she ushered Su Chen inside and seated him. With a smile, she inquired, Chener, you heard our previous conversation, did you not? What are your thoughts on the matter? Upon hearing this, Su Wuti displayed a curious expression. Su Chen forced a bittersweet smile and replied, Father, Mother, let us discuss these matters at a later time. My sole focus now is on cultivation. With that, he deftly shifted the topic. By the way, Father, I wish to request a divine herb for healing the soul. Su Cheng's master had invested significantly in his ancient celestial flame, and Su Chen was not one to be stingy. as he would surely strive to aid in the healing process. Very well, Su Wuti responded, casually retrieving a divine herb for soul healing and handing it to Su Chen. He then regarded Su Chen with a serious expression and said, Chener, do take some time to contemplate. Among the younger generation of the Ji family, the goddess is the most outstanding. Should you manage to marry her, the entire Ji family would be at your command. Indeed, the Jiang family, to which your mother belongs, may also one day be yours. Once you have fully matured, you could potentially oversee the three great ancient families, Jiang Qingru added with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Su Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he quickly responded, Father, Mother, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, he swiftly excused himself. Chapter 52. The Innate Tao Embryo. The Tribulation of the Semi-Immortal Emperor. What has become of my peak cultivation as a celestial king? In the vast expanse beyond the imperial province, a crimson fire phoenix soared through the boundless void, drawing a magnificent chariot that split the air with its vibrant plumage, revealing an astonishing array of colors. Within this opulent carriage sat a figure clad in white, enveloped in a mist of celestial aura, her ethereal presence rendering her almost indistinguishable. As the splendid chariot entered the imperial province, it instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers. The sight of a fire phoenix pulling a carriage raised questions about the identity of the celestial prodigy gracing the imperial province. Among the younger generation of the celestial realm, only the reclusive goddess of the ancient Ji family could possibly command such a majestic presence. Could it not? Gasp! Is it that renowned goddess, Ji Rushue, who possesses the innate Tao embryo and unparalleled talent, yet remains perpetually modest? Indeed, it is said that the Ji family shares a strong bond with the Su family. Surely this goddess has come to pay a visit to them. Truly, she embodies the grace of the Ji family. Her demeanor is reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the 9 heavens. The countless prodigies of the imperial province were stirred, gazing upward in awe. Although they had yet to glimpse the enchanting visage within the opulent chariot, the mere aura she exuded was enough to leave them utterly captivated. Meanwhile, within the lavish carriage, a voice of alarm resonated. This is not good. The young woman, draped in white, snow-like garments, suddenly opened her eyes. Her skin was as pale as snow, her figure tall and elegant, with long, shapely legs crossed gracefully. Her cascading hair flowed like a waterfall, her delicate features exquisitely beautiful, and her crimson lips were vivid, revealing a hint of fear in her phoenix-like eyes. In that moment, her chest rose and fell rapidly, her exquisite visage marred by an expression of dread as she murmured, The tribulation of the semi-immortal emperor is indeed terrifying. I, Ji Rushue, have ultimately succumbed to this tribulation. However, as soon as the words left her lips, her expression shifted abruptly, overtaken by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. This, the aura of heaven and earth, is both familiar and strange. Perceiving the surrounding atmosphere that felt both known and alien, Ji Rushue's countenance bore a sense of dislocation, her fair face gradually revealing confusion, shock, and disbelief. Where is this? The Central Celestial Realm? I have not returned to the Central Celestial Realm for tens of thousands of years. How could I find myself here? Wait, something is amiss. What has become of my peak cultivation as a Celestial King? How is it that I now possess only the strength of the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm? Ji Rushue was utterly bewildered. She clearly faced the tribulation of the semi-immortal emperor, yet in the blink of an eye, she found herself back in the Central Celestial Realm. With a perplexed expression, Ji Rushue gazed at the scene before her, her delicate, snow-white hands gently brushing against the luxurious carriage. The tangible sensation beneath her fingertips sent tremors through her heart. After a lengthy silence, a sigh escaped. Everything felt like a grand dream. It was once believed that all had been predetermined. Yet, to my astonishment, Ji Rushue has been reborn, returning to the very inception of this era, where a golden age intertwines with chaos. Ji Rushue's expression was one of immense complexity. Transitioning from the future to the past, even for someone of her unparalleled status as a pinnacle celestial sovereign, was utterly inconceivable. While reaching the Celestial King realm allows one to manifest the flow of time and the river of years, no one has dared to meddle with the past or future. Even those celestial emperors who possess the qualifications to traverse the river of time and grasp both past and future would not lightly interfere. The cycle of cause and effect is inescapable. Once one disturbs the progression of time, unimaginable consequences and repercussions will surely ensue. The price paid for such interference is something even celestial emperors may struggle to bear. Merely disturbing the flow of time incurs exceedingly terrifying costs. To return directly from the future to the past is to wholly disrupt the river of time and the cycle of causation. Yet, Ji Ruxue has indeed returned from the future to the past. Moreover, she has arrived at the very point where the Golden Age and chaos converge. What could this possibly mean? Why have I been reborn into this magnificent era? Ji Ruxue found herself utterly bewildered. She had never heard of anyone being reborn to the past simply by overcoming the heavenly tribulation of a celestial emperor. Goddess, we have entered the imperial capital and shall soon arrive at the Su family of the ancient era. You will soon meet your betrothed, the legendary scion of the Su family, Su Chen. However, just as Ji Ruxue was lost in thought, an elderly woman appeared beside her palanquin, bowing respectfully. The ancient Su family? Su Chen? Upon hearing these names, Ji Ruxue's expression shifted, as these familiar yet foreign names stirred long-buried memories within her, causing her thoughts to surge. If she recalled correctly, she indeed had a betrothal with Su Chen, the son of Su Wudi from the ancient Su family. However, later on, she had acquired an unparalleled opportunity, soaring to great heights and single-handedly rescuing a precarious situation within the ancient aristocracy. Subsequently, she ascended in this golden age, becoming a rare and extraordinary prodigy, attaining enlightenment and ascending to the celestial realm. As a result, their engagement had faded into obscurity. But what, pray tell, is a scion? Ji Ruxue's expression turned somewhat perplexed. In her past life's memories, the scion of the Su family was not Su Chen, but rather the first sequence, Su Lingchen. If her memory served her right, among the most renowned young talents of the ancient Su family, there were only the top 3 sequences, along with the lesser Saint Kings Su Yuan and Su Hao, who bore the indestructible sword bone. Although Su Chen was the son of Su Wudi, he was bound by the shackles of the heavenly path due to his ancient sacred body. Even with the ancient Su family's endless resources, Su Chen ultimately broke free from only 5 shackles and did not emerge as a leader among the younger generation. How could he possibly be the scion? She had never once encountered a memory of Su Chen becoming the scion of the Su family. Ji Ruxue took a deep breath, striving to master her emotions, as memories of this lifetime began to surface in her mind. Soon, she sensed something amiss, her expression shifting in shock. How could this be? Su Chen truly is the divine heir of the Su family. Moreover, the celestial phenomenon accompanying his birth is even more terrifying than that of the previous life. And Su Hao, the Su family, perished at his hands. As Ji Ruxue absorbed the memories of this life, she was utterly bewildered. Even as a peak celestial king in her former life, her heart trembled in disbelief. The current world had diverged significantly from the one etched in her memory. All these changes seemed to revolve around Su Chen, the divine heir of the Su family. Ji Ruxue murmured to herself, continuing to explore the memories related to Su Chen. Yet, in the next moment, her expression transformed, her eyes widening in horror as she exclaimed, "How can this be? How could the Demon Emperor's secret realm open ahead of time?" Chapter 53. Why is everything deviating from script? Could it be that my rebirth was flawed? In the coming millennia, an era of unparalleled brilliance awaits. A golden age, where heroes rise and champions vie for supremacy. Countless prodigies clash, striving to emerge victorious in this golden epic. Embarking on the path to immortality and enlightenment is both the finest and the most dreadful of times. As a reincarnator, Ji Ruxue's greatest advantage lies in her awareness of all that is to come. She knows where the opportunities in the central celestial domain reside, and which individuals are destined to shine in this era and achieve immortality. She stands as an anomaly within this golden age, possessing boundless knowledge. Yet now, Ji Ruxue finds herself perplexed. Certain events have completely diverged from her memories, undergoing significant alterations. For instance, in her recollections, when Su Wudi's son, Su Chen, was born, it merely triggered an anomaly, and there was no powerful figure from the Nether River's forbidden zone attempting to eliminate him. Moreover, Su Chen was not the son of the Su family. He had never slain the golden-winged Rock King or the taboo prodigy, Ming Tian, from the Nether River's forbidden zone. Additionally, the Demon Emperor's secret realm did not open several years in advance. Yet now, Su Chen's emergence not only attracted the attention of powerful figures eager to extinguish him from the Nether River's forbidden zone, but he has also become the Su family scion, having slain numerous prodigies, including Su Hao, the golden-winged Rock King, and Ming Tian. The most absurd part is that the Demon Emperor's secret realm, which was supposed to open years later according to her memories, has activated just days ago. It is crucial to note that in her past life, the emergence of the Demon Emperor's secret realm signified the dawn of the Golden Age. In her recollections, the illustrious Flame Emperor, Yi Chun, and the formidable Su Yuan, the Demon Emperor, both rose to prominence after acquiring the ancient celestial flame and the devouring demon art within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. These two individuals were to become top-tier prodigies on the path to immortality. Yet now, the future-renowned Flame Emperor Yi Chun and the devouring Demon Emperor Su Yuan have both fallen to Su Chen and perished within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. The two supreme opportunities, the ancient celestial flame and the devouring demon art, are said to have entirely fallen into the hands of Su Chen, the scion of the Su family. How is this possible? Ji Ruxue is utterly bewildered, her countenance a mask of disbelief. This makes no sense. Su Chen has slain the future Flame Emperor and devouring Demon Emperor, claiming the two paramount opportunities within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. No. Is the deviation in history truly this outrageous? Even if the Demon Emperor's secret realm opened prematurely, according to the laws of causality, the opportunities should have rightfully belonged to Yi Chun and Su Yuan. How has it come to be Su Chen? Everything contradicts her memories of her previous life. Why has it completely strayed from the script? Can a mere innate waste, an unbroken archaic sacred body, truly slay the fated and fortunate Yi Chun and Su Yuan? Ji Ruxue is rendered speechless. Could it be that my rebirth was flawed? Or perhaps, Su Chen has been possessed by an ancient entity? Ji Ruxue continues to speculate. She understands that with her rebirth, the future is bound to change, potentially leading to an unknown path ahead. What perplexes her is that she has just been reborn, yet before she could even begin to influence the future, history has already undergone a tremendous transformation. Everything in existence is bound by cause and effect. Yet, in this life, Su Chen seems untouched by any causal ties, directly altering the course of history. What could possibly be the reason for all this? Ji Ruxue's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze flickering with intrigue. She is aware of the future's trajectory. But this incarnation of Su Chen has somehow directly influenced historical events. Regardless, they're destined to meet soon, at which point she may uncover the truth of what has transpired with him. Ji Ruxue's emotions surged and ebbed like the tide. Nevertheless, having once been a supreme figure among immortal kings, her disposition is remarkably composed. After a brief moment of confusion, she regains her tranquility. Although the course of history has shifted, the fundamental threads remain consistent. If memory serves, the legendary heavenly god steel is located within the ancient Su clan, and I could challenge it to obtain the unparalleled body refinement technique left behind by that supreme celestial emperor, the true demon indestructible body. Furthermore, since I have been reborn, I shall endeavor to tread the fabled path of embodying the seed, elevating both my physical form and primordial spirit to their utmost potential, thereby laying a supreme foundation. Should I acquire the true demon indestructible body, coupled with the advanced primordial techniques left behind by that celestial emperor in the hidden realms, the sutra of the present world, I would be able to reshape my Tao seed before transcending to the nirvana realm. embarking on the legendary path of embodying the seed. By embodying the seed, Ji Rushue, shall undoubtedly attain the path of the quasi-emperor in this life. Ji Rushue meticulously her memories, her expression serene, as if everything lies within her grasp. Since she has been reborn, aware of every opportunity, it is only natural for her to elevate herself to the pinnacle. After all, her future aspirations extend far beyond merely attaining immortality. Instead, she yearns to return to her former glory, breaking through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. Reshaping her Dao seed stands as her foremost objective. Although her current Dao seed is formidable, to reclaim her pinnacle and attain the quasi-immortal emperor status, she must tread the supreme path of embodying the Tao. Only in this manner can she hope to shatter her constraints and achieve unparalleled enlightenment. Even as a reborn individual, the upheavals in this life are far too numerous. Thus, I must hasten my ascent in strength. Ji Rushue gathers her thoughts and murmurs softly. Meanwhile, in the imperial province, within the Su clan, Su Chen stands with his hands clasped behind his back as he exits the imperial palace. Outside the palace, a stunning woman clad in a purple imperial gown has long been waiting in poised anticipation. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, a flicker of joy passes through her light blue eyes, and she hastily bows, saying, "Qing Gu pays her respects to the divine son." This lady is none other than Su Qing Gu. Prior to encountering Su Wudi, Su Chen had sent word for her to await him outside the imperial palace. What could the divine son require of Qing Gu? Su Qing Ji's face reveals a curiosity. Earlier, in the demon emperor's secret realm, you must have sustained considerable damage to your soul while helping this divine son safeguard the Tuo Shi ancient immortal flame, correct? Su Chen cast a casual glance at Su Qingge, producing a divine herb and presenting it to her. His tone remained unassuming as he said, "This is a miraculous herb for healing the soul. Refine it to mend your spirit. Do not let it hinder your future path of cultivation." Su Qingge was taken aback, her mind buzzing in disbelief at Su Chen's words. A herb specifically for soul healing? Her initial thought was that perhaps the divine son had discovered the existence of her master, but she quickly shook her head internally. Her master possessed formidable strength and was exceptionally skilled at concealment. Not even the formidable emperors of the Su family had perceived her presence. How could Su Chen, merely at the dragon transformation stage, possibly detect her master's existence? I must be overthinking it. This divine herb was undoubtedly intended for my soul's healing. Glancing at Su Chen, whose expression remained unchanged, she thought to herself, due to her master occupying her physical form, her soul had indeed sustained a minor injury. However, with this divine herb in hand, I can awaken my master. Su Qingge's beautiful eyes were fixed upon the herb, her gaze flickering with hope. As her master fell into slumber, she felt a sense of confusion. If only she could awaken her master now. With guidance, she could undoubtedly accelerate her cultivation progress. Chapter 54. The astonished Su Qingge in the vast expanse of ancient epics. None could rival her esteemed master. As Su Chen planted the seed of the Tao and ascended to the dragon transformation realm, the pressure on Su Qingge intensified. At this juncture, she did not aspire to surpass Su Chen, but at the very least, she yearned to keep pace with him. With the support of her master, Su Qingge felt a renewed confidence that she could indeed catch up. Young master, this divine elixir is far too precious. Su Qingge exclaimed, gazing at the miraculous herb with a sense of astonishment. An elixir capable of healing the soul was a rarity in the outside world, deemed a treasure of immense value. Accept it. The injury to your soul requires prompt treatment, Su Chen replied in a calm tone. Su Qingge hesitated momentarily upon hearing his words, yet ultimately nodded and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young master. She was in dire need of this divine herb to awaken her master, and thus refrained from further refusal. Without any hesitation, Su Qingge accepted the elixir and, disregarding any modesty, consumed it on the spot. Once the elixir was fully absorbed, she felt a sense of trepidation and softly inquired in her heart, "Master?" However, the response was an abyss of silence. Was it truly impossible for a single divine herb to awaken her master? Su Qingge shook her head in disappointment. If she wished to catch up to the young master in a short span, she could only rely on her master. Only with her master's awakening would Su Chen feel a sense of stability and be motivated to pursue other prodigies. Yet, just as despair enveloped Su Chen, a faint, cool female voice echoed in her mind, "Chinga, master, you have awakened?" Upon hearing the ethereal voice, Su Chen's spirits soared, excitement bubbling forth. "Having slumbered for so long, how is it that your cultivation remains stagnant at the soul concealment realm? With my 3,000 eyes clear techniques and that divine flame, you should have undergone a rebirth by now. In my absence, have you grown lax in your training?" Her master, upon awakening, immediately scrutinized Su Chen's cultivation. She had anticipated that after such a lengthy slumber, her disciple would have broken through to the dragon transformation realm or even reached the nirvana stage. Yet now Su Chen's cultivation was identical to what it had been prior to her slumber, without a hint of change, which left her quite dissatisfied. It is well known that the greatest taboo in cultivation is lethargy. However, her words left Su Chen momentarily speechless. "What?" Su Chen exclaimed, bewildered. "No, master, have you perhaps overestimated my talents? Since your slumber, not even a full day has passed. You expect me to leap from the soul concealment realm directly to the 9th layer of the dragon transformation realm in less than a day. Do you think I am an unparalleled prodigy?" Su Chen felt a wave of injustice wash over her. "Master, it has only been less than a day since you fell asleep. How could I possibly achieve such a breakthrough in such a short time?" She lamented. "What? Less than a day?" Upon hearing this, her master was rendered utterly speechless. She was genuinely taken aback. According to reason, she should have remained in slumber for at least 3 months, if not half a year. Yet now, how could she awaken in less than a day? Could it be that Su Chen has procured a miraculous elixir capable of healing the soul? But that seems implausible. Su Chen is acutely aware of her status within the Su family, having never even ascended to the sequence rank. The prospect of acquiring such a divine remedy would be akin to reaching for the heavens. Thus, her initial reaction was disbelief. This must surely be a ruse concocted by Su Chen. "Chen, you may deceive others, but to mislead yourself and your master is utterly disappointing. You claim I have slumbered for less than a day, yet I ask you, why is it that Su Chen, the divine son, has already reached the 7th level of the dragon transformation realm, while you remain merely in the divine concealment realm? Answer me and look into my eyes." Perhaps unable to accept the deception, Su Chen's master grew somewhat enraged, her tone turning icy. "Master, I am wronged." Su Chen's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. She truly felt wronged. She too wished to understand how Su Chen could achieve such a significant breakthrough in such a short span of time. "Master, I assure you, I did not deceive you. Your awakening in such a brief period is solely due to the divine medicine given by the divine son. As for how he managed to ascend through a major realm in such a fleeting moment, I too am eager to uncover that mystery." Su Chen's composure was on the verge of collapse. Why could they not believe her? Subsequently, Su Chen recounted all the events that transpired during her master's slumber. Wait. Upon hearing that Su Chen had attracted the heavenly tribulation during his breakthrough to the dragon transformation realm, her master's demeanor shifted abruptly, filled with excitement as she inquired, "Are you saying that when the divine son transcended to the dragon transformation realm, he invoked the heavenly tribulation?" Indeed, not only did the divine son summon the heavenly tribulation, but he also attracted the legendary figure known as the ancestor of defeated heavens. Su Chen nodded, her voice brimming with reverence. Gasp! At this revelation, her master inhaled sharply, her tone fraught with astonishment. The Tao seed capable of invoking the heavenly tribulation must surely be one that exists only in legends. A Tao where one becomes the seed themselves. I never imagined that the legendary path has been traversed by him. How could I have underestimated him? His potential is unparalleled across the ages. Unparalleled across the ages? Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing these words. Such an appraisal was unprecedented in her ears. Even someone as formidable as Su Wudi had never received such lofty praise from her master. She did not anticipate that Su Chen, the divine son, would be held in such high regard by her master. If I am not mistaken, the phenomenon he has triggered must pertain to the legendary supreme talent. The Immortal King bone, the ancient sacred body, the indestructible sword bone, and the Immortal King bone. These three pinnacle talents combined. This kind of monstrous aptitude would make even my master envious. Su Chen's master was utterly astounded, left in a state of disbelief. It was simply too extraordinary. Possessing three unparalleled innate talents, with such remarkable attributes, even the Supreme Emperor would feel envious. Furthermore, she treads upon the legendary path of embodying oneself as the seed. In this lifetime, she truly cannot fathom who could rival Su Chen. Disciple, this is a formidable ally. You must hold on tightly. Su Chenga, the esteemed master, could not help but exclaim. If one could follow such a prodigious being, the future would be devoid of worries. Standing outside the imperial palace, Su Chen cast a calm glance at the entranced Su Chenga, gently shook his head, and prepared to depart. Since Master Su Chenga had fully awakened, it was time for him to retreat and focus on his own cultivation, striving for the Nirvana realm. Meanwhile, outside the sacred island of the Su clan, a fiery phoenix was pulling an ornate carriage, swiftly traversing the void. Chapter 55. Before the arrival, the bloodline is already present. Ji Rushua. I fear I have been reborn into a false existence. Outside the Su family's divine island, a magnificent palanquin sliced through the heavens and gracefully settled in the void. Miss, we have arrived at the Su family. An elderly matron approached the palanquin respectfully, gently lifting the curtain. As the curtain was drawn aside, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, clad in a gown of snow white and possessing an elegant stature, stepped forward with her long, slender legs bare. This woman was none other than Ji Rushua. Ji Rushua gazed up at the ancient Su family before her, where countless divine islands floated, radiating an ethereal glow. At that moment, her phoenix eyes were filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Who were the visitors? However, before Ji Rushua could begin to express her thoughts, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Several Su family guards, with unfriendly expressions, fixed their gazes upon Ji Rushua. I am Ji Rushua of the ancient Ji clan, here to pay my respects to Uncle Su and Aunt Jiang, Ji Rushua stated, her demeanor calm as she regarded the Su family guards. The scene before her mirrored that of her previous life, with not a single detail amiss. Even these guards were the same as those from her past. Yet, what puzzled Ji Rushua was why the Demon Emperor's secret realm had emerged prematurely, and why the Su family scion was Su Chen. Ah, is the divine maiden of the Ji clan. Please enter, the leader of the Su family guards responded respectfully, ushering Ji Rushua into the Su family's divine island. Meanwhile, elsewhere outside the imperial palace, Jiang Qingru gracefully stepped out, her gaze landing on Su Chen as she said with a radiant smile, Chener, the divine maiden of the Ji clan has arrived. You should prepare yourself. Su Chen. Upon hearing this, he, who had been ready to enter seclusion, was momentarily taken aback. Huh? No way is it real. She has come so soon? Su Chen had expected that the divine maiden of the Ji clan would take some time to arrive, even concocting excuses to avoid meeting her. Little did he know, she had come without delay. Sighing in resignation, Su Chen acknowledged, very well, then I shall meet her. He then stood beside Jiang Qingru, quietly awaiting the arrival of the divine maiden. Meanwhile, Su Chenga, who had been in a state of shock, furrowed her brows slightly and murmured, the divine maiden of the Ji clan? The taboo prodigy bearing the innate Tao? What brings her to the Su family? Yet, she quickly shook her head and respectfully bowed to Su Chen and Jiang Qingru, saying, Divine son, matriarch, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart. Now that her master had awakened, she intended to enter seclusion, striving to cultivate diligently and catch up to Su Chen's pace. However, after taking a couple of steps, Jiang Qingru's voice called out behind her, Chinga, you are of similar age to the divine maiden of the Ji clan. Why not wait here with us? Yes. Upon hearing this, Su Chenga was momentarily stunned but dared not refuse, and thus stood behind Su Chen. For reasons unknown, Jiang Qingru's request filled her heart with a slight thrill. Meanwhile, Ji Ruxue was being led by the Su family guard's leader to the divine island of the imperial palace. Soon, three figures came into her view. In the blink of an eye, Ji Ruxue's gaze eagerly fell upon the young man at the forefront, clad in a resplendent black robe. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, his skin glimmered like jade, and his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars, exuding an air of indifference as he stood there, tranquil. He resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, possessing an ethereal grace and an unparalleled countenance, enveloped in a faint golden radiance. With just a single glance, Ji Ruxue's expression grew intricate. Compared to the Su Chen she had encountered in her previous life, this incarnation of him seemed to possess an indescribable aura. It was an allure that drew one irresistibly close to him. Even for someone like her, a former celestial king with a steadfast heart cultivated over millennia. This enchanting quality was overwhelming. What had transpired within him? Why did even her heart, which was as placid as still water, ripple upon witnessing him? Ji Ruxue found herself perplexed. Logically, after thousands of years of tempering, her heart should remain unperturbed by an individual's presence. Yet now, in the face of Su Chen, a mere glance had already influenced her heart. However, in the next moment, her phoenix-like eyes widened in astonishment, contracting sharply as her heart jolted. Even from a distance, she could see his golden vitality surging towards the heavens. This was the mark of a perfected ancient sacred body that had shattered 10 celestial shackles. His blood surged skyward, arriving before his presence. This was indeed the hallmark of a fully realized ancient sacred body. As a former celestial king, Ji Ruxue could not be mistaken. Yet, despite being a perfected ancient sacred body, it was clear he had not fully awakened, judging by his demeanor. He had likely activated only 2 or 3 of the 6 extraordinary manifestations. No wonder he could rend the golden-winged Rock King asunder. In that fleeting moment, Ji Ruxue finally grasped why Su Chen had been capable of slaying the golden-winged Rock King. Yet, during that same period in her past life, his ancient sacred body had only shattered 2 shackles. How could he now have shattered 10? Ji Ruxue murmured to herself, filled with confusion. However, before she could ponder further, her pupils constricted once more. A piercing sword intent enveloped Su Chen, making him appear as an unsheathed divine sword, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Alongside that chilling sword intent, an ethereal brilliance surrounded him, emanating a familiar aura that wafted from his being. This was the undying swordbone. And the celestial kingbone. How could this be possible? Ji Ruxue was astounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. The undying swordbone. A supreme talent on par with the supreme bone. In her recollections, the undying swordbone belonged to Su Ha, the 7th descendant of the Su family. And in this lifetime, Su Ha had perished at Su Chen's hands. Thus, her understanding of Su Chen refining this undying swordbone made sense. But what was the origin of the celestial king bone? Ji Ruxue was utterly bewildered. No, she thought, a peak immortal king should not have been born without the immortal king bone. How could Su Chen, a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator, possess an immortal king bone when he was not a formidable immortal king in his past life? Ji Ruxue felt as though the heavens had collapsed around her. Having been reborn, her world had crumbled. Am I truly reborn, or is this merely an illusion of life? Ji Ruxue began to question her very existence. The ancient sacred body that shattered 10 shackles, the indestructible sword bone, the immortal king bone. Is this still the Su Chen from her memories? Even if history had altered, such a transformation seemed utterly absurd. She even began to doubt if Su Chen was the offspring of the heavenly Tao. It was utterly preposterous. Dragon transformation realm. No, the aura of this Tao seed within him is. Yet in the next moment, Ji Ruxue's pupils dilated in astonishment as she gazed at Su Chen, her heart surging with tumultuous waves, leaving her utterly stunned and motionless. Chapter 56. The breaking point of Ji Ruxue. If dust exists, why should snow? The reborn versus the transcended, becoming a seed with oneself. Ji Ruxue's phoenix-like eyes were fixed intently on Su Chen, her gaze flickering with profound astonishment. The legendary concept of becoming a seed with one's own essence, a path never before traversed by anyone, yet simultaneously a road to certain demise. Once one steps into it, death is inevitable. How could this be possible? Throughout history, no one has ever ventured down this path. It is inconceivable. How could he possibly succeed in embarking on this journey? Ji Ruxue was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the reality before her. To become a seed with oneself. Even the reborn Ji Ruxue, a being of celestial royalty, would not dare to tread lightly on this path. The requirements for undertaking this journey are exceedingly high. Both the physical form and the primordial spirit must become the most formidable existence throughout the ages. Only by achieving this can one truly qualify to step onto this path. Ji Ruxue had initially planned to utilize the Su family's celestial monument to acquire the supreme body refinement technique left behind by the unparalleled celestial emperor, the true demon indestructible body. Then, according to her memories, she intended to venture into the small world created by that emperor to obtain the current era's sutra of the Tathagata, thereby elevating her body and spirit to their utmost limits, and subsequently attempt to embark on the path of becoming a seed with oneself. But now, before she could even commence her actions, Su Chen had already successfully planted the seed of the Tao. Ji Ruxue thought to herself, "Am I certain that I have not merely been reborn in a false life? This is utterly absurd. In her previous life, Su Chen possessed mediocre talent, yet in this life, he not only harbors 3 top-tier innate abilities, but has also embarked on the legendary path of becoming a seed with oneself." She found it impossible to accept such a shocking revelation. This was simply outrageous. At this moment, Ji Ruxue felt a crack in her defenses. Why is this happening? Could it be that Su Chen is not from this world? A highly absurd thought arose in Ji Ruxue's mind. However, she quickly shook her head, deeming this notion too preposterous to entertain. Even she found it implausible, utterly impossible. Yet if this explanation were to be discarded, she truly could not fathom why Su Chen in this life could be so extraordinary. If dust exists, why should snow? Given that Su Chen possesses various top-tier talents in this life and has successfully embarked on that supreme path, why must I, Ji Ruxue, be reborn? In that moment, Ji Ruxue found herself completely lost. As a reborn individual, she had believed she could rely on her knowledge of the future to lay an unparalleled foundation in this life, ultimately achieving the status of a celestial emperor and reaching the pinnacle of existence. If possible, she intended to assist her betrothed in any way she could. But now, she felt like nothing more than a clown. Su Chen not only embarked on the path of becoming a seed with himself, but also acquired both significant opportunities within the Demon Emperor's secret realm, requiring no assistance from her whatsoever. It could be said that Su Chen had completely altered the entire world line in this life. Everything had strayed far from her memories. Could it be that he too has been reborn? Suddenly, a thought emerged once more in Ji Ruxue's mind. If this were indeed the case, then everything could be somewhat explained. In her previous life, Su Chen had not distinguished himself in the Golden Age, nor had he attained the status of an immortal. Yet he ultimately succeeded in breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. As for what transpired thereafter, Ji Ruxue was oblivious, having ascended to the celestial realm by that time. If Su Chen were truly a reincarnator like her, then the indestructible sword bone within him, as well as the 2 supreme opportunities in the Demon Emperor's secret realm, could indeed be elucidated. However, the Celestial King's bone and the notion of being a seed. At that moment, even Ji Ruxue found herself at a loss for an explanation. While Ji Ruxue was scrutinizing Su Chen, he too was observing her. Clad in snow-white robes, she appeared flawless and ethereal, with a graceful figure and an unparalleled celestial beauty. It must be said that upon first laying eyes on Ji Ruxue, even Su Chen was taken aback. This was the first time he encountered someone with such extraordinary poise. Particularly striking was the unparalleled confidence radiating from Ji Ruxue, as if she held dominion over all in this world. Whether it was an illusion or not, Su Chen perceived a sense of profound history and weariness within her gaze, reminiscent of the ancient vicissitudes he had sensed in Chun Beixian. In an instant, A spark of inspiration ignited in Su Chen's mind. As a traveler of realms, his thoughts were boundless. Could it be that another reincarnator had emerged? Su Chen mused silently, speculating inwardly. While he could not ascertain this directly, he felt he was close to the truth. Such a sense of ancient weariness could only emanate from first-hand experience. Moreover, upon seeing Ji Ruxue, the flower of the great path within his consciousness, symbolizing the past, trembled slightly, revealing signs of movement. Intriguing. Su Chen's gaze flickered as he murmured. If Ji Ruxue were indeed a reincarnator, he would be keenly interested. At that moment, Jiang Qingru smiled and called out to Ji Ruxue, Ruxue, come here. This is your fiancé, my son, Su Chen. And this is Su Qingge, a prodigy of our Su family. You should get to know one another. Tunning to Su Chen. She added, this is Ji Ruxue, the divine maiden of the ancient Ji family, and also your fiancé. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was rendered speechless. Truly, an arranged marriage. At this time, Ji Ruxue regained her composure and approached Jiang Qingru, offering a slight smile as she said, Ruxue greets Aunt Jiang and the divine son. And, however, as her gaze fell upon Su Qingge, her pupils abruptly contracted, her heart trembling with shock. How could this be? The Ice Empress. Ji Ruxue was utterly stunned. The young woman before her was someone she knew all too well. In her previous life, it was this very woman who had ascended to the Emperor realm over several millennia, becoming the first to attain such a status in the Golden Age. Her title, the Ice Empress. This Ice Empress was notoriously ruthless, known for her swift executions. She had once forcefully slain the second heir of the Su family at the conclusion of the path to immortality. Moreover, she herself is enigmatic and discreet. Within the realm of the immortal beings, no one knows from which force she hails or what name she bears. It is only known that an exceedingly mysterious mentor stands behind her. Ji Ruxue had also encountered this Ice Emperor on her path to transcendence. Is the Ice Emperor a member of the ancient Su family? Why did I not meet her in my previous life? Ji Ruxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, filled with confusion. In her past existence, when she visited the Su family, she had not encountered Su Qingge. However, she had heard of Su Qingge, known as one of the top prodigies within the Su family's esteemed ranks, possessing exceptional talent and the rare ice and snow-glazed heart. Yet these matters, though intriguing, are not the most crucial. What truly matters is Chapter 57, Critical Strike Reward, 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Reincarnation Celestial Seed, Ji Ruxue shatters defense once more. The once frigid and emotionless Ice Emperor now stands respectfully behind Su Chen, akin to a devoted follower. This revelation is the source of Ji Ruxue's utmost astonishment. In her memories, the Ice Emperor was devoid of warmth, much like the unparalleled Empress of the Forbidden Era, completely lacking in sentiment. The very notion of standing behind another with such reverence was unfathomable. He has undoubtedly been reborn. If her earlier conjectures were mere speculation, she now firmly concludes it as fact. Without a doubt, Su Chen must have undergone a rebirth. How else could he have tamed the Ice Emperor before his ascension? In his previous life, Su Chen lacked the charisma to sway the Ice Emperor. Everything can only be comprehended through the lens of rebirth. This is the only rationale she can utilize to console herself. Ding! Detecting someone praising the host, triggering critical strike, 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. At this moment, the system's notification echoed within Su Chen's mind. Boom! As the system's words resonated, torrents of profound information surged into Su Chen's consciousness. Su Chen. Stunned by the system's notification, he found himself momentarily speechless. Is this truly possible? His gaze then shifted to Ji Ruxue, softening as he realized that this reborn individual possessed some utility, adept at weaving her own narratives and boasting. This was an unequivocal windfall. He and T even dozed off. Yet the pillow had been presented to him. What had she conjured in her mind to trigger the system and unlock the critical strike reward of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist? Rumbling. At this juncture, a hazy figure materialized within Su Chen's mind. The heavens dimmed. An unparalleled entity loomed between the realms, its eyes reminiscent of the sun and moon, brandishing a fist. Boom! Although the motion of the fist was languid, it emanated an unfathomable might, as if the very fabric of existence would succumb to its force. With a single punch, the heavens shattered, mountains crumbled, seas surged, and the sun and moon dimmed. This was absolute power, capable of dismantling all that exists. 6 terrifying whirlpools of reincarnation emerged, drawing all of creation into the cycle, an exceedingly fearsome sight. Is this the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist? Su Chen's spirit trembled as he murmured in awe. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, a pinnacle martial art, is profoundly enigmatic. It transcends the Emperor's arts, reaching an entirely new realm. Not only can it obliterate all in existence, but it can also ensnare all things in the cycle of reincarnation, its effects remarkably terrifying. Should one cultivate it to perfection, a single punch could plunge all into reincarnation. With the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension, he swiftly grasped the essence of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. However, with his current abilities, he could not fully unleash its profound significance. Buzz! At this moment, a nebulous radiance emanated from within Su Chen. As the hazy light manifested, an intense aura of reincarnation surged forth with tremendous force. Is this the reincarnation celestial seed? Su Chen gazed within himself, somewhat astonished. The reincarnation celestial seed. Such a rare treasure in the celestial realm, forged from an exceedingly pure essence of reincarnation power. Were he to cultivate this as his path, he could ascend to the pinnacle of the reincarnation avenue, mastering the 6 realms of reincarnation that govern the universe. One could assert that if this seed were to appear in the celestial domain, it would undoubtedly attract countless taboo prodigies vying for possession. However, Su Chen, currently traversing the path of becoming a seed himself, found this mere reincarnation celestial seed beneath his notice. He would rather devour it. Boom! With a mere thought, the reincarnation seed transformed into countless streams of pure energy that surged into his dantian. In an instant, a terrifying aura of reincarnation erupted from Su Chen's body, manifesting as divine radiance in black and white, shaking the surroundings in a heartbeat. The next moment, on the divine island where the imperial palace resided, flora and trees burst forth with vibrant life, growing wildly. Yet, it was fleeting. Soon, the exuberance within them dissipated, transforming into boundless death energy. Reduced to dust in mere seconds. The power of reincarnation. In a single thought, he commanded the life and death of all things. To his surprise, upon devouring this reincarnation seed, he had directly grasped the power of reincarnation. Though only in its nascent stage, with diligent contemplation, it might evolve into the reincarnation avenue. Su Chen abruptly opened his eyes, and within their depths, a fleeting flash of black and white divine light betrayed his astonishment. Although his understanding of this reincarnation power was only preliminary, it was already exceedingly formidable, capable of unleashing boundless divine might when combined with the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Among Su Chen's myriad of trump cards, its power ranked only second to the invincible domain. It could be said that he had struck gold. Not only had he acquired the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, but he had also seized the power of reincarnation. How fortunate he felt to have encountered such a benevolent person as Ji Ruxue. As Su Chen reveled in his thoughts, Ji Ruxue's expression shifted dramatically, her pupils contracting as disbelief etched across her face while she stared at Su Chen. Just moments ago, when Su Chen comprehended the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist and the power of reincarnation, though it was merely an instant, Ji Ruxue and the others had witnessed it clearly. The reincarnation celestial seed, the power of reincarnation. How could this be? What manner of being is he in this life? He seemingly did nothing, yet simply standing there, he grasped the power of reincarnation. Though her heart was thoroughly shaken, she maintained an outward calm. She could no longer comprehend Su Chen. He was simply too terrifying. To think he could directly comprehend the power of reincarnation merely by standing there. Who would believe such an outrageous success if it were spread? Even she, reborn as a celestial king, could not compare. But why? Why was Su Chen, who was so unremarkable in his previous life, now so extraordinary in this one? His prowess was almost despairing to her. No, how on earth did he achieve this? In contrast to the emotionally vulnerable Ji Ruxue, Su Chenga and Jiang Qingru exhibited an extraordinary calmness. Even Su Chenga's enigmatic mentor remained composed, as if all that transpired were merely a matter of course. To them, nothing that occurred with Su Chen seemed surprising. Indeed, it would be far more peculiar if extraordinary events did not unfold. Ruxue, little Chen possesses an unparalleled understanding. He has merely had a moment of insight. It should not have startled you, right? Jiang Qingru remarked, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she gazed at Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue fell into a profound silence at these words. A mere moment of insight? How utterly absurd. What virtuous individual can casually attain an enlightenment that condenses the power of reincarnation? And no, Ji Ruxue managed to force a smile, shaking her head slightly, though her heart was spiraling into chaos at that moment. Chapter 58. The Heart of the Great Path of Bodhi. The ancient sacred body undergoes yet another transformation. The yin-yang diagram of life and death. An extraordinary anomaly of the ages. Such a remarkable comprehension. Could it be that he possesses a talent I have yet to perceive? Ji Ruxue gazes blankly at the calm-faced Su Chen, her mind racing with speculation. Among the myriad physiques, which relate to comprehension and can instantaneously grasp the principles of reincarnation, could it possibly be? In the next moment, Ji Ruxue's pupils constrict abruptly, her heart shaken, as she conjectures incredulously. The legendary heart of the great path of Bodhi. The heart of the great path of Bodhi. Among the 3,000 physiques, akin to the innate Tao body, it is inherently aligned with the fundamental essence of the 3,000 great paths, a profoundly unique innate constitution. Indeed, the heart of the great path of Bodhi surpasses even the innate Tao body in its affinity with the great path. Those who possess this heart, if they can awaken it completely, may merge with the 3,000 great paths, wielding the myriad paths of the world and becoming the sovereign of the great path. Su Chen's ability to effortlessly comprehend and solidify the seeds of reincarnation, mastering the power of reincarnation, such insight, is indistinguishable from that of a prodigy endowed with the heart of the great path of Bodhi. Yes, undoubtedly, he must possess the heart of the great path of Bodhi. Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly grasp the power of reincarnation? Yiruxu firmly reassures herself internally. Only this realization could soothe her heart, which felt utterly shattered. The ancient sacred body, breaking free from shackles by nature, the indestructible sword bone, the celestial king's bone, using itself as a seed, coupled with this heart of the great path of Bodhi. Even the favored child of the great path could not compare. Ji Ruxue feels overwhelmed. In every lifetime, she has always navigated her path effortlessly, transcending all. In her previous life, she ascended to the realm of the celestial king, merely a step away from attaining the status of a quasi-imperial celestial. Now, upon her return from rebirth, she encounters such an extraordinary, monstrous figure in Su Chen, one that induces despair, especially since she carries the memories of her past life. It feels as though she, a supreme celestial king who commands all and knows the future, has just embarked on her journey only to encounter an imperial celestial even more formidable than herself. Even with her foresight and dominion over all as a supreme celestial king, in the presence of this imperial celestial, she feels diminutive, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within her. This sensation is exceedingly distressing, particularly for one such as her, a reincarnator. It feels as if the heavens have collapsed. Ji Ruxue, once a celestial king, finds her confidence, rooted in her knowledge of the future and the historical trajectory, vanishing in an instant. Ding! Detection of someone extolling the host has triggered a reward. Heart of the great path of Bodhi. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Su Chen's ears. Su Chen. What? The heart of the great path of Bodhi. The one comparable to the innate Tao body, or even surpassing it. Listening to the system's prompt, Su Chen is bewildered, casting a deep glance at Ji Ruxue. Is it possible that Ji Ruxue is so imaginative, so prone to exaggeration? Have they only just met, exchanged no words, yet she has already begun to wildly embellish? How curious. If only he could spend a few more days with her. With Ji Ruxue's extraordinary ability for imaginative reasoning, Su Chen could scarcely fathom the implications. Wouldn't he soar to celestial heights, directly attaining the status of an emperor? A truly good person indeed. Who says arranged marriages are undesirable? This arrangement is nothing short of magnificent. Initially, he had harbored some resistance towards Ji Ruxue, yet now he felt himself falling head over heels. For someone with such a vivid imagination, Su Chen couldn't help but wish for more like her. At that moment, an extraordinarily unique sensation enveloped Su Chen. His body resembled the Bodhi tree, his heart akin to a pristine mirror. With nothing to bind him, where could dust settle? In an instant, he felt a profound transformation within both his physical form and his primordial spirit. His ancient sacred body began to metamorphose, becoming as clear and transparent as the Bodhi tree, deepening his comprehension of the great Tao. His three reincarnated primordial spirits appeared as pure and flawless as a mirror. Almost all shackles that once confined him dissipated entirely in that moment. With each subtle movement, it seemed as though he harmonized completely with the flow of the great Tao. In that fleeting instant, he ascended to the highest realm of the great Tao, his form akin to the Bodhi tree, his heart like a crystal-clear mirror. Suddenly, the third manifestation of his ancient sacred body, which he had been contemplating, became crystal clear. Boom! A colossal diagram of yin and yang, embodying life and death, soared from behind him, enveloping the heavens and the earth. In an instant, this immense diagram seemed to cleave the sky above the imperial palace in a black and white halves. Swirling with boundless forces of yin and yang and supreme creative power, the third manifestation of the ancient sacred body, the diagram of yin and yang. When Ji Ruxue beheld this scene, her expression faltered, her gaze filled with trepidation as she murmured, again, another moment of enlightenment. And it's the third manifestation of the sacred body, the diagram of yin and yang. She found herself at a loss for words. The Su Chen of this life could not be compared to the one she remembered from her past life. The degree of his monstrous talent in this incarnation surpassed even that of the emperor from the Forbidden Era. Could he truly be a reincarnator? Even if he were truly a reincarnator aware of the future, it seemed impossible for him to be so extraordinarily gifted. Ji Ruxue began to question her previous assumptions. The shock that Su Chen brought her was increasingly outrageous. Even she, a reincarnated being of immense power, found herself in a mental tug-of-war. Truly, the essence of the great Tao is terrifying, capable of granting me such instantaneous enlightenment. With a prodigious talent for understanding paired with the essence of the great Tao, my innate gifts could be deemed an unparalleled anomaly throughout the ages. As Su Chen sensed the myriad transformations coursing through his being, he mused inwardly. This fusion with the essence of the great Tao had elevated his strength in every conceivable way. The mere awakening of the third manifestation of his ancient sacred body had significantly amplified his power. Immediately, he focused his thoughts, and the system panel materialized before him. Host, Su Chen, age, 9 years, physique, fully realized ancient sacred body, indestructible sword bone, celestial king bone, supreme Bodhi heart. Yuan Shun, 3 lives Yuan Shun, current Yuan Shun awakened. Identity, divine son of the ancient Su family, realm, 7th heaven of transformation dragon, talents and abilities, 6 paths reincarnation fist. Great wilderness prison heaven finger, chaotic seed of green lotus, celestial king descending to the 9th heaven. Cultivation techniques, heavenly emperor scripture, true demon undying body. Divine even demon technique. Treasures, spear of the underworld king, sword of the emperor slayer, Tao seed, body is seed, already devoured reincarnation immortal seed. Gazing at the exceedingly luxurious system panel before him, Su Chen felt exhilarated. This wave has propelled him to new heights. The gains are simply immense, especially the insights gained from Ji Ruxue, which have greatly assisted in enhancing Su Chen's strength. Chapter 59. The Three Lives Immortal Scriptures and Ji Ruxue's Contemplations. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Technique. This is the aura of the Great Path Bodhi Heart. He truly possesses the Great Path Bodhi Heart. Ji Ruxue gazed at the figure of Su Chen before her. Her heart stirred with subtle tremors. Although Su Chen appeared unchanged, clad in his black and ethereal garments, exuding an otherworldly aura, she sensed an indescribable transformation within him. In this moment, she perceived Su Chen's corporeal form as remarkably clear, in perfect harmony with the cosmos and the Great Path. This transformation was precisely the gift of the Great Path Bodhi Heart. With the blessing of the Great Path Bodhi Heart, his comprehension was unparalleled. Yet if he could grasp that supreme primordial spirit technique, the present world Tathagata Sutra, could he not, relying solely on the Great Path Bodhi Heart, attain enlightenment of the other two immortal scriptures, the past Amitabha Sutra and the future Rebirth Sutra? If that were possible, then Ji Ruxue's gaze flickered, her imagination ignited. The supreme primordial spirit technique left behind by the Celestial Emperor was known as the Three Lives Immortal Scriptures, divided into three parts. Should he cultivate all of them, he could potentially forge the legendary strongest primordial spirit, the Three Lives Primordial Spirit. Alas, Ji Ruxue only knew the whereabouts of the present world Tathagata Sutra. Yet, even a single scripture was enough to elevate her primordial spirit to its utmost pinnacle. Initially, her plan was to first acquire the true demon indestructible body from the Su family's celestial monument, then retrieve the present world Tathagata Sutra, thus enhancing both her corporeal and primordial forms to their zenith, embarking on the path of embodying the seed. However, after encountering Su Chen, her thoughts underwent a profound transformation. The Great Path Bodhi Heart. If Su Chen could comprehend the present world Tathagata Sutra, he might just attain enlightenment of the other two immortal scriptures, thus obtaining the complete Three Lives Immortal Scriptures. At that time, with the support of the three immortal scriptures, Ji Ruxue would be able to cultivate the fabled strongest primordial spirit, the Three Lives Primordial Spirit. Consequently, her chances of succeeding on the path of embodying the seed would be significantly enhanced. Most crucially, should she successfully cultivate the Three Lives Primordial Spirit, she would be able to utilize the supreme secret technique to deduce the present and future histories, uncovering what changes had befallen this incarnation of Su Chen. Once she acquired the true demon indestructible body from the celestial monument, she would invite him to the secret realm to obtain the present world Tathagata Sutra. Ji Ruxue resolutely decided in her heart to explore that secret realm alongside Su Chen. Coincidentally, she also needed to gain a deeper understanding of this incarnation of Su Chen. Not only Ji Ruxue sensed the presence of the Great Path Bodhi Heart within Su Chen, but even Su Chen's master was astonished. Her tone filled with awe as she exclaimed, "The Great Path Bodhi Heart. I never imagined he possessed the Great Path Bodhi Heart. No wonder his comprehension is so extraordinary. It turns out he is blessed by the Great Path Bodhi Heart." After her reflections, she earnestly advised Su Chinga, "Chinga, if all else fails, do not pursue the 3,000 eyes clear technique. I believe you should concentrate on winning the heart of Su Chen, the Divine Son. He possesses not only the ancient sacred body and the indestructible sword bone, but also the celestial king bone. Furthermore, he has now attained the Bodhi heart of the great Tao. If you were to cultivate alongside him, your physique would awaken instantly. Indeed, your innate talents might even undergo a transformation, evolving into the legendary physique." Su Chinga, upon hearing this, felt a rush of color to her cheeks and, with a mildly reproachful tone, said, "Master, what nonsense are you speaking? The son treats me as a beloved sister. How could I?" However, before she could finish her sentence, her master interrupted, saying, "Listen to me, my dear disciple. I would never harm you. Such an opportunity is rare beyond measure. If your physique were to transform, The future achievements would be limitless. Master, Su Chen, feeling both embarrassed and irritated, interjected, "You taught me that a woman should be self-reliant, not dependent on any power or person. What are you thinking now?" Her enigmatic master, sensing Su Chen's fluster, smiled and replied, "I merely had a sudden whim to test you, to see if your heart for the path is steadfast. As you know, the 3,000 Eyes Clear Sutra is a fragment of the once supreme celestial scripture, the supreme emotionless sutra. When cultivating this sutra, the greatest taboo is to become emotionally attached. I merely wish to see if you were moved. After all, he is truly exceptional." This time, Su Chen fell silent, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Su Chen, glimmering with unspoken thoughts. The son's comprehension is astonishing. It seems he has gained considerably from this encounter. "Congratulations, son," Ji Rushue said with a radiant smile, her demeanor markedly improved compared to before. After all, she needed to rely on Su Chen's Bodhi heart to comprehend the 3 lives celestial scripture. A small realization, compared to the goddess, is hardly noteworthy. Su Chen cast a casual glance at her, noting the distinct change in Ji Rushue's attitude toward him. With the enhancement of the Bodhi heart, he now sees things with greater clarity than before. Jiang Qingru observed the interaction between the two, her eyes sparkling with delight. A smile gracing her face as she said, "Little Chen, take Rushue around and deepen your connection." "All right," Su Chen replied with a gentle nod, not refusing. His current objective was to inspire Ji Rushue's imagination, and he certainly would not let such an opportunity slip by. Jiang Qingru, holding Ji Rushue's hand, earnestly advised, "Rushue, spend some time with little Chen, get to know each other. You both are not young anymore. Strive for an early marriage so that I may hold my grandchildren." Su Chen was left speechless upon hearing this. What? 9 years old? Not young? Due to the ancient sacred body, he merely appeared tall, akin to a 14 or 15-year-old youth. But he was certainly not that age. This was absurd. Moreover, his lack of resistance toward Ji Rushue stemmed solely from his desire to enhance his strength through her imaginative musings. As for love and romance, he had no genuine interest in such matters. Women merely influence the pace at which he takes lives. After enduring the arduous journey through time, he finds little interest in the frivolous romantic pursuits of those mindless characters from female-centric narratives. Is not the path to eternal enlightenment and dominion over the ages far more alluring? However, observing Jiang Qingru's intentions, it seems she wishes for him to bear an excessive burden. Such thoughts are perilous. He must take the time to assist her in re-evaluating them. Jiang's mother has spoken too harshly. Ji Rushue, her cheeks flushed, hastily redirected the conversation towards Su Chen. "I have heard that the ancient Su family possesses a divine monument capable of measuring the physical strength of cultivators beneath the divine concealment realm. Might the divine son grant me the privilege of witnessing it?" In this moment, her map of the Yin kingdom was fully revealed, the truth unveiled. Chapter 60. The Great Emperor of the Path's Destruction. In the heavens, countless false immortals must bow their heads before me, the divine steel that tests the strength of the physical body. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it referring to the celestial steel? He had long since crushed that object with a mere fingertip, leaving not even a trace behind. What was there to see? However, with his profound understanding of the Great Way, he quickly discerned Ji Rushue's intentions. Although the events surrounding the celestial steel in the ancient Su family were not a secret in the realm of immortals, the steel, designed solely for practitioners below the divine abode realm to test their physical strength, had garnered little attention. Yet, as a reincarnated being, Ji Rushue's desire to visit the celestial steel was unmistakably for the opportunity left behind by that emperor within. Indeed, it was the steel that tested physical strength. Ji Rushue's phoenix eyes gleamed as she nodded repeatedly, stating, "Though I possess an innate Tao embryo and a profound comprehension of the Great Way, I have always lacked in physical prowess. Thus, I wish to suppress my cultivation and utilize the celestial steel to ascertain my standing among the younger generation of the immortal realm." Upon saying this, she cast an expectant gaze towards Su Chen. As her words echoed, the expressions of Jiang Qingru and Su Chen turned peculiar. The celestial steel? It had already been crushed by Su Chen's fingertip. The goddess would surely be disappointed. The celestial steel had been obliterated months ago. On the very day the divine son was born, by a mere gesture from him. Su Chen spoke coldly. Boom! As her words settled, Ji Rushue stood frozen in place, her mind reverberating as if struck by a thunderbolt. The celestial steel, shattered? And by Su Chen's fingertip, that was the divine steel left by the emperor. How could it possibly be destroyed by a single touch? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. The most crucial matter was that with the celestial steel obliterated, did it not imply that the supreme techniques within had fallen into Su Chen's hands? At this thought, Ji Rushue felt as though the sky had collapsed. No, we are both reincarnators. Why? Why does Su Chen always manage to stay a step ahead of her? According to her memories, the opportunities left by the emperor within the celestial steel should have been unknown to Su Chen. To be precise, in the entire immortal realm. This secret was likely known only to a select few ancient beings who had survived through countless lifetimes. Even in her past life, she had only heard whispers of the supreme body-refining techniques left by the emperor after ascending to the immortal realm. Could it be that the elderly emperors of the Su family had revealed this to Su Chen? If that were the case, it would indeed make sense. After all, deep within the ancestral tomb of the Su family lay many ancient emperors who had endured for several lifetimes. During her own ascension to immortality, she had sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the Su family tomb. Those formidable presences, even she now, an immortal, felt an overwhelming dread. They are all unique existences on the path to enlightenment, rumored to have once ascended to the immortal realm, particularly the Su family, before the ancient era of immortals, was said to have produced a formidable figure who overshadowed the immortal realm. This individual was a taboo even among the immortals. It was only after Ji Rushue's breakthrough to the Immortal King that she became aware of his past, a terrifying existence who achieved enlightenment through unconventional means. He was revered by the mighty Immortal Kings as the Annihilation Emperor. It is said that on the day he attained the imperial path, the heavenly Tao descended an immortal seal. Had he accepted the seal, he would have bypassed the arduous path of ascension and soared directly into the heavens. Yet he refused, shattering the immortal seal with a single sword and, alone with his blade, ascended to the immortal domain. Ultimately, with his extraordinary prowess, he vanquished several immortal kings, leaving behind the words, "Immortal?" A mere collection of wretches unworthy of the title, their paths severed by ominous fates. Countless false immortals above must bow low in my presence. Subsequently, the emperor of the Su family, influenced by him, chose not to ascend to the immortal realm, with imperial titles closely tied to the heavenly Tao. Whether it was conquering the heavens or besting them, some even emulated that ancestor and ascended to the immortal realm. Ji Rushue adjusted her mindset, took a deep breath, and turned to Su Chen with a smile. Truly, the Son of God is the sacred body of the human race, with unparalleled physical strength capable of crushing the divine monument, which is indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, Su Chen merely smiled lightly, offering no further words. At that moment, Ji Rushue shifted her tone, saying, "I have heard that anyone who leaves their name on the monument is rewarded with such a remarkable feat. What reward did the Son of God receive?" This remark piqued not only Ji Rushue's curiosity, but also that of Su Chen's master. She was aware that within the celestial monument lay supreme techniques left by that divine emperor, comparable to imperial scriptures, yet she did not know the specifics regarding their nature. Upon hearing this, Su Chen secretly scoffed. Here it comes. His suspicions were confirmed. Ji Rushue's map of the Yin kingdom had been fully revealed, and the truth was laid bare. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. It provided an opportunity to showcase his prowess publicly and see if he could provoke Ji Rushue's imagination. Under Ji Rushue's expectant gaze, Su Chen gently shook his head and, with an indifferent expression, stated, "I did not receive any reward from the divine monument." Huh? Ji Rushue was momentarily taken aback, her entire being stunned. No reward? How could this be possible? Within the celestial monument, there clearly existed the supreme body refinement method left by that divine emperor, the true demon's indestructible body. Su Chen shattered the divine monument. So why did he not receive a reward? However, before Ji Ruxue could regain her composure, Su Chen's next words left her once again in shock. However, the heavenly Tao did reward me with 3 immortal elixirs. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his demeanor calm. The heavenly Tao's reward. Immortal elixirs? This completely bewildered Ji Ruxue. To shatter the celestial monument, and yet only receive 3 immortal elixirs? No true demon's indestructible body. Could it be that he was deceiving me? Ji Ruxue's mind stirred, but upon observing Su Chen's tranquil expression, it hardly seemed like he was lying. Could it be that the rumors are false, and there is truly no authentic demonic body of eternal indestructibility? Ji Ruxue murmured to herself. If Su Chen had not deceived her, then it could only mean that the rumors were indeed unfounded. However, Ji Ruxue, being a formidable reincarnated celestial king, possessed an extraordinary temperament, and she swiftly regained her composure. Since the authentic demonic body of eternal indestructibility does not exist, she resolved to promptly acquire the sutra of the present world to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Ji Ruxue firmly decided in her heart, the upheavals of this lifetime have been far too numerous. She must secure the sutra of the present world as soon as possible. Should she delay for even a few more days, she feared she might not even catch a glimpse of it. If only Su Chen were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly be infuriated by the absurdity of the system. To utilize the rewards originally intended for the celestial steel as system rewards. Truly ridiculous. Chapter 61. Exploring the mysterious realm. 3 years of imprisonment? Ji Ruxue gazed at the ethereal and extraordinarily handsome Su Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with desire. She yearned to whisk Su Chen away to the imperial palace left behind by the heavenly emperor to obtain the contemporary sutra of the Tathagata. However, considering that Jiangqing Gru and Su Chinga were still nearby, Ji Ruxue suppressed her excitement and smiled. The Son of Heaven possesses unparalleled talent, receiving the blessings of the heavenly Tao at such a young age and acquiring 3 immortal herbs. Since the celestial monument has already been destroyed by you, there's no need for me to observe it. Instead, let us wander freely within the divine island. Su Chen, with a calm demeanor, nodded lightly in agreement. He then turned to Jiangqing Gru and respectfully said, Mother, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, Jiangqing Gru replied with a warm, maternal smile. Observing the affectionate smile on Jiangqing Gru's face, Su Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This was no jest. Jiangqing Gru genuinely wished for him to take on a heavy responsibility. Chinga, you should also return and focus on refining the opportunities within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. He instructed Su Chinga. With that, Su Chen led Ji Ruxue towards the outer part of the divine island. The divine maiden from the Ji family was indeed extraordinary. Even his master found her somewhat inscrutable. Chinga, you must strive diligently, or else your Son of Heaven may be taken from you. A clear voice echoed in Su Chinga's mind, filled with a tone of reflection. However, as soon as the voice faded, Su Chinga's face flushed red, and she exclaimed, Master, what nonsense are you talking about? I hold only reverence for the Son of Heaven. Nothing more. Her mysterious master responded with a knowing smile. It is best to keep it that way. Su Chinga fell silent, her pale blue eyes following the receding figures of Su Chen and Ji Ruxue. Biting her lip, her expression firm, she silently vowed, Son of Heaven, I will never fail your expectations. In this seclusion, I must break through to the dragon transformation realm, and in the future, I shall always be by your side. With that, she took her leave from Jiangqing Gru and transformed into a streak of light, departing the imperial palace of the Divine Island. Above the void of the Su family's Divine Island, Su Chen and Ji Ruxue walked side by side, resembling a pair of celestial lovers destined by heaven. Wherever they went, countless Su family disciples erupted in fervor, for the aura of the two was simply transcendent. Ji Ruxue appeared as an otherworldly goddess, blooming like a blue lotus, untouched by any worldly dust. As for Su Chen, endowed with unparalleled charm, he resembled a sovereign of the world, transcending the laws of heaven and earth. If the divine maiden has any requests of me, please speak freely. There is no need for hesitation, Su Chen said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a casual glance at Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue was undoubtedly seeking to divert Jiang Qingru and Su Qingge for a reason, prompting Su Chen to take the initiative to lay his cards on the table. If what Ji Ruxue sought were advantageous to him, Su Chen would not hesitate to lend her a hand, while also hoping to trigger some imaginative insights and obtain system rewards. However, if there were no benefits, he would be disinclined to accompany her on aimless wanderings. For cultivation was the true path. Ji Ruxue. This is rather too blunt, isn't it? Although she genuinely had matters to request of Su Chen, his straightforwardness left her somewhat displeased. After all, in her previous life, she was a veritable celestial king. To express such sentiments so openly, did she have no pride? Yet, Su Chen possessed a profound heart of enlightenment, and if she wished to acquire the complete 3 lives celestial scripture, she would need to rely on him. Thus, Ji Ruxue suppressed her discontent, parted her crimson lips, and said, "Truly worthy of being a divine son, you have discerned Ruxue's thoughts at a glance. Indeed, I have a request of you. Pray, speak." Su Chen replied with an indifferent expression. "I once encountered a secret realm containing unparalleled opportunities. Yet my strength is insufficient to seize them. Therefore, I wish to invite the divine son to explore this secret realm with me." Ji Ruxue's gaze was fervent as she fixed her eyes upon Su Chen, her tone earnest. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Just the 2 of us? HM?" This question left Ji Ruxue momentarily speechless. Wasn't the focus supposed to be the supreme opportunities within that secret realm? Although unsure of Su Chen's intent behind the question, she answered honestly, "That is correct." Upon receiving her response, Su Chen found himself in a state of hesitation. Fianqi, the 2 of them in the same secret realm. What if Ji Ruxue were to propose a 3-year pact? No, what about the 3-year confinement? This seemed rather precarious. Although this was not an abstract past life, should rumors arise, it would tarnish his reputation as the divine son of the Su family. Seeing Su Chen's indecision, Ji Ruxue bit her silver teeth and said earnestly, "Divine son, to my knowledge, this secret realm is highly likely connected to the supreme heavenly emperor of the celestial ancient era. If you're willing to accompany me, the opportunities within shall be shared equally between us." HM. Su Chen's pupils brightened slightly at her words as he gazed at Ji Ruxue, saying, "Is the goddess's statement sincere? If this secret realm were associated with an ordinary emperor or a quasi-emperor, he would likely lack any interest. After all, the ancient Su family had no shortage of emperor-level powerhouses, especially since he had entered the ancestral tomb of the Su family. He understood just how terrifying the true foundation of the ancient Su family was. However, should it be a legacy of that heavenly emperor, Su Chen would indeed be intrigued. After all, the path he walked was strikingly similar to that of the heavenly emperor. If he could integrate the teachings of that heavenly emperor, his combat prowess would witness a significant enhancement. Absolutely, Yeruxu affirmed earnestly. Were it not for her desire for the complete 3 lives celestial scripture, she would never have divulged such a secret to Su Chen, as doing so would only heighten the risk of exposing her as a reborn individual. Su Chen gazed deeply at Ji Ruxue, lost in thought as he pondered, "What could the divine maiden possibly see in me? Because you are an extraordinary being of this era, beyond my control. Moreover, you possess the heart of enlightenment, which can aid me in acquiring the complete version of the 3 realms' immortal scripture." 2 fleeting thoughts crossed Ji Ruxue's mind, yet she refrained from voicing them. Instead, she smiled gently at Su Chen and replied, "Because I have faith in the Son of Heaven." Su Chen cast a casual glance at Ji Ruxue, and with a wave of his hand, a golden chariot appeared suspended in the void. With a single step, he ascended to the pinnacle of the radiant vehicle. Speaking in a calm tone, "Then lead the way." He felt an eager anticipation to enter that mysterious realm. As for the earlier concerns about slander and its impact on his reputation, should Ji Rushua dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to eliminate her adversaries without a second thought. Chapter 62. The Exclusive Opportunity? Then let it disappear from the 3,000 states. The Divine Sun. Ji Rushua gazed in a daze at the golden chariot, captivated by the otherworldly figure that resembled an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Her expression was complex as she spoke. Are you not afraid that great dangers lurk within that secret realm? Are you not concerned that I might seize the opportunity for myself? For some reason, upon witnessing Su Chen's unwavering determination to accompany her to that secret realm, Ji Rushua felt compelled to voice these two questions. Great dangers? However, upon hearing her words, Su Chen displayed a disdainful expression, brimming with confidence as he replied, in these 3,000 states, nothing can threaten this divine sun. As for monopolizing the opportunity, at this point, Su Chen paused, slightly lowering his gaze. His eyes indifferent as they met Ji Rushua's. You may certainly attempt it. If you dare entertain such thoughts, I shall not hesitate to ensure that the ancient Ji family and a certain innate Dao fetus vanish entirely from the 3,000 states. Upon the golden chariot, Su Chen's dark, ornate attire billowed, and his gaze was as frigid as the depths of winter, devoid of any emotion as he regarded Ji Rushua. Boom! As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth from within him, enveloping Ji Rushua in an instant. The icy tone of his voice struck like a thunderclap, solidifying the curious expression on Ji Rushua's face into one of dread. Murderous intent. She sensed an unparalleled killing intent emanating from Su Chen. He truly intended to kill her. In that moment, Ji Rushua felt as though she were plunging into an icy abyss. Although she was a reborn celestial sovereign, the changes in this life had been too numerous, particularly with someone as extraordinary as Su Chen present. If Su Chen truly desired her death, the mere thought sent a chill coursing through Ji Rushua's body. Despite both being reincarnated individuals, in her eyes, Su Chen had reincarnated long before her. Moreover, he had acquired numerous opportunities and exceptional talents. Thus, even she among her peers lacked absolute confidence in a confrontation. Ji Rushua gazed at the figure that resembled a heavenly emperor, her expression grave. Neither in her past life, nor in this one, had she ever felt such profound fear emanating from a single individual. But this time, she sensed genuine terror from Su Chen. As if noticing the fear etched upon Ji Rushua's face, a faint smirk curled at the corners of Su Chen's lips. What of being a reborn individual? When faced with the specter of death, do they not exhibit expressions of horror? Yet, to be honest, had it not been necessary, Su Chen would have preferred not to kill Ji Rushua. This was not due to being entranced by her beauty, but rather, the potential value she held as a character was far greater than that of her demise. Now, I present you with two choices. First, lead me to that secret realm, and as you suggested, let us share the opportunity. Second, you may choose to confront me directly or seek another. If you dare to act against this divine sun within the secret realm, then there is no need for you to guide me, for I shall kill you and extract the knowledge to find my way there myself. Su Chen laid out two choices before Ji Rushua. As Ji Rushua laid bare the truth, it became imperative to clarify matters. His intention was not merely to have Ji Rushua guide him to her demise, followed by the extraction of her soul. It was simply that he preferred to forego the intricacies of imagination and the accompanying system rewards. Yiruxu, taken aback by his unwavering decisiveness, found herself momentarily speechless. Was he truly so resolute? No pretense at all? In her current state, she began to regret her earlier decisions. Had she known of Su Chen's bloodthirsty nature, even with her enlightened heart, she would never have extended an invitation. If wielded wisely, there was indeed a possibility of acquiring the complete version of the 3 lifetimes immortal scripture. However, a misstep could lead to her demise. Ji Rushua had no desire to meet her end at the hands of her fiancé so soon after her rebirth. Rushua was merely jesting. The Son of God should not take it to heart. Let us set forth, she said, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she offered a faint smile. With that, she gracefully stepped into the air, swiftly arriving beside Su Chen. Whoosh! Following closely, the obsidian jade Qilin, pulling a golden chariot, transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the outskirts of the Su family's divine island. Rumbling, the chariot thundered through the void, resounding with a magnificent echo, as its brilliant golden radiance illuminated the heavens and earth. In a flash, it vanished beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, billions of miles away in the imperial state, within a dark and frigid grand hall, a stark white skeletal throne housed a young man with raven hair, seated with an air of ominous majesty. His deep, obsidian eyes exuded an aura of sheer terror, surrounded by swirling dark magic and a bloodthirsty essence ascending to the heavens. His glossy black hair cascaded over his shoulders, behind which unfolded a dreadful spectacle of divine and demonic carnage, threatening the very fabric of existence. Just a glance was enough to instill profound fear. Merely sitting upon the skeletal throne, he emanated an aura that demanded subservience. Before him lay a mountain of bones, with pools of coagulated blood forming seas around them. Flanking the throne were two elderly figures clad in black robes, exuding an overwhelming presence of sanctity and dread. Buzz! A surge of black mist billowed forth. Soon, a young man in a black robe appeared within the hall, kneeling respectfully on the ground. He gazed at the figure upon the throne and, with a subtle bow, announced, "My lord, Jirushua has made her appearance." Boom! The moment those words were uttered, the entire hall trembled violently. The fearsome presence seated upon the skeletal throne lifted his gaze, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. "Lead the way. I shall personally capture her." "My lord, that may be somewhat unwise. Jirushua is currently with the renowned son of God from the Su family. If we attempt to seize her, it could lead to—" Bang! Before the black-robed youth could finish his sentence, the young man swiftly extended his hand. In an instant, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, swallowing the room in a tide of malevolent magic. In an instant, the youth clad in black was reduced to mere flesh and blood, leaving only his soul to linger. I, Blood Soulsy, am destined to be the foremost among the younger generation of this celestial realm. How could I possibly fear a mere scion of the Su family? Perfectly. Let this scion of the Su family and the divine maiden of the Ji family herald the illustrious reputation of my ancient royal lineage, Blood Soulsy. Having spoken, he inhaled deeply. In that moment, the soul of the black-robed youth was completely absorbed by him. After consuming the soul, Blood Soulsy reclined lazily upon his throne, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. His eyes sparkled as he murmured, how intriguing, truly fascinating, with the ancient sacred body and the innate Tao embryo now at my disposal. It seems that even the heavens wish for the evolution of my Blood Soulsy's bloodthirsty soul body, rendering me invincible in this world. Ascending to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, it appears that the destiny of this lifetime rests upon my shoulders. Blood Soulsy chuckled, as everything seemed to lie well within his grasp. Chapter 63. The Arrogant Blood Soul Daily Intelligence System. Blood Fiend's Soul Body. This is a unique constitution that transcends the 3,000 physiques. It is cultivated through killing and nourished by blood souls. When fully developed, one can command an endless sea of blood with a mere thought, transforming into myriad forms, achieving eternal immortality. However, this constitution bears a significant flaw. Each evolution necessitates the consumption of a remarkably powerful innate talent, at least one that ranks within the top 1,500 of the 3,000 physiques. The complete and ancient holy body and the innate Tao fetus. If I could devour them all, my blood fiend soul body would undergo a transformation into an invincible divine body, requiring no further physiques to consume before reaching the imperial realm. Truly, heaven assists me. I ask, who in this lifetime can thwart my rise? The blood soul reclined on the throne of bones, his demeanor frenzied, his eyes glimmering. As his words fell, he slightly turned his gaze towards the two elder figures in black robes beside the throne, sneering. Elder Xianming, let us go meet the renowned Su family's divine son, whose reputation resonates throughout the immortal domain, and see for ourselves his true capabilities. With that declaration, a thunderous rumble echoed. The blood's soul slowly rose, and the countless bones before him shattered with a resounding crash, while the terrifying phenomena behind him trembled. In an instant, an astonishing intent to kill surged forth. Indeed, the two black-robed elders responded respectfully. In the next moment, the three figures flickered and vanished from the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, in Lijiao, at the Taishan sect, within a thatched cottage, a young man clad in gray robes, tall and handsome, lay upon a bed. Before him, there existed a virtual panel visible only to him. Host, Jiang Yuan, age, 20, identity, outer sect disciple of Taishan sect, cultivation, 9th level of the cave heaven realm, technique, Taishan sacred scripture, divine ability, sacred rel pressure, Kuanpeng divine ability, incomplete, stellar sword technique, treasure, teleportation talisman, Taishan sacred sword, daily intelligence simulation, once. The greatest opportunity of the Taishan sect has already been utilized by me in advance through the system's simulation. Now, upon whom shall today's intelligence simulation be cast? Jiang Yuan gazed at the virtual panel, lost in contemplation. Indeed, Jiang Yuan is not a native of this world. He's a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was a diligent worker, laboring late into the night, until a fortuitous incident on a national highway led him to this realm, successfully seizing this body. As a transmigrator, a system was naturally essential. He began with a system called daily intelligence, which, as the name suggests, provides him with an opportunity for intelligent simulation once a day, allowing him to glean insights into another's forthcoming opportunities and various information. It was through this system that he feverishly acquired information and snatched opportunities, soaring from a mere ant in the blood transformation realm to a frenzied breakthrough into the 9th level of the cave heaven realm within just a month of his arrival. Regrettably, the Taishan sect in Lijiao can only be regarded as a minor sect, despite its illustrious ancestry, which once bore a formidable sage-level expert. This sage's legacy has been successfully inherited, and having acquired such a substantial opportunity, he now finds himself at a loss as to whom to apply this daily refreshed intelligence simulation. Suddenly, a spark ignites within Jiang Yuan's mind. He has heard tales of the ancient Su family's divine scion, whose fortune is said to be extraordinary, monopolizing all the opportunities within the Demon Emperor's secret realm. Surely, I can invest my simulation chance in him. The potential of such a fated individual must be astonishing. If I could seize this chance ahead of time, I would undoubtedly ascend in this life and suppress countless prodigies. This is it. I, Jiang Yuan, am poised to soar. At this juncture, Jiang Yuan's excitement is palpable. His heart races uncontrollably. His vision has been too narrow. Previously, he squandered his daily simulation opportunities on lesser prodigies, gaining only trivial fortunes. Had he thought of this sooner, utilizing the intelligence simulations on the divine scions of ancient families, the foremost disciples of prestigious lineages and holy sons, he might have already achieved remarkable heights. The thought of this fills Jiang Yuan with regret. Such a waste. Although the Su family scion possesses unmatched talent and formidable combat prowess, with the system support, I can seize opportunities before him. As long as I act swiftly, I should not encounter significant obstacles, even if I were to cross paths with the Su family scion. Fortified by the sage's pressure and the opportunities one previously acquired through the system, I am equipped with a teleportation talisman, ensuring my escape from dire straits. Jiang Yuan straightens his posture, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he whispers increasingly animatedly. Let us take a chance. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. System, initiate simulation. Buzz. As Jiang Yuan's words resonate, a mechanical prompt echoes within his mind. Please select a simulation target. Anshin su familiation, Su Chen. With that, the virtual panel before him begins to pulse. Simulating. Simulation complete. Recent opportunities for the ancient Su family scion Su Chen, invited by the ancient Ji family's divine maiden to the Tian Emperor's secret realm, located outside Tianlong City in Lijiao. The opportunities within include the Tian Emperor's throne, the Sutra of the present Buddha, and 5 sage-level puppets. There remains half a day's journey until their arrival at Tianlong City. The host may proceed to intercept the opportunities. In the next moment, the virtual panel before Jiang Yuan begins to blur, and the information dissipates entirely. Jiang Yuan. Staring at this scene, he is utterly stunned. Lijiao, Tianlong City? Isn't that the city beyond the Taishan sect? No. Is there truly a hidden realm left by the Tian Emperor in that place? I have never heard of it. Yet, what excites him most are the opportunities within this Tian Emperor's secret realm. The Tian Emperor's throne. The Sutra of the present Buddha. 5 sage-level puppets. Each of these treasures alone is enough to send shockwaves throughout the entire celestial domain, especially the Tian Emperor's throne. Although he has only traversed through time for less than a month, the legend of the Supreme Emperor of the ancient celestial era resonates with an overwhelming intensity. The throne he left behind. Even the mightiest of emperors would likely be driven to madness in their pursuit, tearing through the celestial domain and igniting an immortal war, bathing countless lives in blood. It is crucial to understand that this is the throne of the emperor, for it is the supreme symbol of the heavenly court, the pinnacle power of the ancient celestial era, an unparalleled entity that governs the fate of the entire celestial domain. It is not merely an imperial weapon, but rather a true celestial artifact, as the legends proclaim. Chapter 64. Apart from the threefold snow upon your majesty, who in the world can don the white garments? In the era of the celestial antiquity, the revered celestial emperor established the heavenly court, unifying the central celestial domain, thereby demonstrating the profound heritage of his reign. The throne of the celestial emperor during this ancient epoch was emblematic of the ruler of the heavenly court. Anyone who could ascend to this exalted seat would become the new celestial emperor, commanding endless star realms, mastering myriad temporal dimensions, and emerging as the co-sovereign of this central celestial domain. And now, the throne of the celestial emperor has manifested. If he, Jiang Yuan, could seize it and ascend to the imperial seat, would that not signify his ascension as the celestial emperor of this age, to govern infinite star realms, to command countless timelines, and to become the co-sovereign of the central celestial domain? Merely contemplating this sent Jiang Yuan's breath racing, filled with overwhelming excitement. The ruler of the heavenly court. This opportunity is truly a windfall. Jiang Yuan's smile could scarcely contain itself. Initially, he approached this opportunity with a mindset of experimentation, eager to glimpse the fortunes of the divine son of the ancient Su family. Yet who could have anticipated that this very endeavor would unveil the fabled throne of the celestial emperor? This chance must not be squandered. With the throne in his grasp, Jiang Yuan would soar to unprecedented heights, becoming the co-sovereign of this era. Most importantly, this opportunity resides in the vicinity of the Taishan sect. Truly, heaven is aiding me, divine son of the Su family. It appears that fate itself desires the throne of the celestial emperor to belong to Jiang Yuan. Thus, I shall reluctantly accept it. Jiang Yuan's gaze shimmered, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. He could almost envision himself successfully obtaining the throne of the celestial emperor, leaping forth to become the co-sovereign of the central celestial domain, commanding the fates of countless beings. As his thoughts concluded, he could hardly contain his eagerness to soar towards the direction of Tianlong City. However, at that moment, a series of crisp notification sounds echoed in his ears. Beep. Host, please be advised. An error has occurred in the information simulation. A great crisis has been detected. Please proceed with caution. Beep. Host, please be advised. An error has occurred in the information simulation. A great crisis has been detected. Please proceed with caution. Jiang Yuan. Just as he was prepared to embark on his quest for fortune, Jiang Yuan found himself frozen in place. What was happening? Is the system malfunctioning? An error in the information simulation? What ist? Since his arrival in this realm, for an entire month, the system's information simulations had never faltered. In his eyes, the system was an entity that could dominate this realm's celestial laws. It was utterly incapable of error. But why has it suddenly gone awry? Booming. Before he could comprehend the situation, a thunderous roar resonated above the Taishan sect. In the next moment, a dark jade qilin, pulling a golden chariot, thundered through the void. A young man stood tall, hands clasped behind him atop the chariot, clad in flowing white garments, resembling the celestial emperor who presides over all creation. Behind him, a graceful figure clad in purple stood, her hair cascading like a waterfall, skin as luminous as freshly fallen snow, with a delicate countenance and an extraordinary presence. The mere sight of the two was enough to evoke a tremor in the heavens, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. A subtle, yet formidable pressure emanated from her, shaking the Taishan sect to its core. From the sect leader to the disciples, everyone looked up in awe towards the sky. A black jade qilin and a golden carriage. What an awe-inspiring mode of arrival. Is this the renowned divine scion of the Su family? Who else, apart from the one adorned in 3 layers of snow, could don white garments? This aura unmistakably belonged to the Su family's divine scion. Oh my! The divine scion of the Su family has graced our Lijiao. I never imagined that one day I would witness the true visage of the Su family's divine scion. What celestial beauty is this? I am utterly captivated. As the golden carriage made its entrance, the Taishan sect erupted in a frenzy, especially those female disciples, each gazing at the figure in white atop the carriage, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Even the male cultivators were entranced by Su Chen's ethereal demeanor and striking looks. Who? The Su family's divine scion? Jiang Yuan, who had just stepped out of his thatched cottage, furrowed his brow at the sounds of astonishment echoing from the Taishan sect. This is not following the script. According to the system, the Su family's divine scion was not supposed to arrive for another half-day. So who is this in the sky? Could someone be impersonating the Su family's divine scion? Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. He would rather believe in an impersonator than entertain the thought that his system had malfunctioned. With that thought, Jiang Yuan lifted his gaze to the golden carriage above. Soon, a youth clad in white, as pure as snow, came into view. However, in the next instant, boom, a dazzling surge of golden vitality erupted from the young man, soaring skyward with a force that reverberated through the heavens. Bathed in the golden radiance, the youth appeared as a blazing sun suspended in the firmament. Ah! Jiang Yuan let out a piercing scream, blood tears streaming from his eyes. This, the vitality surging towards the skies, shaking the very fabric of the world. This is the legendary archaic sacred body. It truly is the Su family's divine scion. Covering his eyes, Jiang Yuan was overwhelmed with astonishment. It was said that the Su family's divine scion possessed a naturally born sacred body of humanity. His vitality illuminating the heavens and conjuring countless celestial phenomena. Anything could be faked, but the vitality unique to the archaic sacred body could not be replicated. It is indeed the Su family's divine scion. Now, it was Jiang Yuan who found himself at a loss. He had intended to seize the opportunity for himself before Su Chen arrived, but the other party had left him no chance. He had shattered the system's predicted timeline and arrived ahead of schedule. This was what terrified Jiang Yuan the most. It must be noted that since his crossing, the system had never erred. No matter whose information it predicted, the time given was always precise, down to the very second. Yet today, the system had faltered regarding the Su family's divine scion. Upon recalling the warning issued by the system moments ago, Jiang Yuan was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. Could the imminent crisis the system spoke of possibly pertain to the divine son of the Su family? Just then, the system's notification chimed in Jiang Yuan's ears. Ding. Detection indicates that the individual involved in this intelligence simulation exceeds the system's service range. A task is hereby issued. Please eliminate the ancient Su family's divine son. Successfully slaying the ancient Su family's divine son will yield rewards. 3 daily intelligence simulation attempts. 1 piece of imperial weaponry, a fragmentary version of the imperial scripture, supreme bone, and supreme pressure. Does the host wish to accept this task? Jiang Yuan. Chapter 65. Su Chen. There can only be one protagonist, so be cautious in your next life. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Jiang Yuan stood in stunned silence. The reward from the system were extraordinarily bountiful. Daily simulation attempts, quasi-imperial weapons, and incomplete imperial scriptures. Not to mention the supreme bone and supreme pressure. It is essential to understand that increasing the daily simulation attempts is a formidable challenge. As for the quasi-imperial weapons and incomplete scriptures, either of these items could incite fierce battles among various factions in Lijiao. And then there are the supreme bone and supreme pressure. These two rewards are even more astonishing. The supreme bone is a pinnacle talent, ranking within the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques. For those who are not born with it, the chances of ever obtaining it in this lifetime are virtually non-existent. And now, all he had to do was slay the divine son of the ancient Su family to acquire it. Jiang Yuan's eyes turned red with excitement, drool pooling at his feet. I always knew that my crossing into this realm, armed with a system, would inevitably lead me to dominate everything. It is the destiny of the protagonist as decreed by the heavens. Such extraordinary system rewards may have come late, but they have indeed arrived. Jiang Yuan could already envision the scene of him slaying Su Chen, gaining renown throughout the immortal domain, wielding quasi-imperial weapons, possessing the supreme bone, and vanquishing countless outstanding talents. Although the rewards were immensely generous, the divine son of the Su family possessed the ancient sacred body, making him invincible among his peers. His cultivation had already surpassed the divine concealment realm. It was said that even the taboo prodigy Ming Tian had fallen at his hands. How could a mere earthly realm cultivator like me hope to defeat him? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Despite the generous rewards from the system, he was not foolish enough to let them cloud his judgment and recklessly challenge the Su family's divine son. That would be akin to courting death. Ding. Host detected to be in a predicament, triggering system loan. Does the host choose to accept the system loan to ascend directly to the 9th layer of the Dragon Transformation realm? As this is the host's first triggering of the system loan, there will be an interest-free period of 30 days, with daily interest equivalent to half a day's cultivation. Any cultivation gained through the system will enable the host to become invincible among peers. Jiang Yuan, a system loan? What a remarkable concept. In my previous life, while toiling away as a 996 worker, I struggled tirelessly for car loans and mortgages. Now, having traversed into another realm, I am faced with a system loan, am I? It seems I cannot escape the fate of being a beast of burden no matter where I go. However, upon further reflection, the system would not lead him astray, and given the immense rewards of this task, it was entirely worth it to take out a loan. If memory serves, Su Chen was merely a cultivator of the divine concealment realm at best. If he could utilize the system loan to elevate himself directly to the 9th layer of the Dragon Transformation realm, slaying a divine son of the Su family would be as effortless as a breeze. Once he eliminated the divine son of the Su family, he would not only secure the system rewards, but also seize his opportunities. Most importantly, this cultivation would be his own. Although he could not rely on the system afterward and would need to invest time to cultivate further, it was undeniably a lucrative endeavor. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and took the plunge into the loan. With the sound of his words, a torrent surged into his body from nowhere. In an instant, he ascended from the realm of Dantian to the 9th layer of the Transformation Dragon realm. This transformation transpired in mere seconds, without a hint of disturbance. And he was already at the 9th layer of the Transformation Dragon realm. Astonishing. Truly, he is the brother of the ruler. Jiang Yuan felt the terrifying spiritual power coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. At that moment, he felt as if he were floating, invigorated, believing he could obliterate Su Chen with a single punch. Now, if he could eliminate this prodigal son of the Su family, Jiang Yuan would soar to new heights, becoming the protagonist of this world. He slightly raised his head, gazing at Su Chen in the heavens, his confidence reaching its zenith. Meanwhile, above the Taishan sect, Su Chen stood in white robes, hands clasped behind him atop a golden chariot, resembling a celestial being, gazing serenely into the void. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected another system owner spying on the host. Would the host like to view the information? Another system owner? Upon hearing the notification, Su Chen's expression momentarily faltered, his brows knitting together. Wait, there are others with systems? And this person is currently nearby? Intriguing. Su Chen quickly regained his composure, a playful smile gracing his lips. In such a golden age, where prodigies arise and heroes emerge, the presence of another compatriot, a fellow system owner, seems rather reasonable. However, it is regrettable. Only one protagonist is needed, so he must kindly advise the other to be more cautious in their next life. Moreover, despite both being system owners, it appeared from the notification that his system's code superseded that of the other. The advantage lies with him. Thus, Su Chen remained unfazed. View. As Su Chen uttered the command, a virtual panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Yuan. Identity, outer disciple of the Taishan sect, owner of the daily intelligence system, destined protagonist of Lijiao. Status, exceedingly inflated. Desires to slay the host, seeks fame in the celestial domain, aims to seize opportunities, and embark on the path of the dragon protagonist. Note, should the host successfully slay the opponent, the host may acquire the abilities of the opponent's system, enabling the free exploration of others' recent fortunes. Oh, Su Chen regarded the information on the virtual panel, his brows slightly raised, his eyes gleaming with interest. Acquiring the abilities of the opponent's system, allowing for the exploration of the fortunes of every fated child. This is a remarkable asset. Wouldn't this enable him to scrutinize the fortunes of those destined for greatness and relentlessly seize their opportunities? With this thought, Su Chen brought the golden chariot to a halt. Divine Son, what is the meaning of this? Ji Ruxue inquired, puzzled by Su Chen's sudden stop. As they approached the secret realm, poised to acquire the present-day Sutra of the Tathagata, and even the legendary complete version of the Three Lives Immortal Scriptures, Su Chen suddenly halted. Was he having second thoughts? Contemplating this, Ji Ruxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she inquired, "Does the Divine Son harbor any other concerns?" Upon hearing her words, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and gently shook his head, preparing to respond. However, at that very moment, a placid voice resonated from within the Taishan sect below. Chapter 66. Do you dare challenge this Divine Son? Upon hearing the rumors of the unparalleled talent and extraordinary combat prowess of the Su family's Divine Son, a calm voice resonated from within the Taishan sect. This utterance, though tranquil, echoed like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. Instantly, it captured the attention of all present. As the words fell, a radiant golden light surged towards the sky. A young man appeared, traversing the air with grace, clad in a gray robe, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. His striking brows and piercing eyes radiated an aura of immense confidence. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Yuan. Is this the fellow from my hometown, the owner of the intel system? Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Yuan. In the next moment, he shook his head slightly, disappointment washing over his features as he silently lamented how a system bearer and transmigrator could be so utterly mediocre. He had expected Jiang Yuan, as a transmigrator, to wield his system with remarkable prowess. At the very least, he should have reached the Nirvana realm or be comparable to the elite like the golden-winged Peng King. To his dismay, Jiang Yuan's qualifications were appallingly deficient. Although his cultivation surpassed that of the golden-winged Peng King and Yi Chun, his internal spiritual energy was chaotic and superficial. No wonder he remained in this insignificant Taishan sect. With such a lackluster individual, he could effortlessly surpass thousands. Su Chen pondered in disbelief at Jiang Yuan's audacity to issue a challenge. This fellow was truly tarnishing the reputation of transmigrators. At that moment, Ji Ruxue stood dumbfounded beside him. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the approaching Jiang Yuan, and in an instant, her expression shifted to one of incredulity. She had initially thought the newcomer might be a renowned elite from her past life. However, she was taken aback to discover he was merely a pitiful wretch. With just a single glance, she discerned Jiang Yuan's true nature. He lacked any exceptional physique or talent, and even his cultivation technique was nothing more than a mundane saint-level method. Most critically, His ninth level of the Transformation Dragon realm was not even self-cultivated. It appeared to be forcibly augmented by external means. Ji Rushu amused. How audacious of you, a worthless individual, to challenge the divine son of the Su family, who possesses a perfected ancient sacred body, indestructible sword bones, celestial king bones, and the heart of the great path. Jiang Yuan, feeling Ji Rushu's gaze upon him, instinctively puffed out his chest, his face brimming with confidence. Indeed, the infatuated maiden was easily swayed by such displays. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ji Rushue regarded him as if he were a fool, her slight smirk replete with derision. The onlookers of the Taishan sect exchanged peculiar glances at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan? Isn't he the most incompetent disciple from the outer sect? How dare he fantasize about challenging the divine son of the Su family? Has he lost his mind? The scion of the Su family. He is undoubtedly the foremost figure among the younger generation in the realm of immortals. Even the forbidden prodigies cannot rival him. And yet, this mere wastrel from Jiang Yuan dares to issue a challenge? It is utterly laughable. Who bestowed upon him such audacity? But wait, isn't this wastrel merely at the blood transformation stage? How has he suddenly ascended to the dragon transformation realm? Could it be that he has been concealing his true capabilities? Might Jiang Yuan truly be a genius? Yet, what does it matter if he is at the dragon transformation stage? Does he possess the qualification to challenge the scion of the Su family? Within the Taishan sect, a chorus of derision erupted. Everyone gazed at Jiang Yuan as if he were a fool, their eyes brimming with scorn. The scion of the Su family, a naturally gifted sacred body, his manifestations resonating across 3,000 states, personally instructed by an emperor. Upon his emergence, he vanquished numerous prodigies, including the forbidden ones. Yet now, a mere waste from an ordinary sect dares to publicly challenge the might of the Su family scion. What a farce. Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? The might of the Su family's scion is not something a mere wastrel like you can provoke. You had best retreat at once. The master of the Taishan sect glared at Jiang Yuan hovering above, his face ashen, veins bulging, and bellowed with fury. The ancient Su family. They are the true pinnacle of power in the central realm of immortals, with profound heritage and legendary emperor-level beings at their helm. For countless ages, they have witnessed the rise and fall of various forces, remaining unyielding amidst the relentless passage of time. Only the ancient Su family stands resolute. The might of the Su family's scion is not something our Taishan sect can dare to provoke. This is an utter peril for us. If we incite the wrath of the Su family's scion, I fear our Taishan sect will be completely expunged from the central realm of immortals today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan let out a cold laugh and said, Old Deng, what do you know? I, Jiang Yuan, am the true man of destiny. My ability to challenge him is a favor to him. I advise you to apologize at once, or when I, Jiang Yuan, become renowned across 3,000 states. I shall be the first to settle accounts with you. You. Jiang Yuan's words infuriated the master of the Taishan sect to the brink of apoplexy. His face darkened, teeth clenched in fury. If you seek death, do not implicate our Taishan sect. I declare that from this day forth, Jiang Yuan is completely expelled from the Taishan sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and retorted, Very well, this is your challenge. Once I, Jiang Yuan, triumph over the scion of the Su family and make my name known across 3,000 states, do not regret your words. With that, he turned to face Su Chen and declared coldly, Scion of the Su family, come forth in battle. Boom! As his words fell, the aura of the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm surged forth like a tempest. In that instant, it felt as if heaven and earth had frozen in time. Jiang Yuan took immediate action, determined to prove himself as the true protagonist of destiny in this world, whether it be the scion of the Su family or the esteemed disciples of top sects. They would merely serve as his backdrop. He aspired to be the strongest individual of destiny in this realm. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Yuan raised his hand and unleashed a punch towards Su Chen, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. The radiance of the fist surged towards the heavens, with a murderous intent that swept forth like a tidal wave. The formidable power of the ninth heaven of the dragon transformation realm was fully unleashed. Dare you challenge this divine progeny? Su Chen, feeling the weight of this lethal aura locking onto him, displayed an expression of indifference, his gaze brimming with disdain. In the next moment, he raised his hand and gently pointed. Chapter 67. Where is the promised invincibility among equals? Boom. The moment Su Chen made his move, his aura was starkly different from Jiang Yuan's. Though he merely pointed lightly, the power that erupted was astonishing, surpassing Jiang Yuan's by several hundred times. As he pointed, the golden divine might of the ancient sacred body erupted instantly, unleashing a divine strength akin to a tidal wave of myriad laws. The members of the Tai Xian sect below, unable to fully experience the might of this finger strike, could nonetheless perceive the overwhelming terror of the ancient family's divine son. The foremost figure of the younger generation in the celestial realm, from the mere fluctuations. How formidable! Is this the strength of the leading figure of the younger generation in the celestial realm? Just the ripple of divine might leaves me breathless. Truly, the divine son of the ancient family. In this golden era, who could possibly stand in the way of the Su family's divine son? Such terror! Jiang Yuan, in his reckless audacity, dared to challenge the Su family's divine son, seeking fame in the celestial realm. What a foolish endeavor. Not necessarily, though. While the Su family's divine son is indeed powerful, I sense that Jiang Yuan is not weak either. Perhaps he truly possesses the strength to contend with the Su family's divine son. Voices of discussion arose from all directions. The Su family's divine son, making a move, naturally drew immense attention. Who could have anticipated that he would reach such heights in this lifetime? Estando beside Su Chen, Ji Rushua gazed at this simple gesture, her clear eyes narrowing slightly, filled with disbelief. Although she was aware of Su Chen's myriad top-tier talents and extraordinary combat prowess, she had never truly witnessed him in action until now. Clearly, the Su Chen of this era is incomparable to his previous incarnation. In the heavens above, the clash between the two traversers finally erupted in full force. Fool! I am a formidable being at the ninth layer of the transformation dragon realm, an invincible presence among equals. Su family's divine son, though you are the scion of the ancient family, endowed with countless resources for birth, you are ultimately only at the seventh layer of the transformation dragon realm. Do you dare to confront me head-on? As Su Chen made his move, a hint of disdain flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes, accompanied by a cold snort. He was a powerful being at the ninth layer of the transformation dragon realm, just a step away from transcending into nirvana. Moreover, his cultivation had been enhanced by the system. He could easily crush this so-called Su family divine son. Yet Su Chen chose not to evade the confrontation, insisting on facing him directly. To Jiang Yuan, this was sheer folly. Do you believe that the countless resources of your ancient family can rival the system? Ridiculous. Jiang Yuan had already envisioned himself pushing the Su family's divine son aside with a single punch, achieving fame in the central celestial realm, surrounded by numerous beauties, embodying the archetype of a dominant protagonist. The overwhelming forces of magical power clashed violently. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave reverberated throughout the surroundings, shaking the void and altering the very skies. In the next moment, Jiang Yuan's expression abruptly changed, his demeanor stunned. The scene he had imagined of effortlessly overpowering the Su family's divine son did not materialize. He only felt an immense divine power erupting from Su Chen's fingertips. Immediately, he was struck as if by lightning, his body hurtling backward in an instant, shattering into a mist of crimson. How could this be? Jiang Yuan's primordial spirit beheld the scene before him, his gaze laden with disbelief. He had actually been defeated, not even able to withstand a mere finger from his opponent. A single finger had sent the entire Tai Xian sect into chaos. Is this truly the scion of the Su family? His power is indeed terrifying. It is no wonder that he possesses the ancient sacred body, attracting countless phenomena that reverberate through the celestial realm. Despite being in the dragon transformation realm, with Jiang Yuan 2 heavens above him, he was vanquished by a single finger. The ancient sacred body, unparalleled in flesh, invincible among peers. Who would have thought I would witness the might of the ancient sacred body with my own eyes one day? The expressions of the Taishan sect disciples were filled with shock. The terrifying combat prowess displayed by Su Chen utterly shattered their worldviews. A seventh-layer dragon transformation realm practitioner obliterated the physical form of a ninth-layer practitioner with a mere finger. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that their experience was lacking, although Jiang Yuan was a failure. Achieving the ninth layer of the dragon transformation realm at such a young age made him a prodigy in lay prefecture. Yet even so, he could not withstand the single finger of the scion from the Su family. Such strength was utterly despair-inducing. Wait, he was not crushed by my finger? Su Chen gazed at the remnants of Jiang Yuan's primordial spirit, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He was indeed somewhat taken aback. Logically speaking, after undergoing the transformation of his own being as a seed, even extraordinary prodigies would crumble under the weight of his simple finger, their souls extinguished. Yet Jiang Yuan had merely suffered a shattered physical form. It could only be said that he was indeed the owner of a system, possessing some merit. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Jiang Yuan? No. Why is this not following the script? Wasn't he, I suppose, to overwhelm the scion of the Su family with a single punch, achieving fame throughout the central celestial domain, causing the Taishan sect to regret seeking me, then enjoying the company of countless holy maidens and divine maidens, soaring toward the pinnacle of life? How did it turn into me being crushed into a mist of flesh by a finger from the scion of the Su family? This is not right. I feel as though I've been set up. Jiang Yuan's mindset completely shattered. No. System, didn't you say that my lone cultivation was invincible among peers? Why then can I not defeat the scion of the Su family? Instead, I was crushed by a single finger. What on earth is going on? Will you not provide me with an explanation? If you do not explain today, I shall not repay a single cent of the principal or interest on this loan. Jiang Yuan was seething with rage. This system loan is simply too deceitful. Where is the promised invincibility among peers? Had it not been for the system leading him on, claiming that the loan cultivation was invincible among peers, he would never have dared to confront the scion of the Su family. Yet, all that responded to him was the system's endless silence. System, come out. Jiang Yuan fervently called upon the system within his heart, yet received no response. As if he had never bound himself to such a system. It was time to put an end to this. At that very moment, a calm voice resonated near his ear. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yuan's soul trembled slightly, and he fearfully lifted his gaze. Before him stood Su Chen, clad in a flowing white robe, advancing towards him with a commanding presence, a faint smile gracing his lips. The scion of the Su family, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth for his current poverty. The humiliation of today, I, Jiang Yuan, shall remember. One day when I rise, I shall exact my revenge. As Su Chen approached, Jiang Yuan's spirit quivered, and his voice erupted like the roar of a wild beast. With that, his consciousness locked onto the teleportation talisman, ready to make a hasty escape. However, before he could activate the talisman, Su Chen spoke with an air of indifference. Chapter 68. Jiang Yuan. System, you have triumphed. I regret to inform you that you have no further opportunities. Were I in your position, I would have knelt down and begged for mercy by now, rather than indulging in such empty bravado. Su Chen regarded Jiang Yuan with a detached gaze. Akin to a deity surveying mere insects, his chilling words resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. How utterly ridiculous. Both are traversers, both possessors of systems. Yet Jiang Yuan's demeanor is simply unworthy of commendation. It baffles him to no end. With death looming so close, why engage in such futile threats? Has he been poisoned by mindless tales of glory from his past life? Does he truly believe that being a traverser with a system renders him invincible, emboldening him to threaten anyone? Is he eager for his demise to come swifter? If he were a native protagonist like Yi Chen, perhaps he might have spared Jiang Yuan's life. But alas, he is not Yi Chen. He is the scion of the Su family. as a fellow traverser. He could never allow any potential hazard to remain. Moreover, he is quite intrigued by the transformations his system will undergo upon merging with Jiang Yuan's. Hence, Jiang Yuan must perish. With this thought in mind, Su Chen extended his palm and unleashed a powerful punch. 6 terrifying whirlpools of reincarnation manifested at the tip of his fist. In an instant, it seemed as though all of creation was destined to be drawn into these whirlpools. Undergoing reincarnation, the supreme divine technique, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Although Su Chen had not perfected this grand technique, its mere semblance was sufficient to annihilate Jiang Yuan. As the 6 whirlpools materialized, Su Chen appeared as if he wielded the authority of the reincarnation king, emanating an overwhelming force that suppressed the very cosmos. The 6 whirlpools bore down upon Jiang Yuan in unison. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation fist from the era of immortals. Wielded by the reincarnation Immortal King, Ji Rushua gazed at the scene before her pupils narrowing in shock and awe. The reincarnation Immortal King, a formidable immortal sovereign from the ancient era, born in the early days of that age. He ascended to emperor within a century and shattered the barriers of the Immortal King realm after a millennium, an extraordinary prodigy. He had once pierced the land of darkness with his 6 paths of reincarnation fist while still at the emperor level. Ultimately, he ventured into the immortal realm, achieving the status of Immortal King, embodying reincarnation and deducing the 6 paths. It is said that whoever inherits the legacy of the 6 paths of reincarnation Immortal King, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, will command the cycles of existence. Throughout endless epochs, whether in the immortal realm or among the myriad states, every prominent immortal family, eternal dynasty, and myriad races have sought the inheritance of the reincarnation Immortal King. Yet, tragically, their endeavors have consistently met with failure. The bones of the Immortal King, the seeds of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the reincarnation Immortal King in this lifetime? A terrifying thought arose in Ji Rushua's mind, growing ever more frenzied. If this explanation holds true, then all the changes in Su Chen's existence can be rationalized. With this realization, Ji Rushua's gaze towards Su Chen transformed entirely. Why is it that, despite being a reincarnation of an immortal king, she feels as though she is faring the worst? Su Chen possesses various top-tier talents, while she has not even a single fragment of Immortal King bone. Ding! Detected someone boasting about the host, triggering a critical hit. Critical hit reward. Chaos Celestial Eye, the Chaos Celestial Eye. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Is this not the Chaos Body's innate divine eye, renowned as the first among the 3,000 physiques? It is said to have the power to perceive the illusions of the universe, even more terrifying than that. It seems that Ji Rushua has indulged in some wild imagination, but it's quite delightful. Let her continue to fantasize. I relish it. Su Chen cast a meaningful glance at Ji Rushua. His heart stirred. How wonderful it would be to have more of such imaginative beings. Buzz. At that moment, Su Chen's pupils began to undergo a profound transformation. Countless intertwined in his gaze, and chaos energy enveloped him. The myriad realms crumbled, stars fell, and celestial beings knelt. An array of extraordinary phenomena flickered within his eyes. This all occurred so swiftly that even Ji Rushua failed to witness the change. The ancient sacred body, indestructible sword bones, celestial king bones, the heart of great path Bodhi, and the chaos celestial eye. Is this the rhythm of gathering the pinnacle talents of the 3,000 realms within me? Even Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The talents he possessed were truly astonishing. All roads lead to Rome. Others laboriously ascend. But he, on the other hand, seemed to have transformed into a rocket. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan noticed Su Chen in a daze and promptly activated the teleportation talisman with his consciousness. Buzz. In the next moment, a golden light shimmered, enveloping him and transforming into a streak of light, set to vanish into the void. The Su family's divine son. Today's humiliation shall be avenged another day. On the day I, Jiang Yuan, Rise, I shall ascend to the ancient Su family and settle the score. Jiang Yuan's furious roar echoed from the teleportation talisman. Though he had been defeated, his pride would never wane. This was the last vestige of defiance as a transmigrator, thinking to escape under this divine sun's very gaze. Absurd. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, preparing to unleash the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to obliterate Jiang Yuan completely. But just then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Jiang Yuan, who was supposed to be whisked away by the teleportation talisman, suddenly appeared before the vortex of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the next instant, the talisman dissipated entirely. Jiang Yuan? What? Jiang Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? Was it not said that this teleportation talisman could instantaneously transport thousands of miles? How could it bring him, not even a few dozen meters, directly before another's divine ability? Damn it! Foolish system, are you setting me up? Jiang Yuan was completely enraged, cursing the system furiously in his heart. The system had already betrayed him once, and now this teleportation talisman was doing the same? Was it not promised to lead him to the pinnacle of life? Now it seems like a trap. Boom. However, before he could await a response from the system, he was engulfed by Su Chen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In an instant, boundless power of reincarnation enveloped him. In a fleeting moment, the vitality within Jiang Yuan swiftly dissipated. I refuse to accept this. Jiang Yuan let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Jiang Yuan, was destined to be invincible in this life, to dominate the celestial realm, to embody the archetype of the unparalleled hero, yet I was ultimately defeated by the system, suppressed by the collusion of the system and the divine son of the Su family. Ha, system, in the end, you have triumphed. As his final murmurs faded, his primordial spirit was utterly obliterated. Chapter 69. The Emperor's Secret Realm, the Celestial Steel Forest. Jiang Yuan is dead. From his entrance to his complete annihilation, it took scarcely 5 minutes. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre orchestrated by Su Chen. Below, the disciples of the Taishan sect stood frozen in shock, their expressions imbued with astonishment. Truly, the divine son of the ancient Su family is unparalleled. He is indeed domineering and decisive, leaving no room for survival to others. Anyone who dared to provoke him, whether they were forbidden prodigies or ordinary talents, could hardly escape death. He granted them not an ounce of mercy. In an instant, the gazes of the Taishan sect disciples shifted towards Su Chen, filled with profound reverence. As Jiang Yuan's primordial spirit perished, Su Chen's mind was suddenly flooded with the system's notifications. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the system's owner, Jiang Yuan. Commencing absorption of the opponent's system. Absorption complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new feature, Fate Detection. A series of system notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Ji Rushue. The next second, the system's voice chimed again. Ding! Does the host wish to detect the opponent's fate? View. Name, Ji Rushue. Identity, Divine Maiden of the Ancient Ji family. Reborn Celestial King. Strength, 9th layer of transformation into Dragon Constitution. Innate Tao Embryo. Techniques, Void Sutra. Snow Emperor Sutra. Recent fate. Reborn as Celestial King. Will venture to the Emperor's legacy secret realm in an hour to obtain one of the 3 live Celestial Sutras. The present world Tathagata Sutra. Gazing at the system panel before him, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! This fate detection feature is truly extraordinary. It is remarkably impressive. The fact that Ji Rushue is a reborn Celestial King took Su Chen by surprise. He had initially thought she was merely a formidable emperor in her past life, not a legendary Celestial King. That was somewhat outrageous. However, what captivated Su Chen's interest the most was the mention of the 3 lives Celestial Sutra. He had heard the ancestral figures of the Su family speak of it. It is the complementary technique for the 3 lives primordial spirit. If he could acquire the 3 lives Celestial Sutra, the speed of his mastery over the 3 lives primordial spirit would be significantly accelerated. He had been at a loss for where to seek out this legendary sutra. Yet here it was, conveniently presented to him by Ji Ruxue. It was as though fortune had smiled upon him effortlessly. With this thought, Su Chen began to feel a sense of eager anticipation. Ji Ruxue is truly a good person. He couldn't help but reflect. He was utterly enamored with Ji Ruxue. Not only could he indulge in fanciful self-aggrandizement, but he also fervently bestowed upon himself opportunities. If only he could have a few more fiancés like her. As Su Chen delved into Ji Ruxue's fortune, she felt an involuntary shiver run through her. It was as though she stood before him, devoid of any secrets. Although this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment, her keen instincts captured it. What could this mean? Ji Ruxue furrowed her brows, her expression laden with confusion. In her past life, she had been a formidable figure among the celestial monarchs. Never had she experienced such a feeling, even under the gaze of celestial emperors. Yet, before Su Chen, she felt utterly transparent. Soon, however, Ji Ruxue shook her head, dismissing the thought. Su Chen was simply too enigmatic. Even she could not fathom him. Rather than pondering Su Chen, it would be more prudent to first acquire the 3 lives celestial scripture and enhance her power. With this thought in mind, Ji Ruxue turned to Su Chen and said, "Divine Son, let us depart." Su Chen nodded gently in response, continuing to stride through the void atop his golden chariot. As for the members of the Taishan sect below, he couldn't be bothered to cast a glance their way. They were of no consequence compared to the opportunities presented by the Heavenly Emperor. A minor sect like Taishan had no right to be a vassal of the ancient Su family. Were it not for his compatriot Jiang Yuan, he might never have set foot here. Observing Su Chen and Ji Ruxue's departure, the members of the Taishan sect finally exhaled in relief. The reputation of the Su family's divine son was indeed well-deserved. The aura he exuded was nothing short of terrifying. Though he was merely a young cultivator at the dragon transformation realm, the supreme majesty he unconsciously radiated instilled boundless fear. Even those of the saint realm did not possess such an overwhelming presence. A figure as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world, truly lives up to the rumors of the divine son's unparalleled talent and breathtaking beauty. If I could become a servant to the divine son in this life, it would be worth every moment. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 Tao states, only divine maidens or holy women would be worthy of serving as his handmaidens. Whispers of admiration echoed through the Taishan sect. Yet at that moment, Su Chen and Ji Ruxue had already traversed 1,000 miles to a boundless plain. Guided by her memories from her previous life, Ji Ruxue arrived at a certain point in the void and swiftly formed intricate seals with her hands. In the next instant, countless mysterious runes flew from her fingertips, freezing in the air and intertwining with the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! With the final rune falling into place, the surrounding void collapsed, revealing a terrifying black fissure. Through the crack, a blood-red expanse could be glimpsed, filled with countless stone tablets standing like a forest of stones. Each tablet bore the names of formidable figures from the ancient celestial era, renowned throughout the 3,000 Tao states. These were ancient beings from the celestial court of the bygone age, each one a prodigy of extraordinary talent. In the heart of the forest of celestial tablets, an ancient imperial palace hovers, resonating with the terrifying principles of the great Tao. From a distance, it resembles a primordial mountain, towering and majestic, suffused with the breath of ancient wilderness. Ji Ruxue's exquisite eyes shimmer as she gazes at the old imperial palace, her expression brimming with excitement as she exclaims, "Divine Son, we may enter." With that, she eagerly steps into the rift in space. Su Chen casts a meaningful glance at Ji Ruxue before following her into the fissure. Boom! Upon entering this miniature world, a rich aura of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy envelopes him immediately. Although this realm has been shrouded for an era, the spiritual essence contained within is astonishingly potent, rivaling that of the Su family's divine island. Following closely behind Ji Ruxue, Su Chen surveys the surrounding forest of stone tablets, a sense of awe stirring within him. Anyone whose name is inscribed here is a paragon from the age of the immortals. Among them are several formidable emperors who once resounded across the 3,000 Dao states during the ancient era. Yet, tragically, they all perished in that epoch. Only a select few accompanied the celestial emperor into the realm of immortality. This underscores the arduous and brutal path to ascension. Without achieving immortality, one is merely a withered bone. Even emperors cannot escape the relentless tide of time, reduced to mere specks of dust in the annals of history, ultimately dissipating amidst the cosmos. Chapter 70. How many heroes, past and present, are reduced to mere jest. Within the celestial emperor's secret realm, at the celestial forest steel, Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Indeed, time is a blade that cleaves through the proud. On the path to immortality, one can only lament the allure of life. If one fails to attain enlightenment and becomes an immortal, they are but a mere skeleton. Whether a great emperor or a quasi-emperor, none can escape this fate. How many heroes of yore are now but a topic of idle chatter? This celestial forest steel is merely a microcosm of the ancient celestial era. It is difficult to fathom just how brutal the path to immortality will be. Perhaps there, the true road is paved with corpses and divine blood falls like rain. Only those endowed with the fortune of an era, true prodigies, can traverse that path to its end, breaking into the celestial realm to seek eternal life for all time. Upon hearing Su Chen's lamentation, Ji Ruxue was momentarily taken aback, an overwhelming wave of emotion surging within her. In her previous life, she had truly experienced the harshness of the path to immortality, witnessing countless unparalleled talents fall to the cosmos in their quest for longevity, turning to naught but a handful of dust. She reflected on her own fortune, an unexpected twist of fate in that golden age. She had defied the currents and ascended to the celestial realm, achieving enlightenment and immortality. Alas, even a prodigy like her ultimately succumbed to the tribulations of heaven. The journey of cultivation is indeed exceedingly ruthless. Yet, soon Ji Ruxue regained her composure, her gaze resolute. Since she had failed to achieve the legendary status of a quasi-immortal emperor in her previous life, she would carve an invincible path in this one. With this thought, her beautiful eyes fell upon the imperial palace at the core of the celestial forest steel. Divine Son, our fortune lies within that palace. Let us seek our destiny there, she declared. Indeed, Su Chen replied softly, retracting his gaze as he followed Ji Ruxue toward the imperial palace at the heart of the celestial forest steel. Before long, they arrived at the core area. The imperial palace floated in mid-air, resembling an ancient mountain, with a staircase of white jade extending beneath their feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Ruxue stepped onto the first step of the staircase. Boom! As she set foot on the white jade staircase, the entire world began to tremble. Winds surged and clouds swirled. Various phenomena unfolded. An endless cacophony of demonic sounds erupted from all directions, disturbing the mind. Divine Son, this is the heart-questioning stair. Anyone who steps upon it will be besieged by demonic sounds that disturb the psyche. Exercise utmost caution, for a moment's carelessness may severely injure your primordial spirit. Ji Ruxue's voice, strained, echoed from the white jade staircase. The heart-questioning stair? Su Chen murmured softly, harboring little doubt. In the next moment, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the white jade staircase. Boom! In an instant, an incredibly terrifying pressure emanated, pressing down upon the depths of Su Chen's consciousness. Accompanying this was the horrifying demonic sound that pierced his ears, unsettling his spirit. Divine Son, you may attempt to empty your mind. This will alleviate much of the pressure. Ji Ruxue called back, her steps laborious, her complexion somewhat pale, yet she did not forget to remind Su Chen. Though she had long known the method to traverse the heart-questioning stair, she was regrettably constrained by her own strength, making her progress exceedingly arduous. After all, even in her past life, she had failed to successfully pass this heart-questioning stair, until later, after she transcended to the realm of the Celestial King and gained enlightenment of herself, she fully comprehended how to successfully traverse the heart's inquiry steps. Was this a test of intellect and spirit? However, why did the heart's inquiry steps seem to have no effect on me at all? Su Chen stood in place, lost in contemplation. The moment he stepped onto the heart's inquiry steps, a magical sound and oppressive force indeed emanated, but vanished in the blink of an eye, as if the heart's inquiry steps were merely a decoration before him, having no influence whatsoever. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen attributed everything to his various unparalleled talents. Subsequently, he lifted his foot, gracefully ascending several steps, leisurely walking ahead of Ji Ruxue. Yet, this scene, observed by Ji Ruxue, was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. The entire heart's inquiry steps consisted of thousands of layers. Without ascending even a single step, the magical sound and pressure would intensify. Even someone as formidable as her, a reborn celestial king, found it quite strenuous to ascend the white jade steps. But Su Chen displayed an extraordinary ease, as if the heart's inquiry steps had no effect on him at all. This left Ji Ruxue utterly dumbfounded. In this lifetime, Su Chen's strength had surpassed her wildest imagination. Perhaps Su Chen would become the epitome of power in this era. Ji Ruxue's gaze fell upon the calm and leisurely Su Chen, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Su Chen, what could possibly challenge you in this lifetime? The disparity between individuals is simply colossal. After her rebirth, she truly did not know whether it was fortunate or tragic. The fortunate part was that she had been reborn. In this life, she would undoubtedly surpass her previous self. But the tragic aspect was that she shared this era with an extraordinary being. In this age, even she, a reborn celestial king, would forever live in the shadow of this anomaly, akin to an inconspicuous star beside the sun. Yet, she was unwilling to accept this fate. As a reborn celestial king, why could Su Chen be an extraordinary anomaly, while she, Ji Ruxue, could not? In her past life, as a powerful celestial king, Ji Ruxue possessed her own pride. She, Ji Ruxue, was not inferior to anyone. Boom! In the next moment, Ji Ruxue directly urged the innate Tao's might. Simultaneously, the countless spiritual energies within this small world surged wildly, merging into her body. Her aura underwent a transformation at that moment, as she rapidly ascended several hundred steps, yet still remained somewhat distant from Su Chen. Just then, Su Chen's footsteps suddenly halted. This action instantly drew Ji Ruxue's attention. Although Su Chen's pace was not particularly swift, it was steady, yet he suddenly stopped. Could it be that he was merely pretending before? Was he unable to sustain it any longer? Ji Ruxue's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. In her view, Su Chen's earlier performance seemed to be a facade. After all, this was the heart's inquiry steps set by the Celestial Emperor, and even she found it quite challenging. There was no way that Su Chen, no matter how extraordinary, could remain entirely unaffected by the heart's inquiry steps. Enduring until now, she was likely reaching her limits. As this thought crossed her mind, an endless radiance erupted from within Ji Ruxue, and with another step, she ascended several hundred stairs, eager to seize the opportunity to catch up with Su Chen. Goddess, your speed is rather sluggish. Allow me to lend you a hand. However, at that moment, Su Chen ahead finally made his move. He slowly turned around, resembling a deity as he gazed down at Ji Ruxue, slightly raising his hand. Boom! In the next instant, the golden vitality of the ancient sacred body surged forth, and the bones of the celestial king within him emitted a resonant cry, unleashing two terrifying waves of divine might. The oppressive force and demonic sound that once enveloped the air dissipated entirely, and the pressure weighing down on Ji Ruxue vanished alongside it. Chapter 71. Not seeking immortality. Merely awaiting your return in the mortal realm. Witnessing this scene, Ji Ruxue was utterly astounded, rendered speechless. How could the disparity between individuals be so immense? It was one thing for Su Chen to remain unaffected by the heart's inquiry steps, but how could he also elevate her effortlessly? Who then was the true reincarnated Immortal King with memories intact? At this moment, Ji Ruxue found herself questioning the very essence of life. Was there any sense of justice in the heavens? Her heart was tumultuous, for Su Chen's performance had fundamentally reshaped her worldview. It could be said that even in the era of that heavenly emperor, Su Chen would undoubtedly be among the most resplendent prodigies. However, as a former Immortal King. Ji Ruxue swiftly recalibrated her mindset. She slightly clasped her hands in gratitude towards Su Chen, saying, "Thank you, Divine Son." With that, she silently followed behind him, ascending the heart's inquiry steps. Stripped of any oppressive forces and demonic sounds, the steps felt like a gentle path beneath their feet. Before long, they reached the 9,995th step. The heart's inquiry steps extended beyond 9,000 levels, and with each step taken, the pressure and demonic sounds intensified exponentially. Yet, astonishingly, these forces were automatically shielded from Su Chen and Ji Ruxue. However, as they set foot on the 9,995th step, the surrounding void began to warp. Boom! In the next instant, the entire white jade staircase quaked, and countless phantoms of saints emerged from the void. Each bore an overwhelming intent to kill and surged forth to attack the pair. One white-clad saint wielded a spear, piercing the void to strike at Su Chen. A nine-headed lion opened its massive jaws, intent on devouring them. Upon witnessing this, Ji Ruxue's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly warned, "Be careful, Divine Son. This is an anomaly manifested within the heart's inquiry steps. Each of them possesses the strength of Nirvana realm, and they are obstructing our path to that boom." Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, Su Chen merely raised an eyebrow, his golden vitality surging within him, and with a single hand, he struck forth. Bang! In the next moment, an array of attacks was shattered by his palm. The golden palm print resembled a vast seal, sweeping away all in its path. Countless saintly phantoms disintegrated before the golden imprint, transforming into pure energy that surged into the heart's inquiry steps. This Ji Ruxue's pupils quivered in astonishment. She was aware of Su Chen's formidable combat prowess, but she had never anticipated it to reach such astonishing heights. The myriad phantoms surrounding them numbered in the tens of thousands, each possessing Nirvana realm strength. Yet before Su Chen, they appeared as insignificant as ants. Such power, even some of the most elite and forbidden prodigies of the present age would find it impossible to compare. Nonetheless, Su Chen regarded all of this with a detached gaze, his expression calm. The golden sacred blood surged, and the chaos divine mill was summoned forth. Thunderous roars reverberated as the colossal chaos divine mill began to turn, bearing the overwhelming might to crush the heavens. This chaos divine mill represented the pinnacle of divine soul techniques, wielding a terrifying lethality against these phantoms. Even though the number of phantoms reached tens of thousands, under the crushing force of Su Chen's chaos divine mill, they ultimately dissolved into nothingness. At last, Su Chen, accompanied by Ji Ruxue, ascended the 99th step of the 9th ladder. With a resounding boom, the entire small world began to tremble the moment they set foot upon it. Countless formidable figures surged upward from the immortal forest monument below, each radiating an oppressive aura. Ji Ruxue gazed up at the densely packed phantoms, her heart stirred by a sense of trepidation. She murmured, "I never anticipated that this opportunity would be so challenging to seize. Fortunately, in this life, I have brought the scion of the Su family with me. Otherwise, I fear I would be forever deprived of the path to immortality in this lifetime." In her previous life, she was only aware of the legendary present-day Buddha Sutra, but remained oblivious to the peril that lurked above the heart-searching steps. It was fortunate that, in her last existence, her power was insufficient, rendering her unworthy of ascending to the 9th ladder. Otherwise, it is likely that there would have been no Ji Ruxue, the Immortal King, in that life. It is vital to understand that each entity within the Immortal Forest Monument was a paragon from the ancient era of immortals. At their peak, even the prodigies and ancient anomalies of this life appeared as mere ants in their presence. Although they were now but phantoms, not everyone could contend with them, especially in such numbers. One must ponder, in this era, who among the younger generation could withstand thousands of the top-tier prodigies from the ancient immortal age. Clearly, the present-day Buddha Sutra could only be pursued after attaining greater strength. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Ji Ruxue's eyes. The present-day Buddha Sutra was intrinsically linked to her path of invincibility in this life. Without it, She was destined to remain unable to tread that path of unparalleled supremacy. However, to obtain the present-day Buddhist Sutra, she must overcome these phantasmal prodigies of the ancient era. Even with the extraordinary Su Chen by her side, she doubted that the two of them alone could triumph over such a multitude of ancient prodigies. Just as Ji Ruxue prepared to concede in frustration, Su Chen remained composed, standing with hands clasped behind his back, observing the thousands of phantoms within the immortal monument forest. With a subtle gesture, he summoned the might of the primal sacred body to its utmost potential. A remarkably calm voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth, declaring, "The Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens." Boom! As the words fell, the world transformed. Faintly behind Su Chen, a magnificent phantom of an immortal deity emerged. The moment the immortal phantom appeared, it shook the heavens, compressing the celestial dome, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, akin to a sovereign among immortals, towering above the 9 heavens and surveying the world below. Even as a mere phantom, it inspired an irresistible sense of submission. Su Chen lightly tapped his foot upon the white jade steps below. In an instant, an extraordinary phenomenon suppressed the cosmos. The air was filled with the sounds of shattering echoes. The ancient sacred body, specifically attuned to vanquishing the malevolent spirits and demons of this world, effortlessly subdued numerous phantoms with its extraordinary phenomena. Yet, despite this, the sheer multitude of phantoms remained overwhelming, just as Su Chen prepared to unleash the remaining phenomena for suppression. A gentle rain of light cascaded upon the heart of questioning stage. An ethereal and graceful silhouette emerged, exuding an extraordinarily unique aura. As a delicate figure materialized in the void, she was a young maiden, adorned with a fearsome, ghostly mask that concealed her visage. Her skin radiated an almost translucent brilliance, while her long, flowing hair danced in the breeze. Beneath the eerie mask, her eyes were profoundly deep, glimmering with a faint, mysterious light, embodying an unparalleled elegance. Upon her slender fingers rested a peculiar ancient bronze ring, which at times transformed into a resounding divine bell that echoed through the heavens. At other moments, morphing into a grand cauldron exuding primordial energy, and occasionally taking the form of a divine sword capable of severing the threads of time. Not seeking immortality, but simply waiting for your return amidst the mortal realm. "Brother, where are you?" A remarkably hoarse voice resonated through the heavens and the earth from beneath the ghostly mask.